Peter stood silently at the edge of the damaged street, eyes scanning the remnants of chaos. The smashed car had already been towed away, but pieces of metal and glass still littered the curb. The torn chain-link fence rattled in the wind, and the deep indentations left by Liv's mechanical harness remained etched in the asphalt like a violent memory. S.H.I.E.L.D. had promised to cover the damages, but Peter knew how government bureaucracy worked. It would be taken care of eventually. He stepped through the hole in the fence and entered the warehouse. Thankfully, the structure was mostly intact. Liv had kept the worst of the fight outside. Just as he crossed the threshold, Gwen barreled into him, arms thrown around his neck. "Oh, thank God you're okay," she whispered, peppering his face with kisses. "I stayed hidden at work when I heard," Gwen continued breathlessly. S.H.I.E.L.D. showed up, but Pepper handled them. "Felicia's fine. MJ, I'm not sure where she is." Peter held her tightly, grounding himself in the moment. "They still think I'm an agent. Liv and Wanda got taken, but we're okay." He exhaled. "But I need a new name. Venom has to disappear." "That's it? Just a new name?" Gwen asked, relief in her voice. "I mean, it's just a name, right?" Peter didn't respond immediately, and her smile faded as she realized the weight it carried. "It's who I am, Gwen. Asking me to give it up is like asking you to start calling yourself, I don't know, Doris." Gwen snorted. "Okay, fair point. But hey, you get to pick something new. Something cool. Like Dark Man or Captain Awesome?" Peter gave her a flat look. "I'm not calling myself Captain Awesome." She giggled and kissed him again. "Stick with the black suit. Maybe a few tweaks. Something like Dusk or Twilight." "Twilight sounds pretentious," Peter said, and as his symbiote shifted around him, it took on a dark navy hue with subtle wing-like membranes stretching from his sides. He tested the movement, satisfied. "Dusk works. I was kind of rooting for Monkey again," Gwen teased. "Those little ears were cute." "Never again." They laughed together before Gwen's hand slid over his shoulder. "You okay, though?" she asked. Peter nodded slowly. "Could have been worse. I thought fixing my powers would be enough, that I didn't need the harness or the stone anymore. But Liv, S.H.I.E.L.D. I wasn't ready." Gwen leaned back against the door next to him. "When is anyone ever ready? You'll always want to be stronger, faster, better. But where's the line, Peter? When do you stop? When you can't even touch us without hurting us?" Peter looked down at his shoes, brushing a piece of debris away with the tip. "I just want to keep everyone safe." Gwen smiled softly. "We're not helpless. Liv went toe-to-toe with two Hulks, and Wanda was with her. You're not alone, Pete. And when we can't handle something, we have each other. We're not fragile. We're not just something. We're a team." Peter smiled, touched by her words. "So stop whining about your superhero name and go kick ass at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Okay?" she added, pulling him into a kiss. He chuckled. "Okay." Meanwhile, across town, MJ was facing her own surprise. She stood outside the gates of a prestigious private academy, staring up at its towering facade. She hadn't expected the call, hadn't expected her voice. As the gates creaked open, a red-haired woman ran down the driveway and pulled MJ into a tight hug. "Mary!" Jean Grey beamed, glowing with warmth. "It's MJ now," she corrected gently. "So why the call? It's been what years?" Jean's expression turned serious. "Peter." MJ stiffened, eyes narrowing. "This isn't a trap, is it?" "No, I swear," Jean said quickly. "I can read minds, MJ. I know how that sounds, but I just wanted to talk. I missed you." They walked arm in arm toward the school, an awkward silence forming between them. "You're like Peter, right? Enhanced," Jean asked hesitantly. "So am I. I had to leave when my powers became unstable, but now that you're like me, I thought maybe we could reconnect." MJ hesitated. "So this is about my powers?" Jean looked hurt. "No. Well, yes, but only because I want you to understand. Mutant kids are being hunted. MJ. Attacked. Some don't even survive. I'm scared. We all are." MJ crossed her arms. "And the school? Why didn't you tell me the truth? About Scott? About what really happened?" Jean lowered her eyes. "We covered up. The professor thought it was best. I remember something different. A gas leak." MJ's voice sharpened. Jean nodded. "We altered your memory. Just that one time. I can show you the real version." Hesitant but curious, MJ agreed. In a rush of restored memory, MJ saw it all. Flash hitting Scott, the glasses falling, the crimson beams splitting the lockers, the chaos, the fear. And then Jean freezing time, suppressing the damage and altering memories. When it ended, MJ pulled away. "How many more memories did you change?" she demanded. "Just that one. I promise." Jean hesitated again. "Do you remember Laura?" MJ frowned. "No." "Then one more." Jean reached out, and MJ let her. Another flash. A memory of rescuing a girl during a drug bust, and Xavier taking her away. MJ reeled from it. "You expect me to trust him?" "No," Jean said honestly. "I just wanted you to know the truth. I messed up. We all did. You could have come to us. All of us. Not just me," MJ replied coldly. "I'll fix it," Jean said. "Let me talk to everyone. Gwen, Felicia, Peter. You really think you're part of our lives still?" MJ said bitterly. But as Jean smiled and looped her arm through MJ's again, she found herself softening just slightly. "Fine. Come on. Let's get a cab." When they returned to the warehouse, MJ stopped dead at the sight of the torn-up lot. "Maybe you should stay out here," she started, but Jean was already moving. "If someone's in trouble, I want to help." They stepped inside the warehouse and froze. Peter was mid-motion, clearly in an intimate moment with Gwen, who lay sprawled across a table. The two locked eyes with MJ and Jean, neither quite sure what to say. "What the hell, Pete?" Gwen groaned, flopping back dramatically. Peter slid off her awkwardly, looking sheepish. Gwen, upside down, offered cheeky, "Oh hey, MJ." Jean turned bright red. MJ just sighed. "Figures." Gwen laughed as she and Peter quickly dressed, the Simpskins sliding over Peter like second nature. He didn't bother with modesty. There were bigger concerns now. "We weren't expecting guests," he said with a wry shrug. MJ hit the fans. "Gwen will pick this up later." MJ sighed as she pressed a button near the door, activating the air filtration system. A soft mist hissed into the room, neutralizing any lingering evidence of intimacy. Behind her, Jean peeked out from where she'd been hiding her face. "Is it always like this?" Jean asked, still visibly flustered. "No," MJ replied, her tone sharp. "Normally we don't have sex on a breakfast table." "Seriously, what if it had been Kurt or May?" Peter winced, exchanging a glance with Gwen. It was a high-stress situation. Emotions got the better of us. Not our proudest moment. "Everyone okay, at least?" MJ asked, arms crossed. "We will be. We'll explain it all later." "But why is Jean here?" Peter asked, now grabbing a disinfectant spray and wiping down the table with casual efficiency. Jean looked between them, awkward and curious. Peter gestured toward the kitchen. "Yes, Jean. It's true. We're poly. MJ, Gwen, Felicia, Liv, and me. It's consensual. It works for us. And no, this," he motioned to the table, "is not normal." "Coffee." Jean, still stunned, nodded and took a seat. "Wait, poly, like really?" MJ rolled her eyes, but softened slightly. She reached into the cupboard for a pack of cookies, casually tossing them onto the table still in their wrapper. "Yes, all of us," she said. "Polyamory. It's not a performance. It's a relationship." Jean sat back, visibly trying to process it. Peter could see it on her face. Questions she didn't want to ask aloud, curiosity she didn't know how to voice. "So, Jean," Peter said as he poured coffee, placing creamer and sugar in the middle. "What brings you here?" Jean's eyes flicked briefly to Peter, then just as quickly away. "Sorry, just it's a lot." Peter smirked. "Try being us. But seriously, I'll give you all space. You three talk it out." He grabbed his mug and retreated toward the back. Jean watched him leave, still red-faced. "That was his, and you were—" "Gwen, what even?" "Yeah," Gwen sighed. "It happened. Let's move on. Why are you here, Jean? We haven't seen you since the school accident." Jean took a breath. "I'm a mutant." "Oh," Gwen said, then frowned. "You don't look like a mutant. No extra arms or anything." MJ rubbed her temple. Jean blinked, caught between offense and confusion. "What? No, that's not what that means." Gwen shrugged. "I thought it was like those old movies, mutants, zombies, or something. It just means we're born with powers. I have telepathy and telekinesis. I can fly, technically. The professor doesn't like us using our abilities publicly. Gwen tilted her head. Wait, so you're a naturally enhanced human? That's cool. But mutant is a terrible PR name. Sounds like a horror movie. Jean gave a weak smile. It's complicated. The term stuck. You said you had telepathy? MJ asked, her tone growing more serious. Jean nodded. Yeah. Why? Gwen leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Wait, does she know? MJ sighed. No, we just got here. Gwen stood, and the symbiote rippled over her, armor forming around her frame. We are poison, she declared, the alien symbiote towering briefly before Gwen resumed control. Jean's eyes widened. MJ stood beside her, muse flowing over her like liquid ink. And we are muse. Jean looked from one to the other, overwhelmed. I wasn't even allowed a name, she muttered. And we were matching uniforms. Poison laughed and vaulted the table, landing beside Jean. Oh, poor baby. Mind powers and flying? Must be so hard. Jean pouted as Gwen hugged her. It's good to see you, really. But why now? Jean hesitated. Because the professor did something wrong. I came to fix it. Gwen stiffened. What do you mean? You saved a girl. From a drug den. Laura. And the professor came and took her. Peter found out. He confronted us. It got heated. I'm here as a peace offering. Gwen raised her voice. Peter, you got 30 seconds. Peter reappeared in the doorway. Laura, Jean nodded. And the mental block. I can remove it. Gwen folded her arms. Why didn't you say anything? Peter looked ashamed. I didn't want to stress everyone out. Not until I could undo it myself. Wanda's been helping me train in telepathy. Jean blinked. Wait, Wanda? She's a mutant too. Peter grinned. Eric's daughter. Jean's jaw dropped. As a Magneto. Yup. Gwen added. She's got cool red energy too. Real badass. Jean sighed and sank back. The professor said I wasn't ready for the field. Now you're all hanging out with gods and aliens and mutants who are basically myth. It's a lot. Peter nodded gently. You still want to help? I do, she said. I can help you strengthen your telepathy. And I can undo what he did. But only with consent. Peter walked over and offered her his hand. Then let's start. Jean took his hand and closed her eyes. The rooftop memory unfolded in her mind. Peter, enraged, defending Felicia. The gun. The fall. The truth. Jean walked around the scene and saw it clearly. It had been an accident. As her perspective shifted to darker memories, Jean recoiled, seeing violence Peter had never spoken of. She gasped and yanked her hand away, stumbling as her stomach turned. Vomit splattered on the warehouse floor. Peter wordlessly fetched a mop and bucket. You killed them, Jean whispered. I warned you, he said calmly. I'm not proud of it, but I made a choice. Jean rinsed her mouth with water, still pale. I wanted to see if you were a monster, she admitted softly. But you're not. You're something else. A survivor. Peter didn't look at her. And you were digging deeper. MJ and Gwen stared at Jean. You were looking for more, weren't you? Peter said, tone flat. You try to find memories that weren't yours to see. Jean flushed crimson. She was looking for our private memories, Peter told them quietly. Jean had no excuse. Gwen broke the silence with a soft but firm voice. If you're going to be here, Jean, you need to trust us. And we need to trust you. No more digging. Jean nodded, chastened. Understand. I'm sorry. Peter glanced at her one last time. Then maybe we can start fresh. Because we don't have the luxury of enemies right now.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
You what? MJ shouted, and you let her, and Peter nodded. It's not like a movie. I let her in to show I trusted her, and well, she took advantage of that and Jean, still red, looked down at the cup. Sorry, was all she said, but Peter shrugged nonchalantly. You rub with one finger, while dash. And Jean shouted, no, at him, trying to drown him out. She had taken advantage, and rather than being angry, he had simply returned the favor, and as she knew everything he had done, so he had seen everything she had done. Jean was sat staring at the three and had gone bright red again. It was Gwen laughing that brought her back to her senses. Today had been a flood of emotions, surprise and shocks, and this was the worst of them. Dirty girl, and here was me missing out because we thought we'd been caught, and Jean buried her face in her hands and shook her head. I wanted to know. Needed to know that Peter was good, that he hadn't gone rogue. He's good, and Gwen frowned. Pete, something you want to tell us? Boarding school, and it clicked. Jean had grown up in a private academy with little privacy. Jean going through Peter's memories must have been too much for her, and now she had gotten a very intimate lesson on exactly what 5 very sexually active people could get up to. Then add in every dirty fantasy she'd ever had, every time she had ever touched herself, and Jean was beyond embarrassed and was struggling to calm the rampant emotional turmoil building inside. I heard the news that he'd killed someone, and then that Venom was causing all this bad stuff, and once the professor and Scott came back with Laura they told us Peter was Venom, and I didn't believe it, but even Laura said, well, she called you monkey, but we figured that was for cover. Peter cleared his throat. Yeah, you're stalling and babbling, not explaining though. So Jean, did you enjoy watching me and my 4 girlfriends? He asked with a smirk on his face. Peter really didn't care if she had or not. He had enough training from Wanda to bar her, and now that the Mind Stone was secured in his body she couldn't have stopped him even if he'd done the same. What he was enjoying though was teasing her until her face went scarlet again and she looked about ready to die from embarrassment. Scott not doing the biz for you, and Jean looked even more horrified as if she was willing to talk about that with Peter sitting right there. It was unimportant that while she had looked through his memories, and there were a lot of them, he had done the same to her, and as she thought of him watching her, her face went bright red again. Taking a deep breath, she counted to 10 with her eyes closed, and using the techniques the professor taught her, brought her emotions back under control, letting the feelings sit behind a barrier the professor had taught her to erect each time she felt overwhelmed. We kissed and held hands, but no, not even second base, but she scowled at Gwen, who just snorted and poked her before she leaned back in her chair, and seeing us and knowing it was all of us, curiosity got the better of you, huh? And Jean nodded. It's all, we're just out of school, what about, pregnancy or stuff, don't you worry, and Gwen shook her head. We don't have to with the symbiotes, but still, naughty, peeking like that? I know, but living at the mansion is stifling. I want to go out, but the professor just gives me the same excuses. It's too dangerous, too risky, and we go out for training but never for fun, never for anything other than supervised trips. I want to move in with you guys, I want to be here. If you can be out bashing bad guys, and making movies, then why can't I? Even though you know what we do for fun? Well, not all the time, but yeah, most of the time. In the open, but MJ shook her head. No, that was bad, and they know it. Punishment, both of you. And while Gwen slumped in her chair, Peter was still on punishment from the last time, and it wouldn't make a big difference to his day, and just shrugged, at which MJ raised an eyebrow. Super punishment then? How about no me or Gwen till you learn to behave, mister? This isn't the first time you've had sex on the table, and I doubt it will be the last. Peter, however, was more thinking that his schedule suddenly filled, with no timetable from Shield Academy but a warehouse penthouse, several homes needing to be built, and a bath for an ever-grumbling Gwen. He was going to have to spend all of his free time getting it done. Fine, and picking up his phone, Peter tapped a few times and a printer could be heard chugging in the background. Sorry MJ, and he sighed, they came for Liv while we were all out. Stark is an asshole and we all ended up in jail. He shook his head. It won't happen again, I promise, not with 2 and now maybe 3 who aren't, and he motioned to the group. Everyone okay? MJ asked as she moved over and ran a hand over Peter's shoulder. He nodded and tilted his head to rub his cheek against her fingers. Everyone's fine, just a lot of new jobs all around. Shield pretty much owns us now, and no jail time is the price, and MJ nodded. Tell me the rest later, okay? And as Peter took her hand and kissed her fingers he looked over at Jean. Jean, you're a big girl. Sign if you want and then you'll deal with whatever mess you make. Landlord, not dad or boyfriend, so unless it's structural or you can't pay your rent, then don't bother. Oh, and no, we don't have shows or anything like that. The red face might be cute but we'll behave once someone who's not in the group moves in. And it was MJ that grinned. Stingy landlord, no refunds for the naughty stuff. And while Gwen laughed, Jean looked horrified. Peter rolled his eyes. She's joking, but if that makes you uncomfortable, then well, don't sign. I mean, Felicia's a dash. As the top hatch swung open, Felicia's a what? And she landed on the floor, letting Huntress slide back into slacks and a t-shirt. Wonderful darling angel, Peter added quickly, who brightens my day whenever I see her, and Gwen snorted. Kiss ass. Yeah, what have you done? Last time you sucked up to me that hard you'd broken something, and as she cast an eye over Jean, oh, fair enough, and walked into Gwen's home. Too tired, deal later. Peter nodded and gave her a quick kiss before following her and heading into his own home. Taking the fresh lease from his printer, he handed it over to Jean with a pen. I don't have money. I mean, I have money but, the professor takes care of it, she explained. Wait, he takes care of your finances? But you're not much older than us, Gwen asked, and he still has guardianship, but knowing nothing about the law, Peter and MJ could only shrug. I had problems when I was a kid. My parents were killed in a car crash, like Peter's, so he's always taken care of me. I never thought, but I guess it'll be okay. But as she went to sign, Peter slid the paper away from her and shook his head. Make sure. I don't want a whole bunch of lawyers here, digging where they're not wanted. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't involved, you know what we are and what happens here. Peter took a deep breath. Don't make us regret this, Jean. The professor sounds worse and worse the more you talk about him, he stating and shook his head. Wanda and Liv should be back soon and I need to get the home started. Even if I've got school soon, the faster they're done the better. And my bathhouse. And Peter tilted his head to one side and pulled a face. I know, and Gwen stood and smiling whispered something in his ear, instantly making him smile. MJ tooted. We know, but unless you're fast you won't be the one having sex in it first. I've got dibs. How do you have dibs? Gwen asked and MJ shrugged. Just called it, didn't I? And Gwen groaned and threw up her hands. We'll see. Unless Mr. Lazy Pants here doesn't get moving with it. Come on, I was just in Sokovia, then getting blow up, gimme a break, and the pair laughed. Poor Pete, always getting bullied, and he crossed his arms. Damn right, but once the others get back and I see how busy I'll be, I'll get started. Honest, and MJ and Gwen nodded. Right, gonna check on Fel, have fun Jean, and Gwen smiled and walked off into her home. And I have a new part to practice for, MJ said, taking out a script, while she had decided to work as Black Cat. The premiere, barring the Tony incident, had lit a fire back in her enthusiasm, and with the movie becoming a hit, she had parts rolling in. So I guess, I'll head back to the mansion, said a defeated-looking Jean, and Peter decided to take pity on her. Look, lease or not, there's nothing to stop you from staying over. I mean, you can take my place and I'll grab a cot bed and stay in one of the others, or I'm sure Liv won't mind. You don't have to go home, stay, it's fine, and she brightened up, smiling as he spoke. Great, then which one's yours? And he pointed to the home at the end and she darted off into it. What the hell, Peter? These are like real homes, she yelled, and he laughed. What, you thought it'd be like a cave in there? No, but it's an office, like a converted office. I was expecting, you know, not a home. Well, mine's sparse. Gwen and MJ have the best too, to be honest, they were bigger and more planned out. Mine's just for staying in and the rest will be redone, eventually. So pick one and I'll get to work. Peter pointed at the taken homes and Jean took the one next to Liv's phone for a moment, and touching it to his, it beeped and she stared at it. Protected network. Can't dial in or out without the protocols, and she held the phone to her chest as it buzzed and dinged nonstop. Yeah, Gwen's did that too. Sorry, I forgot. Jean frowned. I need to take this. Sorry, but I could be a while, and Peter nodded and pointed to his home. Go ahead, I don't mind, and sitting at the table pulled out a drawer from underneath. Taking out a sketch pad and pencil he began to draw out the insides of the remaining offices. As he worked, the warehouse faded away and his hand began to dance over the page. The ground floor offices would be hollowed out, 2 would be filled with a knee-high pool, large enough to swim in but deep enough to just sit, with 2 baths at each end, showers, in a rainfall design rather than traditional showriads. Storage for towels and hampers for dirty ones, more for guests as the symbiotes took care of dirt and water. In the 2 above and the 4 at the end, these would be homes, the stairs would need to be reinforced and improved and wiring and plumbing would need to be fed through the whole thing. Peter sighed as he would have to move and redo the floor underneath to get the plumbing in, or risk ugly jutting pipes everywhere. If he was going to move them then, stretching out quickly, adding a terrace above the bottom too, extending it around to fit over the bathhouse, and adding in a half-foot in sound insulation for wiring and plumbing. He would need to buy more offices, but as flat packs were cheap and easy to find it wouldn't be hard. As the idea flowed he decided to scrap the entire side, move everything temporarily and use the pieces to build the penthouse, start from scratch and rebuild the entire thing. Start at the top and work down. As he worked he failed to notice the small gathering he had drawn, each woman staring as his hand moved across the paper, sketching and designing the new interior of the warehouse. Even Liv and Wanda had come home from S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ and stayed quiet as he worked. Hey, no fair, if you do all that, I want to move, and as Peter looked up and saw Gwen staring slack-jawed at the plans he smiled, and the group began to argue over who was living where. Liv had spent the day being shown around her new lab by a rather nice agent called Brock Rumlow, and while it was good to get back to work, she was also glad to be home. It was still strange. Less than a year ago she was hooked to a machine that dictated her life, and now she was watching someone that she loved more than anything else sketching and poking his tongue out as he was deep in thought. A quiet smile crossing her face, she was actually in love with this adorable and sometimes infuriating young man, but she was never happier. Even with the others, she wouldn't give it up for the world, which was why. I don't care, Gwen. You got the best of the homes as you were here first, and I get to live next to Peter. Even if he moves I am still next door. You got a hot tub and a deck, I get a door into his house, Liv explained, but Gwen was refusing to budge. That was then. Things have changed, Liv. There's 4 of us now, and as she looked over at Wanda, at the moment, and with me being the first, I should get seniority. So if he moves, I get to move next door, she argued back. Or, you know, we wait and let Pete decide, as he's the one actually designing the place and is technically our landlord. Well, now that none of us are wanted criminals I guess we need to start paying rent, and not with tail, Felicia added. Plus, you know, some of us do not have that kind of relationship with Peter, so choosing a location based on booty calls is not so good, Wanda also added, but as she wasn't sleeping with Peter, Gwen just waved a hand at her. Yeah, dream on, you'll get your chance, but I still say we go by seniority, and that's me, Gwen stated matter-of-factly. Or you know, we wait until I'm finished, and Peter looked up from his drawing, these are just sketches you know, it still needs to be done, but the girls looked at him. We can decide, so shush. Peter closed his sketch pad and slid it back under the table. Well, as everyone's here, might as well get dinner started, and as the group continued to argue, Peter grabbed some ground beef from the fridge and decided to make tacos. They had enough veg and cheese, it would be easier than trying to cook for what was now 7 people. It was strange but nice, as he watched the group behind him argue and draw on his sketch pad. Gwen had dragged it out, carefully moving his drawings, and as they crudely copied his design, they began to initial each of the new homes in turn. It was chaotic, it was noisy, but it was home and family. Even if Wanda and Jean hadn't been officially inducted, all he needed was Nat to turn up and it would be complete. Should I? He thought and shrugged. Hey, if I invite Nat, would you guys mind? And that brought a lull to the noise. Really? Fel tapped the pencil she had, and he nodded. It might have been a rocky start, but I kinda like her. Plus, having the boss over for dinner is a thing, right? Felicia laughed, as long as it's not for dessert, when sure. One more won't hurt, will it? And as Peter looked over the ingredients he had for the meal, he shook his head. Can you guys give me a moment then? And taking out his phone he tapped a quick message to her, and after a few minutes it dinged. Sure, be there in 10, and nodding he went back to his prep. What's up with Nat? Wanda asked, and Felicia leaned back, handing the pencil over to Gwen. Peter screwed her, some stupid shield plan to find out if he was Venom or not. Wait, her too, and Felicia nodded. Yeah, but she saved me, so be nice, and MJ looked at the paper. Saved you? Jean asked and MJ nodded. Yeah, we have. Ah shit Peter, can we tell her? I mean, do we tell people? MJ asked, and he shrugged. Ask Gwen, it's her job, nothing to do with me anymore, and MJ looked over. It officially hits the shelves in a month, but sure, we can tell people, and Gwen gave a small shrug. While Stark Tech was licensing the cream, it was still available as a separate product through the Black Cat network. We make a cream, it's female Viagra, and Tony had some at the party, and Muse was going nuts so I hid in the toilet. Natasha dealt with Tony while Pepper rescued me, MJ explained. Muse is your alien, right? Wanda asked and MJ nodded. But we think alien is rude. They're officially Clintar. We call them symbiotes, but I have Muse, Gwen has Poison, Felicia has Huntress, Liv has Octave, and Carol has Ravage. Carol, and Gwen rubbed her forehead. Yeah, she's a space policewoman, and Pete and her slept together once, but she's in space now. As she spoke she realized how ridiculous it sounded, but with this group, it was another day. So mutants, aliens, enhanced and magic, Peter said, sliding a pile of chopped tomato into the browning ground beef and onion. Quite a group, huh? And Jean laughed quietly. Yeah, so much for a quiet dinner, MJ said as she helped Peter in the kitchenette. After they got the taco filling done, MJ was setting out plates and toasting tortillas when the door buzzer went and Felicia leaned over and seeing it was Nat, waving a bottle at the camera, she smiled and buzzed her in. Jean looked at the red-haired S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, still in thick biker leathers and carrying a bottle of wine. As she looked over at Peter, not for you guys, you're only 20 right? Peter laughed and Gwen bit her lip. We have our own still, the symbiotes can't get drunk on normal alcohol, might as well drink water, and at that Nat looked at the bottle and shrugged. In the sauce. Peter took it and put it to one side. As if I'd ruin my sauce with that, and Nat laughed. Food snob. Peter shrugged. You don't have to eat if you don't want to, but as Nat laughed, oh I wouldn't dream of missing out on a home-cooked meal, and Gwen popped the top off a bottle of beer and handed it over to Nat. If you guys don't want, we have juice, and Wanda looked at her. I am from Sokovia. My baby bottle had stronger milk in it than that water you Americans call beer, and Gwen raised an eyebrow, but Jean nodded as Gwen took out and offered her a Coke while grabbing a beer for Wanda. Don't say I didn't warn you, and as Wanda took a swig, she choked and began to cough. What the hell is that? And as MJ rubbed her back. Symbiotes can handle anything poisonous, so it's pretty strong, and even Nat raised an eyebrow as she took a sip. No kidding, give me a soda if you have any, and handing the bottle back to Gwen she shook her head. I drank wine with my father, not gasoline for the tractor, and Gwen shrugged. You should try the moonshine. Gwen took a drink from the bottle, uncaring Wanda had just drunk from it. It's got a real kick, and Wanda looked horrified. Oh, was that moonshine? I've been using it to power the harness, Liv added, and as they laughed, Gwen tooted and shook her head. Natasha eyed the crude sketch on the table, planning a heist, and as she spun it round she saw the layout of the warehouse. We are planning on where our new homes are. Pete is upgrading the warehouse. Nat looked for a moment and with a grin, stole the pencil from Felicia and added her own initials in. Gwen raised an eyebrow, that's to be discussed, and Nat shrugged. Only 4 names on it though, she asked looking over at the pair. We don't do that with Peter, we will wait and let the others decide first, Wanda stated, but Nat could see the small look of apprehension on her face. She knew she wanted to join in, but was unsure of how to. 4 others were intimidating enough, without everyone being superpowered as well. Still gotta fight though, make your mark, I mean, and she circled her own initials with the pencil, gotta fight even if you don't wanna win. Jean looked hesitant for a moment and held out a hand. Nat grinned and snorted quietly as she handed over the pencil, adding in her own Nat looked but who's L.K, and Jean took a breath. Peter, is there enough for one more? And he shrugged. Should be enough for a few meals, we eat like horses here, plus Nat, so yeah, in truth, there would be enough for seconds if anyone wanted but with the high-calorie diet the symbiotes demanded, Peter already had a couple of pre-made cakes defrosting and ready for the oven. Why? Who else? As if his question was S-signal, the door buzzer went and as Felicia looked over, I have no idea, some kid, and her dad, and frowning Peter leaned over and stared at the small monitor. Shit, earlier, and Jean nodded. Can someone take over? It's just plating, and making sure nothing burns. Peter made his way to the door, opening it slowly and a small dark-haired missile hurled itself through and latched onto him. Monkey, it yelled, and a gruff hairy man, the one Charles identified as Logan, huffed behind her. Might as well come in then, Peter said, resting an arm under Laura's butt and hoisting her up. Food's on, beer's on the table, and at that he raised an eyebrow. Yeah, underage, say it now as we don't care, and the man just snorted and walked over, helping himself to a bottle. Jean, he said as the group stared at him, and then over at Peter. Want to explain, Pete? You're not part of a gay adoption ring, are you? Liv asked with a smirk on her face. Not that I don't approve though, and Felicia laughed. Whatever faults he could find with Logan, being unattractive was not one of them. While he was shorter than him, Logan was buff, tanned skin, with hairy but muscular arms. Dressed in jeans, a t-shirt and a denim top. His hair was black and wild, large mutton chop sideburns swept down his face giving the man a feral look, and as Peter knew his codename was Wolverine, it was probably intentional. So yeah, Jean spoke hesitantly. See, when you rescued Laura, the professor came and took her, thinking you were all bad guys, and she looked over at Peter, who nodded while frowning. He can control minds, and he removed her from your minds. What the fuck, Jean? Felicia shouted, Gwen and Liv sharing her sentiment. And you knew, and Peter nodded. The stone gave me my memories back, but let's be honest, you'd think I was an idiot talking about a girl who you all didn't remember, so I kept quiet. Peter explained, and I had no idea how to undo whatever he did. I didn't want to make it worse. As he spooned the finished taco meat into a large chafing dish, so it kept warm while they ate, and he set it down on the table, MJ helping by dropping bowls of salad, cheese, and vegetables around it, and finally, a mix of freshly fried taco shells and warm soft ones. But that's why I'm here. So I can undo it, and say sorry, Jean admitted. And the foods, so we don't just smear her ass over the warehouse, right? But Peter shook his head. No, the foods, cause it's Tuesday, taco night. I had no idea Laura and Jean would be here. Peter popped open a bottle of cider and took a small drink. But yeah, I'll make a cake if you don't. You made cake anyway, Felicia said, helping herself to a taco and filling it. Fine, forgiven, but eat first. The group started, and to Peter it was heaven. Laura and Jean talked about the mansion and the professor. Wanda joined in with talk about her time in Sokovia and her wonder at never having had tacos before. Nat and Logan stared at each other, and he knew. Logan was like Nat, the ready-to-fight type who'd probably seen more combat than he wanted and more death than he needed to, but Peter shook his head and offered him a stronger beer and a cider to Nat. Behave, kids, and Logan snorted and smiled while Nat laughed, sitting down and joining in. As Peter took his place at the end of the table, and Laura sat on his lap once more, to Logan's glare, he realized he missed this. Oh, one more thing. Nat reached behind her, and while Logan tensed, Peter ignored him. Pulling out a package and handing it over, Peter ripped it open. Out fell a small plastic wallet, his official SHIELD ID, and sadly, a neat pile of paperwork. You're officially enrolled, timetable's in there, so Agent Parker, how's it feel? Parker, Agent Parker. I dunno, kinda dorky. Peter stared at the aftermath of the warehouse party. It had started off as a simple meal, Taco Tuesday, but it devolved into so much more, and right now, he had been left to clean up the mess. Logan had drunk several bottles of beer, but as he had the same regenerative constitution as Laura, he was fine to drive and had taken Jean and Laura home, much to the grumbling of the pair. Jean had to sort out if the professor would let her live with them, and as soon as Laura heard, she demanded the same, starting an argument. Even as the trio left, she was still sulking as he forcefully told her no, and Peter saw no happy end there. Especially as he watched her and Logan argue, and two blades slid out and drew a scoreline across Logan's car. He heard the man yelling as she evilly grinned at him while she did it. Nat had stayed, taking Peter's bed while he slept with Liv, and the issue of the warehouse living arrangements wasn't sorted. Each of the crudely drawn homes had several names all penciled into it, and while it would still be discussed, Peter's ego grew a little bit as they all fought to live close to him. He knew things in the warehouse were strange, and being the only man around, he enjoyed several perks to make other men jealous. Who cared if it was like that? As long as everyone was happy, people should be allowed to have whatever relationship they wanted. As he sorted food, glass, and other trash into the recyclables, he even found the badge Nat had handed him, and taking a small break, one of many he knew he would have, he flicked through his timetable. If anything screamed secret agent, it was this. Not just CQC, which he had to find out meant close-quarter combat, but ranged weapons and tactics, survival, and he found a handwritten note. No dem agent of mine flunks high school. stuck to the notice of his GED exams. Peter had completely forgotten about them, and after the invasion and the Sokovia visit, it had gone completely from his mind. He then had vehicle maintenance, social etiquette classes and then training. Lots and lots of training, split into track, assault course, swimming, and finally a free elective, which again Fury had added a written note to. We'll be testing your powers, and no, you can't refuse. Peter also found on the back was a book list, mainly geopolitical textbooks but also history, art, and even a few cookery books focused on foraging and edible plant identification. For those, he would use Gwen's trick, downloads. What he wasn't expecting though was very little class time. Having just come from high school he had expected the academy to be the same, but a quick search on his phone showed that they were mainly college graduates. It was expected for them to schedule their own time, write their own notes, and do their own work, under the guidance of a mentor, who for Peter, was Natasha. She would oversee his training, manage his essays and finally grade his work. As the spring was coming to an end, Peter only had 6 months of free time before the academy started. Like a proper school, which he supposed as it took graduates from various fields, it would start in September and run for a full year, moving students around as needed to keep classes full, and as graduates either became full agents or were moved into their relevant fields the classes would eventually dwindle to 1 or 2. Peter was thinking about classes when a sleepy Nat wandered out of his home, wearing nothing but a nightshirt, uncaring it wasn't buttoned up, and knowing that only the girls and Peter were here she had nothing else on. Bed was comfy, thanks, bit lonely though, and Peter shrugged as he slid another bowl of half-eaten sauce and veg into a compost bag. Can't help with that Nat, a line was drawn. And I crossed it, but Peter shook his head. No, I did. I am really grateful for what you did, and Tony got something he shouldn't have, but I can't, not with as you said, the kind of agent you are, but that's on me, not you, and Nat's side. So we never, and Peter paused. Never say never, but, and he put down the trash bag. My sense of smell is heightened, and so one day you seduce a target, nothing more than kissing and maybe some touching, none of my business, but you come here and I smell it. I kiss you and taste someone else on your lips, in your sweat. Not, you don't deserve that Nat, which is why it's really not you. And as Nat moved over and poured herself a cup of coffee from the already made jug she sat inside. You're a good kid, nice stress relief, and yeah, that's my life. I do things like Tony so the good girls don't have to. It's not great, not glamorous, and really, you get used to being called a whore, even if it's not to your face. Nat sat down and pulled her legs up into the soft armchair and wrapped her arms around herself. She didn't care that she was exposing herself to him right now, as she was about to expose herself a whole lot more. I grew up in Russia, the Red Room, kinda like S.H.I.E.L.D. but way worse. First sexual encounter at 9, raped at 12, right after my first period, and then taught how to please not just me but women, taught how to kill, even during, and then injected with that crappy formula and sterilized. As Peter's face hardened into a stone statue of anger she waved a hand at him. I didn't tell you for revenge, just, life isn't roses and chocolates for someone like me. I've done bad things and had bad things done to me, I'm not, and she sighed and took a breath. I'm not some college kid who never had sex or even some lab rat whose life revolved around white coats and meetings. I'm a killer, Pete, a stone-cold fucked up killer. You want that? You really want me in your life? Peter could see that even talking about this was hard for her. That was my life, and Fury gave me a new one. We had a saying, a ledger dripping with red. Our book of the dead, every person we ever killed, you know why, and Peter shook his head, to remind us that one day someone will come for us and add us to their ledger. So it's fine, life's been shit and this is just another mark on the page. Peter laughed and shook his head. Oh, cut the crap, Nat. Even I'm not as emo, and he pulled a scowly face and lowered his voice into a fake growl. Oh, my ledger's dripping with red, talking normally once more. So you're a killer, so what? I think MJ's the only one who hasn't here, and sex? You might not get jealous but, want to go down after I finished in Liv or Gwen. Even I'm not that much of an ass that I don't shower unless the girls say not to. We are a family and sure, we are very open but no outsiders, and it's simple, stop fucking other guys and then you're welcome, no one cares who or how many. Peter tied the bag he was holding and added it to the pile. Shit, Liv admitted she pretty much screwed her entire college when she was younger. No one gives a shit. Well, the other stuff, yeah, that's a nightmare right there. Therapy or just talking, we're maybe not the best people to work out issues, but we'd be here, if you needed to. Or you know, if you want to burn it to the ground, that works for us too. Nat actually looked surprised. So, if I say yes, and do it, what do I get? The look of surprise replaced by her usually teasing smirk. What do you want? I mean, MJ shares a bed with me, and occasionally Gwen, and Felicia are more a couple than any of us. Liv sleeps with who she wants and I enjoy everyone equally. It's up to you and the other person, nobody's forced, everyone does who and what they choose. Nat looked down at her cup, and if I admitted just you, then just me, how is that difficult? And she nonchalantly shrugged. I would have to tell Fury though, but with a change in assignment, that shouldn't be too hard. Nat straightened up, but I would like to try, I mean, the relationship thing, we already tried the rest. And Peter looked down at her open top, which he had been trying to avoid since she got up, nodded, raising his eyebrows in appreciation. Took you long enough. I thought you had no self-control and it would be wham bam, oh thank you ma'am, for breakfast. Well, someone lectured me, gave me this big speech about being responsible and stuff. Yeah, then we got blown up. Kinda sticks in the mind when that happens, and Nat laughed. And now, she smirked. Well, a rather attractive woman is making eyes at me, and sure, she'll be my boss, but not for another few months. So till then, I think I'll take a good look at what was hiding under that shirt, and Natasha brushed a finger down her front, letting it open more. No screwing at the breakfast table, MJ shouted from her home, and Peter laughed. Ah yeah, that's another rule, but Nat was shaking, trying to hold in the laughter of her own. You are the strangest bunch of teens ever, and she shook as the infectious laughter echoed around the warehouse. As Nat calmed down and Peter finished stacking and rinsing the plates, she was sat at the table, eyeing the design Peter had sketched earlier in the evening. Do I get one of these as well? And he half shrugged. If you want, but you know, for what I've got planned, everyone's gonna be disappointed, and Nat raised an eyebrow. Why? Peter dried his hands and reached under the table, taking out a spare pad. This one had technical paper in it, where he put finished designs that required measurements and diagrams for building, cause this is the finished design. Nat frowned and shrugged as she looked over it. I can't read this, it's all architect gobbledygook to me, and Peter shook his head with a wry grin. My home will be up there, pointing up, and the rest will be down here. I want to keep some labs, and keeping them nearby suits me. Nat stared again, up at the space in the warehouse roof and then around the warehouse itself. I can see it now, but you don't think they'll be mad? We get mad at each other all the time, it's not normal not to, and it doesn't matter, everyone can probably hear me anyway, so if there was a major complaint Fel probably would have started yelling by now, and as if on cue. I heard that asshole, she yelled from her home, and Peter grinned and shrugged and Nat just shook her head. What about Wanda, Jean, and Laura? Nat asked casually, and with no warning, Peter was at a loss for words. I don't plan these things, so I can't say. Wanda and Jean will be a no. I doubt they're happy with everyone else, and Laura doesn't know any better. Her dad seems kinda gruff though, so he'll probably give me some lecture about it being inappropriate or something, but Laura'll probably just ignore him and do what she wants. I get the feeling that's kinda her thing. Here's a better question. What about you? I mean, I didn't expect anyone to be, you know, into it. Cute, handsome, and forgiving. You know how people look at me, it's not respect. And she lightly shrugged. Tired Pete, tired of being that agent. So, you want the truth. Sex was great, I mean toe curling great, but you didn't pity me or look at me like I was a piece of shit even after you knew it was a trap. I'm only 26 Pete, and she sighed. I've never been in a relationship that wasn't sanctioned or a lie, and well, this might be the biggest pile of macho bullshit on the planet. I mean, six fucking women you ass, but I see how you look at them and it hurts. To see that and want it, and no nobody wants you, plus you know, Liv kicking the shit out of me made me realize how much they love you, and yeah, I was jealous. With his powers, Peter could feel the honesty pour from her, first. He had always liked her, and the others had been right. He did have a thing for strong women, and from them all, even Liv, Natasha was not just strong, she was willful and exuded power. As she sat, in just a shirt, a paragon of beauty and seduction, Peter knew that he never stood a chance, and as she slid onto his lap and kissed him, he knew he never wanted to. Natasha curled up on the chair, lazing after he had taken her into his home and spent time fully satisfying her, letting her take a quick nap and then come out, looking for coffee and snacks. Peter shook his head. It was early and the barest hint of sunlight crept through the large windows. Most of the girls would still sleep for another hour, but he was always a light sleeper, more so since his change. Boundless energy meant sleeping 4 or 5 hours was now normal for him, and rather than complain he just adjusted and filled his days with more work. So, you off until the term starts, or do you have a mission you can tell me about? He asked Nat as she nursed her coffee. I'm in trouble for Stark. He's complaining we set him up, that with MJ and then your involvement with Pepper, that it was all fake to get to the drone, and Peter scowled and shook his head. Once Liv gets her hands on it, it won't matter. Even if she had to build one from scratch, she could. After examining both the Iron Man suit and the Goblin armor, she had fabricated 2 extra harnesses with just the machines in the warehouse. She could build an Iron Man suit with her eyes closed. As he thought about the harnesses, he wondered if they should redesign them, allowing for the symbiote's power, without encasing it in a full suit. He added a mental note to get the metal analyzed somehow. If it was as special as Eric said, it might make a tougher but lighter armor. I recognize that look, and whatever you've schemed, stow it for now. We'll handle Stark. He can't touch you or Liv now you work for S.H.I.E.L.D. And sure, I slept with him, but really, it was disappointing and we can actually use that against him. Well, you're more than welcome here, but it's going to be boring and messy. With a few months until term starts, I'm going to work my ass off to get the place finished. We've got the cash and materials are easy enough, just need the muscle power. But Nat shrugged. I don't mind, I can help if you like, and Peter nodded. Done much construction work? Wiring, plumbing, and of course Nat shook her head. Then no, superpowers and power tools don't mix. I don't need you hammering a nail 6 inches into the concrete cause you forgot you're enhanced. And Nat laughed and sipped her coffee. Guess I'll just freeload then. Peter snorted. It was a common theme in the warehouse, but as long as there was food, the bills were paid, and the tax man got his receipts at the start of the year, then Peter didn't mind. The pair talked until a sleepy quartet crawled their way from the various homes and Peter started breakfast. One advantage of enhancement, as well as the symbiotes, was no hangovers. The amount of alcohol needed would probably be too much to drink, and as they stretched, yawned, and ate, the group all got ready for their various days. Each one, in turn, was hugged and kissed goodbye, and lastly, Liv stood, apprehensive of her first full day at S.H.I.E.L.D. The lab environment was familiar enough, but to be working again after so long was just strange, especially after her last job was less than voluntary. You'll be fine, Peter smiled and kissed her gently. Just be the badass we know you are, and she took a deep breath and nodded in affirmation. Right, just another job, no overbearing boss to deal with, thank you, dear, and she leaned up and kissed his cheek. Be home at 5, and as Liv left it was just Peter and Nat in the warehouse. So, Fel and I usually tidied up, trained and then spent the day, doing stuff, so what's your plan? But Natasha simply stood and let the shirt fall to the ground with a small grin on her face, smiling as Peter watched it fall to the floor. Right, straight to that then, and Peter pounced. Across town, Liv was making her way through S.H.I.E.L.D. security checkpoints when Agent Rumlow approached her. Hey, looking good, Doc, he said with a smile, his cheerful personality infectious, and Liv smiled back. Good morning to you too, Agent Rumlow, and he smirked and shook his head. Nah, Doc, not so good, so Brock or Crossbones? Agent Rumlow, it's too stiff, we're gonna be real close soon enough, so first name or nicknames? And Liv raised an eyebrow. He laughed. Oh no, shit no, Doc. I'm the pilot for the armor. So we'll be working together from now on, and Liv shook her head. Crossbones, and he rubbed the back of his head. You know, pilots get a call sign, that's a mine, like on the flag, and Liv nodded. The pirate flag you mean, and he laughed. Well, Doc, we all gotta like something, right? Some kids it dinosaurs, some kids it's ninjas, me, I always liked pirates. What about you? Robots, Brock? Most definitely robots. And as she lifted her security pass to gain entry to the lab, Brock showed his to the guard and held the door open for her. So, you're in charge, but I need to be here to get briefed on each step of the dismantling. If I'm the pilot, I gotta know what systems might be difficult, plus we need to get me up to speed on operations and any technical problems I might find in the field. Liv cast an eye over the armor and then at Brock. We might have a singular problem right now, Brock. Can you stand next to the armor? And as he stood, she lifted her hands and compared them. If the armor doesn't have a resizing option, I'm afraid, Brock, you might be out of luck. And he looked at her and one of the other techs. Can you please get me a full list of Mr. Rumlow's physical measurements? And I mean all. We don't want a plate clamping shut on something he might need. And Brock frowned. You mean? And Liv nodded. I'm afraid so, Brock. While very impressive, your rather full figure might be too big for the armor. Tony Stark is no special agent. Brock laughed. You mean I'm too muscular to fit? And shaking his head. Well, that's a first, but what with the measuring? And it was Liv's turn to laugh. See that plate there? And she used a pen to point at the groinal plate, and he nodded. Well, if you're rather ample in that department, you don't really want that to clamp shut too tightly, do you? And as the realization dawned on Brock, he laughed even harder. I don't think Stark will hand out that measurement, Doc, but sure, we can do a complete scan. Better safe than singing soprano, yeah. Brock turned to one of the lab technicians currently cataloging the ammo they had removed from the weapon systems. Yeah, get the imager over. We need a full body scan of me and the suit's interior. Anything else, Doc? Might as well if we need to pause, but Liv thought for a moment but shook her head. It might be worth taking the internal weapon systems out first while we scan you. That way if the armor is large enough without them, we can use exterior weapons systems instead. Bulkier and a bit more intimidating, but maybe worth it. She tapped the pen in her lips as she spoke. Yes, keep working while we set the scanner up. We'll do the armor after. Sure, Doc. And Rumlow walked off with the tech to set up a 3D imager while Liv stared at a diagnostic tablet of the suit's systems. While she could see the comparison to the Goblin suit, Stark had really outdone himself. It was comparing a Model T Ford to a fighter jet. The basic principles were the same, but really nothing else was. Even the arc reactor fitted to the drone's chest plate was an improvement of her design, and she swore, cursing Norman and Harry for depriving her of her most informative years. Rather than working on her own projects, she was stuck under their thumb, wasting her talent. As she sighed, she tapped several of the controls on the tablet, and shoulder and leg-mounted micro-missile launchers slid out. Looking over the table, she found the tool she was looking for, and with a look of stern determination began to disassemble the weapons systems. Thankfully, Tony had been insightful enough. The weapon systems were modular, sliding in and out once a restraining bolt had been removed. Once their control wires had been photographed, catalogued, and then carefully unsoldered, the two shoulder-mounted launchers and the two circular thigh launchers were sat on a table. As Liv stood staring at them, a bare-chest Rumlow walked back into the lab, carrying a t-shirt. So, whatcha thinking, Doc? Liv turned and cast an eye over Rumlow. His chest was thick with muscles, and while she appreciated the hard work the man had put into his physique, it was nothing compared to Peter. That red and gold are gaudy, and really, we should either go for a dark camo green or copy the standard agent armor colors and go for dark gray and black. But I won't be the one wearing it, so I guess that might be up to you. And as Rumlow paused before sliding the t-shirt over his head. Well, Doc, I wanted to call it the Crossbones but got voted down by Fury, so it'll be War Machine. And Liv rolled her eyes. So black and gray it is then, given the director's lack of imagination. Yes, once we have the top layer of armor off, send it for stripping and respraying, won't you? Liv stared at the reactor again. We can't use the Stark tack for the chest reactor, and the whole operating system will need to be purged before we even think of letting any kind of power into the systems. Who knows what traps and tricks are buried within the armor. Doc, we had it on already, and nothing happened. It was fine, Rumlow said as Liv lifted a tablet, freezing as he spoke. Shut everything down now, all electronics, tablets, phones, watches, any smart device capable of interfacing with a network, personal or otherwise, and everyone froze but stared at Rumlow. I'm in charge, my arse. Do it, and he shrugged. You heard the lady, and the lab became a hive of activity. So, want to explain before we get a security team here and activate clean room protocols. The armor contains a sophisticated operating system, capable of interfacing and infecting any system you tied to it. Any system, Brock, including the shield servers that you are all currently using for your internet access. I mean, who was stupid enough to allow an unknown electronic into an unsecured lab? Please tell me the network in here is isolated and running on a private server and not just behind a firewall. If Tony left any kind of Trojan horse or worm in there, it could be all over the system by now. Stark could have access to all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. And taking a step back, Brock put his hands on his hips. Really? And Liv nodded. Fuck. Right, clean room protocols are now in effect. Sorry, Doc, we ain't going home for a while. And as he walked over to the door, he hit a big red button surrounded by black and yellow warning tape. As he hit the button, the lights dimmed, the doors locked, and everything powered down. Right, you heard the lady. Devices, all of them. We do a clean wipe, reinstall of personal items, and a shutdown and dismantle of our own servers, with no hardware left unsecured. We've got a long day ahead of us, people, so let's get it done and let's do it right. Sorry, Doc, you too, phone, watch, anything that can be compromised, I need to take them all, and Liv fished in her pocket and handed over her phone. Glad to be back. Rumlow asked her, and as Liv scowled, he laughed. Good thing the coffee machine's one of those crappy filter types, or we'd be drinking vending machine. And believe me, Doc, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget is great if you want a decent gun, but coffee, you'd be better drinking your own piss. And as Liv snorted, he laughed. Liv was sitting at a terminal, as head of the department, at least on paper. She had taken the task of cleaning the servers herself, hunting and finding the rogue program as it made its way through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Stark had thought himself amusing. Dummy files, mainly named Tunnius Great and other such nonsense, hid the true virus, replaced recycle bins and executables, pictures with hidden code and other innocent-looking files. The only reason Liv could find them all so quickly was Octave. She had rested one hand on the keyboard and allowed a thin sliver of her to infiltrate its circuitry. Peter needed a neural interface, but Liv's understanding of machine code and the inner workings of a computer were more advanced, and Octave flew through the code, destroying and deleting any hostile files she found. He was a genius though, and each part was downloading relevant files. He was after not just weapons tech but what they were doing to his own armor and anything at all to do with Venom. No matter what anyone said about Tony, playboy, philanthropist, arrogant jackass, he was also brilliant and inventive, especially when it came to other people's work. She had to admit that she felt slightly guilty at that thought. He had taken delight in ruining Peter's life, and now while she admired him, she was more than ready to take some small revenge, not just for Peter but herself. Pepper had been true to her word, and the legal documents for the release of not just her patents but the CLS and Parker Industries came in and totaled over $50 million. A figure that both Pepper and Tony knew Peter had no way to afford. Even if they sold everything, cashed in the cream and the serum license, they might have enough, but right now, it was trading one advantage for another, and it rubbed Liv the wrong way. Liv was tired of bully tactics used by the rich and powerful to get what they want, and Tony was no exception. Once her time at S.H.I.E.L.D. was over, she would make sure Tony Stark was reminded that while his genius was built on the work of others, hers was built on her own hard work. Over her shoulder, she could feel Rumlow's gaze, and as the man signed off on several server purges, she knew to keep her symbiote as well hidden as possible. Hey, that's great, Doc, but we still need to purge the system, and, yeah, we don't know who activated the armor, but we'll be moving to another building soon enough. One up, with the security you suggested. Liv got the impression that while Rumlow was being genial, he was actually quite annoyed by this, and Liv made a mental note to see if it was just Peter who had telepathic abilities or if her symbiote shared them as well. While she had made a connection to General Ross, it was by sticking her hand into his chest, and while he deserved it, it wasn't something she really wanted to repeat, and it was also pretty conspicuous. Liv had been tempted to see if she could activate the armor and simply purge the program that was causing the problem, but in doing so she would reveal her symbiote to S.H.I.E.L.D., and for now, she preferred to keep that card close to her chest. Fury knew they were enhanced, but that was all they knew, but the extent that Peter had been creating symbiotes was kept under wraps. He had told Fury about Poison, Muse, and Huntress, as Flash had already seen them, but Hades, Octave, and Ravage were all still a secret, and they had all agreed to keep them that way. Fury and Peter had argued for over an hour, Peter refusing to budge on creating more or allowing one to be taken for study, and each time he simply threw Carol's offer in Fury's face. Leave the Clintar alone or I sick the Nova Corps on you. Fury had just laughed, and called his bluff, knowing full well that the Nova Corps was several thousand light-years away and so far hadn't made a single move on Earth. However, he was being good on his word. Other than the formula experiments done by Gwen and Connors, Peter had been spared a thorough examination of his powers and his unique biology. As she worked, finding and deleting more files under his gaze, eventually he grew bored and huffed, crossing his arms. As Liv paused and turned, leaving back in her chair. Well, keep the armor offline. I'll hunt out the main transmitter for its network access and disable it. We might need to jury-rig in a hardwired network port until we get the operating system clean, or if you have access to Oscorp files I can maybe patch the Goblin OS to work with this armor, but really, I doubt it'll work. For all his arrogance, Stark is brilliant, way above what Norman could ever aspire to, she explained once more to him, and even though he looked pissed off, there was little he could do, and he shook his head and left. So far, after discussing things with Peter, there had been no movings from whatever organization was inside S.H.I.E.L.D., if there even was one. As she watched and listened, it just seemed to be an ordinary lab to her, with the same stupid idiots who thought they knew better, but always ended up either giving in or failing so miserably they were out the door. Even the smile Rumlow gave her could just be infatuation. She wasn't blind and knew that her bonding with Octave had beautified her appearance, the symbiote keeping her young looking. She had even offered to fix her eyes, but Liv felt her glasses were part of her identity, not to mention all the times she was about to take them off during sex, but Peter would shake his head. Backtracing the virus was also a simple task for Octave. She could see it was sending information back to a remote server, masking Tony's infiltration and making a note. She would take a small look at his files as well. If he wasn't shy about peeking at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unmentionables, she didn't see why she couldn't strip him bare as well, still mad at him for tricking Peter and taking her patents. Running with that thought, she found several files with callback protocols and used Octave to reverse look up their locations. Smiling to herself as she found not only the databases but their physical locations, she made a small note to pay them a visit later, and for now, settled on copying the entire database of information and routing it off to her own private and secure server. Octave making the job much easier, as she simply shredded the electronic trail leading anyone to its location. If Tony could steal government secrets, why not her? She was slightly disappointed to find that there was only S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information. She had hoped to discover what Tony had been doing with his own armor, and if he had actually done anything with Peter's CLS system and the Simsel technology he stole. Tooting in disapproval, she still copied it and then wiped the database clean. Rumlow came back a few minutes later and handed her a gray phone. It's the S.H.I.E.L.D. special, don't expect it to send emails or anything, but it's a phone, right? And he laughed, but she smiled and shook her head. Sorry, I'll pass. If my other phone is out of commission for too long I can just buy a new one. I would hate to lose my number. And Rumlow shrugged and took the older phone. I'll put a rush on it, get it back to you, okay, and as she nodded, he grinned once more and walked away. With a pad next to her, she started to jot down the information. If she needed to find an in with Rumlow, then the location of several highly illegal servers would be perfect, and once Brock came back she slid the paper over to him. I've managed to trace the location of Tony's little trick back to a few places. There are several, and should be a small fraction of Stark's hidden network. Rumlow nodded. Oh yeah, this is great, Doc. About your phone. Seems it'll take a bit longer. It's one of those import models and the guys are having problems getting it to yeah, they'll fix it, and he laughed nervously. That was a gift, Agent Rumlow. I understand that it can be difficult to work on foreign technology, but if it was such a problem, then you should have brought it back to me, and I would have done the purge myself. Oh no, they got it working. Just there are a few things on there that, you might not want anyone to see. Liv raised an eyebrow, remembering the small get-together, and the several pictures of Peter's manhood they had taken while making molds, and more. It was only one picture of that anyway, and she used it when he was busy and she needed to de-stress from work. Liv smirked. If your agents are feeling inadequate, Agent Rumlow, then I suggest a healthy diet, plenty of exercise, and maybe a small dose of reality. Those pictures were of my partner, and really, comparing yourself to another man, no matter how energetic he may be, will never bring anyone anything good. Brock shook his head. He had heard the rumors about Parker, but to actually find out they were true. Not just Liv it seemed, but Romanoff and supposedly a couple of the others. Damn bastard, he thought to himself, she's too good for him. No Doc, shit. I just wanted to warn you, okay? A lot of the guys here, they might get the wrong idea, and he frowned. A lot of agents get that life, but not on your work phone, okay? And she nodded. Still though, Brock. Peeking at a lady's unmentionables, how rude, and he laughed. He had neglected to mention that as well as Peter, there were several pictures of her on there as well, taken to send to Peter, and a few very candid shots taken in a very identifiable S.H.I.E.L.D. toilet when, after a vigorous workout session from him, and a very stressful conversation with a lab technician that though he knew better than her, she had snuck off for some relief. We'll get your phone back in one piece, okay? Some guys are twitchy when it comes to a lady's phone, and yeah, he said with a small smile on his face. I've nothing to be ashamed of, Brock, but thank you. I know a few things like that have the habit of being passed around, and I can assume you put a stop to it, and she patted the back of his hand. Rumlow looked annoyed. Well, yeah, of course, Doc. Oh, here's your phone. It's clean, just wait until you're home before you power it on, okay? The S.H.I.E.L.D. servers are still offline for now. He smiled at her as he handed over the phone, and Liv felt something from him. It wasn't just attraction. It was more like hunger, as if his sparkling smile and welcoming grin hid more than just friendship. That was the second time she had gotten more than just an impression from him, and as she patted the back of his hand the feelings had become stronger. She would have to check with the rest, that if Peter could read minds, could Octave as well, even just with a small touch. Something was up with the agent, and she knew she needed to find out what it was. It gave her an in though, if that could be exploited, even if it was painful to do and painful to explain, it gave her a chance to complete her mission for Fury and then it would be over. Gwen, and the others, were amazed once more. Peter had started to take the empty offices apart, and cross beams and walls were already attached to the new ceiling apartment he was building. As the weeks went by, not only was Peter making great progress on the new homes but making sure that each of his partners was happy. Sweaty, and thoroughly satisfied, Gwen lay back on her bed. On her day off, Peter had cooked her favorite meal and then taken her to bed, where he pounded her until both she and Poison were unable to move. "I'm not complaining, but why?" she asked, purring in contentment. She knew that Nat was in the same boat, as she had hardly moved from the bedroom she was currently staying in, and the whole home smelt like Peter and now, Natasha. "Sorry, I just felt that maybe I'd been ignoring you all," he explained, after making sure that he and Felicia had been out to the movies, sharing a slice of pizza on the way home. He took MJ out to visit a production she was auditioning for, but also wanted to watch, and then Gwen just shook her head and they spent several hours just buried within each other. She cared little about romance, and simply stripped herself, then Peter, and spent the time practicing what would make the Kama Sutra blush. Liv had requested training and had been working with him on a new harness and exploring Octave's technopathic powers, branching out into minor empathic abilities. She couldn't read minds but found that with practice she could not just sense but influence the emotions of those around her. To give Peter some space, and as it would require sharing, Wanda had traveled to Genosha to live with her father. Selene had sent several messages, asking Peter to visit, but he was simply too busy to deal with the telepathic seductress, especially as Nat had filled half that position already. As for Nat, she took to living in the warehouse like a college student. Her old place was vacated and once she settled into Peter's home, and he took a temporary one while he worked, she indulged in the party girl lifestyle. It was strange to think she was the stoic SHIELD agent who lectured him about responsibility when, most of the time, she slept, ate, or simply screwed Peter whenever he made himself available to her. Gwen and the others would often find her passed out drunk in his chair at the breakfast table, but Peter just shrugged. She had it tough too. "If she tells you, you'll see it's fine as well," and as she snored on the recliner he just shrugged. "Yeah, it's fine dear, but so far she's drunk most of the booze, stolen most of my snacks, and hasn't paid a dime towards the bills. I get that you like her, but right now, she's a leech and well, we're starting to get low on funds," Liv explained, and Peter frowned. "Really, Nat? Super responsible Nat is being like that," and Liv nodded. Fine, I'll deal with it, give me a moment." Peter looked over at the sleeping figure, curled up with a blanket and sighed. Even with her eyes closed, she spoke. "I'm on leave, and you have a brewery, nice beer, nice cider," and she opened an eye and gave Peter a side look, up and down, "nice everything. I'll behave once I start work again. My card is in my pants. Think Pete threw them somewhere last time. Get it? Pin is 4523. Grab what you need, don't care," sleeping, and curled the blanket up around her head and was silent once more. Peter shrugged. "Guess that's that. Want to or will I?" And Liv shrugged. "She's your girlfriend, Peter. She made it clear she is completely uninterested in women, so you can. Plus, we're all working except you," and as Peter raised an eyebrow and stared up and then over at the half-built bathhouse, Liv shrugged. I know, sorry. You're the only one free to leave work when you feel like it, so can you be a dear?" Peter sighed but nodded. Liv was right. While he had been studying, read all the required textbooks, and worked on the warehouse, he was also free a lot of the time, still able to spend an hour or two swinging around New York, but even then as dusk it didn't feel right. He was barred from crime fighting, so all he could do was swing and report anything he saw. It was wrong to him, it touched a nerve and it bothered him. Or did it? Was it more than once Laura and Jean had left that night they never came back? He didn't have Jean's number and had no way to contact them, and all instances of the Xavier Institute were dead ends. Even trying to find the mansion again only drew him in circles, and he knew that Charles was purposefully keeping him away. He could use the power of the Mind Stone and blast his way through them, but without knowing why. Was he simply inviting more trouble into himself? Or more importantly onto Jean and Laura? Sighing, he stood at the ATM, checking that Nat had money and took out a couple of $100. It would cover everything for the next month plus what she would have spent on replacing everything she had already eaten. Remembering Liv saying they were out of a few things, he swung by the convenience store and stocked up, spending almost $100 buying everyone's favorites. Cheese puffs were his, but making sure everyone got something. He would have to get Nat to transfer rent and bills later. The ATM wouldn't let him take out that much. As he made his way back to the warehouse, he made a note to spend more time with Aunt May. Kurt was happily living with her now, and the lizard was under control, using the collar for its intended use. It was still an opportunity to see her, and while sometimes he struggled with his alter ego and telling Aunt May he knew that going legit might make it easier. She had mentioned she knew what his mother and father did. Maybe SHIELD was a blessing, and even after he was free to go back to Venom he could tell her. Where the problem lay though was with everyone else. Venom was known to have friends, and if he told her about him, he'd have to out Felicia and everyone else. Taking a breath, it was one more thing to add to the pile of thoughts and problems going on right now. As he slowly walked back to the warehouse, thoughts of the future filled Peter's mind and he could only shake his head. Too many things were too important to risk, too many things were too fragile. He could see Gwen and Felicia moving out, MJ moving up in the world with her movie parts making her famous, and who would expect her to live in a warehouse? Liv and Nat would be around, as he was a SHIELD agent now, but with Liv spending time in the lab more than in the field, would he see her less? Even Wanda would become more involved with her mutant friends and would stop visiting. Did mutants need other mutants to keep their population up? Was he making all the changes to the warehouse to end up alone? Wait, what the hell was that? Peter thought to himself, where the hell did that bullshit come from? And realizing that his thoughts had turned darker and were driving him in a direction he never imagined. Shaking his head, sure life could go wrong at any moment but not like that, nothing would break the family up so quickly. He quickly extended out his telepathic senses and caught a brief flicker of someone else before they vanished. As he hurried home, he checked his mental defenses and scanned around him for any hostile telepaths. Something was out there, and an attack like that on him could mean the others were in trouble. As he hurried through the streets, a woman, dressing in white, sparkling as the light glistened through her diamond form, tooted. Well darling, it seems that a little mental push isn't going to faze him, he caught on, and if I hadn't shifted he would have caught me. Emma spoke into her phone. Well, do what you do best and whore yourself to him. I said to invite him, not fucking antagonize him. Sebastian on the other end was angry, and Emma shook her head at his crudeness. Darling, he has 6 other women there, I doubt even my ample charms could sway him, and please, if you want to call me a whore you'll have to do better. I don't recall you complaining as I sucked your dash, and the line clicked as Sebastian ended the call. That's what I thought, you fucking hypocrite. Sebastian liked to remind Emma that once upon a time her work took on a seedier tone, but once her powers developed it was an easy enough task to move from the physical to the metaphysical. Shaw was just a bastard to those he thought lesser of. If it wasn't for the money and the power she gained from the Hellfire Club, Emma would have turned the man mentally into a toddler years ago, but for now, she would tolerate his bullshit. Watching as Peter scurried home she did ponder. I wonder if it would be easier if I did just sleep with him? She had already infiltrated the warehouse through the SHIELD agent known as Natasha. What had surprised her was that all the others there were mentally shielded against her, even discreet probes returned nothing. It was only one woman, and boy did she find out a lot of juicy information. Emma had spent the better part of 2 weeks just listening in on her thoughts, keeping her probes to surface thoughts only as to keep her intrusion a secret. While she was focused on the boy and the warehouse, she spent a considerable amount of time reading the sleeping Natasha, as she and Peter did nothing but screw. Emma was amazed at the stamina the boy had, and thinking of the orgasms she got through Natasha, she thought that it might not be a bad idea or an unpleasant experience. Putting pleasure aside for one moment, she compiled a report for Sebastian, lengthy and more detailed than their moles and bribes had managed. Emma knew the kind of person Peter was, and with the report from Hell's Kitchen about the cleanup that the Black Cats were doing, she knew that they would end up refusing the deal Shaw was offering, regardless of how sweet Emma made the pot. Shaw wanted control, and Peter and Felicia would resist. Drugs and some of the more dubious activities were being stamped out, and Shaw did more than dabble in the darker aspects of the underworld. Sighing as she sent the email, she was slightly disappointed she wouldn't get to spend more time with him, and as her mind drifted back to Natasha's, she wondered if he was the one she needed, the one to help her put her master plan into action. As she was deep in thought, her phone rang. Do your fucking job, Emma. I don't give a fuck how or what you do to get it done, just fucking do it. Shaw spat down the phone at her before hanging up. Shaking her head, Sabretooth, hang back, Azazel. He can probably sense you, go up and keep your distance. If I need you, and this gets ugly, I'll call. And as the giant moved into the shadows, the other dark blue skin man sneered. I don't care, he won't see me coming, and vanished in a bamf. Emma shook her head. Azazel was Shaw's right hand, here to make sure her leash was on tightly enough, and always belligerent when ordered around by anyone other than Shaw. If she didn't know any better she would have imagined that they were pounding each other at night, but Shaw was too much of an egotistical bigot to admit that he would ever be a homosexual. Instead, she knew it was simple loyalty. Shaw had taken him in, fed him, clothed him, and gave him everything he ever wanted, including a collection of fine women to play with. Emma herself had been offered up, but a swift kick with a diamond foot put an end to that, and Azazel had been angry ever since. Sighing as she approached the young man, she shook her head. If only, she thought. Peter was nervous as he headed back to the warehouse. He'd never been the victim of a conscious mind attack before. Wanda might have given him lessons on how to shield his mind, but not on how to actively defend himself when someone tried to influence him, or how to attack back without making their heads explode. The professor didn't count, as he wasn't aware of it, but this time he had been, but was unable to trace it back to the mind that attacked him. He sighed, adding that he would have to discuss taking Selene up on her offer, first Charles, and now whoever that was, if it was someone else. Of all the assholes on the planet, it seemed that telepaths liked to skulk about and do things in the shadows. Well, fuck you, stupid telepaths, he made sure to broadcast loudly across the district. If you insist, Mr. Parker, however, I would prefer a nice bed. I might have an offer for you, but even I have standards, the woman said with a smirk, as she eyed him up and down. Not that I wouldn't be willing. Peter froze. From the shadows a tall blonde stepped out, curvy and dressed in a plain white dress. It was cut low and accentuated the massive breasts she had, coming down to just above her waist. In a miniskirt style she wore 2 long, thigh-high white boots, and walked with the grace of a predator. But I would prefer to talk. She held up a hand and reached into her fur-lined white coat, taking out a small gold-trimmed business card and offering it to him. You, and she nodded. I am sorry but I had to test your mental defenses, and they are lacking, Mr. Parker. If you desire, I can teach you to not only defend yourself but influence and attack. You may have had a similar offer but mine would be with barely minimal strings. As she gave him a small smile, I will take payment in kind though, and I'm sure you have a few tricks you could teach me, as she eyed his groin. Peter stared at her and frowned. You know about Selene. Ignoring her blatant seduction attempts, he'd gotten in trouble for one honey trap, there would be no repeat of that. Emma laughed. Selene's stench is all over you darling, so it's not difficult. We operate a different style of group. Hers is a brotherhood, where one rises based on their mutant power. The Hellfire Club offers you one based on merit and ability, and if Venom and his little friend come under our wing, then we can make your little business bloom into more than just simple cash. Hellfire Club, nice name, brotherhood too, like a cult, I'll pass. And as Peter turned to walk away, he heard the growl from behind her. If she knew about Selene and Venom, then he needed to make sure the warehouse was secure before he touched another group, especially one that seemed to know so much about him. It's quite all right, Mr. Parker, just know that we have looked into your past, as well as made a few discreet inquiries. We won't push the issue but be warned that while this offer is legitimate and very beneficial to both sides, we won't watch a potential threat take sides with one of the other factions that reside in New York. You may not be aware but there are power plays going on that even you would have trouble dealing with. Emma folded her arms, tapping the card against the sleeve of her coat. Oh, just take the damn deal, you idiot, she thought to herself. It was cold and while he was attractive, dealing with a hormonal teen wasn't her idea of fun. You know, I promised I would behave, go legit, but don't fucking push me. Your little mind stunt is the same shit Selene tried and she ended up on her ass. I have no issues hitting a woman or her fucking dog. Peter knew that she wasn't alone. A huge man lurked in the shadows and even if he had no enhanced senses he could probably still smell him. He sent out a pulse, checking for any signs of a mind in the immediate area and found one, a lurker on the rooftop of a building close enough he could feel him, far enough away to be hidden from his normal senses. Peter watched the huge man step out from the shadow. Dog was an understatement and taking a look over him, Peter figured he was at least 7 feet tall and built of nothing but muscle. Thick wild hair stuck out from a hunter's cap and he sported the same wild haircut as Wolverine. Feral yellow eyes stared menacingly at him and he snarled, revealing thick razor-sharp incisors. The banded outfit he wore underneath revealed a bulging set of muscles that made Captain America look puny, and he was covered in thick yellow hay blonde hair. Oh hey, Wolverine's bigger uglier cousin, and at the name, the man stepped forward snarling. Now Sabretooth, he doesn't know. The woman lifted a hand and placed it on the chest of the brute. Mr. Parker, antagonizing myself and my group comes with consequences, some you may not be able to afford. I suggest you take this seriously. When you're ready to act like an adult, call me. And she flicked a card at him. He grabbed it out of the air and the pair faded into the shadows. Emma Frost. White Queen. Hellfire Club. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Great, more fucking mutants. Peter sighed and hoisting the bags back up made his way back to the warehouse. Things had just gotten a bit more serious. Huffing, he decided though that talking things over with the group may be more productive than standing in the street holding bags of groceries. And making his way home, a voice called out to him. Hey, yeah kid, yeah you know where the warehouse is? And Peter looked around to see who was looking for his home. Peter sighed, they must have had a free day at the steroid gym, as he spotted another hulking muscle man. This one had short black hair and a cheeky grin plastered over his face, but his tactical vest and cargo pants with jackboots instantly struck a chord with Peter. Shield agent? And he nodded. Yeah, follow me. Even if the man wasn't, it would be easy enough to just shank him somewhere and have Poison deal with the body. You live there too? And Peter nodded. I'm her co-worker, Brock. She mentioned me. Sure, the pilot for War Machine, right? And the man's face split into a huge grin. Yeah, that's me. You a student yet or still waitin'? I hear the classes will be tough. Got a real badass this time around. The black. And as Peter used his key to let the pair in, Brock took one look at Natasha and coughed. A real good instructor. Peter stifled a laugh. He knew Natasha had a reputation around SHIELD HQ as that agent. Peter at first thought she meant the agent that they used for honey traps, but it really meant the one that did anything to get her target. Her codename of Black Widow was well earned, and using herself as a honey trap was probably the kindest thing she could have done. Extreme violence was not off the books where Natasha was concerned, and when he thought she joked about just stabbing him to get a blood sample, Peter learned that it wasn't a joke. Mr. Rumlow, a pleasant surprise, but an unusual one. Is there a problem at the lab? Liv asked, coming over and taking the bag from Peter, giving him a side glance. No, Doc, we got the purge finished and you ain't turned your phone on yet. So someone had to come out and make sure you were fine for tomorrow. We got the armor moved, and if you don't know where, then the labs can be a bit of a maze, right? Nat stirred and took one look at Brock, making a noise. What are you doing here, Brock? Keeping tabs on me for Pierce. And as she sat up, she stretched and grabbed the blanket, hiding the fact she was only wearing a t-shirt, one the girls all knew was one of Peter's. Brock laughed. Nah, you ain't interesting enough. Gotta keep my best science gal up to date on the lab, and her phone ain't on. Neither's yours. And Liv raised an eyebrow but imperceptibly shook her head as she saw Peter tense. Would you like a coffee, Brock? Liv offered diplomatically and he nodded. Unless you got something a bit stronger, and she shook her head. I'm afraid not, it's all students here so no alcohol, and pouring him a cup she placed it on the table in front of him and pointed to the jug with milk and the sugar bowl. As he spooned sugar into the black coffee he took a look around the warehouse. Remodeling, and Peter nodded. Adding in more facilities, got to keep the tenants happy. Wait, you're Parker? Peter Parker, and Peter nodded. It was the best way to hide the anger he was feeling, knowing that trying to talk to this giant douchebag would only put Liv's mission at risk. Shit, you know your mom is famous, right? I mean, as far as SHIELD agents go, only Nat here comes close. I mean, I once watched a training video where she took out 5 targets with the old Sig Meyer 5. Those things couldn't hit a barn door with a cow, they were so bad, but not your mom. It was just pop 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 and the targets went down. So you're an agent now too, right? And Peter nodded. Damn, if you're like your mom, oh hey, and he took out a card. If you ever want some advice, or to spar, or extra help, just call, with Liv here and all, I'm sure I'll be around, and he gave Peter the same smile he'd used earlier. Peter smiled back, finally getting a grip on himself. Oh thanks, but I need to see how hard they push us. I mean, I hear my instructor's a real badass, and Brock laughed, whispering under his breath. Some kind of ass anyway, but even as they all heard him loud and clear they ignored it. Right, well, thanks for the coffee, Doc, and see ya at work. Remember, new building, and if you get lost, just call me, number's in your phone already. And as Liv showed him the door, Peter was sitting with a stern look on his face. As she came back over, Liv, get your phone please, and she nodded, getting it from her bag, and Peter took it into his home, sliding it into a Faraday bag, used to protect the parts of the harness when they weren't in use and out for examination. Since the Ultron incident, each component had been scrubbed, not just physically but electronically as well, and Peter and Liv were rebuilding the controller OS. You think? And he nodded. I don't need to read minds to know he's a giant douchebag, Peter said, and insisting on your phone, I mean, someone said, don't trust anything that's been out of your sight, and he was very focused on it. Do you think he's in the group? And Peter shrugged. He might just be a dick. You are pretty, and Liv smirked and shook her head. Flatterer, and he shrugged. I'll make a clone of my phone and then clean it. You have enough to do, dear. Let me worry about my department while you worry about everything else. And Peter pulled a face. Yes we know, but there are 5 of us, dear. Stop trying to shoulder everything yourself, use us. And as Peter raised an eyebrow and grinned, and not in that way, you'll break Ms. Romanoff if you keep that up, and she laughed. Who said he hasn't? Think I sleep all the time cause I'm lazy? And everyone stared at Peter. What? When has anyone ever said no? And they thought and nodded in agreement, though, if it's too much, Nat, you should have said, not a monster. Speaking of monster, Nat rummaged through the bag, lifting out chips and candy bars, and as Liv coughed, she sighed and started to unpack and put the groceries away properly. Can I, get a symbiote as well? We know this place is secure, which is why Rumlow is trying to get eyes here. So, while I'm officially suspended, I was tasked with 2 things. One was to find out if you would be willing to enhance a group for Fury, not SHIELD but Fury, Natasha explained. And the second? Peter asked, readying the Mind Stone to make sure she was telling the truth. Natasha sighed, I really like you, Pete. You don't judge and you're a nice guy, so I wanted to get to know you, not on orders or for any reason than I wanted to. Natasha took a breath. The Red Room forbid relationships, they were a weakness. Disobeying this order made you a target, and unless you were willing to hunt down the one you were with, it was you or them, and if you refused both. I've never been in a relationship, never had this kind of life, never felt anything for anyone, and you do that. You make me stupid and lazy, you make me happy, and I want more, not just as a SHIELD agent but more. I believe Ms. Romanoff is confessing, dear, so be nice and stop staring, and Peter laughed. Liv's right, sorry Nat, yeah, I like you too, wouldn't be here if I didn't. A symbiote though, that is a big deal, right? Not a simple ask, and Natasha nodded. You all share this amazing thing, and I watch you train. Hell, I can say right now you'll ace the physical course no problem. I want that too, even apart you always are together, and I want to be a part of that. Strangely, it was Felicia that ventured forth. Hold out your arm, and even as Nat looked quizzically at her, she complied. As she held it out, Huntress flowed from Felicia and covered Nat, who quietly swore under breath as the symbiote bonded with her. What? Huntress wanted to see how I compared to another warrior. She's been restless since Carol. Plus the symbiotes gain more power the more hosts they have. They learn from each person's DNA, fighting styles, knowledge, stuff like that. I mean, after getting a whole bunch of military knowledge from Carol, I've been even more kick-ass. And she looked at the group who were now staring at her. Something on my face. What the hell do you mean by that? And you never thought to, I dunno, tell anyone? Gwen shouted, and Felicia looked guiltily at her. Huntress wanted to be better than everyone, so she made me keep it quiet. Punishment. Gwen said, and the rest nodded. Oh yeah, punishment, and Felicia's face fell. Oh come on guys, it's not a big deal really, is it? I mean, one extra host isn't going to make me. Why are you all staring at me again? Cause you dumbass, we could have all shared each other's symbiotes. I mean, I could be turning invisible and shit while you made yourself look different. Gah, Huntress is a stupid snotball, Poison's words, not mine, and Felicia just looked down. Oh, I didn't think of that, and she sighed while frowning. Sorry. Nope, it's fine, yup. completely fine, and Felicia looked happily at Gwen for a moment before realizing she had a wicked grin on her face. I think, as she was selfish, that we are all selfish. I'll call Electra and let her know, and Pete, no sex for Fel, not until we say so. And as her face fell, Peter nodded. It was nice that he wasn't the one being punished, even if it was kinda mean to watch it happen to someone else. Maybe Huntress can learn to appreciate being part of the group again. Plus, she never thought that maybe we had powers she would like, such as acid webs or something stronger than her tasers, but it's fine. Fine, I get it, I was bad. Bad Felicia, spank me later, but right now, aren't we also missing the whole Natasha has Huntress and she's being really quiet? As the group looked at where Natasha had been, they realized that she was gone. She wasn't being quiet, she had completely vanished. It's fine, let her play. Heard anyone though, and I'll stuff you in a jar, and the group heard a raspberry being blown from somewhere in the rafters. Carol had taught her how to do that, and now when she was upset, all they got was a raspberry blow at them. So, if you all swap, what about me? Peter asked, and Liv shook her head. Sorry dear, as Octave says, you're our creator, and if a symbiote tries to bond with you it's lights out. Remember Monarch? She does. They don't know what you did, but we do, and no, never ever try to host a symbiote, dear. Ever. Liv emphasized the last part, and Peter was reminded of what happened. MJ shrugged. Why, what happened with Monarch? I ate him, and MJ looked at him. What the hell? You ate him, and Peter moved to one side as a web splatted on the ground next to him. Yup, ate him, absorbed him into me and took his knowledge, helped with using the stone too. And you don't think that's fucking weird, Pete? Gwen asked, and he shrugged. Some species hunted them for that very reason, and no, he had spawned several and ate them. You already knew the symbiotes were cannibals, this is just that, but a big, bigger. It's still fucking weird, Pete. Gwen was shaking her head and she winced as a web splatted against her back. I guess Huntress is having fun, and she giggled from the darkness. I think that might be Nat more, but sure, as long as it's just web it's fine, fight back if it's annoying. I'm sure she'd love it, and Gwen smiled, and as poison spread over her. Wait, Felicia, come here, and as Felicia came over, Gwen held out a hand and poison spread over to her. Damn, I missed how much they juice you up. I mean, it's kinda quiet in here now, but Liv came over. I don't want to play, dear, so Huntress, splat me and I will make you regret it. Not in the mood, not after that arse came here, and she held out a hand and Octave spread over to Gwen. I kinda do, but we ran out of bodies, MJ pouted. With Liv now free, she was the only host available. Then just swap back, or swap with Gwen, and the pair shrugged, and letting poison cover Liv, Gwen took Muse and Octave moved on to MJ. MJ shuddered. I did not want to find out that was how two felt inside. Liv, you horn dog, and Liv just laughed. You should try it, dear. It's divine. MJ shook her head. One is enough, thank you, but now, Huntress, you giant snot monster, come get some, and whooping, swung a web out and pulled herself up into the rafters. Poison flowed from Liv onto Felicia. Felicia stared up, a strange look on her face, as if she wanted to but was expecting a lecture. Go ahead, we know you want to, and she smiled, kissed Liv on the cheek, Peter on the other, and then leapt straight up, grabbing MJ's web and joining in. Rumlow that bad, huh? And Liv sighed. It's that life again, isn't it? Where we don't know where the dagger in the dark is coming from, and I don't like it, Peter. If this was SHIELD HQ I wouldn't care, but he came to our home. My home, Peter, the first place I've felt safe for years, and that pisses me off, but it also scares me. Ignoring the laughter and shouts from above, Peter looked up. Sorry Nat, for you at least playtime's over. I need you. And he heard the chorus of us, and he was sure he heard but died from someone, but it was quiet enough he couldn't pinpoint who, and as he laughed, sorry but this is serious and I need Nat's opinion. Poison landed a few feet away from him and it was Nat. They had played symbiote tag, swapping over when someone was caught and Nat had ended up with poison. The rest had all changed and right now they had all been host to each other with the exception of Liv. Go ahead while I talk to Nat, and Liv nodded and the four stalked off the swap around her and then moved back to their original hosts. You heard, if you didn't I would be surprised, and Nat nodded. You want to set a trap, right? Have Liv use her phone openly, so we can find out who he works for, and Peter nodded. But you're the trained spy here, will it work or is it stupid? And Nat took a breath in through her nose before letting it out. Traps only work if it's believable. Will Rumlow believe Liv? That depends on how far you go. What if it's a listening device? Cause then you need to be the same, no crappy acting, and no hiding anything. Liv has to take her phone wherever she would normally, bathroom, bedroom, anywhere she would normally, and act naturally. No hiding it, no covering it up, use it like there is nothing there. Dear, I had to have Peter wipe my arse when I was hurt. I'm not ashamed of things like that. Really, I've got a good idea of what you're capable of, but let be honest, you want Rumlow to hear you having sex with Pete, to hear you beg him to stick it in your ass? For him to hear you being told you're a good girl when you swallow? Cause he will, and you can't say shit. You can't be quieter than normal and you can't stop. Nat paused and looked at Liv, Octave crawling over her and sliding back inside as Liv cooed and whispered to her. Smiling, she knew she wanted one more than ever. It wasn't a pet, it was a partner, someone she could depend on no matter what. For the trap to be convincing, you have to do everything someone would normally do with your phone. Hell, stick a pic of Pete's dick on there, a few candids of you as well, anyone you come in contact with and have sex with, which I now know is all of them. So do that, sell the lie, make Rumlow so fucking hungry for it that he bites on the hook hard. If you can do that, then go right ahead, if not, then ditch the phone, tell him it crashed and stopped working, buy a new one. Sell it hard or not at all. Rumlow might act like an idiot, but he's the pilot of War Machine for a reason. He's as good an agent as I am and as much of a killer. Sell it hard or not at all. Liv looked at the cup in front of her. With the group playing, her coffee had gone cold and she pondered getting another cup. Peter, and he shook his head. Not this time, Liv, this is on you. I'll have Nat and Wanda with me. You're on your own, but Octave hissed. Not alone, she has me, and we now have the pretties. Still up to the pair of you. I'll go along with whatever you decide, but the risk is yours and yours alone. Liv picked up her cup, slowly turning it as she thought. Fine, yes, if we get those bastards I can go back to being just regular old Liv Octavius and not Doc Ock, so Mr. Parker, pants off. Candidza, I have just the thing in mind, and as Peter sighed the rest perked up. A chant of take them off started, and the girls all hooped and laughed as Peter was once more stripped while Liv fetched her phone. With a plan in place, life moved forwards. Natasha's advice was not to force anything. Continue to work on the War Machine armor. Continue to act as if Liv had nothing to worry about other than completing her job, and with Octave keeping her steady, Liv excelled at it. Natasha herself was accepting of the conditions from receiving a symbiote. She now understood it wasn't like the horror movies. A slug wasn't going to take over or eat her brain. She would be a home, and in turn, it would provide her with extra human abilities, copied from Peter himself. Hosting Octave gave her a perfect example of what to expect, and as the others reveled in their new abilities, and Peter was given a headache trying to keep up with them all, Natasha was gifted Widow. Happy to name herself after the code name Natasha had the pitch-black symbiote modeled herself on the sleek bodysuit Natasha wore, including the red hourglass symbol, foregoing the usual spider motif so many of them used. Of course, she huffed when it was pointed out that the Black Widow spider wore similar markings. Of course, that's where we get it from, she complained, and soon enough, Widow had been moved to everyone and now they all shared in the newfound abilities. Natasha's first bonding experience lessening the blow of a new fully integrated host. She did however still spend several hours mopping the floor with Felicia and then several hours having Peter do some pounding of his own, and she thoroughly enjoyed both. She also agreed to help with the training. Felicia was trained to be a thief, who could fight her way out of a situation. Elektra had been trained in several martial arts, each one deadly on its own but requiring a different mindset and discipline the warehouse wasn't used to. Natasha had been trained as a spy, a killer, a saboteur, and a whole package of jobs and skills that no one outside a military organization would have access to, and both Felicia and Peter threw themselves at her in anticipation of expanding their knowledge. It was also Felicia who, looking disappointed, came from her home and a slightly pissed off looking Nat following her. Definitely no woman, was all Natasha said, but if there had been a disagreement in the bedroom then it was forgotten soon after and the pair bonded on the fighting mat. With Gwen just teasing Peter, I said, cute and bi, asshole, to which he simply threw her over his shoulder, winked at Liv who followed, and they showed her that there were plenty of cute and bi residents in the warehouse already. With Natasha still suspended pending an investigation into Tony's allegations, she had time to adjust to her new abilities, keeping to the ground floor as Peter was in the rafters finishing adding the floor in. Thick girders of reinforced steel and his own web now crisscrossed the roof, cable boxes slid underneath neatly hiding not just the writing but soon the plumbing as well, tapped from the sprinkler system with added pressure to ensure a clean supply. Natasha had provided aid. As she adjusted to her new strength she tore down the old homes, carefully exercising new muscle power to remove, without tools, studs and other fixtures, molding her simskin into tools instead, practicing molding it to the desired form. With help, being able to swing the side panels up into the roof without too much effort, the pair soon had the new central upper apartment built. To ensure the new fixtures didn't impede the normal lighting in the warehouse, and to make sure their bills didn't rise, Peter installed some reflective mirrors, to add in more natural sunlight to the warehouse interior, softening it with light baffles once it was reflected down. As Nat and Peter sat, drinking soda and enjoying taking a break, Nat looked up, looked at the walkways and frowned. How are you getting furniture up? And as Peter did the same he swore. As Nat laughed, he went back and added in a walkway to one side of the apartment, a main double door, reachable from an extra-wide staircase, and making a quick adjustment of the design, moved the living room from one side to the other, and stuck his tongue out at her. The hearing for Tony's case is tomorrow, so can't help, but once it's done, that'll be me back to work. Have you made a decision on Fury yet? And as she peeled the label from her soda bottle, Peter shrugged. You're part of this now, so, make the call. He is my boss, you know. What if I say yes and you know? And Peter laughed and shook his head. Really? You think that now, after the past month, after Widow, and the games, and everything? Nat, if we didn't trust you, you wouldn't be sitting there. Nat rested her head on Peter's shoulder. I know, it's just nice to hear it. And Peter shook his head and kissed her on the top of hers. How many, and when? You guessed, and Peter nodded. You never ask permission, you just do and then clean up. So I figured it was one of those occasions. Nat snorted. Fine, 5. And 1 volunteer for your program. The CLS was taken by Tony, you need to get him for that, and Nat sneered. Tony said no, and I know you and Liv have better. Tony has the first draft but you have more, plus whatever you and Liv came up with, and Peter raised an eyebrow but nodded. The agent who got me out, saved me from the Red Room was hurt, his hand was up, it's gone, and I was hoping that. That live and I can replace it with a cybernetic one, and she nodded. You know that it's the first test and he's a guinea pig. Like I was, you mean? And Peter coughed. We tested it, and as Nat gave him a look, we did, and you know that. Yeah, but I like watching you squirm. Only cause I'm normally the one making you squirm, and Nat laughed. You cheat. Normal tongues can't do that, and Peter smiled and shook his head. It's not cheating when we can all do it, but Liv and I have a system in theory, but we need to get a prototype made. Peter gestured around the warehouse. This is a huge mess that we don't have space to do anything in. Can it wait? Will enhancing him regrow his hand? I mean, I know about Kurt now, and he got his arm back and Peter frowned. You know, I have no idea. I don't see why not, but we should ask Gwen, cause really, I don't know. Kurt and Aunt May were on holiday. With Lizard under control, they had opted to take some time out of the country, with everything that had happened in New York. Peter had arranged for a nice package tour around Africa, and he was confident that even with Wakanda becoming more prominent in the world's affairs that Kurt would take care of his aunt. As the CLS became more and more refined, so did the neural interface, and the once bulky collar that adorned Liv's harness was now the size of a wristwatch, and unless Kurt wanted it off, it was bonded to his skin. But, we should go somewhere and talk about that privately, if we're all super spy about it then with what Liv's up to. Doesn't it defeat the point if she knows? Nat took a breath and twitched her nose, something Peter noticed she often did when she was thinking. How long till you get the walls and wiring done for your new place? And after checking the timetable he kept of work needing to be done. Water and sewage is the main issue, so maybe 2 weeks, and she nodded. Add in another week though, I do want to paint and air it before moving anything in. 3 weeks then, I'll arrange it all, super spy stuff, and then we can do it once you've got your apartment set up. We can talk like this, right? And Peter nodded, just in case. Nat moved over and sat on his lap, closing her eyes as they cuddled together to talk in secret. Good, I doubt Rumlow planted anything. The mods to Liv's phone are probably remote access, call logger, and mic and camera activation program. It's not unexpected for her to leave her phone downstairs while up here. Shield this place separately and it gives you a nice bunker, and we can wait until she's at work before doing anything. It'll be 5, Fury and 4 others, Clint included. He's the one missing a hand. We also had the after-mission briefing. According to reports, witness statements and security footage, an unknown escaped from detention and massacred the outposts. You or Wanda aren't being blamed, but we have no idea if whoever set us up knows it was you or not. Until we find out who they are, and we are going to assume, from the style of weapons, that it's a Splinter Hydra faction. We don't know if you or Wanda are compromised or not. We have to work under the assumption that you are, and we'll be taking a close eye on you during your academy time. Accidents happen and there would be the perfect opportunity for you two to just disappear, or worse. Worse? SHIELD is manufacturing the pulse guns, the official term for the Tesseract energy weapons, but we know that they were using the Mind Stone for experiments. We have no idea what else they might be after, but a hulking space alien? It's probably too tempting to pass over. We have to assume that any project currently being shelved by Oscorp was for them. Serum, symbiotes, cloning, armor, and the energy weapons. Add in that the Mind Stone was in their possession and Ultron was either cutting a deal or adding to the already huge pile of equipment that they have. That's a lot to take in, Nat. Even for me, it seems just too easy that there is a secret organization. Osborn was a jerk, but a Nazi? He was more interested in money than anything. But as Peter thought about it, he was an arrogant son of a bitch that looked down on a lot of people. Maybe being a secret Nazi wasn't so much of a stretch. If they even are SHIELD. All the weapons you recovered from Sokovia were from the Second World War, nothing manufactured past 1945. Did some assholes just find a stockpile and raid it, or is there something else going on? A lot of that is pure guesswork, Nat. For all we know, Ultron was in control of everyone through the collars and there is no second faction within SHIELD. We still have no idea who or what Modok that Strucker mentioned is. Another agency? A person? A computer code? We know, but you cover your bases. A second faction makes more sense than a whole bunch of collars suddenly appearing. Where did he make them? And why? Taking over a base is risky, especially in a war zone, so he could what? Expose a few kids to the gem. No. More is going on than we see, and without that big picture, we have to assume the worst-case scenario. Ultron, Hydra, and more. Even whoever Modok is. We need time and patience, and once we find out, we can act. The rest can be discussed when it happens. For now, we keep our eyes and ears open. You and Wanda will be careful, and we know Liv will be fine. She's taking to the training like a natural, and she'll be an agent before you are at the rate she's going. Yeah, someone keeps distracting me. Then how about she makes it up to you? And he ran his hands up her back, and as their clothes disappeared, she leaned in and kissed him. Naturally, the lawsuit against Nat was thrown out. She had been there as a private citizen and there was nothing to stop her from sleeping with anyone she liked. Unlike Tony, who narrowly avoided a lawsuit of his own, she hadn't used an overstrength pheromone cream on someone who was very hesitant. MJ had been brought in to testify, and naturally, Tony's use of the cream had come out. In fact, because of the case, a colorant was added to the newly processed cream, marking it visible under not just normal light but UV, and Pepper herself pushed that it be classified as medicinal, adding to their own costs but making it a felony to use it on someone without their permission. Natasha strode from the meeting with a huge smile on her face, while Tony was being berated by a very angry Pepper. From what Gwen had told the group, this seemed to be a daily occurrence and she knew there was no chance of the pair reconciling their differences. She had also scored a huge payout for the group, something she hoped was going to win over some of the more reluctant members of the warehouse. Tony's lawyer had approached her, brandishing an NDA, and while the court had been dealt with, the court records being sealed, Natasha's involvement was still open for discussion. Natasha had pried a hefty fee from Tony before she would sign. Even someone as famous as Tony, sexually harassing and then trying to coerce a movie star into sex would be a huge headline. While Tony refused to budge on returning Parker Industries, he did release all of Liv's old patents back to her. Once the court case was over, for her at least it was back to work at S.H.I.E.L.D. As a new instructor, she would be at the academy, playing the course for Peter to take, and as Fury smiled and handed her a timetable and her class roster she swore. "Now, you can't say anything," Fury warned her, and she knew exactly why. Fury had taken Peter's age and joking manner as a slight, and now he was getting revenge. Sighing, she slid the file back into its folder and put it in her locker. She really should warn Peter, but Fury was right. He needed to be a bit more serious and adaptable. This was perfect. Over the next month, despite pestering her, she refused to budge on the matter. The course was to train him, not to coddle him, and going in blind was a good way to do that. Even when she felt his mind touch hers, Widow sprang into action. She had an annoying habit of singing, very off-key, show tunes, Muse being a really bad influence on her, and while Peter thought it was funny at first, hearing Oklahoma being sung out of tune for the 10th time, and only you could hear it, soon drove the point home. With Natasha back at work, Peter also had to slow down on his construction. While he was busy fixing walls and adjusting plumbing, Natasha had been an extra pair of hands to take the spare offices apart and stack them neatly, and then help hoist and secure fittings. On his own, he had to be extra careful. While Felicia, MJ, and Gwen were both providing rent, both Liv and Nat were waiting for wages to come through, and dropping and smashing a segment of office was a waste of money, especially when Peter had looked to see how much tiling would cost for a bathroom the size Gwen had asked for. Then don't tile it, Gwen had told him, make up smooth webbing and use that. You can make it white, just make it look like tile and then varnish it after. Hell, I'll varnish it. Wait, poison, can I make varnish? And after listening to the voice in her head, I guess I can, but the thing is, you already have been making the foundation from webbing mixed with concrete, right? Then why not do more? It's not like we don't all use it every day, Pete, and that was the end of the conversation. Peter had checked and after a little experimentation found that he could make a thicker and harder webbing that just needed to be smoothed out over the foundations he had built. The main problem was making sure it didn't clog up the pipes he had laid, requiring him to spend time carefully spreading it rather than firing it off like a hose, something he had imagined and found himself chuckling at. Rather than asking Gwen, he bought sealant for the whole bathroom. Everything barring the fixtures was made of concrete and webbing, and now that extended to the coating. He wanted to do a semi-professional job and leave the decorating and finishing touches to actual professionals. As the time moved on, Peter began to work on the newer homes, adding in more so that each job was done properly. With the apartment finished, it was the turn of the homes to be built. He stacked the new homes up, built the walkways, and to make sure each had power, water, and plumbing, he left the bathhouse until last. It was a luxury, homes were a necessity. Grumbling once more as new tenants and new homes meant another inspection and another cost. This time, it was waiting for an inspector to walk and tick off a list on a clipboard. Peter might not have the accreditations he needed to be a licensed home builder, but he didn't have the actual qualifications, but with Felicia's help, he used a less than legitimate company as cover for his work. If everything went according to plan, Wanda would be moving into Peter's old home soon enough, and Nat was comfortable sleeping on the recliner in the main area, even after she had been offered a more suitable bed. She had been told off and had picked the home above. It was just waiting until everyone was settled before more permanent arrangements were made. Over the summer, with diligence and patience, the bathhouse took shape. Once he had each side of the warehouse done, finished his own upper floor apartment, he spent a day making sure that everything was perfect. Eventually, the reveal day came and everyone was there, anticipating the big show. There was no ceremony as he showed the women around it. His tastes were simple and all of his things were arranged the same way as his old place. It was simply bigger with a manageable workspace in the back, taking up more of the warehouse ceiling. At 20 meters each way, he had split the space in two. One side was his home, a simple living room, kitchen, and bathroom, and even now he just used a Murphy bed, neatly arranged along one wall. Peter had always grown up in small houses and the space just seemed too wasteful otherwise. The other 20 by 10 meters was split in two. One half was taken up by Gwen and her brewery and the other a workroom for Peter and Liv. New walkways, moved from adding in the floor, led to them and then, in turn, had doors, lockable if Peter wanted privacy, into his apartment. They had waited for Liv to have a day off and Peter had covered the front with a huge dust sheet. He stood, nervous they would hate it, in front of the finished building. It was 2 offices wide, mimicking the homes on the other side at 20 meters deep. The space above had been turned into the spare homes with a deck in front, giving them space to sit out if the mood took them, but for now, it was showtime. Peter pulled the dust sheet away and the group of women stared slack-jawed at the sight before them. The building was open-planned, with white columns adorning the end walls and a simple draw shower curtain for privacy. No one expected company while they were having a bath, and as each home had a shower, it was more for simple decency's sake. One side was 6 waterfall showriads, all positioned so that several people could stand under each one. The walls of the whole room were marble, and they knew Peter couldn't afford it and had mixed his own black and white webbing together to get the desired effect, but what an effect it was. He had cut bamboo shapes in the walls, and carefully painted them a subtle gold color, not shiny and reflective but hidden, and it wasn't until they walked into the room they saw its full effect. Down each wall were 3 baths, solid rectangles with sloped edges, space for a neck pillow and dipped cup and glass holders. Space for over bath trays was cut, so if someone wanted to relax in the bath with food or drink they could, but the group already had plastic plates and glasses prepared. Anything breakable was barred, even if the simskin would stop any cuts. In the center was a huge bath, steps cut into the sides allowing anyone entry, and the tub itself was at least 3 feet deep, a raised lip edge surrounding the whole thing. Everything was a subtle brass color, stylish but effective. Lit by warm white LEDs sunk into the ceiling, the whole room was warm. Peter pointed at a box, and inside, they could see the water controls, allowing the pool to be drained as well as adjusting the temperature to suit a variety of tastes. It was simple wood, covered in the webbing mixture, and closed with a brass latch. This is amazing, Pete. Gwen stuttered and rushed over to hug him, kissing him on the cheek and rubbing her face against his. So, when can we use it? And he grinned. Set the temp and then leave it a few hours to fill. Use some of the smaller baths for now if you're desperate. But Gwen shook her head. Oh no, big bath. Soapy wet fun time, and as she fiddled with the water controls, it rumbled into life before the pumps began to quietly fill the tub with warm water, the temperature preset to mix the water before pumping it to the pool. One thing though, rules, I mean, we have the new plastic glasses and stuff, but I kinda want to know if we can have sex in it? I mean, I want to, so, Felicia asked and Peter nodded. There are flags. If you're in there naked, pull the curtain over and set a blue flag out, red for guests, so I don't walk in on someone, and I dunno, green for groups. The flags were a pack, so if anyone needs one for something else, just tell me, he explained. So, sex is fine? Gwen asked, and he nodded. Isn't that why it was so big? So we could. Peter answered. Yeah, well, we're not the one that shoots like a hose, so we're not the ones making the mess, and Peter laughed as it clicked. So what you really mean is, am I cleaning it, and if so do I have to? And Felicia crossed her arms. He's getting cocky again, punishment, and the others caught on and nodded. Thank you for volunteering, dear. It is such a big tub to make us clean. Liv smiled at him and he realized he walked into their trap. Aw, come on, even after, and they nodded. Do you not want to have sex with us in it? MJ asked and Peter nodded, then shush, and they looked quite pleased with themselves. Peter sighed. Good thing I added in a cleaning system then, and as he walked to the door, he pushed a button and a sprinkler system came on, dousing the entire room, the 5 women included, in cold water. And it works too. You fucking shit. Felicia yelled at him, and soaking wet she launched herself at him, Huntress covering her, and as he laughed and danced out the way, the rest simply shook the water off and laughed at the pair, tumbling and rolling around on the floor of the warehouse. The days rolled in and soon enough it was time to start the academy. Peter had dressed his simskin in a suitable fashion. Shield trainees wore simple black trousers, boots, and a gray shirt over a black undershirt, and even Natasha had laughed when she realized that nobody in the warehouse wore real clothes. It was all simskin outfits. Shield Academy was an impressive building. Modeled to match the Triskelion, Shield's HQ on the other end of Manhattan Island, the tall impressive chrome and glass structure radiated authority and class. Peter nodded in appreciation of its well-kept grounds. In front, landscaped parks, with benches and flowers for students to relax, and from the map, round the back were track and obstacle course, a separate building for live firing training, and swimming pool and gym for training and fitness. The main building housed the cafeteria, labs, library, and of course, classrooms. Peter would be spending most of his time in the main building, as after talking to Nat, he figured that his physical prowess not just matched anything SHIELD students had to offer but eclipsed it, and while he didn't want to brag, a mind stone capable of feeding him any knowledge he required, plus his own eidetic memory and natural talent, meant that the actual coursework could be taken care of as fast as they could give it to him, which was his first week. Normally, a student would have been scouted, interviewed and then given a series of tests to determine their suitability. Peter had been recruited because of his enhanced status and involvement in the Osborne case. As such, his first 2 weeks would be power testing and general knowledge. Week 1 was powers. Fury and Natasha had both warned him that SHIELD, and ultimately the World Security Council, were going to try and take as many samples as they could get their hands on. While Fury wasn't interested in how Peter got his powers, as an offshoot of the Super Soldier program, the World Security Council was. If they could make more of him, or replicate the Sim Soldier experiments that Harry had developed, then it would be champagne and bonuses all around, and Peter had no intention of letting either of those cases happen. They could be happy with Gwen's work, which Pepper had already negotiated the contracts, or they could get nothing. Fury had gone as far as warning Peter to limit himself, not to show everything, and to keep the existence of any extraordinary powers to himself. While Peter's impression of Fury had been fairly low to begin with, as he got to know him better, and got to realize that his paranoia was sometimes warranted, he started to listen to the old spy and learned that sometimes, paranoia was knowing that someone was actually out to get you. The first power they wanted to test was his strength. Peter had given them a list: enhanced physiology, senses, armor, and finally his webbing. A missive had still come back saying they wanted to measure them accurately. Peter had already been warned by Fury that the WSC knew his powers were from Oscorp's serum plus a symbiote and wanted to know if they could be replicated. Ross had made sure that Banner and his formula was wrapped up tight under the military's jurisdiction, and the Stacy formula was equally as untouchable. They wanted their own, and this was the one way they saw of getting it. The first few tests were the most invasive. It was standard to take blood and test each agent for possible diseases, and to have a sample of blood type on file, but with Peter, his situation was unique. As he turned up on the first day and a sample was taken, he noticed the rest of the tray. Biopsy needles and what looked suspiciously like a large bore for a spinal tap were all laid out. Peter nodded at the technician, who shrugged, and after the first sample, he simply stood up and left. His contract only specified certain inoculations, for things he was immune to, and a blood sample. He didn't care, it was already dust before he got off the table, and the technician didn't care, he refused the more invasive tests. It wasn't his job to care, and it wasn't his job to argue with someone whose blood turned black and solidified before it was even sent for analysis. Next, it was the part Peter was looking forwards to and had already decided not to hold back. The power tests. He had always wondered exactly how strong and fast he was, how quick his reactions were, and just how far into the visible and invisible spectrum he could see. This part he didn't lie about, and a huge testing facility had been prepared just for him. Strength was easy. Rather than weights, they put him under a hydraulic press and tried to squash him. Impressively, Peter found that his enhanced strength now maxed out at 100 tons, and even Venom felt that was his limit. As hushed whispers ran around the testing facility, he found a small group of students had gathered to watch. So much for secrecy, he thought, but if the testers didn't care, then neither did he. Speed was another easy trial. For the first test, he simply ran around a track, beating every world record. Then he had to move out of the way of a small ball being shot at him, managing to easily avoid them even on the machine's highest setting. To test himself though, he not only closed his eyes but eventually began to catch and juggle them, much to the cheers of the students, and the scowls of the testers. His webbing was another easy test, and Peter, facing a climber's wall, simply shot webs at it and used them to swing around. It wasn't anything spectacular, and he kept his ability to produce different types to himself. It wasn't until it came down to the combat and weapons testing that Peter felt a bit conflicted. As a table of guns was laid out in front of him, and the instructor motioned, he shook his head. "No, I don't use guns. Ever," and he walked away. Guns were just not his thing, and while he had modified his web catapult to fire along his arm, rather than from his hands, he would prefer not to use any kind of technology. It was too easy to jam, remove, or just simply get in the way. A therapist might have told him his aversion was more to do with his uncle, but the thought never occurred to him, and neither did therapy. Peter shrugged as the instructor yelled at him, and ignored the random insulting thoughts from the crowd of recruits that had joined to watch. Apparently refusing to use a firearm lowered their opinion of him considerably, but that all changed when Peter let his clothing strip away and walked onto the mat for his combat testing. Ignoring the very loud thoughts from both male and female students concerning Peter's physique, he had to shake his head as the instructor walked onto the mat and took a stance. "You know, Natasha Romanoff has been training me for THA past 6 months, right?" And the instructor frowned, half shrugged, and motioned with his fingers for Peter to attack. No groin shots, no eye gouging, no powers, and the instructor nodded, and then found themselves flying through the air, and staring at the ceiling of the gym. He hadn't even seen Peter move before he was thrown. Sitting up, he looked at Peter, who was standing over him, holding out a hand. Reluctantly tracking it, he was lifted not just to his feet but off the mat, and he knew that the report they had been given on Peter Parker was most likely understated. Even he had thought the boy cocky, but that opinion had been changed. "Mr. Parker, I think that your presence will be a disruption, and your time would be better spent elsewhere. I doubt there is anything you would learn, and more than likely the others would get hurt trying to keep up with you," the instructor told him, and Peter agreed. He had been training with Nat already, and he soaked up not just the hand-to-hand fighting but any weapon she handed him. He just didn't like them. The situation in the classrooms was the same. After being handed a pile of homework, Peter raised an eyebrow, took a breath, and sat at a computer. An hour later, handing back not just the work he had been given but the whole semester's. Everything was online, and within a day he completed each task one after the other, only taking small breaks to refuel before sitting back down. While any normal teacher would be ecstatic, his instructor yelled at him, another disruptive influence, and after having Nat laugh and sigh off on all his coursework, he was now officially a full graduate student, only required to wait until the actual graduation ceremony next year before he would be a full agent. "So, 2 weeks and already I'm getting complaints," Fury said, tapping a finger on a pile of papers. "But finishing the course, acing every physical they threw at you, and then making sure your test results were just perfect enough to get everyone wetting their pants over replicating your powers. I don't care if some instructors called you a menace, and that the WSC wants more than just a blood sample." "Yeah, but Peter began, and Fury raised a hand. "Nope, don't care. The WSC wants a lot of things, Parker, and you don't see me making sure they get them. I told you the very first time, your powers, your business. As long as you don't start killing people or being a pain in my ass, they can whistle." Fury leaned back. "That, however, does not mean that you get to spend the next year sat at home playing with yourself. You still have teamwork exercises, and you will attend, and you will behave. These are the ones that prove you've got what it takes to be an agent, not just the training and the smarts, but the personality and the attitude. You'll meet your team tomorrow. Until then, I suggest you familiarize yourself with the academy. Fury stared at Peter, raised his eyebrows and pointedly looked at the door. That was your cue to leave, and Peter shrugged, got up and did exactly that. Team building exercises were fine, as long as whoever was actually on his team could match his power level. As he hadn't heard from Gwen about any new super soldiers, or from Natasha about any recruits they thought could keep up with him, he wondered exactly who was going to be on his team. With all his other work taken care of, it was the next day he was told to report to the front of the building, and with Natasha there, she led him further into the building, and out into a training field, where he would meet his new classmates for the semester. As he looked over at the group, a smile and then a sneer crossed his face, pulling Nat to one side. What the fuck, Nat? And she just grinned and pressed a finger to his shoulder. We don't always get to choose our teammates, Peter, so learn to behave. His sentiments were echoed as Wanda stood, in the same outfit as him, smiled when she saw him, but Flash shouted, "What the hell?" as Rumlow pulled him to one side and gave him the same speech. So Peter Parker, meet your team. Wanda Maximoff, and one more. A black hair bullet streaked across the courtyard and launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around him, yelling in joy. Monkey. Laura screamed as she held onto him, and Peter smiled and hugged her back while making a face at Nat. Charles contacted Fury, as it seemed that Laura wouldn't shut up about this, and it was agreed that she would train here as part of your team. Sorry though, Jean asked, and he refused to budge. Apparently, Laura is bad enough, and one accident and she's going back to the mansion, at which Peter scowled. He doubted Laura had a great grip on her powers or her emotions yet, and accidents would happen. It was a bullshit excuse to keep her away from people, and Peter knew it was all Charles's idea. What about them? Peter nodded at the others. The Avengers will be training alongside Sword. They have more experience than you and will be a good judge of your capabilities. As Nat explained, Peter saw the blonde-haired man from his fight with Tony, Captain America, and as he approached, a technician wheeled out a large cloth-covered trolley, with Liv in tow. She waved but was quiet as the captain spoke. While I'm not entirely happy to be training with civilians, Fury assures me that you will be more than capable. Just to be sure, the Avengers, led by me, are now War Machine, piloted by Agent Rumlow, Agent Webb, Eugene Thompson, and as Cap looked around, is Agent Barton, and Nat shook her head. Iron Man crushed his hand. He's off on medical. He won't be back. Natasha explained. Laura, Clint's wife, had forced him to take early retirement, and his days as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, or at least an openly active S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, were over. Captain America sighed. So, just the three of us, and Nat nodded. For now anyway. I'll be on the team for now, but officially I'm on theirs, and Sword, newly recruited, enhanced. Peter Parker, Dusk, Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, Laura Kinney, Talon, and Liv shook her head. While not part of the team officially, Olivia Octavius will be joining, or Doc Ock. I really wish they would let us change those. Really, Doc Ock. Was that all they could think of? I kinda like it, Doc, Rumlow said, pulling off the sheet. Underneath stood the new and improved War Machine. It had been repainted the black and gray of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s colors, and the shoulders now held a mounted missile pod each, and two small machine-fed Gatling cannons were mounted on each wrist. Finally, the back held a large folded double-barreled cannon, its large energy cell firing a single but devastating shot. All powered by a newly designed and improved Arcstar reactor. So kids, ready for lesson 1. Rumlow touched the front of the armor, and as he stepped backwards inside it, it closed and the suit's reactor and eyes lit up. Never let someone get into their armor, and the weapons system whined as they powered on. As the strange group sat at lunch, Agent Rumlow had a smirk on his face. The training had gone exactly as he'd expected, and he was looking forward to rubbing it in Cap's face later. You know, you guys need to relax. I mean, there's no active shooter drills outside the range. You really thought I'd fire? And both Peter and Flash sat at opposite ends of the table, trying to ignore him. Brock smiled and shook his head as he took a mouthful of soup. Then I guess that's the next lesson then. Target identification and appraisal. Nat smirked and shook her head. It's their first day, Brock. Give them a break. Well, it's Peter's first day. Who knows what you've been doing with Flash if he's that jumpy? And Peter sat up. Wait, what? And Nat raised her eyebrows. You didn't know? And Peter looked confused and shook his head. Flash has been a trainee agent since John. It clicked, and a series of complicated emotions crossed Peter's face. Disbelief that S.H.I.E.L.D. would hire just a jackass. Anger that the reason Flash came to visit wasn't to help, it was to spy. And finally dismissal. He had been an agent for almost as long, so who cared? And Peter shrugged. Meh, was all he said, and took a bite of his sandwich. What I don't get is why recruit that asshole at all. Flash said, talking with a mouthful of his own sandwich. He's a killer, and you all know it. And Steve and Brock looked at each other. I read the report on John, watched the footage, and it was accidental. The rest are all overblown police reports from criminals who aren't exactly the best eyewitnesses. There is no proof that Peter is as much of a danger as everyone makes out. Listening to new reports without checking your own sources, or simply making assumptions, is negligent on the agent's part. Flash, you should do better. Just like you, Peter will get a chance to prove he's S.H.I.E.L.D. material, and just like you, he will be given the support he needs. Steve explained. Even he had doubts about Peter when he read his file, but after watching him fight Tony Stark he knew that would have been a lot messy if Venom tried harder, and he was purposefully avoiding civilian casualties. On that day, only one person was hurt, and they had fallen in a panic to avoid a repulsor blast. What Cap said, Rumlow added, but he ain't Avenger material if that's what you worried about. Sword is more a backup team, just in case, you know, and he waved his spoon around and drew it across his neck. Flash already knew that in fact, the other name for the team was the Misfits, a group of mutants, freaks, and killers. Only Natasha had volunteered to work with them and had been gladly handed the assignment by her peers, fearing they would be forced to join. Steve raised an eyebrow. We're not here to judge. Whatever checkered past you might have had, Peter, it doesn't matter now. You're one of us and no matter what, we take care of our own. Peter smiled. Thanks, Cap, and Steve nodded at him. Which is why you'll be helping Flash pass his GED, and Peter almost choked on his sandwich, and shook his head. Flash failed his exams, and we need agents that can think as well as act. I'm told not only will you pass your physical test with flying colors but that you a genius as well, and Steve frowned. Well, Flash needs help, and you're done with your exams, so help, and Peter scowled. But Dash, and Steve shook his head. No buts, extra credit on your own evaluation, plus it'll be a huge favor to me. Peter swore internally, help fucking Flash Thompson? But as he caught Nat's eye he gave the nicest and probably fake-looking smile he could. I'd be happy to, so Flash, what did you fail? And as Flash took a final bite of his sandwich. Whiffing, he said with a full mouth, and Peter rubbed his forehead with his fingers. So math, English, and science? What else does he need to pass his GED? Nothing, he aced the physical stuff just. Steve looked over at Brock. Yeah, he's an idiot, I know, Peter said sharply, and as the table looked at him, what? He is, and even Wanda shook her head. That is not nice, Peter, you should be helpful, but surprisingly it was Flash that spoke up. Nah, I am, but this is why I don't like you, Parker. Yeah, I was an ass in school, but right now, thinking you're better than everyone, you're the ass. And Flash grabbed his tray and headed over to the exit, dropping the dirty plate and tray in the pile and walking off. You need to check that attitude, son. It doesn't matter what he did in the past, he's here for a reason and you need to respect that, same as you are. Steve lifted his own tray and head out. Hey Flash, wait up, and Peter watched them leave, Rumlow smiling as he shook his head, dipping his spoon into the last of his soup. Don't worry, kid, big guys, lots of testosterone, not too many brains in this part of campus. He'll either get over it or he won't. Soft agents don't last long, and if you can rile him, well, and as Rumlow cast his gaze over Peter he could feel the man's derision. He won't be here long, he smiled as he lifted his tray and walked off, dropping the spoon and plate into the dirty dish with a clatter. Peter looked at the last of his own lunch and shook his head. What was that about? Wanda asked him, and Peter held out his hand. Taking it he motioned to Laura, who tilted her head to one side but did the same. Peter showed them the worst of it, the broken pride, the taunting, the isolation, the fear and the anguish that Flash had just so casually brushed off. Whatever Flash felt Peter had done never warranted his treatment, and whatever Webb showed Flash to elicit his guilt had obviously worn off, and now Flash was back to being his normal self. I understand, but your captain is right, you should be the bigger man, Peter, you are more than that, and Laura nodded. Not you anymore, plus, can always stab him lots, and Peter laughed and grasped their hands. Thanks guys, and as Wanda blushed and quickly pulled her hand away, Laura did the reverse and rubbed her cheek in the back of his hand. So, going to be a problem? Nat asked, and Peter shook his head. No, I'll behave, and make sure he passes. It's not like he can hate anymore, and as he gave Nat a serious look, or hurt me, she shook her head. We all have to keep our egos in check when working in a team. Nat leaned forwards and whispered in his ear, do that and tonight, I'll reward you, and Peter snorted and grinned. Isn't that every night? And Natasha patted him on the shoulder. See, ego, which is why the others agreed. Remember your jar, and Peter nodded confused. Well, Shield Academy is now your jar. Do good, get results and learn to behave, or else. There are now 5 of us waiting for you at home. And while a smile and a smirk of superiority at having trumped the young man, Nat lifted her own tray and bussed it while Peter sat dumbfounded. They had ganged up on him, and as he shook his head, Wanda and Laura looked at him. I am, confused. Wanda asked, but Peter shook his head. Don't worry, just being reminded not to get too cocky. Peter grabbed his own tray and looked over at the pair, nodded, and the trio left the cafeteria. Peter, Wanda, and Laura all approached the training area where Rumlow and Flash seemed to be talking in hushed tones. Steve was with Natasha and they were going over the contents of a clipboard, deciding to clear the air. Peter approached Cap first, and then he would have a talk with Flash. Steve raised an eyebrow as Peter came over. Help you, cadet, and Peter cleared his throat. Sure, stop trying to get me and Flash to make up. It won't happen and you'll lose what little respect I have for you. And Peter heard Natasha mutter, oh shit, under her breath. Excuse me? You know that I personally took Flash under my wing, supervised his training, offered advice and counseling when he lost his father. Personally gave him leave to deal with the monster causing that and then sponsored him for the Avengers program, and you disagree with my choice. Peter stood his ground. That's all very impressive, Captain, and Natasha coughed and Steve swung the clipboard under his arm. And? Is that the discipline kids have these days? Your file, while impressive, isn't a great read. Hospitalizing muggers and petty crooks isn't something to be proud of. I know that being bonded to one of those aliens increases aggression and makes you a little unstable, but here, you need to learn to work in a team and unable to stop himself. Peter laughed. Something funny. Steve handed the clipboard over to Natasha, who took a step back. Work as a team? Don't get me wrong, I can do that, I have done that, but when you come in on day one and find your team, Peter using air quotes over the word, has been branded the misfits as you're all different. Finding out that someone who read my file is asking me to help the one person I hate more than anyone. Yeah, that's funny. Flash is a rich spoiled asshole, who used his dad's money and position to do shit all in school except make my life, and the life of his girlfriend, hell for 5 years. He didn't fail cause he's a moron, he failed as he expected dad to buy his scholarship, and when got his legs cut off it all went to shit. Do I find that funny? Yeah, I do. As Flash heard Peter's complaint he stepped forwards, but Rumlow put a hand on his chest and shook his head. Wait, he said with a small grin and a nod, and Flash stepped back, gritting his teeth. You walked in, read 2 files and decided the best way to resolve our little conflict was to push us together? That tells me that you didn't actually read my file. If you'd read Flash's we wouldn't be talking right now. I'd be in another part of the building, and Flash, well, I really don't care what Flash would be doing. Steven stared at the young man. Even without training he could feel the resentment and indignation pouring from him. He was angry, and ready for a fight. Did I make a mistake? He wondered as he saw Flash staring at him the same way. So, you do disagree with my assessment? Look, son, you're 19. I was that age too. You think you know everything, as I did, and you're wrong like I was. We gave Flash a second chance, just like the one you're getting now. The situation with Sword is something that just happens. You have a team with Natasha, and yes, you're all different, but that doesn't mean worse. Flash proved he's Avengers material, and I'm sure that given time you can do the same, as long as you keep your nose clean and stop with your more dubious activities. Helping Flash goes to prove that. Helping Flash shows that you can be better. You should see this as an opportunity to prove that you're not the villain everyone makes you out to be, that you're a hero, just like I am, and Natasha, and like Flash is trying to be. Peter stood staring at Steve for a moment, a small look of disbelief at the naivete of the man in front of him, clenching his jaw and swallowing his anger. Flash, you'll be studying math on Monday, 5 till 7, and then homework to be done for Wednesday, when it'll be English, with homework for Friday when it'll be science, and guess what? Homework for Monday. It'll need to be here or your place though, and looking Steve in the eye, as MJ, you know, the girl you forced into a relationship, might actually kill you if she sees you again, and turning he walked off, muttering, sick of this bullshit already. Steve looked over at Natasha, who clapped him on the shoulder. Yeah, I think you've got homework as well. Cap. Peter and Flash shouldn't even be in the same building, let alone training together. This isn't the 40s. Kids have killed themselves, and others, over bullying. Flash is lucky Peter just threw him off a roof, and as she nodded to Laura and Wanda the trio left to find Peter, and to begin what would hopefully be the rest of a much quieter day. Steve looked at the area again and then at the warehouse in front of him. After Peter's little outburst yesterday he had left the team's training without him, Rumlow taking over training Flash while the War Machine armor was upgraded and the operating system was fixed, whatever that was. He had listened to Natasha, taken her advice and looked up the school file on Flash. While at first glance it looked good, and at first all Steve had taken was a glance, once you looked deeper it began to show its true colors. As Peter said, for the first year Flash was in school his grades were terrible. It was only once he got his football career started they suddenly jumped to B's. Each year the school made money from Flash, and each year the school received a donation from his father. Flash's academic record began to read like a piece of fiction. Sure, they were careful enough to make sure he got a high enough result to keep the money coming in, but the actual papers were all either missing or blank, meaning he never sat the exams in the first place. Steve shook his head as he read more and more. He was actually amazed Flash could read and write with this level of corrupt academia. Then came the reports from the schoolmates that Peter had mentioned. There were several admonishments for missing homework, late assignments, or damaged school books. An idiot could tell that he was being bullied. Every class Peter shared with Flash was the same, and even an incomplete picture made him shake his head in shame. He had been wrong, and Natasha was right. Peter and Flash should never have been put together, not with their level of powers. As he hit the buzzer on the shiny new gate, and he knew full well why it was new, a young woman answered, "Hello," and he cleared his throat and smiled. "Sorry for bothering you, miss, but can I speak to a classmate of Peter Parker? I'm an instructor from S.H.I.E.L.D." And after a brief pause, the buzzer sounded and the gate unlatched. As the door swung open, Steve frowned at the interior. It looked like a mess, but the polished floor, neat walkways, and newly painted exteriors told Steve that it was just clean up, not permanent. There was scrap and lengths of cable and wiring piled high in one corner, but the rest was astounding. 2 neat homes, built from storage containers, were lined up, and a huge dining table with neat white tablecloth sat next to a small kitchen. As he looked up he saw the massive box above his head, but was drawn from his amazement by a voice. Hi, yeah, can you come in? It's kinda weird just standing there staring." And Steve saw the redhead sat over at the table, busy placing a clean mug and sugar bowl down. "Sorry miss, this is a bit strange. I'm not used to people living in warehouses. Is the housing in New York that bad?" And as he asked, she laughed. "Captain America, right?" And he nodded. "Peter mentioned you. Things are different now. It's chic. Lots of old places are run down or just have crappy landlords, so people make their own space, and he nodded as she explained. Still strange though, miss, MJ, and he smiled. It was one of the people he wanted to talk to. As he approached and sat down, she poured him coffee and he added in sugar and milk. I hope you don't mind, MJ, but I need to ask about Peter, and as he took a breath, knowing that this might be a tough subject, and Flash Thompson. Rightly so, her breathing stopped, her pupils dilated, and he could almost feel a wave of palpable anger rolling off her. Please, I know, and I'm sorry, but, and he shook his head, I need to know what kind of person he is. MJ clenched her jaw and swallowed back the anger. Flash Thompson made my life hell for 5 years, he is, and it was her turn to take a breath and let it out. He's an idiot who has the awareness of a rock. He didn't do anything he thinks is wrong, he just expected everything, and he was rich, handsome, and so he got it. So you don't think that he's as bad as Peter makes out? And MJ laughed. He made Peter's life hell. Do I hate him for that? Yes, and more. Peter should have thrown him off a higher roof. Steve was confused. Only for what he did to Peter though, not what he did to you. I've had time, Captain Rogers, time to realize that Flash never meant me harm. If he did, I would have suffered more. Just like Peter, it was everyone else who made my life hell. Do I hate Flash? A bit. My life was never great before him, but now, I mean, I was in a frickin' movie, I have amazing powers and a loving boyfriend. Do I have time to care what some loser thinks? Should I care if Flash Thompson does well or not? And she shook her head. I don't want to live in the past, not with the future I have. Flash Thompson means nothing to me anymore. Steve, please, and that's a very mature attitude to have, but boyfriend? Are you and Peter? And MJ swore quietly under her breath. Can you forget I said that? Please, I don't want Peter to get in more trouble, and he smiled. I may be from the 40s, miss, but I have studied some of the more prominent parts of history, the 60s especially. I just never realized it was Dash, and MJ interrupted. It's not, it's just us. So please, don't say anything, and Steve nodded. He had seen the sexual liberation that came with the 60s and knew that things were definitely different from his time, but from the look on her face, and her body language, she loved him, and that was none of his business. It's a non-issue. Can I take it that Felicia Hardy and Gwen Stacy will tell me the same? And MJ nodded. Maybe not as politely though, Felicia threatened him a lot. It's fine, I just needed to get a better picture. Steve took a last mouthful of coffee and set his cup down. He now had a better idea of who Flash was. Thank you for the coffee, miss, I can see myself out, and he left a bemused MJ sitting at the table. After she watched him leave, she flicked on the street cameras that Peter had set up and made sure he had really left, and then took out her phone. Stupid shield, she thought as she sent a message to Peter. As Steve made his way back to SHIELD HQ, enjoying the quiet ride on his motorcycle, he wondered what to do with the young man under his care. It was obvious that Flash was a rogue, even more so than Peter. At least Peter was open about his misadventures, but the common theme with Flash seemed to be a lack of awareness of his own behavior towards people, and ultimately, his own failings. Talking to Fury would be useless. It was his team and ultimately his responsibility to deal with. Fury put the team together, but he had to hold them together. Not easy when ego and other issues made them a target for everyone. As Steve walked through the clean glass and white building of SHIELD HQ, he saw that Natasha and her team were coming back from training, and as he gazed up at one of the wall clocks, he wondered if Flash had been following his own schedule. Natasha just nodded, but Steve put a hand out. A word, Peter, and he stopped. I'll catch up, and the others laughed. So, and Peter held out his phone, letting Steve see the message from MJ. He nonchalantly shrugged. I had to know, and you happen to live with most of the people he has issues with, but that's not why I stopped you. And Peter looked surprised. I still stand by what I said. Flash deserves a chance to prove himself and to make amends, as do you. Boys make mistakes, men fix them. Be a man, Peter. And with that, Steve walked off to find Flash. He knew that conflict resolution could only come from Peter and Flash themselves. Interfering would only make things worse. Peter frowned. A platitude was all he got. A fucking platitude. He shrugged, oh well, and hurried to catch the others, uncaring if Flash grew up or not. There was always a taller building if it came down to it. Steve found Flash being spotted in the gym by Rumlow, using the same machine that he normally used. Rated for well over the normal human maximum, it surprised him to see someone else lifting as much as he could, but it had been mentioned in his file that Flash was host to one of those alien creatures. I can wait, he said as Rumlow looked over and leaned down to whisper to Flash. As Flash did 10 more reps, he sat up and wiped himself down with a towel. Rumlow patted him on the shoulder, CYA cap, and walked away to give the two men privacy. So, you gonna tell me off now too? Flash said as he wiped the sweat from his face, but Steve shook his head. Your problems at high school are not my concern, Flash, only that they stay in high school. You earned a spot on this team, it's now your job to keep it. I was wrong to put you and Peter together, given your history, but sometimes making amends is the only way forwards, and working through conflict can lead to greater things. Steve stood with his arms folded as Flash wiped down the machine. Yeah, I was kinda expecting a lecture. Everyone else always did, you know, or till he died. And Steve saw Flash ball his fists and sigh, fighting back his emotions. It wasn't fair, you know. I never meant to take it that far. I never knew. It wasn't until I got web that I knew, and now, how can I look at some who hates me so much they threw me off a building, and screws my ex-girlfriend after letting me know I abused her, and he shook his head. I never meant to be that guy, you know, I swear. And Steve stood listening. You didn't, and now you know. Going forward you can try to make amends, make things better. Being an Avenger means responsibility, not just to the team, but to the people of New York and ultimately the world. Righting some wrongs is a good place to start, Flash. But how? I mean, I don't know, shit, even admitting I'm wrong feels, wrong. My dad always said never admit your faults, people will use them against you. And he looked over at Steve. Therapy didn't help. After the accident, she just, yelled at me a bunch and then we screwed, and Steve turned to one side to hide the smile on his face. See, even you, and Flash huffed and began to finish wiping down the machine. Well, see, that's not really therapy. I can book you in with one of the SHIELD therapists. The one I see is really good. And Flash stopped and looked over. You, and Steve nodded. I'm from 60 years ago, temporal identity disorder it's being called I think. Where seeing a TV is fine but a laptop or I went grocery shopping and asked the guy why he wasn't bagging my groceries, turns out he was a customer. So I needed some help. 60 years changes a lot of things, not just technology, it's a lot to take in, and while it's been a while for me, leaving school is the same. I had a look at your file, and I know, but no social studies, no practical classes anymore. I'm amazed you're coping as well as you are. I mean, they don't teach you how to be an adult, Flash, and while I'm sure your dad was a swell guy, if you need help and there is no shame in asking. Flash looked down at the towel in his hand and shook his head. I dunno, Cap. I mean, what if it never gets better? It does, son, it does. I mean, 60 years ago we never had the internet. I wouldn't give that up for the world. And Flash laughed. So, book me on for one of those shrinks yet? And Steve patted him on the shoulder and nodded. Doesn't get you out of homework though, I'll add it in somewhere. And Flash's shoulders slumped. It's a free period, get something to eat and think about what I said. And Flash nodded. With both problems hopefully dealt with, Steve only had one left, and as he sat in the waiting room in front of Fury's office, he was dealing with it now. Fury was sat in this usual chair, paperwork scattered over his desk, and the normal ice bag Fury used to deal with headaches was sat on his forehead. So, I guess this is about Parker and Thompson, he asked from under it. Nope, that's dealt with. This is about my missing team members. So far I've got 3, and so far I've heard Bupkis about getting more. Oh, and Fury slid 2 folders over. Barton is gone, medical declared him unfit for duty and he took retirement. So we got you 2 new recruits. One might be a problem, so say so now. Steve slid the folders off Fury's desk and flicked open the first one. Ava Starr, victim of an experimental teleportation technology, now requires to wear a temporal and phasic stabilizer to remain in our dimension. Current status: SHIELD infiltration specialist. Sharon Carter. Highly trained field agent, honors, current assignment, SHIELD HQ Information Services. Carter. Steve asked. Niece, problem. Nope. Steve shook his head. If she was half the agent that Peggy was, then he would be happy to have her on the team. I don't care, Agent Rumlow, this isn't a request, and if you dare to argue I'll go over your head. Liv was angry. Since the lab incident she was aware that everyone treated Rumlow as the boss, but this time he had gone too far. Look, I get it, Doc, you keep saying it over and over, but we don't have the time for what you're asking, we just don't. Oh, and I suppose if a hidden subroutine cuts out the power at 10,000 feet then you'll listen? And as Rumlow leaned back over the conference table he frowned. What? There are hidden ROM chips through the armor that I've been busy digging out. Most control the armor's systems, but some have independent network access, and some have booby traps, designed to shut down systems remotely in case someone steals the armor. Liv leaned back, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction, and the full extent of the problem finally got through to the man, and as he rubbed a hand over his stub-bled face. How long? And that was the issue. 6 months, minimum. I can adapt the operating system of the Goblin armor, but it's just not sophisticated enough. In a month I can give you control of the armor, 3 months for flight, but full weapons and system integration will take 6, and that's if Stark hasn't hidden anything else. And Rumlow shook his head and leaned back in his chair. Look, Doc, that's just too long. Fury's breathing down my neck, Pierce is up my ass, and half the council wants to know why the Avengers are sitting around with their thumbs up their butt. What the team does in its free time is none of my concern, Brock, only the armor, and if I am honest, Stark is a genius, but he's also a complete bastard. It would be irresponsible to entrust your life to something I wasn't happy with. Rumlow leaned back and laughed. I'm touched, Doc, but really, 6 months, not faster? I mean, don't you brain types give an estimate and then break it by being super smart or something? And it was Liv's turn to laugh. You watch too much television, Brock. 6 months is my best work. If this was anyone else it would be a year at least, and even then I would imagine the armor might explode if you tried to use it. Rumlow leaned forwards on the table. No faster, and Liv shook her head. The only concession I can give, Brock, is that by building it from scratch I can customize the interface to however you like, right down to what font you want the clock to be in. Brock snorted and laughed, Comic Sans, and Liv laughed with him. Well, maybe not then. Fine, Doc, fine, I'll go. I dunno, watch Peter try to teach Flash math. I mean, I ain't a thinker, but damn, that boy. And as Brock slid off his chair and left, Liv sat with a scowl on her face. She had heard about Flash's attempts to learn, and he was trying. Making fun of him wasn't fair on either of them. Peter was trying his best, and according to him, so was Flash. Peter was sat with Flash, who was staring at the textbook, a strained look of impatience on his face. I just don't get it. I mean, how does using letters make more sense than numbers? It's just stupid. Peter sighed. It's algebra, Flash, and you need it to pass math. Peter had tried everything. Even Harry wasn't this bad. He had gone so far as to have Flash checked for a learning disability, but there was nothing. As much as Peter hated to admit it, which he still did as often as he could, Flash was just dumb. But why? I don't buy groceries that cost X plus 3 over Y dollars, do I? It's stupid and I don't need it. And in frustration, Flash closed the book and slid it across the desk. You, and Peter sighed and shook his head. You just do. Okay, it's part of math and that's it. Look, learn it, do the exam and then forget it. Yeah, easy for you to say. You sat the test blind and still got 100. Some us aren't wired like that, Parker. And Flash took his head in both hands, running his fingers through his hair. Yeah, Laura and Wanda both aced theirs and Laura grew up in a lab, so suck it up, frat boy, and stop whining. Peter smirked. Or, I could ask Cap to make you run X plus 3 over Y laps, and only let you stop once you figure it out. Maybe sticking math with sports will get it into that brain. Flash shook his head and grabbed the book. Don't you fucking dare ruin sports for me, Parker. Don't you fucking dare. Liv ran a hand over Peter's shoulder as she sat down in the library next to the pair, nodding a greeting at Flash. Great, someone else to make me feel stupid, Flash complained, and Liv scowled. I hear you're doing your best, Eugene. Don't let anyone tell you it's never good enough, and Flash just scowled and shook his head. So, not tinkering with your latest toy. Peter had to admit he was jealous and really would prefer if things were reversed, but his technical expertise on the armor was well below Liv's. Liv sighed. I'm having to rebuild it from scratch. Whatever Stark did to the operating system really screwed it over. Even Harry's sabotage of the goblin armor wasn't that bad, and Peter frowned but then sat up. Leaning over, he kissed Liv on the cheek. That's it. Liv, you are a genius. I know, dear, but what? And Peter took out his phone, scrolling through the long list of SHIELD department numbers he had been given. Yeah, hi, do you guys have one of those perspex containment units, the ones with the lockable tops? Can I get one and a beaker? Pyrex is fine, delivered to the library in the academics wing. Sure, it's Parker, 782354443. If there's a problem, contact Natasha Romanoff. Yeah, thought so? Great, bye. Peter hit the end call button and set down his phone. What? He asked as the pair stared at him, expectantly. Fine, Flash, you're an idiot, and that's fine. Nobody is great at everything. Math, science, not your thing, deal with it. But Webb isn't. He was my symbiote, he should be just as smart as me, so why not? Flash rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, Webb doesn't talk too much about what happened. He really doesn't talk that much at all. Exactly, like Poison. When we fought, Eddie was a pushover because he was just enhanced, but even with a small amount of training we should have been a better match, unless Webb was sick or hurt. Liv nodded. And you want to separate them and heal Webb, so that he can help Flash pass math, she said with a smirk. No, well, yes but no. Look, Cap said boys make mistakes but men fix them. Osborn did something terrible to both of us, and I got fixed. It's not fair to leave Webb hurting because of us fighting Flash. You're a jackass, but Webb, he never asked for this. I dunno, Webb doesn't really like you, Parker, and I gotta admit, you're still a dick, but, will it hurt? I mean, he was pretty banged up when we bonded. I don't want to hurt him more. Honestly, I don't know, does healing hurt? Maybe. Did your legs hurt? Yes, but they got better. Liv couldn't walk for a while, but she got better. If Webb says no, then it's a no, but I can fix him. I fixed Poison and Ravage. Fixing Webb is easy. It's just a bath and a sleep. And as Flash sat with a pensive look on his face, a young lab technician came over, wheeling in a rounded sample cylinder with a swing top and a selection of beakers. Boss says you break you're paying for them, and Ms. Romanoff's words were blow something up and it's laps till you puke, before handing over a clipboard for Peter to sign and then walking away. So, Peter lifted the cylinder and unscrewed the top, moving it back onto the trolley and grabbing the largest beaker there. Right, so, yeah, he's not happy but yeah, and Flash held out a hand. The thick black oily symbiote slid over him and down his arm, sliding into the sample cylinder. Flash looked anxious as Peter lifted it and then placed it back on the table. It's fine, once it starts Liv and I can leave, so I won't try anything. I get Webb hates me, but well, that wasn't me, Osborn did that. I just didn't know he was there, and he lifted the beak and a white fluid began to drip into it. Shit, Parker, that isn't. Flash asked with a disgusted look on his face. Calm down, moron, it's Simsils. The same substance that makes up the symbiotes. Mine heals and regenerates symbiotic tissue, and while Peter did shake his head, he knew exactly what the beaker of white fluid looked like. Once the beaker was full, Peter appended it into the sample cylinder and Webb sloshed around in it, and as it was absorbed they could see the changes almost immediately. Webb was originally black, colored the same as Venom, with the same spider motif on his chest. Really, Venom was copying Webb, as Peter was his first host, but now as the white spread across him, they could see the black fade, into gray at first and then into a pure brilliant white color. As the symbiote sloshed and rolled around the cylinder, it began to spin and soon toppled over, the small tendrils stretching out from the top, seeking out Flash. Flash held out his hand and soon Webb had begun to latch on, covering his arm and then spreading up his entire body. Unlike the girls and himself, who used Simsils to make clothing, only wearing a protective undersuit, Flash was fully dressed and Webb sat over it like armor. As the symbiote enveloped Flash, he stood and roared. His armor was now white, with a black spider sitting in the middle of his chest with a web design spreading out from it and over his chest. His mask was the same, but now with smaller white almond-shaped eyes sat where Flash's eyes would be. "We are Web, and we are whole," Web announced and flexed a few times, "and we are grateful." "Do you think all symbiotes announce themselves? Or is it just ours?" Liv pondered and Peter snorted and laughed. "They can't talk, so I guess maybe they want us to know they're there," and Web was too busy admiring his new form to say anything. As the Simskin retracted back into Flash, he sat there. "You know, you're a fucking pervert, Parker," and Peter and Liv's faces both scrunched up before Liv turned and batted him on the arm. "And why did you share that with him?" And he shook his head. "I did dash," Peter began, but Flash interrupted. "It's just feelings, no details. Liv, can I call you Liv? But I know about all of them, and Parker, you're a fucking man," and he held up his hand for a high five, but giving Liv a look, Peter shook his head subtly. "Oh come on, what sex? I mean, shit, talk about a ladies' man, shit I can't even." Flash noticed the look on Liv's face and cleared his throat. Oh hey, I get this now too, and grabbing his pen, began to fill in the answers to each problem. Fucking A, got them all. Closing the book, he saw the still angry look on Liv's face and gathered his notebooks together. Lunchtime, yeah, Webb's hungry, I'm hungry, and CYA Parker," and Flash stood, stretched, and wandered off, whistling to himself. Even he was aware enough not to get involved in that conversation. Peter sat with an angry-looking Liv next to him, and as a hand leaned over and pinched his thigh, "You will tell us exactly what Mr. Thompson was privy to, Peter, or there will be consequences. So, you cure Flash Thompson, you help Olivia Octavius rebuild the OS of the war machine, and yet, here I am sat with one eye, with an agent with one hand, and nothing. No thanks, no Director Fury, thanks for not hauling my irresponsible ass to jail, and yet," and Fury shook his head, "and yet, everyone seems to be getting what they want except the one person who is helping you the most." After Peter had explained to Liv that emotions and feelings had been transferred over with the Simsil infusion and no direct memories, she had still dragged him into the lab and made him debug code for the rest of the day. With a sudden burst of power, and a now talkative symbiote, Flash had immediately headed to the gym and began to work out, sending Cap and Rumlow a message. While Peter toiled over line after line of broken code, Flash had an exhibition, which Fury found out about. "So, am I getting my request, or are you going to ignore me and," he shrugged, "find another of my female agents to seduce, and add to whatever the hell you're doing when not at work?" Peter cast his gaze over to Natasha, who was busy lifting things off one of Fury's sideboards, staring at them with rapt attention, ignoring the pair. "Nat." She sighed and put down a photo. "I forgot. This devilishly handsome man keeps me up all night, doing wherever the hell it is we do when we're not working." Peter shook his head and stood up. "Yeah, not taking the blame this time. Nat asked me, months ago. I told her it was her call, so, bye," and Peter left before he was blamed for anything else, closing the door behind him and bolting down the corridor. A few moments later his phone buzzed, and laughing as he checked his messages. "1 hour, you ass, and you owe me." As he typed his reply, he got a few looks from the staff of SHIELD HQ, but by now he was used to it. As he walked through the sterile white and beige painted walls, past the drab gray and black dressed staff, he realized that so far no one other than his team had made any effort to reach out to him, or the others for that matter. He knew they had gained a reputation. He could hear the quiet whispers, and not just for the misfits but the fact that Liv's relationship was public, but that Nat was also supposedly staying with him. Shaking his head and ignoring what he referred to as drones, he made his way back to the gym. He found Webb squatting over a huge barbell. He hadn't been officially tested for his new strength yet, but it was several rings all slid onto a double-thick steel bar. As Webb strained, he lifted the whole thing and a small crowd cheered. 700 lbs, Rumlow shouted, and the crowd cheered again, Flash dropping the bar and flexing. Not wanting to embarrass the poor man, Peter shook his head and moved on, heading to the weapons testing center where he knew he would find Liv. As he scanned his badge, allowing him access to the various departments, he smirked. "Suck it, Flash." While Flash was a cadet, Peter's badge gave him level 1 access to parts of the building, a small and petty victory but one he still enjoyed. As he approached the war machine hangar, he could hear Liv and someone else arguing. It was a bald Asian man, someone Peter had never met before, and he had no idea who he was. "Agent Sitwell, I don't care if you need authorization, I'm giving you authorization." He could hear Liv shout. "Yes, doctor, but I need to hear that from Agent Rumlow. He's the pilot. I can't authorize a complete overhaul of the suit without his say-so," he argued back. "Really? So even though my name is on the door, even though my work is the one actually repairing the suit, and as I said before, as my name is listed as department head, you still need Brock to sign off on this?" The man cleared his throat. "Agent Rumlow is the pilot, and one directly recommended by Director Pierce. While Director Fury is the overarching head of this facility, Director Pierce is overseeing this project, and therefore, while it might be your name on the door, Agent Rumlow is in charge, and unless he gives me the go-ahead to approve these changes, then there will be no changes." Peter heard Liv huff. "Well, then, as it seems that I am unnecessary. Until Brock finishes playing Muscleman with Flash, I think I'll just go home. And you, Agent Sitwell, can stick your head up Alexander Pierce's arse. As your tongue's up there already," and Peter waited until she slammed the door of the lab behind her before coming over. "Let's go home," and she nodded and took his hand. Liv was quiet on the way back, but Peter knew she was seething mad. Since she had started working on War Machine, Romlo had constantly undermined her authority. While it was natural as a senior agent, and as the pilot of the armor, it still grated her that she had an unofficial boss, one who didn't understand any of the problems she was facing. As they entered the warehouse she screamed, "I swear, if he gives me crap for one more fix Island." She took a breath. "Hello Director Fury, don't mind me, just letting off some steam," and Liv gave Peter a look and headed into her home, slamming the door behind her. Fury raised an eyebrow. "Problem?" and Peter shook his head. "Not in your department, no, I'll explain later," and Fury just shrugged. "Now, if you'll head up to my lab, we'll see what's on the slab." "I see you shiver with," but Fury raised an eyebrow and looked at him, unamused. "Anticipation. Oh, come on. Liv showed me that movie and, oh fine, upstairs, we can start when you're ready." Peter was deflated. It was a good movie, if a little strange for his tastes, but Liv loved it. Shaking his head he motioned for Fury and the other agents to head up the walkway. He recognized Clint from the first briefing, his arm in a sling, holding the bandaged end of his ruined hand. Cowlson was there, but there were also two women he had no clue about. One was a tall brunette, sharp eyes, and she stared at him as he motioned, shaking her head as she walked past him. Great, Peter thought, another prude, and as the last woman walked past, a cute blonde with the same serious look, she leaned in and whispered, "Your lab? Is it a jump to the left?" And Peter snorted and laughed as he shook his head. "Just up the ramp, but keep your knees in tight," thought, and she smiled as she followed the rest. Once they were in the room, Fury nodded and took out a small circular disc, which he handed to Peter, and even as he shrugged he still pressed the button on the top. Nothing happened visually, but to Peter, he felt and tingled as the device emitted a constant stream of not just white noise but ionic interference as well. "You know I shielded this place, right?" But Fury shrugged. "And if I wanted I could penetrate that, so it never hurts to be careful," and Peter laughed. "Sure Nick, sure." And as the group all stared at Fury, being huffy with a kid, they had no clue as to where their director was and who this stranger was. "Oh look, this is nice and all, but my hand, you know, the one I was promised I could get back," Clint said, waving his stump at the pair, and Peter nodded. "Gwen will take you next door, but we don't know if enhancement will do that. You might not get your hand, but your eye should be back to normal," as he waved over at Fury as well. "You don't know," and Fury looked over at him. "You might need to remain enhanced," but Clint shook his head. "We discussed this," Fury said. "No, you discussed this. My wife on the other hand told me, and who do you think I'll listen to? No more shield." As Clint spoke, Gwen walked in and handed him a bottle up. "What this? I thought it was an injection," but Gwen just handed one to Fury. "Regrowing limbs is great, but the procedure will make you hungry. Protein shake with essential minerals and a few extras. You first though, regrowing a hand will be gross and I don't want anyone puking." Ms. Stacy, we're all highly trained shield agents here. I don't think Nick began, but the blonde interrupted him. "Gross as in muscle and bone regrowing at a viable rate gross." And Gwen nodded. "Yeah, I don't want to watch that. Oh, and as Nick is an ass, I'm Sharon," and she leant over to shake Gwen's hand, and Clint, who raised a hand and finger saluted her, Maria, who stood and scowled, and finally Phil, who shook her hand as well. "Hi, nice meeting you." "Likewise, but you all are getting enhanced, right? Or am I missing something?" And Fury nodded. "Just the eye for me, but yeah, enhancement for everyone else," Fury stated, Clint just taking a swig of his bottle and frowning. "I still don't see why though. I mean, once we do this we all fall under the Accords, and then we're more limited than as normal agents." Sharon stood, crossing her arms staring at Fury, who shook his head. "Nope, Stark testified in front of a congressional committee and screwed that all up. I get you don't like him, he did punch you through a building, but right now, he saved all our asses. Got a TV I can cast to?" And Peter nodded, switching on the projector behind him. Fury took out his phone and after swiping it, a video began to play. "So Mr. Stark, we are here to ask you to hand over the specifications for the Iron Man suits as well as the manufacturing methods," and as Tony laughed he shook his head. "Yeah, that's not happening. See, you can call them military all you like, but do that and several of the patents and parts I use suddenly fall under that too, and unless you feel like refitting almost every commercial jet in the US, and making every single airline a military operation, then tough, I say no. You realize the New York Accords give us that power, Mr. Stark." "Yeah, see, a lot of people think I'm just a billionaire, philanthropist, playboy, but I am also a genius and I have a lot of staff. When your boss, and I don't mean the flag one, I mean the money one, wrote those laws, they slipped in a few minor details. See, any private company can apply for a license and hold its own enhanced team, as long as they aren't wanted criminals, or have a criminal record. And the paperwork takes 5 minutes. That brought a flurry of activity from not just the senators who struggled to find the passages in the paper in front of them but from reporters behind him as well. Tony turned and smiled and waved for the cameras. "So, yeah, with this permit," and Tony took out a card, labeled with Iron Man, and a snap of his smug smiling face, which he held up to his own face. "I can run as many iron drones as I like, and you can't stop me. If you try, then not just me but," and Tony clicked a pen at the monitor and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database came up. S.H.I.E.L.D., oh Avengers, nice name by the way, and Sword. The military, Thunderbolts? Really, you let Ross name his team after himself and I'm the one in court. See, they all become illegal, and they all get jail time. Sure, me too, but are you going to throw Alexander Pierce in jail? Or war hero General Thaddeus Ross? Oh, he'd love that. And the crowd behind Tony erupted in a cacophony of questions. As the group watched the clip, Peter shook his head. Yeah, Fury explained, Stark might be an ass, even bigger than you, but he is a smart ass and he just saved all of us. Clint broke the silence. Yeah, that's great and all, but you know, my hand, and sucked the last of the shake from the glass, making a slurping noise as he chased it around the bottom of the glass. Gwen signed, of course Clint, but Kurt will be doing your injections, and yours too Agent Fury and Coulson. The girls will be done by me, and don't need to explain why do I, and while Fury shook his head, the others looked confused. Gwen sighed with exasperation. You know, the whole spy bit gets tiresome when you don't explain anything. The formula makes you sick, removes dead tissue and then forcefully expels it. It's different for everyone, but a change of clothing and a bathroom are in someone's future. She specifically looked over at Phil, who was a seemingly big fan of not sticking to a diet. What? I run, he said, unconvincingly as he ran a hand over his stomach. I do, as Mariah raised an eyebrow and smirked. Regardless, if you don't want the boys to see you, then we're doing this separately. Liv has conveniently taken a trip out to clear her head, so boys upstairs and girls down in the shower room. With the groups separated, Peter and Gwen spent the rest of the day treating and enhancing Fury's group of agents. The enhancement process had become second nature to them, having done the group themselves before. Fury suddenly held a hand over his eye, as pain shot through him. Motherfucker, he swore as Peter held his eye open. Yeah, whatever did this isn't healing with the formula. What was it, some kind of poison? And Fury nodded. Yeah, an alien asshole cut me, and it never healed right. Not a doctor, but I'm guessing whatever they did won't ever heal. Sorry Nick, but it's the eye patch for you. And leaning over the table, Peter handed to him, snatching it and sliding it over his head. So much for the miracle formula. Speaking of which, and Fury motioned over the Clint, who was still missing a hand. Yeah, you never told him he would have to remain enhanced to keep it. Only Kurt's lizard formula will regrow a whole limb. The Stacy formula doesn't mutate an individual to that degree. As Fury looked over at Clint, he did see the disappointment on the man's face. So what? Nothing, and Gwen shook her head. We can use him as a test subject for the new CLS, but it's a whole lot of paperwork and a whole lot of conversations. Nothing we can do in an afternoon. I bet Laura will be disappointed. Fury smirked, and Clint shook his head. A real man doesn't need a hand, Nick, and Peter shook his head. He guessed that as head of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick held power, and once you weren't a part of that structure anymore, the effect faded. Clint teasing Fury while the others hid their smiles brought some joy to Peter, knowing he wasn't as full of bluster as he presented. Thing is, right now what are you going to do about the Accords? Peter asked, but Fury shook his head. You don't need to know that. Stick with your own mission and leave me to my team. But Fury took out a card, with his own name, scowling photo, and Fists of Fury printed on it. Oh no, Sharon said. We are not being called the Fists of Fury, change it. And Fury shook his head. Can't. Non-refundable deposit on the team, and Sharon tilted her head as she scowled. Then I quit. Agents of Fury was bad enough. You and your damn names, but Fists of Fury, no, not a chance in hell. But Peter held a finger up to his lips and they all quietened down, staring at him confused. You know Doc, it ain't that difficult. And as they strained, they could hear Romlo talking to Liv in the warehouse. Peter motioned to the group and pointed up, slipping into his armor and extending an arm up and into the hidden hatch mechanism. When he rebuilt the roof, he made sure the hatchway was still secure and led into one of his labs. He didn't want Felicia or the others to drop in on him unannounced after a night hunting. The group silently waited as he opened it, and thankfully it didn't squeak as he gently lowered it. He pointed to Sharon, and then knelt down, cupping his hand, and she nodded. One by one they were given a boost up and onto the roof. Fury shook his head as he stuck a boot into Peter's hands, and he was lifted out of the warehouse and onto the roof. Well, now we know how you got in and out without our agents spotting you, and Peter shrugged. As Fury crawled over to the edge, he took out a small mirror from his coat and lifted it over the edge, holding up 2 fingers, and then he crawled back to the group. 2 cars, meaning at least 6 agents. You don't happen to have a sewer escape route, do you? But Peter shook his head. I can swing up, never needed one before, plus, it would be in the bottom of the warehouse, and the meeting table is there, we'd never get to it. Peter thought for a moment, distraction, and took out his phone. Hey, can I ask a favor? And I know, but Fury's good for it. And after a brief pause, can you send at least 4 girls to the warehouse? Hey, PST, what color and make were the cars? And after describing the stereotypical black sedan, Peter relayed the information to Felicia. Right, give it 20 minutes and some streetwalkers are going to come over and distract them. I can shoot out lines and each of you can either go up or down, your choice. Nick and Clint, down would probably be better, as no strength for the swing. We can swing around back, and make it look like we're here on business. Nick said, crouching low. Take Sharon, Mariah, and Clint. I know you're strong enough to carry him. The hand is a dead giveaway. Coulson with me, we can be here on business. I did hear that Dr. Octavius told Agent Sitwell to shove himself somewhere painful. It's not unreasonable we'd be here. Peter thought for a moment and nodded. I can still hear them. Liv's arguing about the lack of leadership, so we've got time. Peter crouched over to the wall and listened out. Our lady friends are here, get ready, and shooting out 2 web lines to the water tower, shot out 2 more to the taller building a bit away, swing from the tower to get momentum and then swap to the other for the ride, don't drop them, and don't fall. Enhanced doesn't mean indestructible, plus one of you will have Clint. I'll take him, Mariah volunteered. What? Laura knows me, and she won't pitch a fit if I'm manhandling her husband, and Clint shrugged. Just don't drop me, and she frowned and shrugged. We'll see, laughing and shaking his head he grabbed onto her as she lifted him effortlessly, taking 2 of the web lines from Peter and began to climb the tower. Peter watched the trio swing away while Fury and Coulson climbed down another web line at the back of the warehouse and quickly ran across the street to avoid detection. As Peter listened he could hear the agents in the cars forcefully telling the girls to leave and made a mental note to thank them later, and Liv was still arguing with Romlo downstairs in the warehouse. With nothing else to do, he lowered himself and quietly closed the hatch. As Liv's voice grew louder, he knew that was his cue to make an appearance, and as he stared down the walkway to the table, Romlo and Liv both stopped speaking. Hey, I get things are stressful but no yelling please, he asked as he grabbed a cup and poured himself Com's coffee. So, no deal then, and Romlo smiled and shook his head, rubbing the back of his head with hand, while Liv huffed and crossed her arms. Brock here was explaining to me that while I am a great scientist I am not a SHIELD agent and therefore I'm not in charge, and Peter frowned but shrugged. Seems reasonable. So what's the issue? And Liv moved over and jabbed him with a finger. Because I need to know my orders are being followed and not ignored until someone okays them. Peter, of all people I thought you would understand, and shaking her head she stormed off and slammed the door to her home, leaving Romlo and Peter alone. Well, I guess that's that then huh? Romlo said. You think she'll come round? And Peter nodded. Her last boss was a real dick, just be patient and yeah, she will. Romlo snorted. Yeah, we know about Osborn, but I really mean that. Will she be okay? Work is work, but I dunno, seems a bit personal, you know. Peter half shrugged. I'll speak to her. I'll see you at training, so I can let you know, but once she cools off, she'll be fine. And it was Brock's turn to shrug. Well, thanks for the coffee but I gotta go. While Liv is great, the armor doesn't pilot itself and I hear Sitwell is making my guys' lives hell. As he sat down his cup the door buzzer went and Fury and Coulson made an appearance. Yeah, definitely time to go. My boss and Fury don't see eye to eye. They don't agree, and Peter tried not to laugh. Hitting the door buzzer, Brock simply nodded at Fury as he brushed past them, and after the door was closed Fury took out a small device and waved it around. Clear. We'll stay for a few minutes, give the impression that we're only here on business and then split. Hill and Carter should have gotten away, and once everything calms down you can come back to SHIELD HQ. Peter nodded and sat quietly as Fury checked his watch. Long enough. Work. Tomorrow. No slacking. Oh, and good job with Flash. And Peter was left alone in the warehouse as they left. Yeah, think they bought it? He asked Liv. I have no idea, but if they didn't it won't make a difference. They either suspect or they don't, and with Brock conveniently meeting me while I was out, I do suspect my phone is a tracker at least. Liv was still in her home, lying on her bed with a pillow over her face. It's all we can do though, this works or it doesn't and we plan for either scenario. I don't like it though, lying to Fury, don't you think he'll be mad? A con only works if the target doesn't know it's a target, that's what Nat said. I'm pretty sure she worded it better than that dear, but I know what you mean. Just, please, with everything remember I love you, no matter what happens. Peter knew that Brock being friendly might be an excuse to get Liv further on their side, but flirting and being friendly would strain their relationship. Peter knew that and understood. It was painful to know, but if they could nail the rat bastards then it was worth it. Of course, Liv had also promised a night of the filthiest, dirtiest sex Peter could think of to make sure he knew just how much she loved him, and that had sealed the deal. As Liv and Peter continued their discussion, Romlo sat with a hand on his chin, staring out the car window as he and an agent made their way back to SHIELD HQ. Think they know? And Romlo shook his head. Nah, with what Liv told us, we got Fury and the others leaving. Parker's no good, neither's Nat, but Flash and Liv? I think I can get them on side. The other agent snorted. Who'da thought Venom was such a pussy? Must be all the fucking women he's banging. Makes you soft. Romlo laughed. That was something else he was going to do. Make sure he got a good woman like Liv away from such a fucking philandering douchebag as Parker. You know, Peter, when I was invited to work for SHIELD and be on a team with you, I thought that we would actually be training together. Wanda stood with her arms crossed while Laura attacked another training dummy. What I did not realize was that you would be fooling around with Flash and Laura, and I would be stuck in a classroom while we were taught math and English. She uttered something in Sokovian, and while Peter had no clue what she meant, the intent was clear. Wanda was not happy. Peter couldn't blame her though, as he had assumed the same, but it seemed that while SHIELD, the spy organization, probably had lax rules, SHIELD, the International Law Enforcement Agency and Training Academy, was quite strict. After failing both written and physical exams, Wanda and Laura had been separated and kept in their own remedial classes. Laura only failing the physical side as she wrecked not just the assault course but the measuring machines, uttering, "Danger room better," before stomping off and refusing to budge on the matter. Her test scores on the academic side were even worse, and as it appeared she had no schooling whatsoever and still had a little problem with her anger. Another classroom was wrecked and Laura was banned from taking any classes whatsoever. In fact, Fury had just dumped them both on Peter, and given Flash's impressive test results, told him to fix them as well. Wanda was an easier case, she had the knowledge, just her grasp of written English was terrible, not surprising considering her non-English origin. Her physical condition was a different matter, and without using her powers her physical strength and stamina were below average. This surprised Peter as he thought growing up on a farm she would have a farmer's constitution, but nope, she hated farm work and refused. Instead she helped her mother bake and make meals. So, his first task as team leader was to get these two motivated, and while he wasn't about to admit it to anyone he had a perfect plan. You want to do what? Wanda scowled as they communicated telepathically. He was getting better, but sometimes he leaked a bit and she got some of his more base emotions, ones she didn't want to be feeling at S.H.I.E.L.D. Use the Mind Stone to give you and Laura the information you need. It's like telepathy but a bit more. I remember what the Mind Stone did, Peter, which is why I am scowling, see? And she glared at him, and you think this is a good idea? Of course, worked on Flash, didn't it? And Wanda glared even harder at him. Of all the irresponsible, and then her thoughts devolved into a stream of Eastern European curse words, but the emotion behind them was very clear. You're a stupid idiot, and no. As he held Laura's hand, as he needed physical contact to initiate a link if the other person wasn't a telepath, she just frowned. Make smart? Without books? Yes, but Wanda had a bad experience with what I'm suggesting, so she doesn't want to. No, because it is dangerous and stupid, and you could hurt her. Trust him more than Baldy and Spoon Man. Spoon Man? And Laura thought of Eric, demonstrating his powers by levitating spoons, and while it was impressive, his face at the new name was even better, and Wanda had to stifle a laugh as it scrunched up in anger and then acceptance that he couldn't be mad at someone with no social experience. Then me first, show read that not bad man, good man. Plus, brain bad, Baldy say, damaged, maybe fix. Peter frowned and using the stone looked for what Laura was talking about. Holy shit, Peter said out loud in shock, and Wanda frowned and looked at him quizzically. What? And he shook his head. Not here, we need to go home for this anyway. I'll let Fury know it's private tutoring time and get out of classes, and Peter took out his phone and let Nat and Fury know that he was taking the pair home to tutor them. Once the trio was back in the warehouse, Peter made sure that everyone else was out. MJ had another part she was currently working on. Felicia and Gwen were both dealing with Hell's Kitchen, and he had gotten a text from Liv. Brock and I are going out for a drink later, don't wait up, kisses. Shaking his head, he turned his phone to silent and took Wanda and Laura up into his new home. You have been busy, Peter. Are some of these for us as well? Wanda asked nervously. She still had to approach her father about moving in here. She was fine as long as he was attending S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, but his disdain for Peter was evident. Yup, you just need to move in and then decorate. But first. Peter took a deep breath. Laura, you have something in your skull, a huge metal needle, I think. I can only feel around its edges where there is a void. Do you want us to remove it? And Laura nodded. You can't do that. Wanda stood and shouted. We don't have a doctor, or a surgery, or a doctor. We dash, and Peter put a hand on her. We can. I can guide you and you can just remove it, and Laura nodded. Are you insane? You'll kill her. And as if Laura understood, she stood and her class slid out. Blood ripped as Wanda stared slack-jawed. Good healer, and Laura cut off one of her fingers. Wanda dry heaved as the finger slowly regrew and in a few seconds was good as new. This is insane, healing factor or not. I can't, Peter, I just can't. Look, we need to get that out. I can do it, but it means digging it out her skull, and involving Gwen and everyone else. You can just remove it in one motion. Her healing factor will take care of the rest, and we have formula if it can't, plus another option, but we leave that one till last. Peter wasn't about to spawn another symbiote, especially not for someone as unstable as Laura. MJ and everyone had issues, but Laura was a time bomb of rage and fury at the best of times, and adding a symbiote to that was asking to get a lot of people killed. Even so, he would if he needed to. He liked Laura and she had grown attached to him. He wouldn't just stand back and let her die if he could save her, and damn the consequences. I can't, Peter. It's not just using my powers. What if she dies? I can't. And Laura moved over and took her by the shoulders. My head, my life, please. Can't talk, can't speak right, angry all the time. Only monkey calms me. Fight, eat, sleep, please. Wanda could see the frustration on Laura's face, but there was one thing bugging her. Monkey, and Laura nodded over to Peter, who rubbed a hand over his face and sighed. When we rescued her, I couldn't go out as Venom, so I used another name. Night Monkey. The girls all thought it was hilarious, and as Wanda held her stomach laughing, apparently so did she. Oh my god, Peter, no little monkey. I can see why she likes it, but it's still, Laura, why has my father not done anything? If it's metal he can remove it easily too. Laura cocked her head to one side. Not told why, just given training and then told see Peter, get friends, plus, beat ass of students till they let me out, and Peter snorted. That sounded more like why Laura had been allowed to attend the academy. So, she said yes, I'll be here to guide you, ready, and as he knelt down and took hold of Laura, Wanda took a deep breath and a sliver of metal, only a few millimeters thick but at least 4 inches long, shot out of the top of Laura's head, and she collapsed, panting, and grabbing her head. I could feel it, and it's a needle, I know, I've seen enough of them, and as Laura struggled she howled in rage and pain, and Peter grabbed her tighter, enveloping her with this power, holding her close. SSH, it's okay, but as he held on to her tightly, she screamed. There was no easy way to do that, and you said it yourself. Unless you wanted to dash, but she saw that Peter was sweating, trying to keep the thrashing Laura calm, and she had made a terrible mistake. I was crying but no one came to save me. Alone I sat in my box, and cried, over and over. Can't you shut the fuck up? Someone yells, but as I stop, I can only whisper, please, mommy. I'm older now, and they've given me a mommy, a nice lady. She called me sugar and she sings to me. I scream as they cut my hand off again. Pathetic, a man says. I don't know his name, but he smells bad and his face is angry. Mommy tells me it's called being angry. And you thought a female would be easier to control, and as he hits another man, he storms off, smelling like angry. He beat me again. I once grabbed his belt and choked him with it. He never came back, and the next man used a stick. It was shiny, like my bars. The man puts something in my mouth and it tastes like meat. He screams and bleeds when I bite it. The next man never speaks to me, only taps his shiny sparky rod on my bars. Mommy has been looking sad lately. I can smell something is wrong. They start to do more things now. I'm hooked to a bag, making my head hurt, but the oatmeal they give me makes the pain go away. Mommy holds my hand and cries after each thing they do. I know she doesn't like it here, but as long as I have mommy, I don't mind. Mommy made me oatmeal. It's yummy, but now I feel sleepy. It's not enough to make me sleep though, and I feel them slip something over my head. I feel a sharp pain in my head and everything goes black. I hear them argue again. Viper, dose her and then take her for your little project. I don't care. If she lives, she lives. As I'm strapped to a bed, it's bright and smells funny. Mommy once told me about the outside, and as I'm wheeled on my bed into a new box, I see the giant sign above the door. The Essex Foundation for the Betterment of Mankind. As Laura bites and claws at him, tears stream down Peter's face, as each slap, each kick punch, every single beating she ever felt rushes into him at once, and together they howl in pain and anger. Shocked by the reaction, Wanda surrounds herself with an energy field, but Peter and Laura just rock back and forth, Peter crying as Laura screams and thrashes. Even as her claws score bloody lines across his flesh, he never once lets her go, holding her tightly, hugging her close to him, and soon she stops screaming and wraps her arms around him, crying and sobbing into his chest. Telepath or not, Wanda begins to feel the waves of anger coming from Peter. Unlike before, even at his worst, this is like a tidal wave of pressure. Each thrum of his heart brings a promise of a terrifyingly painful future to whoever did this to her. As he stands and turns, Wanda catches the look on his face, and even her father's anger never scared her as much as he did right then. Feeling the Mind Stone envelop her, Wanda watches as Peter tucks Laura into his bed, handing her a dirty t-shirt which she subconsciously grabs and hugs into her chest. He waits as her breathing becomes shallower and, gritting his teeth, leaves the room, leaving the door open. So, are you going to yell at me now? Wanda asks, sitting on the couch, rubbing her hands together nervously. Frowning, Peter shakes his head. Quiet, she needs the sleep to recover, but no, why? Why would I yell at you? For doing that to her, and as she sends the message, Peter flares with anger once more, but it evaporates as he sees her fear. Sorry. That wasn't you, Wanda. You did what we asked. That fucking shit wasn't you. I'm sorry. I am angry, but at them, not at you. Not for this, not for any of this. I do need a favor though. Ask Selene that if she comes good on it, she can get whatever the hell she wants from me, and I'll ask Jean for Charles's help as well. Help me find those bastards, so I can kill every single last fucking one of them. Look, I'm sorry, okay, but I ain't taking the cuff off, Brock explained to a very angry-looking Liv. His partner, Jack, shook his head. Well, what did you expect? Nobody's happy with those on. Last night Liv and Brock had gone for their drink, and as Brock went to take her arm, he slipped a silver metallic bracelet around her wrist, a smaller, more easily concealed version of the collar. After spending the night interrogating her, they were now heading back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. It's fine, dear, but we will talk about boundaries once this is all over. You could have just asked. You know I worked for Osborn. A little death and mayhem isn't outside my job description, and Brock laughed while Jack smirked. Yeah, but we had to make sure, Doc, with you and the kid, Fury's not going to like what's about to happen, and we need you on our side. No tricks. Ah, so this was really about Peter, was it? And Jack raised an eyebrow at Rumlow, who shrugged. What? And as Jack snorted and shook his head, Brock repeated himself, what? So I like you, so what? That's that, and this is business. Again, you could have just asked. I am an adult, not some stupid teenager. If you wanted to know about Peter and myself, you should have said. I swear, Brock, this is worse than high school. So, and Liv sighed. I have seen your scans. You are a very attractive man, well endowed and quite pleasant to be around. Yes, if Peter wasn't in the picture, I could see us being more than just friends. Jack checked his bag. Maybe you should check her cuff again, and Rumlow looked confused. I'm your best friend and I think you're an asshole. If she likes you, it must be broke or something, and Rumlow laughed and batted him on the chest with a fist. Just get your shit together. Liv, I need you to call Peter, and get him and those other two to the West Wing Observatory. Okay, and Liv nodded, taking out her phone and sending Peter a text. As he stared at his phone, he was hesitant to take Laura anywhere, but he needed to get back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. She had woken and seemed to be in a good mood as she wolfed down more of the breakfast mix she had eaten when she was first here. She had given him a pitiful look and said, sick, need comfort, and while he shook his head he still smiled as he mixed the eggs together. Laura was already a lot calmer, forming more coherent sentences and stopped growling as much, using words rather than just noises. She still tilted her head and whined while using a fatal pout, but he figured that was more because she knew it was cute and was exploiting him for sympathy. His phone dinged and as he checked the message from Liv he sighed, "Right, Shield, and you need to come with me, are you okay?" And with a mouthful of egg and sausage Laura nodded. Wanda, opting for just coffee, nodded. "Is it time?" And Peter nodded and sighed. "Yup, so be ready." The academy was eerily quiet as the trio walked through its corridors. Even if Peter didn't know what was about to happen, he would have guessed something was up. Unless it was a holiday, the place was never this empty, and as graduation for the main student body was still several months away, it would have looked strange. Peter waved at Liv, who smiled and waved them over. Rumlow was making some adjustments to the War Machine armor with another agent Peter had never seen before. They were busy loading drums of what Peter could only guess was ammo into the shoulder and wrist guns and didn't even acknowledge their presence. "So good of you to come, Peter. We're doing the first test of the War Machine today, and I know you like StarkTech. There is an auditorium upstairs where you can see everything. Flash, be a dear, and them to their seats. We prepared them just for you. It's the best place to get a good view." And she leaned over and kissed Peter on the cheek. Smiling and kissing the back of Liv's hand, Peter followed Flash up to the glass circular room. Yeah, it's a bunker, so they can do live fire exercises. "You guys get comfy and I'll get a soda, you want?" Flash asked, and even Peter could see how nervous he was. "No, Flash, we're good. Let's just get the show started." And for a moment Flash had a blank look on his face. Yeah, and as he left he hit a button on the outside of the door and it slid shut with a hiss. As they watched on the monitors, Rumlow and the other agent finished loading up the armor, sliding in several power packs and then the final arcstor into the chest cavity. Rumlow looked up and smirked as the front of the armor opened, and stepping back into it, it closed around him. "Hey Parker, you remember my first lesson?" And Peter shrugged and nodded. "Well, you failed." And the War Machine armor powered on, the helmet lights sparking into life and the arcstor reactor flared. Guns clicked and chambered rounds and the shoulder cannons began to glow blue as their new pulse cores came online. "Jack, get Flash and Liv back to HQ. I want to take care of these three myself." And as the other agent nodded, he led Flash and Liv away, neither turning to look at what Rumlow had planned. "See, you think you're smart, you think you've got powers, but us, we knew about you, Venom, and Scarlet Witch, and well, you ain't that impressive. Aliens will never match good old-fashioned American tech, plus a little Nazi ingenuity. That room was for the Hulk, and you ain't the Hulk. It's a shame though, but I'll take good care of Liv once you're gone. A man, nah, a kid like you, doesn't deserve a woman like Liv." War Machine pressed a control panel attached to the wrist of his armor. "Evacuation protocol, engaged," came out of the speakers and the circular room flared into life. Red warning lights flashed, and as Peter stood in the center of the room, glaring at War Machine, the room was suddenly catapulted straight up, through the auditorium roof and into the sky. "Yeah, survive that fuckface," and War Machine lifted off and flew out after them. Peter felt something hit the bottom of the room, and the skyline, slowly at first and then faster, rose and disappeared below them. He guessed that Rumlow must be using the War Machine to push them higher. The best way to neutralize them was to take them somewhere a lot of power was useless, such as space. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have figured that even Hulk needed to breathe. "Wanda, can you create a pocket of oxygen?" And she shook her head. "I can gather the air around me, yes, but not anyone else. My magic isn't that strong." And Peter cursed. He was fine, and so was Wanda, but Laura would suffocate eventually. Even if the low temperatures wouldn't phase her regenerative abilities, having no air would. "Laura, can you try the glass?" And even as Venom slid out and he drew his nails across whatever the room's windows were made from, there was no scratch, and Laura's claws weren't any better. "Wanda," and she shook her head, and as she floated over she lay a hand on it. "Very thick, difficult, but I could." "But then what?" "We're over the clouds now and you would die." Laura had sat down and was panting already, the air in the room escaping quickly. "Nope, I can breathe. My simskin can make oxygen. It's just Laura." And taking a deep breath, "But I can make her a host, but," and he exhaled. Newly formed symbiotes tend to overload their hosts. Wanda shrugged, Laura now laying down and starting to look very pale. Barely breathing. If Laura had impulse control issues before, then this will be a lot worse, and Wanda shrugged. Worse than being dead, and Peter couldn't argue, although, if she raged, it might not be Laura that was in danger of dying. "Okay, try this against the glass," and he handed Wanda the needle they had removed, "and I'll deal with Laura. Just be ready to move." And Wanda nodded solemnly. As Wanda waved her hands, the red energy surrounded the needle, and as it flew and impacted the glass it created a spiderweb of cracks. "How?" As she looked at the damage in shock. "It feels similar to the metal we recovered from Sokovia. I figured it was a super metal, enough to stop Laura from rejecting it and regenerating. Keep going. Once you've cracked it enough for us to escape, I'll deal with Laura." Peter really didn't want to be trapped in the room with a homicidal symbiote-enhanced Laura, but as the sky's blue faded into a deeper black, the lifting stopped and both he and Laura lifted off the floor of the room. War Machine, coated in a thin film of ice, flew up and watched the three for a moment, before giving a fake salute, then the finger and flying off. Now Peter and Wanda launched the needle at the glass, its thin but sharp point penetrating the glass window, and as the last of the air whistled and escaped, Peter extended his simskin over Laura, and then as it retracted she was left with a coating of her own. Talon, was all she said as the color deepened into black, and similar to Huntress she had tan claw marks across her legs, shoulders, and arms. As if Talon had copied his dusk outfit rather than Venom, her shoulders were covered in a thick black cloak that flowed down her back, and her mask only covered half her face with dark tan crescent eyes, leading up to black pointed wings rather than ears. Are we good, Talon? I'd rather not fight you in here. We will fight you once we are free, and we will claim you as our prize if we win. Even though Talon had spoken in his mind, Wanda shouted, "Screw later, deal with the glass." She had punched several holes, but each one was still insufficient to break the window. Venom laid a hand over them. "Make one here and here." He pointed and stepped back as the needle whistled through the air. "Good, Talon, punch here when I punch here, and Wanda, push against at the holes as we do." "Okay," and the two nodded. "Good. On 3. 1, 2, and 3. The group struck. Venom cracking a line between 3 holes while Talon's lesser strength still cracked 2 more. With a final push from Wanda, a whole section, large enough for them to fit through, was pushed from the window. "Now what?" Wanda shouted, as the 3 braced against the last of the escaping air. "Now, fly out and lower us to the ground," Venom replied. There was no way to stop this, other than by using Wanda's powers. Even with 2 symbiotes, he doubted they could produce enough web or suspend something this large before it hit the ground. "Are you insane? I can't lift something this heavy," and Venom shook his head. "Save air. You don't have to, just slow us down. Oh, and maybe aim us away from a population center. I don't want to kill anyone if we need to escape." Wanda huffed, and as the red energy enveloped the room, the strain on her face was visible. "Just slow us down, don't try to lift it." "I am. Now shut the hell up." Talon had dug her claws into the floor as she sat on her haunches staring at Venom while he argued with Wanda. As the red glow permeated the whole room, he was able to hold on with his feet but still had the problem of stopping. "Wanda, can you release the room when we're lower to the ground and fly out? Use your power to make a platform we can swing from?" "I'm not a jungle gym, so no. I can manipulate objects, not create platforms. Do you not know what telekinesis is?" Venom sighed. "I do, but it didn't hurt to ask. I'd rather not find out right after I'm smeared across the ground. You could have made something for us to swing from. So can you lift us both, even for a second?" "I probably could. I don't know. I've never tried to lift a person, only objects." "You fly? How is that different?" "I fly, not make others fly. Stop being annoying, stupid Venom man. You learned to fly if it's that important." "It is right now." And Venom realized that the ground was rapidly approaching. "No time. Release the room and escape. Talon, go with her. I'll just leave it to dumb luck. I can probably take her. She's a lot smaller than you." And Wanda let the glow envelop her, and as she put a hand on Talon's shoulder, they flotation up and out the broken window. "Well, at least it's over water," Venom said, and leaping, he dived through after them. There was nothing. Wanda had managed to aim them over the bay, and while the water gently sloshed below him, there wasn't even a buoy to grab onto. "Well, shit," and he sent out a web line, trying to make a small parachute. Idiot, and the black wingsuit he was supposed to be wearing as dusk rippled from beneath his arms. Spreading his limbs, he glided down and, trying his best to angle himself, sped towards the water. As Wanda and Talon floated along next to him, they were both suspiciously quiet, and with a splash, he was on the water. "Head into New York, get to either SHIELD HQ or the Academy. If they are after us, then it's probably a full-on attack." Peter retracted the simskin around his face and wiped the water from it. "And what about you?" And he shook his head. "Doesn't matter. I can't fly, can't do anything but swim and slow you down. They'll need help. Please, no point in all 3 of us being stuck here." And Wanda nodded, carrying a compliant Talon, made off towards the coast. Swimming was boring, but at least it was exercise, Peter decided. The water barely had any temperature as he flowed through it as dusk. He'd subconsciously slipped into Venom, but that was a big no-no. Gotta be careful. The last thing he needed was for the cops or SHIELD to shoot him, thinking he was helping whatever assholes were doing. He remembered and paused for a moment. The launch of the SHIELD fleet was today. As part of his bargain for trashing a bit of Times Square, Tony had upgraded a new Helicarrier fleet, the Triskelion. Peter tried to remember. It was a long time ago that Fury had told him off, as he wasn't allowed to go within 100 feet of Stark and was barred from SHIELD HQ and the construction yards while he worked. No wonder they had picked today to launch their little attack. Dusk shook his head. Great. 3 giant repulsor helicarriers to fight, and making sure he was still heading towards the coast, started swimming again. As he swam, he heard and felt the roar of a motorboat heading towards him, and taking a look at a large speedboat was heading his way. No markings, and as no one opened fire, he hoped they could be friendly. "Ahoy the scurvy dog," he heard a woman shout. "Great, Emma," and trending water. He waited until she got closer. "I always wanted to be a pirate, darling. Do you want a lift?" And she motioned to the well-stocked speedboat. More a pleasure barge, and a tray of cold meats and champagne flutes held to a wooden board were laid out on its back seat. The man piloting the craft, not Sabretooth this time, a cleanly shaven Japanese man, who paid him no mind. "Oh, and what'll it cost me? A cab to New York in this traffic would be murder on the wallet." She had him by the balls, as he really needed to get back to New York, but he wasn't about to make it easier on her, not for 1 minute. "A meeting, between you and my colleague, Mr. Shaw, is all I ask, and maybe a little one-on-one time." She leaned over the side of the boat, resting her elbow on its edge, and dipped a hand into the water. "Not too much, just a little lunch, a little proposal, and I can get you back to New York a lot faster than your own powers can." Dusk curse, Fine, meeting, but you know the others will never agree to the second one. Emma laughed and extended a brilliantly clear hand. Oh, I can be very persuasive, darling. And as he hauled Dusk into the speedboat, she grasped him to her very ample chest and whispered in his ear, very persuasive. Never one to pass up a freely offered opportunity. Peter, slipping off his simskin, moved closer, letting himself be nestled between her breasts. She was almost as large as Felicia, and even his nicely toned arm sank into the pillowy soft flesh. Pity my girlfriends are the persuading type, and really, I'm more afraid of them than you. So while the bounce is nice and the softness is amazing, I'd rather had something to eat. And pulling himself away, he let his clothing rearrange itself and sat next to the charcuterie board. Do you mind? And he motioned to the board. Stifling a laugh, Emma shook her head and lifted a glass of champagne from the holder, keeping it steady. Not at all, darling. And with a seductive smile and a wink, feel free to sample anything you fancy. And she took a sip from her glass. Peter shook his head and layered cuts of chicken onto a cracker of some kind. So tell me about Shaw. I mean, I get how devilishly handsome I am, but really, so far, Selene and Charles haven't made the best impressions. Is Shaw just as big an asshole, or will I get an actual reasonable conversation from someone for once? And Emma gave out a small laugh from behind her glass. Shaw is the biggest arsehole of them all, darling, and as the mention of his name there was a growl from the driver. Oh, calm down, Ichiro. You know you're only working for him to get to Wolverine, and it's not like he doesn't know exactly that I think of him. As for you, Peter, he wants your power. He wants what all men want, things that aren't theirs. The big question is whether you'll give it up willingly or if you'll force his hand. And leaning back, Emma raised an eyebrow at him. So, do I tell Shaw you'll play nice, and the meeting is on, or do we prepare for a fight? I'm a talker and a lover, it won't be me he sends. You met Sabretooth, and we have a few more inventive fighters you will have trouble defeating, especially if falling from the sky is an issue. And Ichiro snorted. He is not that impressive. Shaw is wasting his time, he said, in Japanese. Peter stuffed the cracker into his mouth, chewing slowly, and as he swallowed, I watch a lot of anime, he replied, and Ichiro rolled his eyes and Emma laughed. Well, darling, it seems it should be interesting at least, and Peter smiled at her as he made himself another snack. As Peter was enjoying his boat ride, the situation in both the SHIELD HQ and the Academy was more serious. Peter had been correct, and the group had waited until the first liftoff of the new Triskelion helicarriers was in full swing before they launched their attack. With most of the staff at the presentation and the Academy off for the day, both buildings were easily taken. Pockets of resistance held up but soon withered and faltered against superior and better organized forces. Fury and his enhanced team were holed up in the main SHIELD HQ, taking fire from the newly outfitted agents, wielding the pulse weapons. Based on the Tesseract-powered designs of the 40s. You think these guys know who I am? Fury asked as he ducked behind a barricade hastily built from desks and office partitions. I think that's why they're firing on us, Coulson answered, taking aim and returning fire before ducking back down behind a desk. Blue clouds of energy whizzed past them, and Fury knew it was just a matter of time before they were captured. Hill had been hit earlier and lay, pale and sweaty, while Sharon held a pad to her side. The blood had stopped, but even being enhanced was just prolonging her suffering. Think if we surrender they'll take us alive? Fury asked seriously as another bolt of energy impacted against the barricade. You may be, but us, I doubt it, and Fury shook his head. Not good enough then, can you move? And Mariah nodded. I'll kill them all if I have to, she replied through gritted teeth, and Nick chuckled. Moving is good enough, just get ready to run on my signal. But Coulson took Fury's arm and shook his head. Self-sacrifice won't get us anything more than a few minutes, and that's if they don't just shoot you. But Fury patted his shoulder. Doesn't matter, we need reinforcements. HQ is gone, we can only hope that the others are doing better than us. Now, get ready to run. Hey, I am going to stand up, do not shoot me. Fury yelled over the barricade and threw his gun out. Go, he motioned to the trio, and staying low they made their way over to the fire escape door. As Fury stood, several black body armored agents all pointed their guns at him, and he held up his hands. As the fire escape doors swung open they turned and fired, blasting the door to pieces, and Fury had no way of knowing if his agents escaped or not. Sir, we have Fury orders, one of the agents spoke into his radio. The Supreme Leader would like to see you, and cuffing his hands behind his back, lead him to an elevator at the center of the building. As the elevator dinged open, Fury saw Alexander Pierce, sat on a desk holding a pistol in one hand and a glass of scotch in the other. So glad you could join us, Nicholas. Please, pour a drink. This isn't for you. And he motioned over to the rest of the World Security Council, all laying dead on the floor, a bullet in the middle of their foreheads. Cleaning up, and for this, I prefer to do it personally. And reaching over he fired once more, and a secretary, crying and cowering being the desk, cried out and slumped back. Fury walked over to the drinks tray, and lifting the decanter top sniffed it and then poured out a double finger's worth. So, what do we call you? Supreme Leader, and Pierce laughed. Oh, that was the old days. It's Director, just like it always has been. Just changing a few rules is all. And taking a swig of his drink, Pierce moved over to the center of the room. SHIELD is still SHIELD, and it always will be. Modoc told us this was the best time for our takeover. Stark's little stunt pushed us to move ahead of schedule, and your little team finalized the deal. Oh yes we know. Olivia Octavius came over to our side, and Fury paused as he was about to take a drink. Oh, Parker's gone. See, and he clicked a remote and the screen came on, a feed from War Machine, and he watched as the containment from for the Hulk was lifted out into the lower atmosphere, where the trio struggled before Rumlow flew off, leaving them to their fate. So, your little freak show is gone, your own team is gone. All that's left of the old school is you, Nick. So, we do this one of two ways, easy. Transfer complete control of the agency over to me and you get a nice cell, maybe a decent meal once in a while, and we leave you alive and alone. Hard, I put a bullet in each body part until you give in, and I have a lot of bullets. Fury swallowed his scotch in one go. If I do this, you guarantee immunity. I don't feel like a bad scotch is a good last meal, and Pierce sighed and scowled. It's not really a choice, Nick. I mean, I could just put a bullet in you right now and use the emergency override to trigger the transfer, but I would prefer to do things, well, at least this, peacefully. Fine, but tell me this, what group of assholes do you belong to? And Fury leaned over to the eye scanner. In the 40s, after the war, S.H.I.E.L.D., well, the SSR, ran Operation Paperclip, greedy for all that Nazi knowledge, not really too careful about who they let in. We're not Nazis, the idea of purity and blue eyes blonde hair being superior is just a fallacy proven wrong by science. No, we just want a better life free from those mutants, the freaks like Venom and those other two, and of course, for everyone to behave, just to follow orders while we create a paradise. So Hydra then, cause that still sounds like Aryan bullshit to me, just a bigger target, one you know the public will fall for. Oh, you mean like Venom? He was easy. John's death, JJ's little meltdown, spreading our message all over the media was brilliant, don't you think? I mean, we couldn't have even counted on Osborn going off script, but he did, and it still worked out for us. Even those two gods, and Pierce snorted as he said it, I mean, aliens pretending to be mythological deities, that got the fundamentalists up in arms as soon as they hit the news. Oh, we've already won, Nick, so just stop stalling and dash. But he scrunched his shoulders in agony, dropping the pistol as the feeling left his body, a black blade extending through each of his shoulders. Yeah, don't shoot someone who's bulletproof, and the secretary changed back into Natasha, get all that, and Nick nodded. Took you long enough though, Parker making you soft, and Nat snorted. She had hidden as soon as Peter alerted them all. He makes me soft all right, right after I make him dash, and Nick shook his head. I don't want to hear that, damn it. Get the codes, we can perform the lockdown from here, but I need the second director's emergency code, or proof of termination to trigger the emergency override. Natasha stood and fired several times into the body of Pierce, twice in the chest and twice in the head. She owed him for the countless lives he took before she was dragged into the control room. Think he's dead enough? And Fury nodded. A little bit, yes. Drag him over to the scanner, and as Fury lifted his eye patch, the unhealed eye, still scored and scratched from the attack, was scanned by a pale blue light. Director Fury recognized. Natasha lifted the body and slapped the limp hand on the machine's palm reader. Director Pierce, life signs nil. Director Fury, do you wish to initiate an emergency override of S.H.I.E.L.D. systems? Yes, deactivate all security badges except these agents, lock all doors, trigger every dim alarm in the building, and full lockdown protocols. Incursion event in progress. Comment. 0 comment. Carrying Talon was difficult for Wanda. It was around 50 kilometers to the coast, and from there she still had to take her to the academy, built on an artificial island across from Manhattan Island. As she spied the ground, she had to let go, and Talon rolled and barreled across the ground, hissing at her. If they attack you, then fight back. Anyone who surrenders must be allowed to do so. If they then betray us, well, I don't know, stab them I guess. And Talon's rictus grin split as two wickedly sharp, and now serrated, blades slid from her simskin-covered hands and feet. Give me a moment. Wanda had been training her senses, extending out her thoughts like sonar and briefly touching those around her. As the mind of every living thing registered in her mind, she realized that the building was empty. Even with the Triskelion event happening, the teaching staff and cleaning crews should still be here, but there was nothing, or at least, nothing alive. It is strange, there is no one, and Talon sniffed. No, there are two, and one is stinky. With a bamf, a couple suddenly appeared, followed by a smell of rotten eggs. She most certainly means you, Kurt, I showered, and the man shook his head. As he let her go, Wanda could see that she was dressed in a tight bodysuit with two swords crossed over her back and a pair of sai at her waist. Her long flowing hair was tied back into a long ponytail, and as she stood, giving Wanda the same appraisal, she crossed her arms. Now, VE can do this the easy way or ZE hard way, but VE only have orders to capture you, not to hurt you, said the man in a thick German accent. Thankfully, Wanda had met some of the more physically mutated mutants on the island, or she would have been shocked. While he was muscular and built like Peter, he was covered in fine blue hair, even his face up to his hairline. As it grew into his hair, it spread into wild shaggy locks of a darker, almost black fuzz that covered his head. He too wore a sword, but his was more a thin-blade rapier or épée. Wanda could never remember the difference, and he gripped it with a three-fingered hand. Talon growled and crouched, ready to punch, but Wanda put a hand on her shoulder. You work for them. And she motioned to the empty building. We have a contract, to find and neutralize the two, and the women tooted. I really wish they would stop calling us mutants, but yes, you and little Miss Stabby there. As for our employer, well, that's confidential. Just be a good girl and come quietly and we won't hurt you. As Wanda spread her arms, her red energy shield enveloped her. You said that before, but anyone who works for those bastards can screw off. The woman huffed. A contract is a contract, and while I do like the red, and she pressed a hand to her plan and pulled it, a large purple energy blade fizzed and hissed into life. I prefer purple. Not blue, Zen, the man said and winked at Wanda, who rolled her eyes and tooted in response. Not now, Kurt, do your job, and with that, another bamf and the same smell. Kurt disappeared and a moment later, reappeared next to Talon, grabbed her and disappeared again. The woman dived at Wanda, tumbling forwards and stabbing out with her blade. Wanda was forced to jump backwards and as she fired off a bolt of red energy the woman deflected it to the side with her sword. Psylocke, and that won't work against me, but, don't let me tell you how to fight. And she dived to the side, leapt at the wall and pushed herself off, thrust at Wanda again, as the blade slid effortlessly through Wanda's shield. She ducked at the last second and the pair stood in a standoff. Psylocke standing with her blade flat across her chest smiling. Sorry dear, they chose me as I know how to deal with a mutant of your talents, and Kurt should be, and they could hear a muffled scream and with the same bamf Kurt appeared, blood dripping from his arm. She almost cut my arm off. Her powers are not Zem as Veer told grabbing a roll of bandage, he wounded around the gash and tied it with his teeth. I dropped her highs off, she should be landing about now and as they all looked up a large bat-like creature swooped down and rolling across the ground. Not high enough, and with a SHNK, 2 serrated blades erupted from her hands and a single serrated blade from her feet. Wanda, kill her. We kill him, and with a roar, she leapt at him. Kurt was agile and as she slashed and wove around him he parried each of her blows with her sword. He attempted to use his powers but each time he disappeared the slight delay in his power almost cost him his life. Her enhanced sense of smell and air pressure betrayed his arrival point as the air exploded outwards with the smell of burning sulfur. As he appeared Talon would simply pause and then thrust out an arm, her blades catching him on the arm once more. He could use his teleportation to escape, but during the fight, it was a liability. Wanda was having little luck against Psylocke. She was right, she had been trained to deal with telekinetic powers and as Wanda threw bolt after bolt at her Psylocke would defect them with her own powers. I can't, she is too strong, and Laura growled at her. Useless, Talon yelled at her, and as Kurt rolled back to avoid a claw, she spun and kicked him in the stomach sending him flying. Pathetic, and either knew if she meant Kurt or Wanda. As Wanda floated back away from Psylocke, Talon dived at her, with both claws extended, parrying them with her sword. She conjured a purple crossbow and fired twice. Laughing Laura swiped the bolts out the air and rolling swept he blade foot at Psylocke's legs. Jumping to avoid them, she brought the blade down but a tendril extended out of Talon's shoulder and struck Psylocke in the stomach, winding her, weak, all of you, weak, and as her mask covered her face the jagged maw split apart and the 2 blades on her hands split into 4. Kill you all. What the hell did you do to her? Psylocke shouted as Talon erupted in a fury of claws and razor-sharp tendrils. Even Kurt found himself teleporting further and further away as every time he moved a tendril would dart out to where he had been and a second would slice where he had moved to. Psylocke deflected as many as she could but soon the pair were reduced to walking blood pools. Razor-sharp tendrils cutting and slicing at exposed limbs while the maniacal symbiote-enhanced mutant went wild. Laura, please, stop, Wanda begged her, even she had to float up and out of her reach as rather than trying to save her friend she was gleefully attacking her. No, 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 kill you all, kill, 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 she screeched and a new assault began. Even as Wanda began to try and attack her mind she felt as if she was staring into a maw of death and fury, feeling the blood trickle down her nose and the unrelenting physical and now mental assault continued. The bonding had failed, and now both symbiote and mutant were mad with pain and rage. Wanda could feel her thoughts and all that was left was an animalistic fury. Hey, short stuff, Dusk landed on the concrete between Wanda and Talon. You two, fuck off or I let her eat you, and nodding, Psylocke grabbed hold of Kurt and with a last bamf, they vanished. Our prey, and she dived towards them. Go up, Peter sent and Wanda floated up towards the top of the building, panting and holding herself. Whatever Laura had become she feared that even Peter wouldn't be enough to stop her. He had watched her fight, unwilling to interfere in case his presence distracted the pair, and seeing the empty building and feeling the lack of presence, knew that whoever it was had been successful. Sending out a telepathic pulse, he steeled himself and prepared to deal with Talon. This was going to be a fight. Sending out probes with the stone all he got back was rage and hunger. If Talon was in control, and not Laura, he would be fighting for his life, let alone fighting an angry symbiote. Even his simple commands were ignored in whatever seething cauldron of emotions Laura was lost in, and there was only going to be one way to stop her. Violence. Dusk knew that even fighting Carnage he had never had to deal with something like this. Talon didn't just want to kill him, she was playing, making him bleed little by little and even with his boundless stamina and healing, he would run out before she did. She had a cheating power of regeneration, fueled by whatever mystical power gave mutants their powers while he had the Mind Stone it might not compare. As he ducked under another tendril, batted a second away with one of his own, grabbed her arm, lifted a knee to block a foot swipe and then brought his head down as she headbutted him, he was running out of ideas that didn't involve seriously hurting Laura. If I can seriously hurt her, he pondered. Well, there is one way. Talon began to sniff the air as Duck dodged and weaved in and out of her attacks, cackling as she did so. We taste you. Strong, but we are stronger, and as she stuck out an arm to stab him in the heart, Dusk thought, damn it, no choice then. Ducking under her arm, Duck grabbed it and twisting her over his shoulder, slammed her into the ground. As she tumbled over him, he felt a blade score a line up his back and he shook his head. Weak, too weak. If she was too angry to fight, maybe he could overpower her. Rolling and springing to her feet, kill you, eat you, and she swept the legs out from under him. As he sprung up to avoid her, she leapt off the ground and lifted herself up, kicking him in the stomach with a roundhouse maneuver. As he flew backwards, she followed and began to slash at his chest once more. As the armor on his arms thickened and spungified, the best defense he had against a slashing attack, he taunted once more, all that power and still pathetic, and with a pulse sent a blast of rage at her. She screamed and blasted one back, equally as powerful. We hate you, and as she slashed out, Dusk drove a fist into her side, lifted her by the armpit and smashed her into the ground. There was only one way out of this, and as Dusk sent out a message, he steeled himself for the pain. Really, 'cause I thought last time you were wanting to screw me, and she screamed. Scrabbling up on all fours, she clawed her way across the ground towards him, running like an animal, and launched herself at him. As she sailed past, Dusk drove a fist into her stomach, grabbed her by the armor and injected her with his simskin, before slamming her into the ground and straddling her. He had figured a long time ago that a direct connection allowed him to use his powers to a greater effect, and as Talon thrashed and struck out at him, she drove both fists into his guts, and even through the simskin armor he coughed up blood. Come Talon be dash, but it was lost as the memories driving Talon mad came bubbling to the surface, and Dusk saw her. Mommy loves you, sweetheart. If you're a good girl, we'll read this book and give you a name, okay? And the little girl nodded. She loved her mommy. In the cold and grey, she was the only one who cared. She made her oatmeal warm and added the white crunchy grains to make it tastier. She awoke, the air had a funny smell, and she saw mommy with her hand bound between her legs. With tears in her eyes, the girl sniffed the air and felt angry. When she woke up, the girl was covered in blood and her hands were dug into her mommy's stomach. I love you. And as her eyes closed and tears dripped from them, Laura, she whispered. Mommy, mommy, no, please no, mommy, wake up mommy, and Laura screamed into the room. Still a failure. Send her to New York. We have a facility there, might as well pack her with the other rejects, and gas hissed into the room. As Talon stared at her hands, digging into her monkey's stomach, her world collapsed, pulling them out. He vomited blood and slumped on the ground. His simskin slid back, and as the blood leaked from the gash torn in his stomach, and his eyes closed, she grabbed him and held him close. No, no, please, monkey, please no, and she screamed. Help, please, help me, and sat. Talon slipped back and Laura sat on the grass, crying. Please, someone please. Everything had gone according to plan. Project Oversight was a success, and even with S.H.I.E.L.D. aware and the building on lockdown, it was too late. While the badges of every agent went offline, the Triskelions' systems had been isolated from the network, giving Hydra complete control over them. As the targeting solutions were fed into the computer, a huge list of names provided by the huge intelligence computer Hydra had developed with Armin Zola, the mathematical organism designed only for killing, was busy loading up a list of names. A rather long list. As several squads of Hydra troopers finished off the last of the agents still loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D., they watched as the 3 giant helicarriers, newly upgraded by Stark, took to the air. Help us, anything you want, that's the bargain, anything but just help. Several groups all sat up as they heard the message, not for just one person, but 4 groups in New York all rushed into action. Emma heard the message and sighed, flicking open her phone. So do I, and after hearing the reply tooted. Closing her phone, Ichiro darling, be dear, and head back. Shaw, for once, can go fuck himself. No, Shaw will not forgive you this time, Emma. I cannot let you do this, but Emma glittered and shimmered as she changed form. I'm not asking, darling. Either turn around or I throw you overboard, and I do it myself tooting. Ichiro turned the wheel of the speedboat and headed back to the shore. Emma leapt over from the bobbing boat and spying a nice young man, she approached him. Thank you for the car, darling. And as she touched him, he saw a vision of a heavily pregnant woman, bleeding, and almost threw the car keys at her. As she got in and drove off, TCH, should have stolen a better car, she thought to herself, spying the empty fast food wrappers and cigarette stubs in the overflowing ashtray. As she sped to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, she reached out and gasped as he felt the state Peter was in. He had let a strange mutant gut him in an attempt to snap her out of a fugue state and was now lying bleeding. Angry that her one chance to rid herself of Shaw was now bleeding out, she reached out a hand, keeping one on the steering wheel, and forcefully pushed cars out of her way, ignoring the blaring horns and red lights as she sped through the streets. Thankfully the Academy streets were fairly empty. The main event today was at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion building, and while there was some traffic, there wasn't much. As she sped into the courtyard, she spotted Peter and a small mutant crying and wailing, landing beside her a red-cloaked woman who wrapped Peter in an energy field. Let me, and Emma ran out of the car, abandoning it in the courtyard. Sensing the damage in his abdomen, Emma concentrated. It had been a while since she had to hold any kind of wound closed, but with Peter's own healing, all she had to do was stop the major organs from shutting down. As she looked up, a strange jet and a suit of that gaudy Iron Man armor, strangely enough with a more feminine figure, landed and began to rush out. Peter lay dying. He had gotten through to Laura and he could feel her panic. If the Triskelion was the real target, even with Wanda and Laura there was no way he could take out 3 giant aircraft himself. As a last resort, he sent out an S.O.S. Anyone even remotely powered would feel it, and if they weren't giant assholes, they would help. You need to control your thoughts, Peter. He felt Wanda's mind gently brush his and he felt some comfort. Is she fine? Wanda shook her head and snorted. Your insides are sticking out and you care about her? The only person who ever did left her. She needs it more than me. I'm dying, aren't I? No, you fucking idiot, you're not. He heard Gwen shout at him through the link they shared. Even if it was dark and his eyes were barely open, he heard and felt a set of repulsors land across from him. Stop letting people stab you, asshole. And what the hell is it with you and blondes, Pete? Behave, darling. I'm trying to hold his insides together. You can spank me later. Peter heard Emma reply. Ow, no, making me laugh, hurts, and he closed his eyes. It was easier than trying to keep focused on any one thing. Get the stretcher now, Laura, snap the fuck out of it. Rescue, go help at the Triskelion. We got this, you, and she motioned to the Quinjet pilot. Get him to the warehouse. Pete, listen, Stark is here, something about an ass-kicking after you're done dying, and well, a shitload of Hulks turned up and I think your old guidance counselor with that metal guy and Jean. It's so fucking cool. Really, you're gonna be so pissed you're all fucked up. Peter felt himself being lifted and strapped to a stretcher. Gwen made some super strength painkillers and Emma touched his mind to block off any pain he was feeling. The jet lifted and Peter felt gravity shift as they got airborne. All that went through Peter's head was, as Peter was being taken home, the situation at the Triskelion was much worse. Steve had watched the soldiers firing those weapons into the rooms. As if he could ever forget the Hydra energy weapons, and as soon as the first one fired, his shield left his arm. Ricocheting, he took out the first 5 before the rest turned and fired at him. He silently thanked Howard as it harmlessly evaporated on his shield, and ducking behind a wall he glanced and then threw his shield again. Flash, you hear me? He yelled. Yeah, I hear you, Cap. We good? Just cause you're a kid and all, but I will put you down if I need to. This isn't a game, and those are real people dying. There was a pause and the device that Romlo had slapped on him during training snapped and dropped from his wrist. A timely warning from Peter had let him know that the symbiotes could counter any technology and that if Romlo tried anything, to be prepared. You think I'd fucking side with Nazis? Pete was right, you can be an asshole sometimes, and Cap laughed as Flash snorted. Let's kick some fucking ass. Agent Webb lifted himself over the wall and began to fire. He'd been assigned a special set of pistols that reloaded through his simskin. Looking down, he knew Parker had been able to assimilate things like this, so why not him? And as his black symbiote reached for the gun, it slithered up his arm and hoisted itself over his shoulder. Hey, just like that Alien movie. And as he fired at one soldier, the shoulder-mounted rifle swiveled and sent out a small blast of energy towards anyone coming too close. Flash and Cap had been training together for almost a year now, and even though Romlo had been putting ideas into Flash's head, every time he heard the words, of a better world, free of people like Peter and the others who hurt people, he remembered. Not the rooftop. He knew that was a mistake and Harry's fault, but high school. Webb did his best to filter them, but Flash saw each and every pained look on Peter's face, each hidden pain, every tear Peter shed when nobody was looking. The hidden hurt that drew him closer to ending everything, once and for all. Flash knew he could have used his popularity to make the school a better place for the weaker or smaller kids, the outcasts, and the forgotten, but he didn't. He got caught up in his fame and popularity, his father's money and his father's attitude. People weren't things to be used and discarded, no matter if you were better or not. Flash took that pain, took that anger, and roared as he picked up another rifle and blasted away at the jackboot thugs hurting his people, his friends. He would be better, he would. He took a blast to the chest, too busy dragging an agent, bleeding from a stump that was all that remained of her arm, to see the sniper up on the roof. Flash looked down and saw the hole. He frowned and put a hand to it, feeling for the round, and picking it out of the hole he stared at the sniper. Cap, boost, and running towards him, Cap lowered his shield and Flash vaulted off it and shot a web line out, catching the side of the building, and as he swung around he caught each sniper, and one by one they fell in a haze of blood splattering from the hyper-shot web gun Flash had trained until it was a part of him. He couldn't go back and make things right with Peter, but he could make things right here. Even though they had all been given a dressing down, Ross was sitting in his chair, the burns on his side were healing slowly, and he had been barred for turning into the Red Hulk by Bruce. The injection Olivia had given him was still in his system, and transforming would only make the damage worse. So when they all shook their heads and heard the pleas for help, his first instinct was to let Parker and his friends burn. It was only Bruce that shook his head and grabbed his jacket. "He'll owe you," Bruce said. "What's better than that?" And as his shirt split and the man became the monster, the rest of the Thunderbolts followed suit. Leaving Ross to shake his head. "He already owes me. He just doesn't know it." With help from Doc Samson, Bruce had managed to gain some control over the massive form. He was still angry, still subdued by the rage that lived within him, but now, he remembered and could talk without violence. The message was simple, the Triskelion, and as the 3 massive creatures jumped across the Manhattan skyline they saw the true extent of the disaster. Soldier fought soldier, and spotting Captain America and Agent Webb the group landed. "Hulk help," the massive green man said, and the others grinned. Not as eloquent as old Brucey but Abomination, "So we the good guys or what?" And Cap shook his head and laughed. "Nazis. See the guys in the black uniforms with the strange shield patches, those are the bad guys. And Abomination paused. Nazis? Fucking Nazis? Me Gramps died in the war, so fuck 'em, and leapt off into a crowd, grabbing a soldier by the head and swatting his squad with him. It's She-Hulk. I'm not really a fighter but the giant red Hulk Ras explained. It's good you're here ma'am, help with the wounded. There should be an evac on its way, maybe help defend it while they load up, and She-Hulk nodded, a look of relief crossing her face as Abomination continued to crush and tear into the groups of soldiers advancing on them. Betty best, Hulk said, and if it was possible for the already red Hulk to blush she would have. Hulk smash, and he too leapt off, flying up in the air and landing on one of the helicarriers, smashing his way inside. It began to list to one side and the engines slowly powered down. Flash snorted, as he watched Hulk destroy the flying fortress, wonder if he means her, or the helicarrier. You know I just fixed those, blasted over the suit speakers as Iron Man landed in the parkway, and you just let anyone on board. I'm hurt. And Cap shook his head and held out his hand. Glad to see you under better circumstances. I knew your father and I hope you're half the man he was, and Iron Man looked up, ignoring the outstretched hand. I'll send the Legion to take out the second one, but that leaves you with one more. You handle it, I think you can handle it, and with that, he flew off. As Iron Man crested the buildings, a fleet of suits followed, flying in a V formation, with two strangely colored more slender figures following closely to Tony. Oh, I patched into the shield frequency. Encryption wasn't anything special. Parker's okay, got his girlfriends all crying over him, but he'd not dead. Might want to get up here though. I'm getting target locks emanating from the helicarriers, and with that, the 10 suits jetted off faster, missiles and repulsor blasts streaking from them and impacting against the second of the Triskelions. So, am I, and as Selene looked into the distance. Yes, we never turned down a call for help, plus, I do need him to owe me one. I bet Charles will be there though. Are you okay with that, Eric? My daughter is at that academy. Shaw could be there and I wouldn't care. Well, then, Pietro, prepare the jet, let's go save the world. Sorry, Selene, and Magneto rose from the ground. There is no time for that, and without warning shot off towards the Triskelion. Jean, where are you going? Scott asked as she grabbed her new combat uniform. She had heard the call, as she guessed the professor had, but as no mansion alert had been sounded he wasn't going to help Peter. Peter needs help, he asked us, so I'm going to help, and slipping out of her top and pants, Scott hurriedly turned as she brazenly stripped. Go tell the professor, I'll at least wait to hear what he says before leaving. Scott scowled. Since Peter had been back in Jean's life she had become more belligerent. At first, it was just rebellion, even he had thoughts of that, but once the professor shut down her leaving the mansion and refused to give back her guardianship it had spiraled. The once quiet Jean had become more vocally dismissive of the professor, started missing classes and, in Scott's opinion, becoming fiery. It had taken a talk from Storm to get her to calm down and not just blast her way out of the mansion. Now as he rounded a corner he could hear Storm and the professor arguing. Ororo, even if he did call us, we can't help without risking exposing ourselves, and Storm stood with her arms crossed, tapping her foot. I will not help him, Charles, but the Triskelion is a weapons platform, you know this. We need to at least be there in case dash, and she stopped and raised an eyebrow at Scott. Jean, was all she said, and he looked guilty at the floor but nodded. Then there is your answer, she will leave no matter what. We can support her or we can leave her to do whatever she wants. This time I will remind you that you are not her father, and while you have some power over her, she will rebel and make you fight for it. Fine. Scott, suit up, take the X-Jet and head out with Storm and Jean. I don't agree, I think this is foolhardy and irresponsible. If he asks for help and we can ask for compensation, then you can be damn sure I will make him pay. No time. Jean yelled and summoned her powers. You can do this. Peter needs you. She lifted herself up and shot off towards the helicarrier she could see rising into the sky above New York, leaving a stunned Storm behind. Rescue had headed to the academy before finding Peter and some of the other students a very sorry bunch. As Gwen and the others showed up, a Quinjet arrived and lifted them, and after jetting away, Pepper in her suit spied a convoy of stretchers leading from the Triskelion, with a single giant red woman guarding them. As she sped over she landed and the faceplate of her armor lifted up. Pepper, a rescue, and she held out her hand for the women, who looked at it apprehensively. Pepper Potts, and as Pepper nodded the woman took her hand and shook it. Betty, She-Hulk, and Pepper smiled at her and let the faceplate close again. We can guard these men while they get to the evac, so I'll go up and report it to you. Do you have a headset? And as She-Hulk shook her head, Rescue opened up a panel on her arm and pulled out a small earbud. If I see anything I'll tell you and we can deal, okay? And as She-Hulk took the earpiece and fumbled it into her ear, Rescue lay a hand on her arm. Hey, it's okay, we're tough, okay? And She-Hulk nodded. Sorry, first time, out, you know, as this, and Rescue laughed. Me too. How about after you come by the tower and we get coffee? It'd be nice to speak to someone else about how this feels, and smiling, She-Hulk nodded. Rescue pointed up and then as she took a step back, fired her jets and took off into the sky. Ma'am, and She-Hulk, shaking her head, followed a soldier back to the transport and began to help load more injured agents into a Quinjet. As Rescue watched the blue flashes in the distance she noticed a small group of men coming their way. She also got a designated blip on her HUD. Unlike Iron Man, Rescue's HUD was a simple non-interactive one and it intoned in a flat computer voice war machine. Heading east, she noted the rogue Iron Man armor heading towards the warehouse district where Peter lived. Damn, she thought, and she knew from the radio chatter that none of them had a radio. Shaking her head, she couldn't do both, and with Peter's powers and the rest, she knew they would be safe. She-Hulk, 5 hostiles incoming, 5 o'clock from the Quinjet you're at, and with her report she dived down to help. Jack's security team had been tasked to track and tag any rescue operations, leaving War Machine to take them out while they provided backup. He shook his head though as the fucking idiot sped off to make sure that Parker was actually dead, getting a report that he and those kids had survived re-entry. As he knelt and used a small mirror to peer around the corner of the building, he saw another of those freaks. A giant red female Hulk. Shaking his head, he motioned to the rest of his squad. Even a Hulk would be nothing but dust with the pulse weapons they had been issued, but as the Freak Brigade was on patrol today, he needed to make sure they weren't spotted. As he counted down from 3, a blast hit right above his head. Stand down blasted out over the Iron Man's speakers, its form definitely more feminine than the one on the news. As if he was going to let 2 women stop him in his mission. Rolling to one side, he took aim and fired. A bright blue bolt of energy flying dead center at the Iron Woman. Gliding out the way, she returned fire, but as Jack took cover, her aim was terrible and even firing pushed her back and forth in the sky. Damn rookie, and he motioned for his squad to continue on as he took a breath and knelt in a sniper's pose. Lifting his rifle, he lined up his shot. Before he could fire, another female from Iron Suit landed in front of him, grabbing his rifle. Designation Jack Rollins. You will not harm Rescue, and the suit crushed the barrel's rifle before yanking it out of his hands. Fucking Stark, he uttered as he rolled to one side, drawing a smaller pistol and firing at the suit. He smirked as he saw chunks disintegrated in its side, but it seemed to be unfazed. I just got this body, jerk, it said, almost human, and springing forward it laid a swift kick into the surprised man's side. Oh man, Tony is gonna be mad at me. Hey Jocasta. Think the boss will be mad, and as she looked over the man's stunned body, a second suit was busy stunning the remainder of Jack's squad. Friday, I think as long as you initiate Tony's great protocols, he'll forgive you, she replied with a sigh. She had wanted to fight a proper enhanced, like that jerk Venom, Tony had told her all about, but all she and her sister Friday got were these lame losers. Not a single enhanced amongst them, and she even had to be careful in case she accidentally damaged any of them beyond repair. It was infuriating. Oops, Mom is looking, better hide sis, and the pair ducked behind the building and sped off to help Tony at the Helicarrier. Hey, Rescue. She-Hulk said into her mic, I checked and there's nobody here. Rescue checked her HUD's radar display and scanned the area. She had seen the men, but She-Hulk was right. Whoever it was, must have been S.H.I.E.L.D., and after seeing the area was secure, moved on to a new one. I'll keep an eye out anyway, good job down there, and She-Hulk nodded, and then tooted as she realized that Rescue couldn't see her. A field tech, busy loading wounded agents into a Quinjet, nodded at her and smiled. She-Hulk returned his smile but looked to the sky, wondering how Bruce and Blinsky were doing. While thinking of him, Hulk would be the first to admit that he wasn't thinking of much, only that he could smash, and that even puny Banner was being quieter in his mind for once. The annoying talky puny man had called Hulk a name, a disassociative psychotic personality break, and while Banner had nodded, Hulk had just wanted to smash him. So now, he was smashing out his anger at the puny talky man on these other puny men. They were firing some blue gas at him, but it just itched and smelled funny. After throwing a door at them, they stopped and Hulk was happy. More tried, but Hulk threw a wall at them and they ran away. Hulk wanted to chase them, but they shut the door. As if a puny wall would stop Hulk, but as he raised his fist to smash it, the stupid Blinsky put a stupid hand on his shoulder. Oi, no smashin' everything yet, we still need to find the control room and stop this thing from fallin' on New York. And Hulk huffed at him. Oi, never said you can't smash, just see those walls with double bolts, and Blunksy pointed at the thicker girders with double rivets in them, the supporting superstructure of the Helicarrier. Smash anything but them, okay, and Hulk nodded. Stupid Oblome Station, he thought, and ran through a wall, hearing the screams of the stupid puny men as he crushed some of them with debris. Stupid puny men, stupid blue gas, stupid everyone. Hulk was having fun, but he wanted Betty here too. She smelled nice and turned big and red like him, although green was better, but on her red was good too. Not like stupid Ross, his red was stupid and smelled bad. Hulk backhanded a man raising a much larger blue rifle that fizzed and sparked as a giant green foot stamped down on it. Everyone but Betty was stupid, but this wasn't stupid. Smashing things was fun. Outside, Iron Man lined up another repulsor blast on the huge engine of the second Helicarrier. He received a transmission. Oh hey boss, Friday here, but I can't fight. Those pulse weapons pack a nasty punch, you know, and Tony sighed. I told you to stay away from the bad guys, he chastised her. I know, but I was saving Rescue boss, and I figured if I rescued Rescue then you'd forgive me, please? Pretty please with a cherry on top, and a small emoticon of Friday's armor appeared on his screen, batting her eyelashes at him. Tony sighed. He had maybe made them a bit too emotive, but he didn't care. They had saved Pepper and that was all that mattered. Of course I forgive you Friday, now where's your sister? And as the icon changed and blew him a kiss, she spotted more of the bad guys boss, she's dealing with them while I keep an eye on Mom, and Tony sighed. You know if she hears you call her that she'll kill me, right? And Friday laughed. Sure boss, just like her name. Hot and spicy, and Tony shook his head. She'd kill him if she heard them calling her that as well. If I may interrupt, sir, while I appreciate the care and concern you are showing my little sister, in your own words, please stop dicking around. A more masculine and very English voice interrupted. Sorry, Vis, Friday, stay low and out of sight, only engage if rescue is in more trouble than she can handle, and upload a backup to the main server. If it comes to you or her, save her, Tony instructed her and returned his attention to the Helicarrier. The dumber slaved units were latching onto the bottom of the craft, and slowly adjusting its course while Tony and Vision blasted the engines to pieces. As he watched the small fragments gathered themselves up and rained down over the water, his targeting HUD tracked two people, floating in the sky. An old man dressed in deep purple body armor while the other, a very attractive redhead, was in a plain black suit. Maybe see if she wants a tour of Stark Tower, he thought with a grin before shaking his head. Damn it, Tony, get a grip. He had to stop with that. Pepper was still ignoring his attempts to make amends, and even the rescue armor hadn't gotten him so much as a thank you. While she had slept with that asshole Venom, he had blared it all over New York, and not just her personal life but Stark Industries suffered. It was hard enough to get people to take you seriously sometimes, but advertising you slept with a supervillain was so much worse. Every week a tabloid ran a grainy photo spread with a crappy actress and an even crappier Venom lookalike, claiming to have exclusive footage of the pair. As Tony lined up a shot, he fired in anger at the memory of them together and switched to continuous mode, hearing the men in the engine's control room screaming as his beam cut the housing, and them, free from the craft, to plummet into the cold waters of the bay. As it fell, it veered off and splashed into the water. Neat, Tony thought to himself. Whatever that idiot in the metal suit was doing, it was not improving the mood of Magneto as he sought out and continually dragged the fragments of metal into the bay. As if by some miracle he managed to switch from just blasting holes in the craft to actually removing the engine. Magneto was confident that if those tin cans he called armored suits were incapable of lifting the Helicarrier, that he could manage, but not all three, and certainly not all three, and the rain of debris coming from each one. Even with Jean beside him, only giving a quick introduction and then getting to work, they were managing to contain the damage from the fallout. While under Charles's care, it seemed that whatever she had been doing, it was not learning to harness her powers, and Magneto wondered if Charles had even been active, or simply hiding in his mansion while the world walked past. He could see the strain on her face as she grabbed the smallest parts he had missed and, like him, began to drag them either to the water or onto the SHIELD headquarters, uncaring if she dropped them onto those men they thought were adversaries. Too busy concentrating to notice Magneto, Jean was struggling. She had never used her powers to this extent before and hadn't spent any length of time in the uniform. It was hot and the sweat from wearing it was uncomfortable as it trickled down into places she would rather remain dry. As more and more debris fell, either from the giant Hulk smashing out a wall or from Iron Man blasting off another engine, she needed to focus. She needed to do her best. She wanted to prove to the professor that she was in control of her powers, and she had heard Peter's message. A small hint of excitement filled her as she thought of the things she could ask for. She even found herself thinking of things she knew Scott would get angry at. The darker parts of her thought about that day, of the thickness sliding in and out of Gwen as she and MJ stood in the doorway. As her cheeks and a fire in her eyes burned, she grunted and pulled more debris into the ocean. She could do this, and then, even if Scott and the world burned, she would claim her prize. Peter was out of it. Dosed on the best painkillers and psychic drugs a telepath could provide gave his body the chance it needed to recover. He was healing, and even as Gwen checked the bio-bandage she had sprayed on him, she could watch as his stomach and intestine repaired themselves and knitted back together at a visible rate. He didn't heal as fast as Laura, but within an hour he should be back to normal, and within a day be fully recovered. He had sent out a message, and even with her rescue suit, a forgive-me gift from Tony, Pepper had prepared the company helicopter to get them to and from the tower. The pilot waved and tapped his headset, and once Gwen had one on a "Hey, I'm getting a flight path crossover warning, do you guys have someone who can fly?" And as Gwen shrugged, he pointed out the window, and Gwen saw the rapidly approaching black and gray dot, and she pulled down the mic. Land, anywhere, fucking land. That's a hostile. While she had never seen the War Machine armor up close, she had been given a tour of the Iron Man factory by Tony, making sure to point out she should rub it in Peter's face. Gwen had just snorted, and leaned over, whispering that Peter loved it when she rubbed it in his face, and she had left with Pepper, red-faced and hiding a grin. Gwen looked out over the door, tapping the pilot on the shoulder and then down. The warehouse was not too far, close enough they could hole up there and defend themselves. Peter had reinforced the roof, hoping to add in a sunroof or shaded area where, during the summer, they could sit out, and the helicopter should be safe enough. As the pilot landed, the windshield exploded and he slumped, blood trickling from multiple wounds. Shit. Poison slid out and she saw the snipers on the roof opposite. It had been a trap, a place to get them to land, that Rumlow was waiting for them. The door to the helicopter screeched as it was torn free. "Hello dear, you and Peter need to come with me," and Octave grabbed the stretcher and pulled it out towards her. Liv?" Poison asked as War Machine flew closer. "It's fine dear, he's with me. You should go deal with the snipers. I guess that Hydra was waiting for us to arrive," but Gwen shook her head. "And you know that how?" And as she reached for the bed, Octave put a blade tendril across Peter's throat. Poison dear, no sudden moves, no sneaky plans. We wait until Brock gets here and we finish this." Octave motioned to the others with another and more? I mean, really. I now know what his aunt meant. Another one. Wanda and Laura were bad enough, but her too. And Octave sighed. I should have never gotten mixed up in this. Brock was right. Stupid infatuation, a daring rescue. I'm acting like a love-struck teen. War Machine landed, the faceplate opening. Good work, Doc. See, told you this would be easy. And as he spoke, the 3 giant airships, the Helicarriers, rose above the skyline. As they dominated the air in the New York sky, the fighting began. One was assaulted by a score of drones, and the red and gold Iron Man suit could be seen flashing and sparkling in the sun. A giant green blob landed on the other, followed by a second tan blob, and soon after more explosions echoed over the city. The heroes had responded to the call and were taking out the trash. Shit, Doc, gotta go. But as War Machine pointed his repulsors downwards, they sputtered and died. What the hell? As Rumlow stared at Liv, a small smirk crept onto her face as she walked up to the frozen War Machine armor. I did warn you about sabotage, Brock. You just never listened, and he snarled. Why? Doc, why? Cause of some fucking kid? Hydra will do great things. We'll make the world a better place. You just gotta follow orders is all. It's just dash. But Liv shut the faceplate with a click of her remote. Peter saved me, Brock. There is nothing I can ever do to repay him for that, and your orders meant killing innocent people. I learned the hard way how wrong that is. But as you made this personal, you attacked my home. You dared to make me feel like shit because I love more than one person. You made me feel like they weren't good enough. I love each and every one of them. They forgave me, they took me in and forgave me, and you will never understand that. You are too narrow-minded, too petty. There is one more thing you forgot. See, I am a very open person. And Liv leaned forwards and she whispered. Peter has the largest cock I have ever had the pleasure of being fucked with, and damn does that boy know how to use it. And she smirked as she imagined him screaming in rage at her in the armor. Goodbye, Brock. And with the press of a button, the armor shot straight up. Liv, what did you do? And she held the remote up with one hand, resting its elbow on her other hand. The armor will ascend to 30,00 feet and then the faceplate will open. Should only take a few minutes for him to freeze to death. The armor will stay up there though, just in case. Peter shook his head. It wasn't the nicest way to go, but with the death count rising and Hydra taking no prisoners, he really didn't care if that asshole died painfully. As he lay on the cot, the rest of the women stared at each other. Liv's whisper hadn't been that much of a whisper, and those who were already intimate with him were now getting glances from those that were not. Sorry, dears, but you really should take care of the soldiers now. I'll protect Peter, plus, I would like a moment. Octave asked, her simskin retracting, and she shuffled down on the ground next to Peter. Can we trust her? Wanda asked, and Gwen nodded. It was a setup, and she frowned and half shrugged. We have to get payback. And as she lifted Laura across to the other roofs, the screams of the soldiers could be heard. Liv took Peter's hand while Emma stood and watched. Liv cleared her throat and Emma rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll check the perimeter. And with a huff, her skin faded into a sparkling diamond and she dropped from the roof. Please, never make me do that again. I can't stand it. To be dashed, but Peter ran a hand over her face. I'd kiss you, but I can't feel my face. And Liv snorted and shook as she laughed. You ridiculous man, why me? And as the tears ran down her face, all Peter could do was listen to the screams of the unfortunate soldiers and run his hand down Liv's back. Because I love you. And it was Liv who stretched forwards and kissed him gently. You can get more, once you've healed. And standing, Octave stretched out and she vaulted over the side of the building to help with the cleanup. Well, darling, as we're alone, I want my reward. Emma stepped out from behind the water tower. Oh yes, simple illusion, most telepaths can make them, especially if the target is wounded. And as the world shimmered, Peter found himself sitting on a beach. My mental landscape, and yes, I know, outright, but no one hears this. And sitting on a white sun lounger, he shrugged. Really don't care, too stoned and too sore. So, let me guess, Shaw's scheme, I've to say yes. Emma laughed and moved over to sit next to him. Her clothing morphed and she was wearing a very tight and very revealing swimsuit. Like most women who took care of themselves, she was toned, muscular thighs and not an inch of fat anywhere except for the two very prominent grapefruit-sized breasts she was currently pressing against him. Shaw? Hell no, I want you. I watched your little group take apart trained soldiers, a gaudy Iron Man, and walk away like it was another day. Let's be honest here, Shaw is a dinosaur. I know he's over 100 and he acts like it. Women should be seen and not heard, blah blah. Business is for men, blah blah. I want his head, and you'll help me, you'll get the others to help me. Afterwards, I will speak to Ms. Hardy and I can be a white cat to her black. I'll provide business expertise while she can provide the muscle. And maybe the use of that exquisite pool room you have, a nice massage, or maybe pose oiled up for me, minor things. Peter laughed. You know my love life is by committee now, and Emma laughed. Who said anything about that? I hitched a ride with Natasha on plenty of occasions and I am well aware of how you live. I'm not whoring myself out to you, I want a partner. Darling, with my looks I can have any man I want, anytime I want. No offense, but while you are an attractive 21-year-old with an exquisitely sized penis, I'd rather have Venom and Huntress on my side. Peter sat up, bringing his legs up and resting his arms on them. And how do I know you won't betray us? More mind control or worse? You do know that the women you've, and she paused, gifted are immune to my telepathy. Only Natasha was susceptible, and that ended the moment you gave her a little friend. I suspect Xavier was only able to do anything as you didn't know. You let him walk right in, but now you've learned to shut the door. Although having seen what you can do, I am willing to maybe stretch a little. If one of those creatures is on offer, I can throw you a bone," and she slid a hand down his back. "Or you can give me one," she whispered in his ear. Peter shivered. Not a pet, Emma, and not for sale either. She leaned back, raised an eyebrow at him and shrugged. "I need to talk to Felicia. Can't say anything about her business, but sure. Shaw seems like a dick, so I have no problems removing a problem for Felicia and yourself. Business is Felicia again, the cream is Gwen, so it's not just me. Wait, the Fire cream is you," and Peter nodded. "Oh my god, I fucking love that stuff," and she coughed and composed herself. "I am open to negotiations. So, do we have a deal?" and she held out her hand. "Partner," Peter took it, and as they shook the world shifted and he was back on the warehouse roof, Emma holding one of his hands. Poison cleared her throat. "While I don't mind Pete, wait until you're healed first." She didn't say anything, but Gwen had similar tastes in women to him, and the tall, very slim, busted blonde had Gwen drooling, at least on the inside. She just hoped this one, as Carol made it perfectly clear she was straight, was a little bit more open. He was too tired and too sore to deal with that right now though. His stomach was healing, and he could hear the group take apart the Hydra soldiers sent to ambush them. As the noise settled, he heard Laura approach. She had snuck over and lay on the roof next to him, and he reached over and gently ran his hand over her hair. "Sorry," she whispered, and he patted her head. "No need, all the symbiotes are a bit crazy to begin with, birthing pains. Nothing to apologize for," and she took his hand and held it to her face. "Still, you hurt because of me, spoke to rest, know how to make it up to you, just need to wait though," and she nuzzled her cheek against his hand. "Wait, you spoke to the rest," but she didn't respond. "Laura, you spoke to them about what?" But she just shushed him. "That's not funny, Laura. Tell me." Captain America had hitched a ride with Natasha and Fury up to the last Helicarrier and they were busy fighting their way through the corridors. Natasha got a nod from Flash as she became Widow, but both Fury and Steve stared at her as the black Simskin assimilated her own web pistols. She neglected the shoulder cannons though, preferring instead custom-built web launchers based on the goblin wrist launchers Norman had used. With the swapping of symbiotes, Natasha could make small charged bolts of webbing, which she liked to call her Widow's Bite, and as she stunned targets, Fury or Web followed and made sure they were dead. They had two targets. Cap and Web were heading to the gun control room to shut down the carrier's main weapons system, while Widow and Fury headed to the control center. Even if one team failed, the other could pick up the slack and stop the carrier from firing. This would be a thankless mission. Nobody on board would be friendly, and anyone who said otherwise was lying. Fury doubted that Hydra would place anyone without a 100% guaranteed proven loyalty aboard such an important piece of their plan, and as they left Pierce to staff the Triskelion, all it did was make their jobs easier. Blue energy flared down the corridors, and Fury and Natasha killed their way up the corridors. Even barricades provided no obstacle, and Widow sheathed herself in light reflective camouflage and crept up the walls and dropped down on them. Fury was glad for once the woman was on his side, but as she watched her dance and kill, he figured that even then it was now Venom's side. She had switched loyalties. As long as Parker played ball, things would be fine. As he fired a round into the back of the head of a stunned agent, he knew he would have to suffer him stealing all his good agents. He hadn't failed to notice the small grin Sharon gave him, or the disapproving glare from Maria either, although she was harder, as she looked at everyone like that. Fury knew Natasha wasn't exactly a good fit with S.H.I.E.L.D., and if he was honest, once Hydra showed up she probably would have been at the top of his list for agents who defected, so at least Parker had his uses there. What Fury wasn't looking forward to what was waiting for them in the control room. So far they had encountered low-skill soldiers. Sure, they had the Hydra pulse weapons that he had Osborn develop, but that was it. Natasha was taking them apart with apparent ease, and it didn't sit right with Fury. More was coming. War Machine could be the least of their problems if Flash or Octavius decided to switch sides. As they approached the last door with no apparent resistance, Nick knew it was a trap. As Natasha crouched down at the side, pistol ready, Fury took the other and feeling the handle sprang it open. Widow rolled into the room and at once lifted her gun. "So good of you to join us, Nicholas and friend." Jasper Sitwell had a gun pointed at the head of Coulson, and other similarly armed agents had Maria Hill and Sharon Carter, bound and kneeling, with pistols to their heads. "With Director Pierce dead, I was given authority to take over the plan. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to draw attention to myself and careful enough to make sure your friends here was actually dead before moving on with stage 2. Now Director, the guns. Please. I won't ask twice," and he pulled the hammer back on the pistol to emphasize his point. Fury hesitated but held up his hands, letting the gun slip over his thumb. An agent, dressed in the black body armor, stepped forwards while another kept a rifle trained on the pair. Taking their guns, they motioned to them to join the group, and as they knelt they were zip-tied and bound like the rest. "You know, for a moment there I thought you were going to actually let me kill them." There was a moment where he pressed the gun to the back of Clint's head and pursed his lips, "But I also have orders not to. You see, you are now a wanted man, Dirac, ex-Director Fury, murdering poor Alexander to further your own goals. The creation of a supergroup with orders to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. by any means necessary. Very devious, Nicholas, and please, miss, remove the mask, there will be no second chances." Widow grabbed the front of her face and pulled backwards, letting the Simskin slide back. Ms. Romanoff, so glad of you to join us. Pity, I would have preferred you to be more sympathetic to our cause, with your roots, but oh well. Just another nail in Nicholas's coffin. Imagine hiring a Russian spy to work in his intelligence agency and then using her to trap a teenager. Even I feel a little sick, Nicholas. Pointing the gun at Sharon, he fired once and a dot of dark red appeared on her forehead. A look of shock crossed Fury's face as the agent slumped forward, blood pooling around her head. And killing the niece of Peggy Carter as well, tut-tut, before he turned the pistol and fired at Natasha as well. The bullet struck her on the forehead and her eyes widened as she slumped forwards. You should not have done that, Nick spat at Sitwell, who was grinning as smoke drifted lazily from the gun's barrel. Natasha's body twitched, and the black uniform she was wearing bubbled and writhed on her back. Like I said, and before he could finish the black uniform sprang up, spinning in a writhing mass of tendrils and blades. It spun around the room, landing on each black-clad agent in turn, slicing and stabbing with blades and talons, screeching and roaring in anger. In the large room, there was no way for any of the Hydra agents to fire their energy weapons without hitting a control panel, and bullets flew as they tried to stop the creature. To no avail, Widow ran amok, leaping from person to person, twisting and tearing at them like an angry mass of fury and hatred. Only Sitwell remained, sitting on the floor in a corner, the gun pointing at the mass as it flopped onto the floor and began to move towards him. Stay away, he shouted and fired into the mass. As a face appeared, it spat the bullets out and approached, letting small tendrils latch onto his foot. As he screamed and tried to kick Widow away, she latched on more and began to crawl her way up his leg. He pulled at the symbiote, but she was too strong, prizing his hands free as she assimilated herself onto him. His face was stuck in a rictus scream as she wrapped herself around his head and squeezed, blood pouring from his eyes and mouth as his skull was compressed. Wailing in tortured agony, the group watched as a huge tendril spike its way into his forehead, and as the blood pooled down his face, Widow hissed at them. Peesh, shove, peesh. Maria sobbed as the creature begged them to save Natasha, and she cradled Sharon, shaking as she closed her eyes, but Fury shook his head. If you can't, then I'm sorry, but we can't, and the creature screeched in agony. Shave, 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 shave. Maria shook her head. We can't, you need a doctor. Widow screeched at her, and the bloody corpse of Sitwell marched over to the control panel and began to pour the black symbiote into its terminal. What is it doing? She asked, but Fury shrugged. Do I look like an expert on alien goop, Hill? And she just scowled at him. The Helicarrier shuddered and a few systems powered down. What the hell? And Fury leapt over the dead bodies and began to cut his agents free, grabbing a knife from the vest of a dead body. Hill, you worked these systems, what's happened? And as she wiped the tears from her eyes, she stood and leaned over to check, typing in a few commands. She paused to stare at her shaking hands, stained with the blood of her friend, but she clenched her fists and began to access systems again. Whatever it is doing, it's draining power. We're going down. Not fatal down, but still down. Good news though, weapon systems are offline. The group covered their faces as the war machine crashed through the armored glass of the cockpit. Even though he knew it was pointless, Fury grabbed a gun and pointed it at Brock. Sitwell shuddered, and as Widow pulled herself at the top of his head, his eyes went wide one last time and she spun herself out, wrapping like a massive band around his skull, and with a sickening crunch it caved and his body slumped on the ground. Widow flopped off of him and over to Natasha, grabbing her and sliding her over to the still armor. As a tendril extruded, the front slid apart and the blue-lipped body of Romlo slid forwards and crashed on the deck, his ears blackened from exposure. Hoisting Natasha up, Widow pulled her into the armor, sealing it behind them, and Fury and the rest watched as the armor powered on with a hiss and the normal white eye lights faded and became black. We are war, Widow came out from the speakers. Natasha, Fury asked. This is weird. Yes, and, no, I'm fine, and the armor fell to one knee. Hey, who turned out the lights? And then the suit was silent. Emergency protocols engaged. Life support systems are now in effect, sounded out over the speakers. Please assess the pilot for critical injuries. Warning, critical neurological trauma detected. Backup systems engaging. Neural mapping in progress. Neural mapping complete. For the safety of the pilot, suspended animation protocols are now in effect. Even as Fury came over and tapped on the outside of the suit, there was no response. As he looked over at the others, busy securing the room, they shrugged. No one had any clue as to what just happened or any more of an idea that Fury did. Fury flipped over Romlo and he knew he was definitely dead. His eyes were already clouded over and his face was frozen in a death grimace. Just to be sure though, he put one bullet in his forehead and two in his chest. While Fury was busy, Coulson was making sure the others were just as dead, as well as barricading the door. Hydra agents were dumped in front of it and he carefully moved Sharon over and covered her face with his jacket. As he looked around the room at all the death, at the people he once called his friends, he knew that it was time to go on the offensive. Hydra had managed to infiltrate and take over most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s systems, and if Venom hadn't have interfered, hadn't sent out a distress call, then they would all be dead right now. Hydra needed to be torn out by the roots, and as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson knew that would be impossible. Fury and the rest, if they stayed together, needed to go hunting, not just for Sharon, but for every agent who died today. Maria had already begun to take control of the Helicarrier and slow their descent. She cast an eye over the slumped Coulson as he ran a hand over his face, and as she took a deep breath she got back to work, making sure no one else in the room died. One hand shook and she clenched it into a fist. She would make them pay. Even if she had to fuck that Parker kid, she would get what she needed and every one of those Hydra bastards would pay. And can someone get Stark in here to let me know what the hell that was? Oh, and find out if Cap and Flash are okay, see if we can get in contact with the weapons control room. While Fury and his team secured the Helicarrier control room, Flash and Captain America made their way to the fire control center. They knew that even if the ship was still operational, that removing key components from the controls would disable the guns. The giant airship would just be a floating platform, unable to engage any civilian or military targets. With the truth that Hydra had taken over, Steve had no compilation about taking out the soldiers, and even Flash happily fired his pulse weapons down corridors before launching himself into groups. The corridors eventually became quiet. A limited number of soldiers on both the ground and in the air meant that resistance was limited. Even Hydra hadn't planned on their betrayal suffering its own betrayal. The new cuffs were supposed to be foolproof, and nobody could foresee that the symbiotes could defeat them so easily. Losing the two enhanced hurt their chances, even with superior numbers and firepower. After silently counting on his fingers, Steve held up a single finger and kicked open the door to the control room, ducking down behind his shield as Flash rolled past him and aimed his weapons. Standing behind the fire control main console was a single agent. Black body armor and a face mask, covering scraggy hair, greasy and unkempt. Stay back or I will detonate the room, and he held up a dead man's switch in a silver-colored arm. As Steve and Flash looked around, the room was filled with bricks of C4, not only on the walls but on the floor pylons as well. If whoever this was detonated the room, they would be sucked out and fall to their deaths, even if the explosion didn't kill them first. Captain and Webb, once the Helicarrier reaches 30,000 feet the operation will begin. You will stay there and stay quiet until we have ascended, the man said emotionlessly, holding the trigger in front of his chest with his other hand covering it. Even if Flash or Steve got a shot off, it would deflect off the silver armor of his arm, dooming them all. You don't have to do this, Steve said and raised his hands. I'll put down the shield, okay? No tricks, and he lifted it and slid it onto the two magnetic clips on his back. See, now, we can talk. If my eyes aren't failing, we're going down, not up. Which means we've got control of the Helicarrier. You haven't won, there is no need to sacrifice yourself. My orders are to defend the fire control system. We wait until I have new orders. The man spoke emotionlessly as if repeating back something parrot fashion. If you attack me, I will detonate the room, and the guns will fire on a pre-programmed sequence. Flash, stop being an idiot and use Webb to bind the detonator to his hand. And yes, I can read your thoughts. Yes, I can do it from where I am. And yes, I don't normally, but this is an emergency. What the shit, Parker? Listen. Natasha was hurt, but the control room is taken. The Helicarriers are all disabled except the one you are on. You need to get the guns offline before they fire, but you won't be ascending. Maria took care of that, but you won't get any help. Everyone is busy. Fine, just stay out of my head. It's weird and creepy. Flash nodded at Cap, and as Steve gave him a look, he raised both hands and fired webbing, covering the man's hand with the sticky fluid and gluing it to his chest. Steve spun, unhooked his shield and launched it towards not the man but the walls, and as it bounced from wall to wall it severed the detonator's cords, leaving only a few, which Flash took the opportunity to sever using tendrils from Webb. As the man struggled, they watched as he pulled the webbing free from his chest, and a mechanical whine could be heard as he flexed his fingers, tearing through the web around his hand. Letting go of the button, he looked confused as the bombs didn't detonate. Failure to detonate. Orders changed to defend console against all intruders and terminate them, and tearing the webbing from the back of his hand, he raised his fists and advanced on the pair. The man ducked under a web shot from Agent Webb and swept his leg out at Cap, who jumped over it and dropped down to catch him with his shield. Rolling back, he pulled out a gun and fired twice at Cap and then twice at Webb, Cap hiding behind his shield and Webb simply taking the shots to his armor. Give up, you can't fight us both, Cap said as he bounced his shield behind the man, and as he dodged to avoid it, Webb sent out lines to stick his feet to the floor. The firing control panel must be defended, he intoned. Flash, stop fucking around, use Webb and short the panel out. I told you to stay out. But following Peter's advice, he let his simskin flow over the controls, and as they sparked, the whole room dimmed and the eerie red lights of the emergency system came on. Control room compromised, terminate hostiles, and the man pulled out another pistol, loaded it with a clip painted red and chambered around. Flash, stop messing around and kill this guy. No, we don't kill, stay the fuck out my head, Parker. People will die. People have already died, Flash, get that into your fucking head. Being a hero doesn't mean saving everyone, it means saving who you can, and right now, the Helicarrier is being hoisted above the coastline by a friend, but if that gun starts up he will drop it and you into the ocean. Get a grip and stop messing around. Cap, we have to stop him. Parker says we're that last one, and once the gun starts they'll destroy the carrier to stop it. Cap nodded, then we do this the hard way, as the man lifted his pistol and fired a resounding bong. Filled the room, and Flash clasped his ears as the noise made Webb scratch in pain. Alien disabled, neutralizing Captain America, and he advanced. Cap swung the arm with the shield on it towards the man, who lifted his own and blocked it with his forearm, firing once more. Flash could only hold his head as the noise made Webb scratch again. Cap was stuck. If he threw away the shield, then the man had a clear line to fire. Keeping it meant Webb was disabled for the fight, but Cap had no choice. If the control room wasn't theirs, then everyone on board, Hydra or not, would die. Cap swung his shield at the arm of the man, who blocked it and drove a fist in his stomach, harder than he expected. Cap backhanded him with his shield and the man stepped back, fired once, and then swept at his feet again. This time Cap stabbed down with the edge and caught him across the shin. As the man rolled back he lifted his pistol and fired once more, filling the room with a deafening ding. This time however there was no scratch, and as he looked over Flash had dragged himself over to the wall and was busy rewiring one of the C4 charges. "Hey shithead, look up," and like clockwork the man did. Webb flopped down onto him, and as he tried in vain to fight the unbonded symbiote, Flash twisted 2 wires together, rolled over to another charge and did the same. As the first exploded, a section of the wall dented, and as Flash rolled and touched together another set, the second explosion tore out the buckled part of wall and the trio was sucked towards the opening. Sending out tendrils, Webb anchored itself to the wall and pushed the man out of the hole, listening for his screams as he plummeted towards the water. Cap grabbed Flash, and Webb once more rebonded with him. "Hey, he knew you. Who's Bucky?" And even as Cap dragged him out of the door and sealed it behind him, his expression never changed, but as Flash felt Webb touch his mind he knew. He had just killed Steve's best friend. In the other helicarrier, Abomination was busy standing over a group of soldiers, who from the smell had wet themselves. "Right you lot, listen up. If any of you fucking idiots fires at me I'll smash ya. If any of you fucking idiots even looks at me funny I'll fucking smash ya. And don't think about taking hostages, cause I don't know who's a fucking Nazi and who's not, so I just fucking smash all of ya, got it?" And the soldiers all dropped their rifles. "Good, now go fucking sit in the corner while I smash some other poor sods." And gaining speed he ran down a corridor, uncaring if a wall or bulkhead got in his way. Outside the third helicarrier, Tony and his Iron Legion had finished removing the last of the engines. His Iron Legion was drifting the carrier towards the ocean, but its massive weight was too much for the limited number of drones he had outfitted with the new protocols. "Yeah, I don't know if anyone can hear me or not, but if I knock out any more then these things are gonna fall on New York." "That won't be a problem, Iron Man. Keep firing," Tony received over the channel, unaware of who was speaking. Behind him, Magneto floated up into the air, Jean hovering beside him. "I can take care of the large ships, but the smaller pieces will be too much. Guide them into the water. Someone else can clean the mess up later," he shouted as the wind whistled past them. Stretching a hand out, each of the 3 giant helicarriers froze and cracked as he held them in place. Jean, holding her head, as she caught any loose panels that fell, making sure they were guided away from the population below. As Jean pulled the smaller debris away, Magneto gently moved his hands, and with a screeching creak, the helicarriers began to move out over the water, even as explosions, where he could guess the Hulk was fighting, and the smaller Iron Legion he could feel with his powers, destroyed the other 2. The larger of the 3 was eerily silent. "Iron Man, can you please let everyone know that I am going to drop each carrier now?" As his radio screeched with interference, Tony sent out a general broadcast. "Okay people, everyone out. The carriers are disabled, but we can't leave them floating up here forever." As each carrier was evacuated, some by force and some by choice, Magneto waited until Jean gave him a nod. "That's them all, Eric," and with a wave of his hands, the carriers fell from the sky into the ocean. With a roaring screech of metal, each carrier sank, and with the damage, some exploded, covering more of the ocean with burning wreckage, and as they watched, a voice spoke. "Typical." Storm floated towards the pair, "An ecological disaster. Could you have not just dropped them back in their hangars?" And as she whipped up the wind and water, it spouted up and the tainted fuel-filled spouts edged towards the abandoned Triskelion building. "There are people there, Storm. I didn't want to risk it." But she tooted and the water spout kept itself separate. "At least make me a barricade," and Eric raised an eyebrow at her. "Please, I will provide more congenial greeting later, but I would prefer to keep this fuel and waste out of the ceiling." And tooting, Eric once more began to crush and rend the helicarriers, forming them into a bowl-shaped chasm in the water. "There, happy?" Eric said curtly, and Storm nodded. "Mother Earth will thank you, Eric, as will I, once this mess is cleared up." "Jean, it is good to see you, and I have a favor to ask. May you introduce me to Peter?" And Jean looked over at Eric apprehensive. "I had no idea you knew the boy, Jean, but as he did offer us a small reward for our time, I feel that a visit from one of Charles's pets may be sufficient." And as Storm tooted and scowled at him, he floated down, hoping to find Wanda before he left for Natasha. Peter had recovered and watched the rest of the heroes take care of the final mess. Magneto was impressive, and even as Jean and he took the fractured remains of the helicarriers and dumped them back into the SHIELD HQ Bayside dock, Peter had still been amazed at just how powerful the pair actually were. Of course, now he had a bunch of pissed-off mutants, Hulks and SHIELD agents all bearing down on him. He shook his head. He shouldn't have had to bribe his way to getting help, and hopefully, some of their requests weren't exactly too bad. His stomach still hurt, and while Laura and Wanda sat making themselves useful, Emma had sniffed her coffee, pulled a face and refused to drink it. Damn snob, he thought, but after helping defend the warehouse, she got a pass, at least for now. As he lay in bed, his stomach stitching itself together nicely, he watched the news surrounding the failed attempt to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. As usual, the WSC and Fury were spinning it in a more favorable light. In other news, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nicholas Fury has released a statement. A terrorist organization, claiming to be the resurgence of the Nazi organization Hydra, today infiltrated and attempted to take over the latest Triskelion project. In a valiant attempt to hold them off while the latest airships were brought back under S.H.I.E.L.D. control, several members of S.H.I.E.L.D. lost their lives. For a full list, you can visit thedailybugle.com, but J.J had this to report. Damn terrorists, we all saw how they attacked, energy weapons, sci-fi ray guns, taken from the damn aliens. Floating mutants are now flying in our airspace, and were they there to help or in fact were they a part of the takeover attempt? I lost another good friend, Alexander Pierce, to these menaces. A rally for my organization, Humanity First, will show the world that these mutants are a threat and that God-fearing, honest Americans should be careful. Peter clicked the remote, turning J.J off. He was tired of listening to him spew hate over everything. Magneto and Jean had saved New York from something unimaginable and all he did was spin it, using another dead asshole to push his agenda. In curiosity, Peter had visited the Humanity First website and saw a thinly veiled racist, almost neo-Nazi group, spewing hatred of anything different and using the Goblin attack, Venom, and now Mutant to push an agenda of banning all genetic research, banning all medical procedures using genetic manipulation, and worst of all, sending known power users, aliens, and anyone else with a deviant genetic marker, they were calling the X gene, to an internment camp. While the media were labeling them as mutants, there were already calls for that to be classed as a slur and the proper term Homo agandi was put forward. The other Homo imperius or powered human was rejected outright for fear that ideas of conquest or imperialism would be conjured. Peter just preferred new human, but as any evolution would be new, augmented became the norm. Gwen's own research into the X gene had thrown up some interesting results as they were basing their rhetoric off of an old science paper authored by Charles Xavier himself. Peter hadn't really been surprised. If the man was sheltering mutants, then of course he probably had a way to identify and track them. It was just one more thing to add to the pile of It's a Brave New World list. Armored suits, Gamma Hulks, enhanced, symbiotes, and now augmented humans. The one thing they did know now, augmenting already augmented humans was a bad idea. Gwen had taken samples from Laura and Wanda and after exposing them to the formula watched as their cells, at first, became empowered but then degraded at a much faster rate, almost dissolving into nothing more than cancerous mush. While Peter had misgivings about the man still, and Jean's behavior hadn't done anything to dissuade him, he did send word to make sure that no one touched any kind of formula, as it was deadly to an augmented. He stretched and felt a slight pain in his stomach, while Laura had done a good job of trying to gut him. He had taken the advice of everyone and taken a day to relax. He could heal quickly, but unlike Laura, quickly meant sloppily, and lots of food and rest was still on the table. She had taken up residence in his home. Even Logan's attempt to dislodge had proven useless and he had heard the screaming and something being broken. He really didn't want to know what, but as Logan came down, growled at him and then left, he guessed it wasn't anything important. Wanda had also taken up permanent residence, citing that her father had become even smugger now that he had saved New York, gotten a pardon for whatever he had done in the past, and was happily living on Natasha. Pietro had taken one look at Peter and scoffed. Of course the dumbass is the only one hurt, but as Wanda took him to one side, smacked him on the back of the head while explaining about Natasha, he gave Peter a sheepish look and never came to visit again. His request had been simple. Wanda is to stay away from you, you are a bad influence and I won't see her hurt. Peter nodded and shrugged. Wanda, your dad says you're not allowed to live here anymore, sorry, and she laughed. I am not a child, if I wish to stay here I will, and Magneto left, angry but unable to compete against the man his daughter had chosen to be friends with. Peter just shrugged. How did he expect that to go? And Wanda just tilted her head and pointed. That one, I will get my things once you are feeling better, and choosing the home Peter originally lived in, she had made her choice. It was Natasha everyone was worried about. Stark had taken one look at the suit, really, as he looked over at Liv, who shrugged. I adapted Peter's CLS as a life support function into the suit. Nanofiber needles that can take over the person's nervous system and create a copy of their neurological pathways. It gives the suit an autonomous mode in case the pilot is badly hurt. The armor is fully functional, even with Hydra's tinkering. Leave her in there and she'll be fine, hook up some force to the suit and it'll take care of the rest. The idea had originally been to scan Romlo and see if they could create a neural clone, but this worked just as well. If it kept Nat alive while she healed, then everyone was happy. Tony looked at Liv. At least one of you is smart. Oh, and now you owe me too. Peter stared at him. I owe you nothing, dipshit. I saved your ass twice already. But Tony just smugly grinned at him, and I took out one of the carriers, a whole bunch of bad guys, all at your request. So you owe me. Outside he pressed the front of his suit, a blue shimmer crested across him, a suit of Iron Man armor slowly built itself over his clothing, and as the smug Tony smiled, yeah, got your simsels to survive outside your body. Like my new nanotech, he gave a sloppy salute to Fury and flew off back to Stark Tower. Peter wasn't worried about Stark, it was Natasha everyone had been fretting over. While the suit and Widow worked, she was unresponsive. The suit would move and could be laid down. They had already been adding in fluid and protein force to keep Natasha hydrated and fed, even taking care of the neatly packaged waste from the back of the suit. So far though, she hadn't woken up, and even as Peter tried to reach out to Widow through their link, she was unresponsive as well. All they could do was wait. Thankfully, the cleanup of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been left to other professionals. Peter and the others had been given grace and sent on holiday. Fury promised that after everything Peter, Wanda, and Laura would be full agents given their part in the insurrection, and for now, stay low, stay quiet. Of course, that did not apply to anyone else. Gwen and Felicia still ran the Black Cats, and floating the idea to her about Emma, she had pulled a poker face and just said I'll think about it before the three, at Felicia's request, had headed into Gwen's home to talk about it. As he heard muffled laughter, and a faint smell of cream but not sex, he knew that talks had gone well. MJ was back on the fence about her work. She had gotten several theater productions auditions, several more parts in both TV and movies. The Iron Man film release had sparked a whole spat of hero movies, and every film studio wanted a piece of the pie, and as she had performed above expectation, a piece of MJ as well. Her problem was more parts meant more locations, meaning more time away from home. The money and the fame were what she wanted, but the lifestyle wasn't. As such, she spent more time pondering her future than practicing her lines. She was still torn. Taking part in the training was fun, fighting wasn't so much, and after seeing the state Peter and Natasha were in, again she had decided to give it up once and for all. It means leaving home though, for maybe a few months at a time. If I'm shooting on location in England or somewhere else I won't be home. And it doesn't matter, because you will always have a home, and people to come home to. He sent her across the shared link. Smiling, she patted her thighs and he snorted as he climbed onto her lap and she held him. Normally it was the other way around, but for once, the closeness and comfort were his to enjoy. Liv had been antsy about her plot concerning Rumlow, and as Peter healed she busied herself around him, feeling a pang of imaginary guilt as far as Peter was concerned. It wasn't like she cheated, but Rumlow had touched a nerve. They know that even now, with Laura moving closer, Emma dropping hints, Selene making waves, and Wanda's lack of shyness, that their family might grow again. Liv had been made to feel that it was wrong. Rumlow's point of attack, to prise her away from her family, was just that 6 women with 1 man wasn't fair. Peter was selfish and Liv suffered because of it. How could she explain she never felt neglected? Peter had once brought it up, but no one did. The warehouse was a family, and even the most compatible of couples needed time apart. They all had their own lives, they all had their own careers and interests, and they never felt that the rest took liberties with that. Of course, MJ had taken Peter's nighttime away from Liv, and part of her guilt was in fact loneliness. Missing out on her daily excursion into Peter's bedroom was a part she had come to depend upon, his rock to her hard place. Even in that, with it being his turn to need help, Peter had taken Liv as his nurse. Gwen and the rest were too busy during the day, and Laura and Wanda were too inexperienced to look after him. While a quick shower was always called for, Peter made sure that Liv could take liberties. A stomach needed healing, but his hands were perfectly fine and a very suitable substitute for what she really wanted. Over the course of the week, life returned to normal, Laura and Wanda picking and moving their things in. A message, sent by courier, stating that General Ross and his Thunderbolts would be visiting at the beginning of the week, was the only damper on a positively glowing household. With his injury healed fully, and the training returning to normal, the only major upset was his inability to use the showers at the same time as the rest. Laura shrugged, and even after being scolded by the professor, apparently had no issues with nudity. It was Wanda, seeing the rest strip and even washing each other, turned as red as her code name and hid in her home, refusing to use the communal showers while Peter was there. He relented though. A facility for everyone was only fair when the majority could use it, and they reluctantly agreed. It wasn't like he didn't have a shower in his own home, and really they were just complaining they couldn't have sex in it. Emma had just tutored though and arrived the next day with a selection of hand creams, body washes, and expensive-looking bathing suits. "I want to use it, and I refuse to use anything inferior," was all she said before handing Peter a bill, which he just handed to Felicia, who rolled her eyes, and slipped it to Liv while she wasn't looking. The only conversation he wasn't looking forward to was with Aunt May. She knew he was working for S.H.I.E.L.D., as they had celebrated the news together, and she knew about the attack on not only S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ but the Academy. Wanda had let it slip. Peter had been hurt, and while he was fine she needed to wait until he was better before she came. What Wanda didn't understand was that as Aunt May tutored and crossed her arms, that Peter knew he was in trouble and delaying it would only make things worse. Peter looked at the gathered crowd. What's up?" and Gwen held out a hand. Peter shrugged and took it. "No, you dumbass," card, and Peter frowned. It was then he noticed everyone was wearing clothes for heading out. Even Laura and Wanda were wrapped up for the cold. Peter frowned but took his bank card from the drawer, handing it to Gwen. "So, want to explain?" and she smiled. "Aunt May is coming over," and even MJ smiled at him knowingly. "So, we are heading out to get Laura and Wanda the things they need for moving in, while you talk to your aunt." Peter chuckled. "So you're hiding?" and Gwen nodded. "Damn right we are. Aunt May is scary, and you want to tell her about Laura and Nat? 'Cause I sure as shit don't." While Gwen had a point, it was going to be difficult to let Aunt May know about Nat. She was still wrapped in the War Widow armor being tended in Peter's apartment, and while he could pass the suit off as a replica, mentioning the woman inside was a problem. Laura was a different matter. "Look, we know, okay, we all feel it too. Once she wakes up we'll plan and have a huge family dinner, okay? But right now," and Gwen shook her head, "spend some time with your aunt, Pete. You know you need to too." Laura moved out from behind Felicia. This was her first official outing with the group and she was excited to be taken shopping around New York. She looked over at the apprehensive Peter and fist-pumped, "Monkey strong together," she yelled in as they all looked at her. MJ looked a bit sheepish. Yes, so we might have watched Planet of the Apes, so, expect more of that, but Peter laughed and shook his head. I'll be fine guys, okay, and as he gave them all a reassuring hug, and those who wanted a kiss, they filed out of the warehouse to take Wanda and Laura around New York. Aunt May tapped a finger on the table. Peter had made coffee as normal but was a little unhappy everyone else had come up with an excuse and vacated the warehouse for the day. So, she asked him expectantly, and Peter sat down and made himself comfortable. How many more are there? And as she looked around the warehouse she noticed that there were a few extra chairs at the breakfast table now. 2. But they hid so we could talk, and Aunt May nodded. She would be having words with Peter before she had words with Gwen and MJ. She understood that he lived a different life from what she expected, but now it was up to 6 women. Even though she had a limit, as long as he was happy she was happy, she just wanted to make sure that they were happy as well. Of course, it was also to make sure that they were up to her standards. Peter might be okay with someone willing to bed him, but they might be after some hidden fortune he had. As she looked around the warehouse even she could tell he was living well above his means. 6 tenants or not. The girls want to have a family dinner, so they can meet you properly. I'll cook and you can meet Laura and Natasha. Peter looked at his cup, but Natasha was hurt. She's an agent and she helped take down the Triskelion. She's in a coma right now and Peter's voice cracked as he tried to hide the pain he felt each time he looked at her still form. We don't know when she'll wake up. Was she the only one? And Peter nodded. We were safe, well, as safe as we could be when it happened. Nat was there though, and she saved everyone. Please Aunt May, just don't, and she sighed and shook her head. I never expected you to have so many Peter. I mean, it's nice that so many women find you attractive, but nothing prepares you for this. How do I plan for grandkids when you have? Wait, you said Laura as well. But Peter was busy trying not to choke on his coffee. Grandkids? Shit. Aunt May smirked. Yes Peter, grandchildren, I assume you know what that means. I am not stupid, and I doubt very much that they don't feel the same way. So, Laura. She was an academy student, but she's a bit sheltered, really strict upbringing and, well, how to explain someone who had a massive needle lodged in their brain to control them. She had learning difficulties, but a small surgery fixed it. She's just, blunt. Blunt? May asked quizzically. She yelled at her dad that we were, dating, and Peter looked apprehensive at his aunt. I assume dating is the polite term for what she actually yelled, and she had to stifle a laugh as Peter nodded. So Natasha is older I assume, and Laura younger, but Peter shook his head and refilled his cup, offering Aunt May more but she shook her head, unless you have decaf. Kurt likes to keep anything like that to a minimum, and it makes me jittery these days, and Peter made a mental note to get some in for the pair when they visited. Natasha is 5 years older, but Laura is older by a year, she just doesn't look it. And I can meet them when? She asked. Nat was given a clean bill of health, we're just waiting for her to wake up, and the girls took Laura and another new roommate out shopping, so if you wait you can meet them both. Aunt May raised an eyebrow and Peter frowned no, and as she snorted. No, really, no, even I have a limit and she laughed, really, because I see more than an extra set of homes here, more than just 3, Mr. Parker. You can say that but if you have 5 then why not more, why not 11 but Peter knew she was teasing him. You're okay with that, and she shrugged. It's not my life Peter, as long as they are happy, and I will be making sure that they are, then you can have 100, but, happy, and she gave Peter a stern look. Grandchildren. And now, what really happened at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters? This was the conversation she was not looking forward to. The last time something like this happened she lost her brother and sister-in-law and it took her and Ben years to pick up the shattered pieces. The only blessing they had received was Peter. It was an extremist group, I was only caught in the crossfire before we got out. Rescue and She-Hulk saved us and we evac'd out with one of the first teams. Peter said with a straight face. As soon as Wanda let him know she had slipped up with Aunt May he made sure everyone had their stories straight. There would be no letting her know about his powers, or anyone else's for that matter. Peter. I watched the news. I watched the footage with my heart thumping in my chest and you're lying. I don't know why but you are. Aunt May frowned. The students had been cleared for the day, and according to the news, only the full agents were at the Triskelion that day. Unless Peter had powers and was there as an agent, she knew something didn't add up. Peter sat back in his chair and sipped his coffee. Aunt May, and he sighed, if I told you I can't tell you, would you be more upset than if I lied? And she just stared at him. I was well aware that Mary and Richard were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but they never once lied to me, Peter. I always knew, and Ben always knew when an assignment was dangerous. So we could prepare for the worst. This sneaking around, I told you a long time ago, I won't wait to hear from a newspaper that my only living relative was killed, and yes, if you said you were there I would have had more respect for you than a lie. Staring at her cup, I don't need to know what you do Peter, I only need to know if it will be the last time I speak to you again she said in a barely audible whisper. Tears formed in her eyes and Peter's heart broke as he knew that he had been the worst to her. I can't tell you, I was afraid to tell you, Aunt May. Part of what Mary and Richard did was because of that. I just didn't want you to worry and he reached over and took her hand in his. Your parents were 2 of the kindest people I knew Peter, they deserve more but to her surprise, Peter shook his head. Sorry but no. I looked over both their files, at what happened and what kind of agents they were. No, they took a child on a mission, even a courier mission was no excuse. If they loved me, why didn't they quit? Why were they still working as field operatives when they both could have gotten desk jobs? So no, Aunt May, no. And with a scowl, he shook his head. They don't deserve my respect, only you do. She sat back, took a breath and pulled a tissue out from her sleeve and wiped her eyes. She knew Peter was becoming hard-headed and right now she wished Ben was here to talk some sense into him. Since his accident, he had become so distant, so difficult to talk to and she had no idea how to reach him. Steeling herself she sat up straight. Well, I think first, the guttering needs to be cleaned, then the roof needs to be examined. Windows that need repainting and resealed for the winter. The woodwork could use sanding and weatherproofing, the yard cleaned and mowed. Once you've done all that, then maybe I will be calm enough to discuss your actual punishment. And as she looked over at him he nodded, looking intently at his cup. Peter nodded, yup, definitely in trouble, but he had a secret weapon and reaching under the table where he kept his drawing supplies he pulled out a folded set of papers. They had been sitting there for a while. Peter was waiting for the right opportunity to talk to May about it, but one thing after another came up and it was never the right time. This was the right time. If she wanted to pressure him over grandchildren, then this was his way of making sure she knew exactly what she was getting herself into. Aunt May, I was thinking, and after, shield and everything else that I've been wrong about one thing. Aunt May raised an eyebrow, just one, and Peter frowned and nodded, taking out a pen he signed at the bottom of the first sheet and then the last. I was going to ask on my birthday but the girls wanted to dash. Aunt May raised an eyebrow again, she did most certainly not want to know what happened on his 21st. Peter cleared his throat, please, and he slid the sheets over to her. Aunt May picked them up and raised a hand to her mouth, her eyes glistening as she read the words on the top. Nodding at Peter, he handed over the pen and she signed her name next to his. Peter grinned as he took them back and folded them carefully, putting them in an envelope. Peter moved over and hugged her. There is only you, Aunt May. I love them, they are my family, but you're right. I've been ignoring the one person who did everything for me, without asking, without complaint, and I'm sorry. As Peter's eyes misted up, so did hers and they sat hugged together. Don't think for 1 minute this gets you out of trouble, mister, she said as she ran her fingers through his hair. Of course not. Oh. He stopped himself. That wasn't right, not anymore. Of course not, Mom. General Ross pushed the control stick of his wheelchair and it whirred as he, Banner, Blinsky, and Betty all made their way into an SUV for the drive over to Peter's warehouse. It had been repaired since the Hydra attack and the signs of fighting and bodies had long been cleaned up by the city. I don't see why I have to come, Blinsky complained, and Ross just tooted. Because Colonel, if these damn kids renege on their promise then you have my permission to smash them, and Blinsky laughed. You fucking kiddin', right? After that woman fuked dash and as Ross shot him a look he was quiet. Fine, if they try anything I'll smash 'em, and he was quiet for the rest of the drive over. At the warehouse, there was a welcoming committee. While Felicia was still tied up with the Black Cats and had tentatively agreed to Emma's plan, Gwen, Liv, and Peter were all there. Wanda had headed back to Genosha to pack her things and Laura had headed back to the mansion. She had only said, fixing things, before Logan turned up in his car and they left as well. Knowing Ross's temperament, Liv had refused to meet him and was still fuming in her home, hoping the little party would be short and sweet. They would give the man whatever he wanted and then he would leave. No fighting, maybe a little arguing but nothing serious. As the SUV drew up, the group stared anxiously as Ross, his daughter, Banner, and finally Blinsky all exited, Bruce and Betty holding hands while Blosky lifted Ross and his wheelchair straight out the vehicle. Let's get his over with, shall we? And Ross powered his wheelchair straight at the group, ignoring them and heading into the warehouse. Peter shook his head, while Bruce and Betty both looked embarrassed enough for them all, and Blinsky just laughed. Yeah, he's still a dickhead, said a grinning Blinsky. I heard that, Colonel, came a voice from in the warehouse. Blinsky shrugged. I'll at least be polite enough to wait for an invite, so can we? Parley and all that, and Peter laughed. Sure, not the first pirate I've had here, and Bruce, Betty, pleasure. Hope this goes well, and he stuck out a hand as he introduced himself. This is Gwen, but Liv won't be here. Well dash, but Gwen pushed past him. SHH Pete. Dr. Banner, I read your paper on the effects of gamma radiation on certain gene sequences, and as Peter and Betty's eyes met they made a connection. They both knew there would be no more from the pair as the talk of radiation effects and gene expression became central, and they walked and talked back into the warehouse. Shall we then? And Betty smiled and nodded. Yeah, Dad will be fuming, he's not the most patient person, and she frowned and shrugged apologetically. Well, at least he won't try and arrest me, will he? And Betty bit her lip and looked hopeful he wouldn't. Peter rolled his eyes and sighed. Well, let's get this over with then, and the final pair made their way inside. Bruce and Gwen had disappeared into her home, while Blinsky was helping himself to coffee and opening and closing cupboards. No tea. Damn Yanks, but he still filled a mug, and opened a packet of cookies. If you mind, Colonel, I'm not here for a social visit. I believe an agreement was made. One favor for each of us, and I'm calling them in. I want what you gave S.H.I.E.L.D. A team of enhanced. Full works, those slime aliens as well, enough to outfit a unit, so 10 men, I'll make an allowance, just 10 will do, and Peter snorted. Ross, I believe the offer was for those who helped. So you, well, to be blunt, you get nothing. Blinsky, yes, and I heard Betty protected a medevac, so you two and Bruce, well, I think it might be a while before we see either of them, so he can pick something after. Now listen here, after the first stunt you pulled, you're lucky I don't have you arrested for assaulting a US general. I have dash, but Peter raised his hand and the general was silent. He glared at Peter and rubbed his throat as he gave Betty a confused look. Yeah, I can do that. And while Ross glowered at him, Peter ignored him and stared angrily at him. No, you listen. On what authority? Jurisdiction my ass. Want to pull that through court? Pierce is dead, Ross. So let's see just how much influence you really have, or want to test that too. See if it was you or Hydra giving orders. Pull that military bullshit again and I can have you court-martialed. You're lucky Wanda stopped Liv or she would have made you a smear on the sidewalk, and Ross glared at Peter. Glare all you want, you can speak when I say you can speak. Peter put a cup down in front of Betty, and begrudgingly one in front of Ross. Now, Gwen is the formula expert, but right now, Stark has the license. If you want it, talk to him. As for symbiotes, they are sentient living things, not pets, not toys, so no. The best you are going to get is a biogel that'll heal that wound in a few days, otherwise, nothing. And Blinsky snorted. You tell him, but if that stuff ain't on the table, then what is? And he dunked a cookie in his coffee and ate it. Peter took a breath. Well, without tests we have no idea what the Banner formula would have done to you. If Bruce used radiation, then we really have no idea what damage it might have done. I mean, Liv or Gwen would be better to explain, and he looked over at Liv's home, who had watched Peter use his powers to silence Ross and had come out to gloat and was now sat glaring at Ross, with a small smirk on her face. Yes, of course. From the fact you are larger than Hulk but more mutated, there might be a way to reverse the damage. I don't know what your gamma form is, Miss Ross, but it might be the same. Really, we can perform tests and see if we can boost your powers, or rescue the side effects so you don't end up like Abomination. Oh, it's A-bomb now, you know, cause of projecting a better image and all that. Liv half shrugged. It does sound better, but we may also be able to fix the cosmetic damage, but Blinsky shrugged. To be honest, just watching Ross trying not to shit his insides out in anger at being shushed is fucking brilliant. Made my day. I don't think I need anything else. Oh no, wait, and he took out his cell phone and snapped a photo. Now it's fucking perfect, and Ross just scowled and glared more. If you behave you can speak, but if the first words out of your mouth aren't an apology, then forget it. Peter poured coffee into his cup and Ross relaxed and rubbed his jaw. I was man enough to apologize to Bruce when I pursued him, and I am man enough to apologize to Miss Octavius. I might have gone overboard. We were desperate to contain a gamma problem, and in doing so I overstepped my authority. Ross leaned back and stared at his cup as he spoke, clearly enunciating each word as if rehearsing a speech. I apologize for any harm I may have caused you, and I apologize for my behavior towards your little friend. And as he looked up he stared at Peter, there, happy, and dumped 6 sugars into his cup. Peter shrugged and looked over at Liv. I will accept your apology, General Ross, but you won't get one in return. You hurt Octave, and that is unforgivable. Now, you wanted me and Kurt for your Gamma project? I think with the fact that you and Miss Ross are both Hulks, and Mr. Blinsky, there isn't much I can help with. It's not them, it's another. Samuel Stearns. He was irradiated in an accident and now he's hyper-intelligent. His powers aren't physical like ours. He's almost telepathic. In fact, Mr. Parker, your whammy feels remarkably similar. I would appreciate it if you could maybe speak to him and, if possible, remove his powers completely. And you went with a full team of super soldiers instead of getting rid of a hostile telepath, and Ross shrugged. As long as we keep him in isolation, he's harmless. No visitors, no deliveries, maybe a few books but nothing electronic or sharp. Yes, I would have preferred soldiers. Soldiers are needed, especially after Hydra's little stunt, but I take what I can get. Contrary to what Nick Fury has told you, I am not the monster everyone thinks I am. And even Betty coughed and turned her head. He could definitely kiss ass with the best of them. I'll take a look at Stearns, and once Bruce and Gwen finish with their chat I'm sure he will have a request of his own. Yeah, Betty idled with her cup, spinning it slowly. If Gwen is half the scientist Bruce thinks she is, they might be a while. And Peter raised an eyebrow. Betty shrugged, sighing. Since he found out about the Stacy formula, he hasn't shut up about her, I mean, and Peter laughed. Don't worry, Bruce is in safe hands, and Betty frowned. That's what I'm worried about, and she looked at her cup with a forlorn look on her face. Peter sighed. Give me a moment, and a few seconds later Gwen came out of her home with an excited Bruce in tow. Betty, she's great. I mean, it's great. The dash, and Gwen cleared her throat. Sorry honey. I mean, from a purely scientific point of view, Miss Stacy is a goldmine. I think she can help with the Hulk. And Gwen cleared her throat again. Bruce now looked confused. I love you, and Peter chuckled to himself, trying to hold back the laughter while Betty looked half mad half amused at his still social ineptness. Bruce, she means spending more time with her, and not talking about formula, and Bruce frowned but nodded. Sorry honey, and Betty patted his hand. Just this once though, okay, and she nodded. Good, I think I can dilute the power dampening effect of the Stacy formula to reduce or diffuse a gamma-powered enhanced state. It won't be a cure, even Gwen think that's impossible, but and Bruce looked over at Liv. You're Olivia Octavius, and she nodded, as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. No one said Olivia Octavius was here as well. As Bruce was about to start talking, Betty squeezed his hand, and after sharing a look he stopped and stared at his feet. Sorry. Well, we know what Bruce wants. I think I'll get Kurt here as well, might as well get the group together. Betty, feel free to make yourself at home, there is a pool if you want to relax and just holler if you need anything. If Bruce gets his wish then you really dash, but Ross shook his head. I want you to help, Mr. Parker. If he does have mind powers then I want someone who can deal with them. Even sending someone in with an injection constitutes a risk I am unwilling to take. I won't compromise on that, even if Bruce does seem to be the winner here, but Betty was busy eyeing the pool house that Peter had built. Peter shook his head as he chuckled softly, there is a privacy curtain, so you don't have to worry. Bruce can have his meeting while you relax. He can use, and he coughed, all the stuff we stole from Oscorp. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Mr. Parker, if I get my way, of course. If Bruce refines his gamma formula I expect that it will stay in-house, Bruce, and Bruce shrugged. It would be a collaborative work, but I guess, and he, in turn, looked over at Liv and Gwen. I already got my fingers burned with your formula, Dr. Banner. As far as I'm concerned you can keep it, and Gwen nodded. We make more than enough from the Stacy formula, but if you publish I want co-credit, and Bruce nodded. Then we're in agreement. Blinsky, stop playing with your phone and get me back to base. I'll take that gel as well. Bruce, Betty, are you staying or coming? And while Bruce looked forlornly at Betty she shook her head. You can schedule your playdate later. Home, and Bruce's shoulders sagged. Yes, honey. As the small group finalized their plans, set dates, and Peter sent a text to Kurt, asking when he was free and if he wanted to collaborate as well, the buzzer for the door went. As Peter looked over his face paled. Yeah, come in, and Gwen frowned. It's Miss Monroe, from high school. Yeah, I remember her, Pete, but why are you all flustered? And as Gwen felt for their connection she realized he was actually nervous. Thinking back he was always like that around his guidance teacher, and it clicked. Oh my god, you've got a crush on her, and she laughed. Our indomitable Venom is getting all upset cause his girlfriend is here, and she laughed as he tried not to go red. No one picked on you and Dash, but Peter stopped as the group of Betty, Bruce, Blinsky, and Ross all stared at him. So, Mr. Parker does have human emotions, and here was me thinking that Venom was some kind of boogeyman, Ross said while trying snorting, and at least Betty and Bruce had the decency to look embarrassed for him. Blinsky on the other hand just took out his phone and snapped a pic of the flustered Peter. Perfect, now it couldn't get, whoa a fucking L, and even he stood slack-jawed as Aurora Monroe walked in. At over 6 feet tall she was a goddess. In a grey suit, and black heels she was immaculate, and her long silver hair hung around her face and shoulders like moonlight. She worked out and her slim figure and shapely legs were highlighted by the perfectly tailored and well-fitting suit. Ross coughed, Miss, don't mind him, he's an idiot, and as he looked at Peter who was also staring, they both are it seems, and he motioned for the group to leave. It is good to see you, Peter, Aurora said with a bright smile, but not under these circumstances, and Peter shrugged. Well, I did leave school unexpectedly, but Aurora shook her head. I am here from Charles, and she saw Peter visibly tense. Then you have 5 minutes to explain, and if I hear anything bad about Laura then this won't be a happy ending. Aurora raised her hands. Laura? No, I am here about something else. Who is Laura? Wait, now I'm confused. You do mean Xavier, right? Bald, a bit of an asshole, likes to use his powers to kidnap little girls, and it was Aurora's turn to tense. I do, but you are mistaken. Charles would never do such a thing, and Peter laughed. Sure. Ask him then, why do me and 4 others have gaps in our memories, or I could tell you that he came and took a girl under my protection without asking. He used his powers and took her. No polite conversation, no making sure she was actually in danger. He took her. So no, screw him, and even in his anger, he placed a cup in front of her. Right, coffee? And she shook her head. Tea, she asked, and he scowled and shook his. It is fine, I learned long ago that most Americans drink coffee only, so I have some in my purse. A cup of hot water please, and opening up the very expensive-looking purse, she pulled out a small gray bag from a plastic sleeve. Peter shrugged and filled a cup with hot water from the water heater, placing it in front of Aurora and moving over the sugar and creamer. So, then if this isn't about Laura, then what? Peter might like Aurora, might even be willing to cut her some slack over being an associate of Charles, but an interrogation or some other made-up and equally pointless slight was going to make this conversation end badly. Do you know about Wakanda? And it took a turn Peter had not expected. You mean, we look like crap but are actually a sci-fi wet dream Wakanda? Aurora laughed a deep throaty laugh, and feeling the familiar itch, Peter moved over and hit the aircon, sending a draft throughout the warehouse. Ignore that, it helps keep the place cool. Yes Peter, I know what air conditioning is, and Peter scratched the back of his head while grinning, but as to Wakanda, they have several instances of encountering the creature you possess, none of them good. I want assurances that this Venom is not hostile, not a threat to the people of New York or the Earth. Can you do that? And she peered at him over the rim of her cup as she took a sip. The news, or what I have heard, has not painted your exploits in a good light. Wait, the symbiotes? That's it. Peter was surprised, not that Wakanda knew about them but that they were keeping track of them as well. Wait, are they spying on us? I mean, not that we do anything bad here, just, it's weird. Aurora tilted her head. I am not aware that they are spying on anyone, Peter. Why? What exactly do you mean by that? And Peter went bright red at her teasing. She knew that 4 women living with 1 man under the same roof, even if they all had separate houses, meant a variety of embarrassing situations could occur, especially ones Peter might not want anyone to know about. Ororo relaxed. He was still the same as she remembered him. However, Ororo put down her cup. The creatures are dangerous. An alien that can threaten the population is not something we can allow to roam free. Peter sat for a moment before the anger bubbled up inside. He was tired of being pushed by people who never asked, just demanded. Wait, what? No, screw you. Teacher or not, do you give that lecture to new mutants? Tell them their powers are dangerous, and if they don't behave you'll what? Kill us? Send soldiers after us to contain and capture us. Peter had stood up and taken a step back from the table. You need to leave. Tell Wakanda to butt out. We'll leave them alone if they leave us alone, but they don't rule this planet. They don't get a say in how I or anyone else bonded lives their lives. Ororo shook her head, saddened by his reaction. Peter, you do not want to fight Wakanda. They are only looking out for the world, for you and anyone bonded against their will. This won't be a fight you can win. And yes, we do give that speech to our new students. You do not hand a loaded gun to a toddler, nor do you allow someone who cannot control their powers to walk around freely. The school is for training, not confinement. You know, I'm going to hate myself for this after, and maybe you will too. Peter turned off the AC and let his anger fill the room like a cloud. Threaten me again and you will regret your mistake. I have done nothing wrong and you people still fucking come here and provoke me? Get the hell out my home. And as the pheromone began to affect Ororo, she felt herself shake at the sight of him. He was no longer a scared student of hers, he was a monster, and she had been taught how to deal with monsters. She stood, lightning crackling around her, and as the winds wiped her hair she blew the cloud of musk away, and then a bolt of lightning struck him. Venom roared as his armor slid over him, diverting and blackening the ground around his feet. Electricity was the first thing I learned to deal with, and he thickened his form once more. Now standing over her he split his maw and roared. You threaten us? My family? You tell that fucking prince he brought this on himself, and as he wound up a punch, a hand touched him gently on the shoulder. As he turned and saw Liv there. Please Peter, and as she looked up, Peter remembered Natasha was upstairs, still recovering, and a fight in the warehouse could hurt her further, and that Miss Monroe was not his enemy, not really. As he relaxed, he shook his head, sorry Liv, and he took her hand and gently kissed the back of it. He pressed it to his forehead, closing his eyes and slowly letting out a breath. Peter, go and calm down. I will talk to Miss Monroe here, and nodding. His armor became normal clothing once more and he shook his head as he climbed the stairs and went into his home. Liv could hear him muttering under his breath, and as she looked over at Ororo she shook her head in disappointment. I think you should leave. Whatever you have heard, the report, the deaths. Peter might not be a hero in the press, but he is not a cold-blooded killer either. He would risk his life for any of us, and he has. Someone is telling you lies about him. Storm tooted, and I am to believe that when this, and she motioned to the devastation. I believe that was you, dear. Peter only reacted when you threatened him and us. So, what was that? A test? To see if he was a monster or just plain stupidity? Liv asked as she sat down, pouring herself a cup of coffee. Peter is on edge as someone we all care about was hurt during the Hydra attack, and you thought it was a good idea to antagonize him. A test he failed, that was not a person. Storm retorted, keeping the power bubbling under the surface in case she needed it. Failed? Peter risked everything time and time again. A bomb, an invasion, an evil robot, Stark, Hydra. Why are you insistent on pinning all that on him? He has his faults, but who doesn't? Storm still stood, ready for a fight, and what of the people he has hurt? What of the man he killed? Liv shook her head. J has a lot to answer for, and she sighed. Peter never killed that man. Secondly, so what if he did? He shot an unarmed woman in the head. Do you want to see the damage? I have. They took pictures, and as a doctor, I can tell you right now that if that was anyone else, even one of Peter's other friends, even one of your friends, she would have died. Can you survive a bullet to the head? And as Ororo stepped back she crossed her arms but looked down and shook her head. I didn't think so. Peter was right, there is no reasoning with you. You came here to justify his behavior to yourself, and to whatever master you serve. You should just leave, and Liv pointed at the door. I won't ask twice, Miss Monroe. And if I want to take Peter with me, to make him answer for his crimes, and it was Liv who brushed herself off, then I will make you leave. There are hurt and injured people in this warehouse, Miss Monroe, but I am more than capable and willing to do what I need to defend my home while he protects them. As she spoke, the harness arms extended out of the back of her coat. We are tired of agencies with no right to interfere coming here and dictating terms. Tell your boss, whichever one you answer to, that next time there will be no talking. Ororo shook her head. No, I will go, but I will be back, and with her power lifted herself off the ground, and you will not stop me, and wind blasted the door open and she flew out. As Liv watched her leave she found Peter watching from his balcony. She shook her head and sighed. Sorry dear, we seem to be attracting the wrong crowd today, and without a word, Peter went back inside. As she flew away, Ororo was confused. She had been told by Charles that Peter had attacked and killed a man, and then by T'Challa that the creatures were mad, driven insane by a lust to consume and destroy. As she had sat and watched both Liv and Peter she saw a young man in pain as his friend lay hurt, and an older woman very much in love. Both were willing to defend their home from an aggressive invader. While it had been an act, Aurora would never have actually used violence against the group. And even with the small amount of power she used on him, she felt dirty and disgusted with herself. They had reacted with restraint, and if she hadn't done anything she felt she would have been sitting drinking more tea as they chatted. It was a normal powered household and there were no signs of militancy or the threats she had been told about. Not only that, but she felt Charles and T'Challa both owed her an explanation. Whoever, and whatever Peter had become, it was not a callous murderer. A game was being played, a game she refused to be a part of, but she knew that neither T'Challa nor Charles was being completely honest with her. Whatever was going on here, she would get to the bottom of it, even if it split her own family apart. Aurora landed on the commons of the Xavier mansion, and even as he greeted her with a bright smile, Aurora scowled at Hank. "Get me Charles, now," she forcefully ordered him. Whatever she had been told by Charles and T'Challa had been wrong. Even flying back, she had checked her phone for any report of Venom, and while he was being blamed for the death of John Jameson, she noted that both Spider-Man and Agent Webb were also blamed. It all centered on J.J, going off on a massive rant about all-powered individuals. If she ignored him and focused on the reports, the facts of the matter were different enough to cast doubt on his story. He wasn't being hailed as a hero by the press, that was certain, but other than the first attack Peter had taken on mainly muggers, moved up to drug dealers, and then even by Charles's admission, on the drug houses themselves, where a trio of enhanced had ambushed him without warning. That was where the reports fell down. John's death had been called murder, but no actual evidence except for Venom's participation in the rooftop brawl had been given. Each source cited each other and it all ultimately led back to JJ. There was nothing concrete, even the warrant was not for his arrest for the murder, but for questioning as to his involvement. A huge difference, as one was a crime, the other was an attempt to pin a crime on someone who might not be guilty. The city needed a scapegoat and it was Venom. It was obvious that he couldn't defend himself, not without revealing his identity, and not without handing himself into police custody. Aurora cursed herself for being so stupid as to take things at face value and made a promise to apologize to the young man. After she had talked to Charles and T'Challa, it was her trust in them that brought about this situation. They had both promised her that Peter was not only guilty but dangerous. Once her browsing expanded, she discovered that it was not all anger and hatred. Venom even had his own fan club. Victims of crime stopped by him, and even a few more dubious web pages that Aurora did not linger on and hoped that Peter wasn't frequenting. Run but not only avid female but enthusiastic male fans as well. Some of the fanfiction being written would make a tribal elder blush, and she even wondered if it was anatomically possible. As she waited in the main hall of the mansion, the familiar whir of Charles' wheelchair eventually came into earshot. She wanted to do this publicly. Charles was too focused on protecting his students to let them hear bad news, and if Aurora's suspensions were correct, then this would be bad. "It is a pleasure to see you, Aurora. Was Wakanda more pleasant than San Francisco?" Charles smiled at her warmly. Even if she was angry at him, he was still her mentor and her friend. "Did you lie to me about Venom? Peter is nothing like you said, and once you scrape away all the lies and muck, nothing like the news is reporting either." And Charles frowned and rubbed his forehead. "Venom is dangerous, Aurora. He attacked the school, attacked students, so no. It is my belief that he is a clear and very persistent danger to our cause." "And Laura? Jean? Was that a lie as well?" Aurora stood with her arms crossed, glaring at Charles. "Why don't we have tea in the drawing room, Aurora? I think that calmer head may prevail in the present circumstances." But Aurora shook her head. "Not this time. Answer me, Charles. Did you use your powers to abduct a girl, and are you keeping Jean here against her will?" Aurora was adamant she would get answers. "Aurora, the situation is more complicated than that, and I do not wish to upset the rest of the students further." "That sounds very much like an admission. These children are not your personal property. We save them so that others do not have the same life that we lived, free from hate and persecution. But once they are old enough, regardless of what we think, they are free to make their own choices. You do not have that right, Charles. So, you would send Jean to live with a killer, send a scared girl who was taken from a drug lab to live with someone like him?" And Charles wheeled forwards. "I am aware they are not our toys, Aurora, but sometimes they need guidance to make the right choices." Aurora shook her head. "You are not giving them a choice. I can understand Jean, we both know what happened, but not this girl. Peter told me you took her, erased their minds and left. I understand that sometimes we must use our powers in an unsavory way, but you did not even talk to the boy. That is not what we stand for, that is what we stand against. You are not the Charles Xavier I signed up to work for, and if this is how the mansion, how the X-Men is being run, then I want no part of it. I will be leaving until you come to your senses." Aurora stood straight. "And if Jean and Laura, if anyone else wishes to leave, then they may meet me outside in 1 hour. Shaking her head, she sighed as she looked over at the now despondent Charles, Hank gripping the back of his wheelchair but unwilling, or unable to say anything. "The world is changing, Charles, and it will be painful. Change always is. But you need to change with it. Hiding is no longer an option. You cannot keep these children safe by locking them away, not when there are attacks in broad daylight, not when new and more powerful enemies approach." Charles shook his head and leaned back in his chair. "By sending them to learn from a killer. He might not have killed Jameson, but he has killed Eric, and I talked about what happened in Sokovia. He was ruthless, Aurora, and I cannot in good conscience send students to live with him. Oh, like Logan or Eric. It is not who we kill, Charles, but how we react to it, and Peter is not a murderer. He may have killed, yes, but neither of us is free from the blood on our hands. And Charles looked at his lap, folding his hands together. Which leads me to my other point. You never once talked to him. You invaded his mind, took what you wanted and left, never allowing him to explain, and that is not you, Charles. Desperation makes fools of us all. Right now you are being foolish, as are a lot of people. Aurora looked over at Hank, who was trying his best not to interrupt, and do not think, doctor, that you are free from guilt as well. I entrusted you while I was gone. Not just with the well-being of the students but with the professor as well. You, of all of us, know how he can be if guilt and desperation cloud his judgment. Hank looked down at the back of the wheelchair, guilty. During Charles's younger days, when all of his students abandoned him, he started drinking and taking an experimental serum to dull his powers. It was only Eric begging for help to save Raven that brought him back from the edge of that pit, and even though he had stopped drinking afterwards, Hank knew there was a bottle of scotch hidden in a secret drawer in Charles's desk. Charles shook his head. You know how Eric was, and Peter is the same. Young, angry, and full of rage at an injustice he had no control over. Unlike Eric, I saw someone unwilling to do anything to change, unwilling to let that go and become a better person. He may not have meant to push John from that roof, but he does not regret it. He is not the student you used to worry over, Aurora, and this is a mistake. Peter Parker is a danger, even more so now that he can resist my influence. I cannot in good conscience allow Jean to live with such a person. It was Jean that interrupted him, and you don't get to make that choice. I checked with Peter's lawyer. You only had guardianship until my 18th birthday, or did you forget to mention that? The professor stammered. But Jean, once you hit 18, the guardianship could be extended if there was just cause. Your powers are still unstable and without supervision, you could be a danger to yourself. But Jean crossed her arms. That's not what you just said. You said it was because of Peter, so what is it really? I mean, is my trust fund good enough for you to buy another X-Jet? And Aurora put a hand on her arm. That was a bit unfair, Jean. However, I am in agreement. Jean has control of her powers, there is no reason she cannot leave, and Laura is not one of your students, correct? Then you have no legal right to keep her here. And this time it was Logan who interrupted, coming in from sparring with Laura in tow. Yeah, but short stuff here grew up in a lab, and Peter, he ain't a good boy. And Laura laughed. He's good, very good, and Logan growled. Professor, she got to my computer and well, Parker's got a lot to answer for. Charles rubbed his forehead. This was spiraling out of control. He removed the spike in her head, so she remembers, got a bit personality back as well. Seems she and Parker, we fucked. Laura yelled, and Logan sighed, and it was his turn to rub his forehead, as this wasn't the first time she had yelled it in public. No swearing in the school, it ain't ladylike, but Laura shrugged. You do it when you think no one hears you, she retorted, and I'm leaving. Want to live with Peter now. Captain Baldy, you're not a good man, not staying, and she ran away to grab the few personal items she had gathered. Aurora raised an eyebrow. Captain Baldy. Charles sighed. Peter again, I assume, and he nodded. He is not a good influence, especially if he is not only engaging in delicate surgery but sexual intercourse as well. Jean, please. Peter is not a good influence on anyone, but Jean had gone bright red at Laura's admission and was lost in her own thoughts. See? Aurora, please. Jean cannot leave, especially not into that charnel house. Each of the women is a host to the alien creatures, and each of them is in a relationship with Peter. It's like some damn cheap, badly written smut novel. No good will come of this. Aurora shook her head. But you do not get to decide that, Charles. I will stay with them both. I have to have this conversation with T'Challa, but once I am back in the States I will make sure that Jean and Laura are safe, and that nothing improper happens. Logan snorted. And if his power affects you too. But lightning crackled around Aurora. And when you do not get your way, you debase yourself by accusing him of impropriety. But Logan put up his hands. Hey now, that ain't it. The kid gives off a huge amount of pheromones, and I can smell fear, anger, and yet, desire. All from one kid, and Aurora relaxed as she remembered the fear and terror he induced, and if he could do that for desire as well, and she frowned. Then all I can do is make sure that he does not. While the thought of having some kind of control over her terrified her, she remembered Peter saying he would hate himself for doing this. Right after he shut off his warehouse AC, Peter knew what effect he had, and took steps to combat it. It still made sense that everyone had the wrong impression. Maybe his desire scent had the reverse on males, they would see him as a threat to their territory, and she had to stifle a small laugh. Logan definitely, but Charles? Strutting male egos bruised as Peter waltzed in, dismantled their relationships and entranced their females away. She had had enough of that male arrogance when she was on the streets in Africa. She did not need it here as well. No, I believe that Peter is being given a bad reputation by people unwilling to give him the time and effort needed to understand his situation. There is no changing my mind, and there is no stopping me either. I am not named Storm for a slight drizzle. Do not make this more difficult than it needs to be. Laura came back dragging an overstuffed bag while Jean had been packed for a while. It was only the threat of legal repercussions that had stopped her. Are we ready? And the pair nodded, Jean, lifting her cases while Laura dragged hers behind her. Good, I will be in touch, Charles, and we can all have a sit down to discuss this problem. Like adults. As the trio left in one of Charles's cars, Charles looked over at both Hank and Logan. I hope she knows what she's doing, but we can only prepare for the worst. Hank, get me the phone. Maybe T'Challa can talk some sense into her, for all our sakes. Basking in the glow of 3 new housemates, a new pool room that they had figured out a rotation and explained the flag system so he didn't walk in on either Jean or Wanda, life in the warehouse had settled down once more. Wanda had been brief, she had a slightly glazed look on her face, but once Peter refreshed the air and sprayed more neutralizer she smiled, patted him on the shoulder and left, leaving him confused. Gwen just smiled and winked as he came down from his place, and he guessed while she was unwilling, Wanda had ventured up to see if he and Aurora had crossed a line. Jean had been given a grace period. While she had picked a home, she was still wary of what the professor could do to bring her back to the mansion, something Peter wanted to have a strongly worded argument with him about, but as it was her life, Jean was perfectly capable of doing that herself. With the Hydra forces mopped up, there was only one issue that needed to be dealt with. Shaw. Before he could even deal with that, another landed right in his lap. As to what the mess would be, Peter still had no idea. As he sat at the very expensive-looking table, crisp white tablecloth and a very expensive steak with roast potatoes in front of him, he listened to the very eloquent and very well-dressed man speak. Aldrich Killian had introduced himself, and while Peter's first impression was snake oil salesman, not helped by the fact that Justin Hammer was here, the more he spoke, the more it piqued Peter's curiosity. Aldrich was handsome, greasing hair swept back over a widow's peak. You see, after some investigation into Stark's new product line, we both noticed that while Stark Tech was on the box, your name, or Miss Stasis, was on the patent. He was busy enjoying the same steak as Peter while Justin had a more unusual hamburger and fries. He was a small unassuming man, and Peter would never have guessed, looking at his pencil-thin figure and narrow face that sat across from him, was supposedly the 3rd richest man in America. So, after some digging, I realized that Stark, as always, had taken someone else's idea and ran with it, acquiring patents from Oscorp and screwing both yourself and Ms. Octavius out of a rather large amount of money. Peter nodded, unwilling to interrupt the man who seemed to be reciting a speech. So, Justin and I are looking for a partner, one who shares similar, let's say, feelings towards Stark. We know about the video. Miss Potts's indiscretion is of no matter, but the way you got back at him was immensely enjoyable. Myself, he had me arrested in a parking garage, and Justin, well, there are still pages with the world's smallest dash, but Justin cleared his throat. Ah yes, of course, sorry Justin, and Aldrich smiled. That snake oil salesman smile. So, I get that, Peter said, but why me? I mean, you both are famous. Hammer might not get the best press, but you still get press, and while I don't know who you are, Mr. Killian, someone influential enough to know what I've been doing and bribe their way into the records office to get my file, you must either have connections or money, and from your suit, both. Aldrich smiled. Please, call me Aldrich, and it's simple, Peter. You are smart, but more importantly, you are young. An upcoming talent that no one has heard of, well except Stark, but he's hell-bent on crushing you. We want you to work with us, not for us. We start an umbrella corporation, one under which you can restart Parker Incorporated, my one company, Future Farm, and Hammer Industries. All sharing data, all working to further humanity, and of course, make a lot of money. Advanced idea mechanics. One goal, one aim. Nice, huh? I think marketing tracked it as scoring positively amongst the general populace. Again, why me? I've no capital, no investors, nothing to offer, and as he took a drink of his Coke, Hammer and Killian shared a look and Aldrich smiled. But you do have ideas. The CLS is brilliant. Olivia Octavia still holds the patent for her Arcstar reactor and her harness. Gwen Stacy holds the patent for her Stacy formula. That's what we want. Money isn't an issue. $1 million or $2 million is worth the investment on the $100 million we make back. Even 10 or 20 million is nothing, Peter. You are the next Stark. We want that. We have money. We need ideas. Peter carefully chewed the very nice steak and swallowed. I need to think about it. I have S.H.I.E.L.D. as well, and Gwen works for Stark. There might be a non-compete clause in her contract. It's a lot, Mr. Aldrich. Really, I mean, you're expecting me to trust you when Stark took one look at me and punched me through a wall, so forgive me if I'm a little hesitant. Justin snorted and Killian laughed. How about a tour of my latest project? It's what I want Liv to have a look at. We have another of Tony's ex and disgruntled employees, Maya Hansen. If Miss Octavius has heard of her, that should speak for itself. As for non-competes, well, we wouldn't want to get Gwen in trouble or jeopardize a new relationship. Say, next week, and Peter nodded. He had his meeting with Shaw in a few days, but as he expected that to come to nothing other than yelling he would be free. As Killian offered his hand to shake it, Peter felt something being slipped into his pocket, and taking the man's hand and smiling, he ignored it. Great, great. I'll send a car for you. Don't worry, we know where you live, and he gave that smile again. Peter couldn't make up his mind if it was genuine or fake, and really didn't want to get into the habit of using his powers to tell. He had seen where it led Xavier, and he didn't want that to be his future as well. As they watched Peter leave, Adrian sipped the last of his wine. You think he'll figure it out? Hammer dipped a triangle of fries in ketchup. I hope so, and before it's too late, and Adrian shrugged. Lifting the vial out of his pocket, he pulled out the stopper and sniffed, noting that the liquid smelled slightly like machine oil and left a silvery film on the inside of the bottle. Shrugging, he put the lid back on and stuck it back in his pocket. Whatever it was, he would get Liv or Gwen to examine it later. As he made his way home, Peter noticed a tail but thought nothing of it. It could be Nat, testing him. As he shook his head, it could be anyone, and he ignored them. Back at the warehouse, a party was in full swing, with Wanda teaching Laura how to dance, while Liv and Gwen were sitting together. Good news, and Gwen shouted. Hey, Pete. Guess who graduated? And Peter frowned. Gwen had been getting credit for her work at Stark Industries, but he had no idea it was this close. Deciding to tease her a little, he pointed at himself. Well, I have been working hard, and you guys threw a party, and while Liv chuckled to herself. Gwen pouted. Me, you ass, and Peter nodded and lifted her from Liv's lap, pulling her into a close hug and kissing her. Congratulations, you deserve it, but Gwen pulled back. Yug, what have you been eating? And Peter shrugged. Steak, I had that meeting with Hammer and Killian today. They bought me lunch. Peter was quite pleased. In fact, the meal alone had been worth meeting them, and their proposal had merit. He would wait though. If Gwen was graduating, then it should be her day. Nah, you taste like ass. Unless you've been eating garbage. What did you eat? And Peter shrugged. Really, we were at the new place, a Café du Maire. The food was great. Gwen motioned to Liv, who sniffed at his mouth. No, I can smell it too. Are you sure it was good? Sorry dear, but I need to borrow him. And taking Peter by the hand, she led him into her new home, with a small work surface she used for her PC and lab work. And Peter, used to the routine, presented his arm, and as Liv fitted the rubber tubing, she took a small blood sample. To test the first one, she just left it in the sample tube, and they both jumped when, rather than dissolving, it burst into flames. What the bloody hell? Liv shouted as the tube burst. As they watched, the black powder slowly consumed itself and burned with a small bright blue flame. And you think that your steak was maybe overcooked? And Peter laughed. Nothing tasted off though, so unless Aldrich dosed me, I have no idea. And thinking, he took the stoppered vial out from his pocket. He sighed. The lid had come loose as he walked, and there was only the smallest amount left in the bottom. As Liv saw it, she shook her head and stepped back, grabbing a sample bottle and placing it on a cart. She wheeled it over to him and he dropped it in and screwed the lid shut. I need you to see if you can purge yourself of any foreign material, Peter. If your blood sample burst into flames, then we can't risk taking more. Can you? I don't know. See if you can feel whatever that sample was. And frowning, Peter sat with his eyes closed. Normally he could feel his cells. He knew enough about his biology now that he could make simcells at will. He still lacked the fine control that Gwen had with poison, but she had a cheat, poison herself. He could only, and he paused, there it was. Venom spread out across his skin, covering him in a dark black sheen, which bled a strange orange-colored liquid. There we go. And Liv ran a sample swab over his skin and dropped it into a test tube. I'll be upstairs, dear. I'll let you know what I find, but for now, please don't set fire to anything. And thinking that his blood was flammable, she sighed, or anyone, and Peter got the message loud and clear. No sex until they figured out what was going on. Liv held a test tube full of orange liquid. It's a virus, and a very nasty one at that. And as the group stared at Peter, he shrugged. I don't know, I thought I was immune to any viruses. Shouldn't my immune system have taken care of it? And Liv nodded. It did. In the loft meeting room, Liv pulled out a series of images and began to display them one by one. Whatever this virus is has integrated itself into your immune system. If I can hazard a guess, it's a viral serum, designed to work in tandem with a person's body, but ultimately being curable, and therefore reversible, unlike the original super soldier serum. So wait, I have more powers now. And Peter flexed but shrugged. I don't feel any different. That's the problem. And Liv clicked her mouse again, moving over to the next slide. The virus is now active. It co-opted your current powers and it's mutating. We need to find out who infected you and get the cure. Look, and as Liv pointed at the slide, they could see the normally black blood cells. His co-opted immune response was now orange, and worse, there was a sign that his blood was full of them, more than normal. I think, for want of a better term, you are sick. Isolation might be the best course, but as your immune system is already compromised, we have no way to cure you or figure out what effects it will have. No powers. Remove the Mind Stone from your body, just in case, and under no circumstances are you to even touch any of us. This is affecting your simcells. The symbiotes are probably not immune to its effects and you may infect us. Should I be sitting here then? And Liv shook her head. It's not airborne, and from its size, probably never will be. This is a man-made bloodborne infection. Someone dosed you, and as Aldrich Killian runs a pharmatic company, I will bet it was him. So, phone him to get the cure or you play the bad guy. Do we want to warn him though? If this was intentional, then we have to assume that he's probably watching us, to see what effect it has on you. And Peter huffed. I was being followed, but as they didn't follow me all the way here, I thought nothing of it, just Fury being an ass or a stupid fan. And Peter took out his phone. Yeah, tell Killian I found his shitty virus. I want the cure or he gets it and his name plastered all over the web. And if he thinks that me fucking Pepper made the internet sing, wait till they get a video of me fucking him. And Peter hung up. You really need to work on your threats, dear. That sounded incredibly homoerotic, and she smirked. Not that I'm complaining, of course. And Gwen laughed as Peter shook his head. A sheepish-looking Killian Aldrich pulled up in a limo outside the warehouse. He had listened to Peter's voicemail and realized that the sample they had slipped to Peter had infected him. Rather than it being a discovery they wanted Peter to give to Gwen and Olivia to investigate, he had condemned the young man to a possibly painful death. Thankfully, as long as he accepted, they had already prepared a much larger piece of bait to secure his help. It would now act as an apology for the trouble and hopefully not the pain they were putting him through. If he lived. The only thing that Killian hoped was that the file he had on Gwen Stacy was accurate, as the Oscorp files on Olivia were public knowledge, as was the formula. The door to the warehouse was already open and he looked up and Peter vaulted from the roof, landing effortlessly on the ground. Glaring at Killian, the man sighed. The extremist was already infiltrating his systems. Now, all they had to do was hope it wouldn't overload and kill him. You owe me an explanation, Mr. Killian, Peter told him angrily, and I have several people all very interested in hearing your excuse, and without waiting Peter turned and headed back into the warehouse. Sighing, Aldrich waved to the driver who turned the limo and drove off and he swung open the gate and headed inside as well. Before anything Peter, I am sorry, the sample was only for you to test. I had no idea you would become infected, and he paused as 6 pairs of very angry eyes, belonging to the most beautiful collection of women Aldrich had ever seen gathered in one place, outside a fashion parade. Even the normally sensible and stoic Aldrich lost his reason for a moment and stared blankly at the very angry women. Am I interrupting something? Peter chuckled. Gwen and Liv, the pair you wanted me to get on the team, and he motioned to the blonde and brunette at the end of the table, both who had folders in front of them, and now the ones you really don't want to know about but, Natasha, Laura, and Wanda. My SHIELD team. Aldrich swallowed. The files had neglected to mention Peter was a full SHIELD agent and right now, he knew that this went past a mistake and right into big problem territory. And Jean, she just lives here, but might as well let her know, as we don't really keep secrets from each other, or at least, not explosive virus ones anyway. Gwen cleared her throat. So, want to explain? Why do you have an unstable techno-virus that enhances in a very similar way to the super soldier serum but with one major side effect? And she slid a folder across the table towards him. It fucking blows up when it's unstable, she yelled angrily. Aldrich raised his hands in surrender. I am sorry. We needed the foremost expert on the serum and with Miss Stacy and Miss Octavius both here, and Dr. Connors living with your aunt we needed to get you on board. The sample we slipped Peter was never meant to infect him, that was the last thing we wanted. The cure for extremists shouldn't be a race against death. Peter shook his head, so AIM was all bullshit, but Aldrich pulled out the folder. No, not at all. Here. Please, let me explain and Peter pointed to a chair and as Aldrich sat he slid the folder towards Peter. First, as an apology, we never meant to infect you. Please believe me. Peter looked at the files. The first was a new warehouse, only half a block from here. The second was the licensing agreement for Parker Incorporated, signed back into Peter's name. And lastly, a grant for $10 million, under Parker Incorporated name with a contract paper clipped underneath. Really? We got it back from Stark, and he shook his head. Let me start from the beginning. When Oscorp dropped the serum research, Stark, being a little shit, picked it up. With Maya Hansen, he designed what they called Extremis. Rather than a host animal, it uses a partially silicon-based organic virus to deliver the formula to its host. Same effects but can also generate bioelectricity and extreme heat if need be. It was experimental, highly dangerous, and Stark dropped it. Maya wanted to finish the work but Stark fired her and she never worked again. Until she found you, and Aldrich gave out a small laugh. Maya and I are married but yes, to answer that. We worked together and founded Future Farm together, where we worked on the Extremis virus. Until about 3 months ago, not long after the Ultron announcement. Killian leaned forwards, a sad look creeping on his face. A group, well, we now know it was Hydra, broke into our lab, took the Extremis and infected both myself and Maya. I tried to approach Stark, to get the original notes, anything, but he blew me off and well, got me arrested. Killian shook his head. While I am able to control the side effects, Maya is not so lucky. We have her sedated most days in a -50-degree room, to stave off the heat she gives off. Please, I just wanted to save her. I never wanted you to go through that as well and as he leaned forwards the look of desperation shone on his face. I just want my wife back. Gwen leaned back. Well, shit. I was all ready to shove this back in your face but we're kinda the queens of stupid when it comes to Pete, so and she slid a folder towards him. The Extremis virus bonded to Pete's unique physiology, resulting in a mutation. The virus itself is now part of his biology and you can't use it to cure a normal human. As Killian frowned he took the folder and flicked through the pages. You did this already? But how? It's only been hours, and non-human. Oh no. You're one of them aren't you? And Peter tooted. If you mean the symbiotes, sorry but no. Something else. Guess your contacts forgot to mention that, but Killian shook his head. Aldrich leaned back. No he didn't, and he also forgot your shield status. Peter made sure to drop Fury a thank you note later. The only reason Aldrich's snitch didn't find out about either his team or his abilities was probably interference from him. You know I have to report this, right? And Justin as well. You can't go around accidentally infecting people with a virus that makes them blow up. Justin only wanted the drone you took from Norman. He bought the patents before Stark grabbed everything else. He wasn't involved in the virus but as Aldrich read further he looked over at Gwen in shock. You've already got the cure. And Gwen nodded. As she shrugged, it's just a virus, my Stacy formula can be modified to target pretty much anything. You just screwed up when you infected Pete as the formula was already in his system. Aldrich coughed in astonishment. Just a virus? We worked for more than a decade on that, almost 20 years, and to you, it's just a virus and defeated. He slumped back into the chair. Liv laughed. Don't worry, I had the same reaction when she cracked the super soldier serum. Smart little so-and-so she is, and she leaned over and gave a beaming Gwen a kiss on the cheek. Pete might be harder to fix, but the virus itself is brilliant. Pete, wasn't fury up your butt about having to work with Stark over the Stacy formula. How about this? And he shrugged. Stave off an investigation by promising an exclusive contract with S.H.I.E.L.D., and as Peter smiled, Aldrich recognized the predatory look. S.H.I.E.L.D. would ring him for everything to get extremis, but if it was for Maya, I agree, but please the cure, and Gwen nodded. It's in there. If you need a dose, I could probably make one in a day or so. Won't affect my work with Stark as I'm only making it. Oh, but you can thank Pete. The antibody to the virus is made from his blood. Really though, it might be better if I can get a sample directly from your wife. If it's a mutated strain or there is some other environmental or physiological component, it might be safer, and Aldrich nodded and then stood straight and held out his hand. Mr. Parker, I am truly sorry for all of this. Please, take the folder as a small token of my gratitude, and if you are still interested, AIM would love to have you. Liv cleared her throat. Peter dear, would you be upset if I took over Parker Incorporated? I have much more experience and, I get the feeling that you would rather be out with your S.H.I.E.L.D. team. Maybe if Miss Gray is so included she could venture forth, with Natasha's permission of course. Peter raised an eyebrow and gave her a surprised look. Sure Liv. After fighting Hydra, I realized that like MJ, I don't want to fight. Peter. I am ready to fight if I need to, but I really didn't like the spy stuff. Lying to you was hard and I never dash. Liv's voice broke and she paused to take a breath. I'm not cut out for this, and really, while Brock was an arse, I did enjoy leading a team and being in the lab. Please, and she gave Peter a look of doe eyes and of course he crumbled. Can we alter the contracts? But Aldrich shrugged. Who you employ would be your decision, Peter. If you want Miss Octavius to head your company, then she can head your company. AIM will be a collaboration, not a hierarchy, and Aldrich smiled. Maya used to give me that look as well. There was a hint of sadness in his voice, and she always got what she wanted to, and each of them knew what it was like to see someone they cared about hurt when there was nothing that could be done. I'll get the antivirus made up. It should only take a few hours. Pete, I can talk to Pepper as well, while Stark is behaving. I might be able to wrangle my way out of that contract with everything that's gone on in the past. Might not get the Stacy formula back, but even if I can get the non-compete removed, I think I'd like to work with Liv as well, and Peter nodded. Finally getting your wish, huh? And she smiled and patted her arm. We can use the Simsel research as leverage as well. While he got a lot of stuff, he didn't touch that, so it might be lawyer time, and Gwen nodded. I'll get Pepper on the phone, she probably doesn't know, but, sorry. Mr. Killian, Aldrich, we'll cure your wife first. Is it okay if we get blood and other samples though? The cure works better if I can examine the patient. Although, even if I don't get the Stacy formula back, I should be able to patent the Parker Extremis formula, at least a co-patent. You need Peter's unique biology to produce it right now, but in the future, we might be able to produce it separately. As Gwen, Liv, and Aldrich discussed the cure, Peter felt that his life was finally getting back on track. AIM might not be his future, but he was glad that Gwen and Liv were able to get out from the shadows of Stark and Osborn. All he had left to deal with was a persistent witch and a stubborn asshole. At least he had one thing going for him. With the group's blessing, he could finally call Emma's bluff. Honey trap or not, the blonde telepath was in for one hell of a shock the next time they met. How are you feeling? Liv asked Peter as he came down the ramp from his house. Shrugging, he sat down and sighed. Honestly, the Extremis virus is a great power boost, with two major problems, and to demonstrate, Peter clenched a fist and electricity crackled over it, and then clenched the other fist which glowed bright red, and Liv could feel the heat from where she was sitting. I can generate electricity, and from that refine it into pure heat. I'm pretty sure if I grabbed my phone or anything else I could use the Extremis virus as a bridge and assimilate it, but we still don't know how infectious I am, or if anyone infected with the new virus would have the same powers. I mean, what if a new symbiote I birth is already infected? Imagine the chaos that could cause. Which is why I would suggest, until we have a much better idea of how badly you are compromised, that you do neither, and I must insist that sexual intercourse, even kissing anyone with a symbiote, is out of the question, and she huffed, as much as it pains me to say that. I also can assimilate and create Simsel nanoparticles. After Tony bragged about it, I sat and wondered if the virus was into more than just my immune system, and as Liv watched, rather than oozing over a faint blue shimmer covered Peter, and he was covered in a plated version of the Venom armor. Taking one of the gloves, Venom twisted it and it came away if it was separate armor. It now doesn't need my bioelectric field to remain cohesive. I can create an inorganic Simsel material, just as durable as most alloys. No idea how tough it is, but we can test that. Fascinated by this new development, Liv reached forwards, but Peter quickly grabbed the glove and slid it back on his hand, letting the particles dissolve back into his body. Liv, and he moved back. I get that it's new, but please, and she nodded. Sorry dear, scientific curiosity, but the gleam in her eyes hadn't faded. Have you tried to assimilate different pieces of technology? Or are you simply making an assumption? And he nodded. Assumption. What if I assimilate something and it messes with my brain, or something vital because my cells think it'd make a good heart? If, and I mean this Liv, if we try this I want a full lab around me, not just the warehouse. Liv laughed. Well, as the newly appointed CESO of Parker Inc. I can guarantee that by the end of the week we'll have a full lab. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has made good on some promises. After the incident with Brock, I called in a few favors from Fury, CESO, Chief Executive Science Officer, and Peter laughed. Liv was already making her mark on the company. It should take about a week to finalize and install all the relevant workspaces. To be honest, we're mainly moving things from here to the new warehouse, which I might add, you haven't even looked at. Peter huffed and sighed. Sorry, it's just been mad around here. I mean, first Laura and then Wanda. I keep expecting Jean to wander in at some point as well. Then this, I mean, if it wasn't for you I'd be swamped. I'm also worried about meeting Shaw. If Emma is as much of a problem as he is, then how do we counter someone who for once, knows we're coming, has powers and an army of powered soldiers, and has the resources to fight us? Harry got caught with his pants down and thought his anti-venom would be enough. Shaw is different. So, why not do the same? Isn't that Selene woman looking for an in? Why not ask for her help? Fight fire with fire, so to speak. You know she wants to have sex with me for some reason, right? And Liv nodded. We do, and we figure it's her enhanced power. She might be related to the succubus myth or even vampires. If these powered mutants have been around for centuries, then even werewolves, ghosts, and the undead may have roots in their origins. Wanda can move objects with her mind. If telekinesis is possible and you can create fire, why not poltergeists or worse? Yeah, but what if that's her price? And Liv tooted. We gave you permission, Peter. Stop being a prude. Take her, break her if you want, just come home. It's only when you sneak around without us knowing that we get mad, and Peter still looked guilty, especially now he was under quarantine. The only line we draw is a symbiote. No making more until we know the extremis isn't going to hurt them, but Peter had already agreed to that. A techno-organic virus-infected symbiote could potentially be a disaster. We also have the issue of trusting Killian. Once he knows about your physiology he may want more samples of the extremis you produce, especially if it is markedly different from his own. From the small sample Gwen had, they already knew that it was. With Peter's simsels interacting with the volatile serum, it had stabilized within his system, and once Peter knew about the virus he could make it on his own. Processing it as a part of the same simsel mix he could make and was present in his bodily fluid. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, if Stark had stopped being a dick for a minute we could have kept working together, even if I had to license the CLS to him. Oh, that reminds me, Gwen sent this over, and she handed a list to Peter, which made him smile as he read. The legal document, produced by the group's ever-capable but blind lawyer, struck Stark with several copyright infringement lawsuits, all stemming from his use of the patented simsels. While Stark's response had been a standard "I have more money so let's fight," Pepper's was more congenial and actually gave both parties some leeway. Gwen was being let go, her contract would be nullified and her non-competes would be void. As for nanotech, in exchange for the usage of the simsels, Stark gave his rights to the CLS back to Peter and licensed it from him in turn. A hefty check was attached, cut down by Gwen's termination with no strings, but it still boosted the group's cash flow immensely. Peter handed the whole thing back to Liv and would let her deal with it. While Peter's name was on the paperwork, Liv was in charge, and Peter was confident that she would make the company successful, more so than he ever could. There was even a release of the Stacy formula, leaving Stark with no claim on it, but Gwen's cream was still manufactured through Stark. All in all, it had been a win, which bothered Peter. Stark never gave up so easily, unless he had a backup, but until he called to brag, or made a big showy presentation, Peter had no clue as to what he was doing. The first thing of course was to hire Gwen and offer Kurt a position. Both accepted at once, and now the company had 3 employees. It was now a matter of waiting until the warehouse had been refurbished, and Liv and Kurt would both conduct interviews, hiring interns, and other support staff could wait. For now, it was settled, more amicably than Peter expected, but it was settled. The second and more pressing matter was to make sure that Peter's new physiology was safe. To do that they used the newly refurbished warehouse. While it was empty of anything important, it was still a certified biohazard and clean zone. Testing here would be safe for anyone outside the testing area. It was just Peter they were worried about. Behind a blast shield, Liv drew blood, while Kurt and Gwen stayed back in case of an emergency. As the first sample burst into flames, Peter tooted and looked within himself. He could feel his connection to the virus, and it was that connection that allowed him to realize, Liv, we need Stacy formula as well. The cells aren't assimilated into mine, they're piggybacking. So when my cells break down, they break down too. My armor is fine, as I can create a stable coating, but normal bodily fluids remain volatile. Peter had branched out since assimilating more knowledge from the stone, as he needed to know not just the mechanical science behind artificial limbs but the neurological and biological. He had been absorbing textbook after textbook. Without bragging, he figured he could give Liv or Stark a run for their money now. The extremis is unstable, and in trying to remove it we'd really screw up my body. I'm already enhanced, but the depowering formula would probably do more harm than good. But if we enhance the virus it should stabilize it, and if I mass produce simsels as it happens, then I might be able to assimilate it while the formula works. Radiation as well? Liv asked, but Peter shook his head. No, not going there. We've all seen Banner and Blinsky. Even my own blood won't be much help. I need to merge with it and make it my own. So we need Gwen's hybridization procedure. The process was, in theory, simple. Peter would guide the hybrid formula and target only the extremis virus and the symbiotes within his immune system. As the formula was assimilated, he could then spread it throughout his body, creating a third newer hybrid body, a symbiote human extremis hybrid. With the virus added into his own cells, like a new form of mitochondria, he should stop it from explosively decomposing with it left his body. The problem was, in practice the process wasn't as easy. Gwen's process would be used, even though they had all agreed to would be cruel to both the host and the symbiote. This time the target was the extremis virus rather than a symbiote, and Peter knew it would be excruciatingly painful. His only saving grace was that as he now had a much hardier physique, it wouldn't take as long or be as deadly. Even then Gwen and Liv both looked hesitant as they strapped him to the table. Kurt carefully laid out a tray of injector guns, each one with a relevant dose of both powering and depowering formula. Both were required to first clean and then repower the individual. The next step was to use the hybrid formula. This formula, however, was targeting the cellular makeup of the host, rather than their DNA. As it worked, they would almost undergo a butterfly effect, becoming, internally at least, a mushy paste that would rebond with any resident creatures. A painful and laborious process. Peter had no choice. It was this or risk exploding, or worse, risk infecting others and them exploding. As long as he remained calm and conscious, he could guide the formula to the cells producing the extremis virus, and once they were part of his physiology, they should become stable. The first injection sent a shiver of cool ice through his veins, and it wasn't until the third injection that the fire raged within his blood. Peter strained and screamed against the restraints, and holding a camera, Kurt recorded the whole thing. As his symb armor spread over him, he contorted and tentacles of pure black flailed and writhed as the formulas got to work. Even he took a step back as Venom's maw split open and a huge gout of flame spurt forth. The naturally enhanced Simsil napalm sprayed into the air, and Gwen rushed to grab a fire extinguisher. As Peter roared, the flame gushed out and even Gwen had to retreat. Inside the building was burning and a thick black smoke drifted up to the warehouse walkways. Liv tooted, "Really dear," and slammed a hand on the emergency flush system. Rather than water, a thick foam gel, capable of extinguishing any type of fire, rained down, and in the mist, they could see the bright flares of Peter's flame breath. "Not even moved in and he burns it down," and Gwen snorted at Liv's comment. "Well, at least you can stick up one of those 0 days since Pete's last accident signs," and Liv laughed. It was funny enough to lift the brevity of the situation, and even as Peter's flames grew less frequent they stood waiting. As the air cleared and Peter was left sitting in a foam bath, they could see the changes. He had been wiry before, but now he almost glistened. His slowly bulking muscles had shrunk once more, but as Liv lifted an arm to check his pulse, she felt it was as if he was made from iron instead of flesh with its weight. "Turn around a moment, Kurt," and even though he frowned he did so. When he wasn't looking, Liv gave Peter the once-over and nodded at Gwen. "He's fine," and Gwen nodded knowingly. The last thing they needed was the already well-proportioned Peter to suddenly become a swinging sausage monster. Symbiote or not, there was such a thing as too large. "Really?" Peter asked, with his eyes closed. "That's the second thing you check," and Liv laughed. "I can tell by your heartbeat and sweat that you're fine, dear. A woman's prerogative if you insist. Now, dress and we can clean up before we check your vitals properly." Peter had been given a clean bill of health. As the first sample they took had no adverse reaction to the air and lasted much longer than normal, it was a success. After several hours of testing, first, on his basic bodily secretions, which he was left to tend to himself until the all-clear was given, and then on his tissue and then his symskin, all were given a pass and all were now heavily infected. It was as planned though, and the infected cells were stable and the virus was now part of his cellular makeup. The original extremis virus was now a part of Peter. Like the ancient mitochondrial Eve, Peter was a new organism. He had kept both abilities. He could generate a strong blast of heat, causing his webbing to ignite, and he finally could reproduce the stunning taser webs that Huntress liked to use, although his was a lot stronger. His symbiotes could be modified into the napalm he sprayed earlier, and as well as expelling it from his mouth, which was cool but impractical. His most impressive power was the sticky gel-like webbing he could now make, which like Gwen's chemical whips could explode with the heat he generated. Not only that, but now his healing factor was accelerated to an incredible degree. His body could produce symbiotes and rebuild missing tissue almost immediately, and much to Kurt's dismay, Peter removed a finger to have it grow back seconds later. While unwilling to test it to an extreme, everyone agreed that a missing limb or organ would regrow, although the ultimate test, his head, would be left unanswered. And then of course they had another problem that needed addressing: infection. Unless Peter created a symbiote and gave it to a host, they had no idea if any new symbiotes would be affected by the virus, or if the current batch would succumb to the original or the new strain. It would be a simple test to find out, but the results would lead to death or worse for anyone who volunteered. As samples of symbiote tissue seemed to happily absorb the newer cells, it was finally time for a live test. It was Gwen who decided to be the first test subject, as her natural ability through poison to absorb and contain various extremely harmful substances seemed to be the best choice. Strapped to the gurney, Liv carefully injected her with a small sample of Peter's blood and stepped back as poison moaned and covered her. "More, more," she yelled and laughed, giddy from the infusion. It was obvious to all what poison was going through, and Kurt turned away and eyed the ceiling until the pair calmed down. As she strained against the straps, Liv and Peter both let their armor slip out, but Poison shook her head and eventually calmed down. I'm fine. The cells are absorbed by poison with no side effects. Well, poison once more, it's like, and as she looked over at Kurt, she wasn't about to admit it was like being injected with liquid orgasms and the symbiote had gone crazy. If she hadn't been strapped down, she would have been riding Peter like a horse right now. The symbiotes get a bigger kick out of it, so yeah, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. I did attend college with Liv after all, Kurt said, chuckling softly. Peter looked up. Wait, did you too? And Kurt hastily shook his head. Oh no, but a very drunk Liv bursting into my dorm room, rather naked, and then puking in my shoes is not something you'd forget, even if I have tried. Liv cleared her throat, and why am I the one being picked on when it was Gwen - and Peter cleared his throat? Can we move on from the embarrassing part, and get to the is Gwen sick part? Right then, more blood samples. Kurt, start up the mass and let's crack this, Liv ordered, and Peter sat back down, uncovering his arm. And if Gwen is right, then you are free to indulge again, and as she moved in closer, and you can start with the one person running your company, and Peter laughed and kissed her on the side of the cheek. For the rest of the day more and more tests were run. With Gwen acting as an isolated specimen, she allowed herself to be exposed to more of Peter's bodily fluids, and after each test, a comparison of poisoned cells was made. After the assimilation, it was clear that Peter was no longer infectious and that there was no change to Poison herself, other than a renewed desire to indulge in Peter. While Nat was still unresponsive, and Widow was dormant, they had time to properly test out Peter's new simsels. Her vitals as reported by the armor were stable and she seemed to be in a coma more than any danger. It was still unsettling for Peter. His biggest worry that someone would be hurt always came true, even if it was a choice they made. As he ran a hand over the cold exterior of the War Machine armor, he sighed. Whatcha thinking, Petty Pie? Gwen sang at him, giddy after a serious session left her and Poison both riding a high. As Peter had left to let her sleep, he had come down to check on Nat, and once her legs had stopped shaking she had followed him. Just worried, and Gwen wrapped her arms around him. She saved the world, Pete, and the brain activity shows she's fine in there. Fury said that asshole shot her in the head, and yet, she's still alive. She's a fighter, just like all of us, so quit being a mope. And with a grin, Gwen leaned over the armor. Hey Nat, took your spot and Pete pounded me till I couldn't walk, missing out staying in there. Better hurry up or Pete might find another sexy spy to take your place. Gwen spoke at the armor, but there was no response. Peter laughed and shook his head. You know she can probably hear you, coma, not deaf, and Gwen shrugged. Then she'd better wake up so she can try to kick my ass, and Peter laughed again. Come on, let's go give everyone the good news, and then work on Killian's cure. We also need to decide what we're telling him. Oh, and I think Hammer is coming for the glider tomorrow, so clean up. And Gwen groaned. Shower then? Or work? And Peter shook his head. Work first. We both know what you want in the shower. And as they linked arms, Peter and Gwen left Nat's home. Unheard, the armor shifted slightly, a small THBBFT noise coming from the inside. Cleaning the warehouse was a chore that nobody enjoyed. It was a huge area, and even with superhuman abilities it still was tiresome. With Felicia and Emma familiarizing themselves with the running of the Black Cats, Gwen was on suspension as nobody wanted a staff member working in a highly sensitive lab who was quitting, and MJ was still figuring out if she wanted to stay working or not. It was up to Gwen and Peter to clean. As Jean, Wanda, and Laura had just moved in, they were still busy with their own places, and it felt unfair to make them start chores immediately. Only in the short term, of course. Once a housemate had settled, then it was business as usual. So, do we share or do we hide? Gwen asked as she drank her coffee. Well, the symbiotes are becoming more and more widespread. I mean, Sword is practically up my ass about it, and once I gave them the brush off, it's only legal threats that stopped them from coming after anyone else. Peter had made a list. One side was the pros of telling Killian, the other was the cons. If we tell him, it's not like I'm going to give him one, that's already been established. No one gets a symbiote without discussion. And no one experiments on them, period. We can make waves with the Asgardians if they start pulling that kind of bullshit, and I have no doubt Carol could come back and kick ass if we needed her. Gwen laughed. Oh, I bet you're thinking of her ass. And Peter laughed. But you are right. I don't see any reason not to. He'll find out eventually anyway, even if it's not from you. We did let it slip that you aren't entirely human, so it's not so much of a leap to guess that you aren't a Hulk or a super soldier. And Peter nodded. But, I want to make it official Parker Incorporated business, and Liv leaned forwards, idly spinning her own cup. I agree. If we make sure the symbiote research is completely legal and patented, then nobody can touch it except us, or at least nobody can touch it without breaking the law. We also have to test your new extremist biology. And she took a breath and sighed. And I think you should spawn, safely, with a host in mind for the express purpose of making sure that the virus isn't going to make it crazy or worse. We can't risk ignoring it and then someone gets hurt and you expose them and us to something much worse. But who? And Liv shrugged. I think Maria has expressed an interest. She was rather shaken by her friend's death, and as callous as it may seem, it is a good way to make sure that no one you care about is hurt if it goes wrong. Peter frowned and half shrugged. Seems fair. Tell her that's the deal. She gets a symbiote, but it might go really, really wrong. Tell her everything, Killian, Extremis, the lot, and let her decide. If she says no, then ask Fury. I'm sure he's got agents lining up to kick Hydra's ass and one of them might say yes. As Peter spoke, Liv was tapping on her phone. Miss Hill agrees and in fact, Liv sat with her buzzing phone. Oh yes, she's on her way. And Liv looked over at Gwen, she asking if she needs to fuck him first, or if sucking him off will do, and Gwen burst out laughing. Peter stared at Gwen who was holding her stomach as she laughed. Oh my god Pete, and she snorted. Venom, the scourge of the underwear, hunter of wet pussy, and slayer of virginities, and even Liv was holding back her smile. You know, most women would be upset when someone asked if sucking off their boyfriend was acceptable, and Liv laughed. Yes, and the all-women foursome we had last week without you was against your wishes, and he frowned and shrugged. What? And Liv nodded. See, we don't ask if we can, and as long as we're okay with the person, you don't need to either. But Peter shook his head. No, you're right, I don't mind, but which for? Gwen pointed to herself and Liv, Fel, and Ele. Oh little Pete got an invite but as you said you weren't too happy with Electra we didn't invite you, but he nodded. The only reason he was mad at Electra was he was pretty sure she was cheating on Matt, and that was his no-no. Cheating killed trust, and lack of trust killed a relationship. Can't argue with that, so Wanda. And Liv nodded, Ororo and another nod, and the final one, that even he wasn't sure about Selene, and as Gwen and Liv shared a look, Gwen nodded. So Maria is fine. Gwen looked over. We actually think she's gay, and that's why Sharon's death hit her so hard, but sure, she's pretty hot Pete. I mean, I would. If she's gay then you volunteered, not gonna get upset either, he admitted. And then there is Sword. I'm getting the vibe they won't leave us alone until we throw them a bone. Maybe have a scientist work in tandem with you. Peter asked Liv and she huffed but nodded. If I must, but the second any jumped up little shit thinks they can give orders in my lab they will be out the door dear. Peter grinned cheekily, your lab, and Liv laughed. Of course, whose lab could it possibly be? The trio waited until Maria arrived. As she stumbled through the warehouse doors, Peter knew she had been drinking as she looked like hell. He could smell the cheap whiskey, and her skin had an unhealthy paleness from someone not sleeping or eating properly. So, pants off or do I just bend over? She slurred, and Peter knew she was drunk. Looking over at Liv, we'll do this in a bit. First, Liv is going to give you an injection, to prepare you okay, and as Liv took her away Peter knew the next hour was about to be hell. He could hear her being sick as Liv depowered her first. The anti-power serum was needed to stop her own enhanced body from reacting to the new extremis, and being drunk was definitely a no-no. Thankfully the formula would take care of both problems and as Peter came back and she was curled up on a gurney with a yellow glucose bag attached to her arm. Hate you, was all she said as she curled up, but he shrugged. Yeah, I get that a lot, but that's just the sobriety talking and she scowled at him and pulled the blanket up higher. Do I? And he shook his head. Do you want to? And she looked down and pursing her lips shook her head. Then we don't, not gonna force you into anything. You might have a different attitude when we bond you though. Did Liv say anything? And Maria sat up. No, but why? And Peter sighed. Okay, I was exposed to a new formula, extremis, and it's different. He clenched a fist and it glowed. More volatile and definitely more powerful. We don't know if the new symbiote will be unstable or not. You could get mood swings, be violent, or just go crazy. We really don't know. So, girls or boys? 'Cause we can do both, or just let you punch things till you calm down. And Maria looked at the pair. Seriously? You're asking if I'm gay or not? And Peter shrugged. Each symbiote birth has been followed by sex, barring one, and that was a lot more violent. So you got someone you can call or a preference say now. I'm not letting a crazed newly hosting agent run riot in the streets. Maria stared at him as if he was crazy as he continued. And no one here gives a shit if you're gay. Liv is bi, so's Gwen. Felicia is gay and Laura is straight. I'm straight too. So what's your poison? It helps. Liv cleared her throat. We hypothesis that a newly born symbiote craves certain brain chemicals, adrenaline, dopamine, but as Maria's eyes began to glaze over, yes, but sex provides them with all that in one handy package, so to speak, and Gwen stifled a laugh. It's much safer than violence and the outcome is a calm symbiote which can then eat, further de-stressing both the host and the newborn. We have prepared a few things but if there is something you would really like then we can get it for you. Maria sighed. Peter is fine, and anything. Pizza is normal but no anchovies or pineapple, and Peter laughed. See, told you it was gross. I like it, just allergic to pineapple, Maria stated, sitting up and making herself more comfortable. Right. Peter dear, it looks like you're, and she raised an eyebrow, up, and Gwen please order a few. Might as well make it pizza night, especially if we're here for a while. Maria nodded and slipped the blanket down. Peter hadn't expected to be naked underneath and as the pale-skinned and muscular woman unashamedly stood and moved over she knelt in front of him. So this okay or do I need to do more? She asked, looking up at him expectantly. You get the symbiote first, not after, and she just sighed. Oh, and shrugged. Well, might as well get started then, and standing, but I am not the only one freezing their asses off, naked, and Peter smiled and shook his head, letting his clothing let away. Maria nodded and whistled. So how do we do this? And Peter held his hands up and gently took her in his arms. Like this, and as his simskin connected them he felt her pain. Sharon had been her best friend since the academy. They were inseparable and her death hadn't just hurt Maria, it tore a hole in her. He could feel the silent rage bubbling underneath the grief and it was all aimed at Hydra. He let her feel his own emotions and she was slightly shocked at the amount of intercourse the group seemed to have but didn't even bat an eyeball at the violence. To her, he was an amateur and the few times he had killed she would have done the same. As they shared, you know that agent was S.H.I.E.L.D., right? And watching her memories she found her thinking of 2 agents, missing after trying to apprehend Black Cat, who then mysteriously vanished. Of course, hunting and trying to kill both Felicia and everyone involved marked them as Hydra, but with no way to interrogate them, and no proof, it didn't really matter. She snorted, Felicia, yeah, they hid that well enough, so, issues, problems, gonna do me like live just to get a what do you call them, adorable little snot monster of my own? And Peter laughed. I can do anything you want, it's a partnership, not a pet or a toy, and as his simskin retracted she was already wrapping her legs around him as he slid inside, moving her back to a wall he pumped and thrust into her, filling her at once and she leaned back and cried out in pain and ecstasy. We are vengeance, she cried out and a thick black symbiote covered her, and we accept you, and she pushed him to the floor and began to ride him once more. She grabbed his hands and pressed them to her chest, squeezing her breasts, and began to move faster. As she gave him one final thrust she came, we are hungry, and without a care, she slid off him, stood and stretched. Maria's symbiote changed into the shield jumpsuit she normally wore. Looking down at him, as he leaned on his elbows, I know why you have 6, but one time only, and as she walked away, he stood and shrugged. Just don't explode or anything, and as he clothed himself he went down and sat at the table with the rest while they ate. Liv fussed, taking sample after sample and Mariah morphed her new armor into different forms, each one with a singular pitch black color. Well, that's a rush, and yeah, fucking pervert. But and as she stared at the pizza on her plate, thank you, I mean it. Sharon would be, and she gave a bitter smile, Sharon actually liked you from your files. We got drunk one night and laughed as she wondered exactly how good you were. She even stole Widow's file, the one on the bathroom and she'd never believed you were actually that big and she wiped a few tears away, stupid fucking, and as Liv handed her a tissue she leaned back and shouted, got him for you, and laughed, I got him for you. The rest of the meal was eaten in silence as Maria, the normally stoic and stern Agent Hill bounced between laughing to herself and crying, all while being comforted equally by Gwen and Liv. As the night went on she began to perk up. Yeah, we're fine. Vengeance, and she shook her head, Sharon would call me so pretentious for that, but she's fine. But cream, we know and I want some. I'm not coming here every time I get horny, and Gwen laughed and left to prepare a bag. One last freebie, Fury and I are quitting. Fury'll take care of Sword for you, but after that, we're gone. S.H.I.E.L.D. might be there but it's a hollow shell. Hydra was in deeper than anyone knew and Cap and his team are cleaning up the small fries. We're going to find the more high-profile ones, the ones that hid and the ones that never showed themselves and looking at the group, you know what, and she leaned over and grabbed Peter's face and gave him a huge kiss, letting her tongue invade his mouth. Sharon would have rocked your world, and lifting a slice of pizza, taking a bag from Gwen, and she didn't mind the others, and with that admission, she turned and left. As Gwen tidied up, Peter had a freshly swabbed arm and Liv was busy extracting the newly formed extremis simsels from his blood. Even at a low dose, they should give Widow the last jolt she needed to wake Natasha and finish the healing. After they had been separated and injected into the armor it slowly opened and a pale and frail-looking Natasha climbed out. Well, yeah, let's not do that again and Peter lifted her straight out of the armor and into his arms. Is he crying? And Gwen snorted, yeah, big softy, and as Liv took her away to make sure she was fine, Gwen patted Peter on the arm. You okay? And he nodded. Need some alone time though and as she pursed her lips she rubbed his arm and let him walk away, hearing the roof hatch open. Sitting in the crisp air of the chilly autumn night, Peter stared up at the lights of New York City. Today had been strange but he was glad to have Natasha back. For now, he had 3 separate but pressing problems. S.H.I.E.L.D. was back up and running, even if Maria said it was just a shell. A new division, calling itself Sword, had been set up, Strategic World Observation and Response Division. As the Asgardians had made good on their promise and a diplomatic channel had been opened, bringing news of more species in the galaxy than just themselves, a civilian-based organization had been created with a more diplomatic mission. Of course, even Peter knew that was bullshit as one of their remits was to acquire and integrate alien technology with Earth-based tech, they just weren't advertising that fact. The newly reorganized World Security Council had taken a small bite of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power and set up the department to deal specifically with otherworldly threats. Officially Peter was still a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent but there was a hint he was going to be transferred, as Natasha, Laura, and Wanda were all human, it would be him alone moving to the new department. What had riled him though was an addition to the paperwork. There was also a small and unobtrusive clause in his new contract. Peter would be expected to submit himself for medical examinations and provide blood and tissue samples for analysis. After reading that he almost caused the contract to burst into flames and sat alone for a while on the warehouse roof. It was Widow that swung up to the roof to check on him, carrying with her a few bottles of Gwen's homebrew. So, sulking or brooding, or making a super plan, she asked as Natasha slipped back into slacks and a t-shirt, popped the top of a cider and handed it to him. First 2. The last one, not so much, he said sullenly as he took a swing. Yeah, kind of figured. I mean, a lot of people forget you're only 21, so Nat to the rescue, and she took a swig of her own beer. You're now a CEO, start your own group. Even if you think Fury's about to let them poach his superstar, it's always an option. He'd rather fire you and let them spin that actually give you over to that group of assholes. Carol's the same, well, if she ever comes back to Earth. Peter had forgotten that under the New York Accords private companies could host their own supergrubs, as Tony kept rubbing in everyone's face. So why couldn't he? Think they'll let us all out of contract, and Nat tilted her head and half shrugged. Only you and I are actually agents. Laura and Wanda didn't pass, so they can just drop out, and nobody likes me anyway. Well, Clint, but he retired. She took another swig of her beer. With you, they'll pull some bureaucratic bullshit, tell you you're too important, too volatile, but as all your records have been expunged, thanks to Fury and Liv, they can prove dick. Hell, even as Venom you could walk down 5th Avenue tomorrow and nobody can say squat. It's all clean since Hydra. Peter laughed, taking another swig of his cider. Then we'll do that. I'd kiss you but you might explode. Wait, that was real, and Peter nodded. Shit, I thought it was a joke. Peter put down his bottle and clenched a fist. As it burst into flames, Natasha looked in awe. Fuck, I want that too, and she slipped out of her simskin bodysuit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing? And Nat stared at him quizzically. Isn't this one of these things where we get our powers from having sex with you? And Peter shook his head. Well, yeah, but here, I mean Dash and Nat kissed him to shut him up. I'm fine, and, Mr. I fucked fell from behind against the water tower. Don't give me that prude crap. Pants off. No arguing. Widow wants an upgrade. Plus, I figure I've been asleep for what, a week or so it's not just Widow that wants it. Oh, and don't think Widow didn't tell me about Gwen's little brag, and she kissed him again as she straddled him, already willing and wanting for his touch. There is also, and as Peter looked at the naked Natasha, what? I'm leaving, and Peter frowned, and as Natasha stalked away and bent over by the water tower, I know it's sudden, and she wiggled her ass at him, but Fury needs someone, and as she parted her legs, we're hunting Hydra, and they owe me, Pete, and hearing the anger in her voice. This wasn't a goodbye, she just wanted one last memory before she left for a mission, and Peter smiled. No, not like this, and as she stood, looking hurt and betrayed, he grabbed her, lifted and slid into her. He ran, leapt off the building and sent out a web line, covering them both in an invisibility cloak before swinging out into the city. Let's make it memorable, and as she pulled herself closer to him, she laughed and they swung out into the night. Justin was having a great day. Not only had he heard that Killian's wife, who he thought was a babe, was going to be back at work soon, but that Gwen Stacy and Oliva Octavius would be working at Parker Inc. He snorted. Parker Inc. Following the trend of the greats in naming their companies after themselves, the kid would be under in a month. Hammer had tried to convince Killian to just give him the money and let the kid swing, but Killian needed him, and so he just had to let it go. As he watched the pair, he knew that the foxy young blonde was Gwen. Show him around the warehouse, he really didn't care for it. Fatty condos weren't his thing, and he preferred his penthouse apartment. He couldn't fault the boy for his taste in women. Gwen was stunning, but Olivia was a bit nerdy for his tastes, but he knew that if the boy could score someone like her, then he could too. So, you have the armor, and the glider still, and Gwen looked over at Liv. Kinda. Ultron broke the suit and the glider trying to attack Peter, so we have parts of them but not much else. You know those are mine, right? Even if that crappy excuse for an AI was controlling them, they were still mine. Justin saw the opportunity to get some of that money. The insurance should cover the cost of the glider and suit, but getting a favor from Stacy and Octavius would be much better. Reaching into his pocket, he opened his phone and scowled as he got no signal. Hey, what's with the reception? And Gwen shrugged. We are in a bad spot. I can, if you want. And as he handed over his phone, Gwen copied the number and dialed it on her phone. Hey, yeah, send Yvonne over. I need an expert. And as he hung up the phone, the trio stared uncomfortably at each other. What a dick, Gwen mused, and Liv nodded. Coffee, Mr. Hammer? She asked, and as Gwen handed him back his phone, he let his fingers rub over hers, giving her a creepy smile, and Liv instantly hated the man. Just one sugar and creamer, thanks. He smiled, and Liv frowned. Did he really expect her to make coffee for him? And as she lay down one of the good cups Peter insisted on getting for May, she left the sugar and creamer next to him. Shaking his head, he added in the sugar, and as he stirred it, the buzzer for the warehouse went. As Gwen stared and shrugged at the large mobster at the gate, Hammer looked over. Yeah, that's Yvonne. Let him in. And Gwen frowned, but as part of AIM, she had to at least be nice to him. As Yvonne entered the warehouse, he smiled at the pair. What you want? I's busy. Yeah, I still don't understand you, Yvonne. Check the glider and the suit for damn, I guess. Hammer spoke slowly and condescendingly to the man who shook his head. Ms. Vera's suit, and Liv smiled. I'll show you, dear. We kept it secure upstairs in one of our labs, and as he nodded, Liv left Gwen with Hammer. So you work for Parker, right? And Gwen smiled and nodded. Peter and I worked on the Stacy formula together, and she gave him another smile, but my focus is farm, not mech, so Liv is your better choice, and she smirked as Hammer spluttered. Just making conversation, and he leaned back. Still though, if you ever want to work in a real lab, you could give me a call and I can get Killian to offer you a position. That's our aim, and he smirked. We help you, you help me, it's all good. Like a big family. Killian already offered me a job, Mr. Hammer, and I turned him down. Once Parker Incorporated gets running, you'll see some of the work we can do, and it'll blow your mind. Justin, call me Justin, and yeah sure. I've looked over the CLS and it's years away from a proper prototype, and that even once you get your space up and running. Listen, no disrespect, but splitting the focus of a startup company is fatal. Stick to one thing and make it shine, otherwise, you're just blowing money on half-assing different things. Rather than half-assing a single product. And as she smirked, Justin frowned. It was common knowledge the hammer tech weapons he gave the ETF were unreliable and had failed to live up to their promised stopping power. Even against the goblin armor, they had barely dented it, and it was her own acidic concoction that caused Norman to flee. At the memory, Gwen frowned, which Justin took the wrong way. Now listen dash, but as he was about to begin a tirade, Yvonne shouted down from the walkway above. Glider is shit, suit is shit, only reactor is good, Yvonne shouted down from the workshop, and Justin shook his head. Then grab it and let's go, he shouted back. Gwen looked up. That might not be possible, Mr. Hammer. The reactor Osborn used was taken from Liv, and we checked, she still holds the patent. I also thought that you were only here for the glider, but he tooted and stood. I paid good money for them both. If it's installed in the suit, then I can take it in. As he walked up the stairs to the penthouse he stopped. Is that the War Machine armor? And he instantly walked over to it, running his hand over its black and gray-colored frame. I could just take this, right? I mean, if it's a confiscated terrorist weapon, then it doesn't belong to anyone, right? And Peter was already out of the workshop and into the storage area. No, it belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D., and you can take the glider and the goblin armor, but not that, and not Liv's reactor. Is fine, boss, have own reactor, and plus, armor is shit. Look, fractures here and here, early stuff, can do much better. Yvonne pointed a finger at barely visible damage, and as Hammer squinted, he just shrugged. But still, I mean, as part of AIM we share, right, and I could maybe take it to hold, somewhere much more secure than here. But Peter stepped in front of the armor and shook his head. Mr. Hammer, I forgave Killian for his little stunt, and while AIM is a great idea, I'm sure we can all work together. Stealing armor is not doing you any favors. Whereas me having to explain to S.H.I.E.L.D. why you stole their armor and that I let you, is in fact a giant pain in my ass. Right now I have enough pains in my ass without you adding more. Justin raised an eyebrow. Then don't tell them. I can have this under a tarp and gone in 5 minutes. Maybe I took it by accident rather than whatever Ultron left of the goblin armor. Maybe you weren't here and I walked it past your 2 assistants. Before Gwen launched into a tirade of her own, Peter raised a hand and both Gwen and Liv huffed and stood with their arms crossed. Mr. Hammer, the best I can do is let you take pictures of the internals, and Yvonne and Liv can go over the finer details of the work she did. But, as you've been nothing but a condescending ass since you got here, why don't you take your scrapped shit and get the fuck out of my home before I throw you out? Justin tooted and looked over at Yvonne, and if I just took it, I mean, I'm not much, but Yvonne here is a pretty big guy, plus I've got a crew outside waiting. You think a scrawny kid and 2 women could stop me? Hey, we are not taking nothing, stop being jackas, Yvonne spoke up. I am sorry, he is, how you say, stupid, and he shook his head at Justin. We will take armor, for analysis, but if Ms. wants to talk about the reactor I will be happy. Yvonne Vanko and Liv raised an eyebrow. Your father helped create the original, with Howard Stark, and Yvonne laughed and stuck out a hand to shake hers. Fadge her got screwed, Stark took Des in, and Liv nodded. I know all about that. Osborn stole most of my work as well. The armor and the glider were both my babies before he took them. Before they were taken from me twice, and she gave Hammer a pointed look. But, while I can say this now, it's all water under the bridge. I'm glad they are in good hands, Mr. Vanko, and if you need help, time permitting, then I would be happy to discuss things with you. And Yvonne beamed. See, this is how you do things, yes. Not be asshole, make friends, drink vodka, and he raised an eyebrow. You do drink. Gwen laughed. I'll be right back, and after a few moments brought in a glass filled with a shot of clear white liquid. I grabbed the bottle from your place, and Peter nodded. Knocking it back, Yvonne coughed and put a hand to his mouth. You make ziz, and Gwen beamed and nodded. Puts hair on your ass, yes, and he laughed. Oh yes, I come back, we talk robots and drink, get good caviar and work on designs. He handed the glass back to Gwen and, putting his hands together, bowed, spasibo, and as he looked over at Hammer, who was stood with his arms crossed, scowling. Honest, junk glider and suit, not good, even to examine, might as well scrap and start again. If the offer on War Machine is good, then I come back with camera, maybe get a look at the controller too, yes, and Peter shrugged. Honestly, S.H.I.E.L.D. have kinda forgotten about it, but it still doesn't mean you can take it, Justin, and Justin tooted. Mr. Hammer and Peter shook his head. Whatever. Let's head back downstairs. If you're not taking anything, we don't need to be up here, and he motioned for the party to move. Justin ran his hand over the armor one last time before sighing and moving out of the storage room, which Peter closed behind him. I don't need to read his mind to know he's going to try and steal it, Liv sent to him, and Peter nodded, scowling. Do we get S.H.I.E.L.D. involved or just let him? I don't really want to start fending off more assholes in our home. I'd rather throw his ass at S.H.I.E.L.D. and let the WSC deal with it. Meeting Selene and then Shaw is bad enough without this sleazeball as well. Dear, we normally leave things like that up to you. It is your property, our home, but you are still the landlord here. Yeah, but I don't want you to miss out on your new friend. I saw that look. S.H.I.E.L.D. might take them both. I'm sure Fury would do us one last favor before he leaves. If Yvonne is here without papers, we can always hide him. I'm sure nobody cares if a Russian engineer disappears and suddenly gets sponsored by Parker Inc., right? I can do that? Yes, dear, you can. As well as your enhanced team perks, you can sponsor immigrants with exceptional talent. If Mr. Vanko is half as smart as his father, then you might have just struck gold. Fine, once Hammer leaves I'll get S.H.I.E.L.D. on the line and have them take it, preferably today. If Hammer shows up with goons they can fight it out, off the property. As Yvonne and Liv continued their discussion and Hammer and Peter continued their glaring match, he showed them off the property while Gwen called fury through Natasha. They had all put in notice, but he was still director and was nice enough to wait until they got his replacement in. Word was General Ross had been earmarked, and that the military's Thunderbolts were being rolled into the Avengers Initiative, but it was all hearsay. He promised an escort and engineer would be there within the hour to get anything War Machine and Goblin related, and Peter was just glad to have it all off the property. Liv busied herself with a screwdriver and soon enough the cracked and useless reactor was out of the Goblin suit, but she left the War Machine alone. Its Arcster reactor was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s, and even though it was based on her tech, it was part of her plea bargain for assaulting 2 high-ranking military officers. As Peter expected, he was greeted at the front gate by Hammer and a lawyer. Hammer was claiming the War Machine armor was the real Goblin armor and the scrap was just to throw him off. As the convoy of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, Peter let them onto the property and under a tarp, they took the armor away. Look, I told you S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted it back, go wave your writ at them, and with a smug grin, he closed the chain-link fence and walked back into the warehouse. Yeah, this isn't the last you've heard of this Parker, but with enough on his plate, Peter ignored him. Natasha had been right. As soon as Peter tendered his resignation he received several phone calls, all from bureaucratic assholes telling him he was a government agent and he couldn't just quit. Once he explained that yes he could, as he had only signed the trainee contract and not a full agent one, they then became more threatening. At first, it was the criminal record that Venom supposedly had, but Matt had already taken care of that, and the paperwork, all with Director Fury's signature, was filed, copied, and neatly handed back, with a polite but stern fuck you. Then it was his status as an alien host, as well as the rest of the group, was brought up, and Peter just kindly reminded them that not only was he good friends with Thor, the Prince of Asgard, but Carol Danvers as well, a member of Nova Corps, who had granted him immunity under galactic law. The phone calls became less hostile but even more annoying. A final medical, to approve his discharge, had been scheduled and Peter just laughed and brushed them off. There was no law that said he had to undergo a medical examination if he didn't want to, especially when he was quitting. Pointing out his lawyer would have a field day felt like cheating, but they were becoming more insistent and superpowers wouldn't help here. Once a few phone calls had been made he was in the clear and it was almost time for his meeting with Shaw. He had taken Liv's advice and had Wanda contact Selene. If anyone knew how to deal with a mutant organization it would be her, and while he felt Charles was closer he might preach tolerance and forgiveness, while Emma wanted fire and brimstone. Peter still had to endure the glare of not just Charles but Logan as well. Laura had been very vocal about losing her virginity to him and it seemed that her father disapproved. Peter didn't really care though. He placated him with a family meal, where his mother, Kurt, and everyone else would be present. Logan was gruff, but he figured after 100 or so years he was probably a lot more tolerant than most. A new pilot had come to take them to the island and they had used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hangar to board. He was a young man, and looked barely out of his 20s, but as flying isn't something you just let anyone do, Peter felt safe enough. As they landed there was no one but Selene waiting for them, holding a wicker basket filled with jars and other small wrapped baskets. I wish to apologize, Mr. Parker. When we first met I was rude and assumed the worst. It was my mistake and I hope that this collection of small treats may in some way make it up to you. As Peter took the basket with a wary eye he took a small breath and a selection of preserves, pastries, and bread products filled his nose. Selene smiled. We support the island by creating artisanal goods. Pates, jams, jellies, and a lot of other goods we sell to high-end stores. It allows us some modern luxuries without being too dependent on the mainland, she explained as they walked down the road from the landing strip. Ah yes, we tend not to use vehicles here. Most of the children have movement abilities, and they might hurt themselves. Plus, I am not paying for gas to be shipped, and as she smiled Peter chuckled as he gave her one back. As they walked, Selene talked more about the basics of Natasha. Its simple mission was to help mutants find peace and a place where no matter their power, or physical abnormalities, they would be accepted. As she talked Peter was too busy watching the woman herself. Keeping his telepathic senses locked away, he still let his others spread out, and while he ignored the curious glances from the mutants hiding in the woods he took a good look at her. Selene was in great shape, powers or not. She was dark-skinned with thick back hair, neatly braided in dreadlocks against her scalp, and they jangled against one another as she talked. The ornamental beads are woven into them, adding an exotic flair to the already beautiful woman. She was a head shorter than Peter and wore a simple tan skirt, white blouse, and tan overcoat, a poncho thing that Peter had no idea what it was called. He had seen one once in a magazine, but as fashion was more MJ's passion to him it was a coat poncho thing. As he looked around there were small cottages, surrounded by fields, some with vegetables but several had farm animals, the small holdings Selene mentioned. As they walked further into the center of the island groups of concrete buildings began to appear. Our capital, if you wish to call it such. Housing, communication, power, and other amenities. We might have a very rural lifestyle, Peter, but we do enjoy the more urban amenities as well. and as he spotted several coffee shops and cafes he knew exactly what she meant. As he was led into a tall concrete and glass building he was checked over by security guards, and Peter raised an eyebrow. Security, and she laughed a dark rich laugh. For you. We don't have guests often but we do need to put on appearances, especially after your little stunt. Some expressed concern about your return and as Peter frowned and gave her a questioning look, we have children on the island, and some were worried for their safety. Peter's shoulders slumped, then sorry, but it'd been rough, and yeah, just, sorry. While the first visit had been Seleni's fault for being overly aggressive, he had responded in kind and would think of some way to make amends, a way other than what Selene wanted. As they stood in the elevator Selene smiled. Once we head to my private apartment, I will answer any question you have. I want this to be as beneficial to both parties as possible, and I can assure you, having myself and Natasha as an ally will not be to your detriment and as she turned she placed a hand on his shoulder. I know we did not start off on the correct foot. I am used to a certain way of doing things but as you have, then so shall I. I am sorry Peter, and such mistakes will not happen again. As the elevator door pinged open, Peter was led into a richly decorated room. It had been done in a Victorian style, with rich dark red mahogany wood paneling under deep emerald green wallpaper. Several portraits hung, one of Selene and another of a man, with thick mutton chops and a scowl, looking very dapper but also very southern in his attire. I will explain who that is, as he is one of the reasons you are here and she motioned for him to sit in a leather armchair and as he sat it squeaked a little. Please, you may leave that on the desk. Now, I will cut right to the chase, ask anything. Why me, was his first question. Selene was leaning over the table, grinning as Peter tried his best not to stare at her creamy coffee-colored skin. It's simple Peter. I want to have sex with you. Peter leaned back, you know that's not really simple right, and she shrugged. Just sex, part of my mutant ability is to grow and adapt from the life force I take. I was hurt a very long time ago, and having someone who won't be harmed by my ability would save others from a painful recovery. I will admit I also want some of that power bubbling away within you, and this is my ask. I sent Magneto to help, he got his rewards and I want mine. Peter's eyebrows furrowed but still, you know it's such a big ask, plus, didn't you tell me you were a psychic vampire? How do I know that I'll even survive? Seriously? You know how many people would want my head on a stick if I ever harmed a single hair on your head? Eric and Charles might do a small dance but the 7 others you have here would tear me limb from limb. I'm powerful but not that powerful. Selene leaned back and started undoing the button on her lace top, slipping it apart. It's simple, just once, I'm over 200 Peter, this is a business transaction, nothing more nothing less. You can use me however you wish, I have heard the rumors, about not just the size but the taste, I will be your little sex kitten for an afternoon, I promise that no harm will come to you and you can use me as you wish. Want a guarantee, get one of the others in, get them all in, I don't mind an exhibition show. You lose all sense of decency after a while, I don't mind. Selene sighed but leaned back and slipped a finger down, parting the 2 halves of her top. Peter had to stop himself from swallowing as 2 small but perfect breasts came into his eyeline. And a cup but with large dark and very prominent nipples, already erect and as his eyes flicked up to hers she smirked. It may sound callous but I need this. I am sick, and I know you have regenerative powers, please, let me explain and as she leaned back, leaving herself bare and smiling at his gaze she began to tell her story. It started in the early 1800s. I won't bore you with dates. A friend of ours, Nathaniel Essex had just lost his son and then his wife in the ensuing madness that followed the death of a child. As he became more desperate, more insistent that there was a divine power to save a sick child, he squandered his fortune in the hopes of some miracle. Sadly it came, not from America but from Asia. Egypt to be exact. His men found the tomb of an ancient pharaoh, who supposedly had lived for thousands of years before succumbing to old age. Feeling that this was what he was searching for, Nathaniel begged Sebastian for money, and on the condition that he and I accompanied him, he agreed. When we reached Egypt we found something both truly magnificent and truly terrifying. Back then it was a Satan's cave of metal and unknown machines, each designed for a singular devilish purpose, keeping a purple-hued monster alive. Now, of course, it was an alien spacecraft, and not a monster, a mutant. Make no mistake though, he was barely human and had been alive for a very long time. As Nathaniel and Shaw began to excavate the tomb I felt his mind stir. Whatever the mutant had been called before he had a new name, Apocalypse, and with him came his 4 horsemen. Fairy tales are frightening but very dangerous. Even as his mind stirred, I could feel his power beginning to overwhelm mine and in a panic I attacked. Draining what of his life force I could I transferred as much to Shaw as he could manage. Both cutting and hurting ourselves to use up as much power, Nathaniel thought us both mad and attempted to stop us. In our folly, we awoke a sleeping dragon Peter and Nathaniel ultimately paid the price. While his physical powers were weakened his mental ones were not, and in a flash, he possessed the form of our friend. As a normal human, he could barely contain the power but as his form swelled and grew, his hair fell off and his skin burst with that unholy power I poured all I could into one single attack, Shaw attacking his body while I assaulted his mind. In one blow we trapped that monster in the crippled husk of our friend and condemned them both to eternal torment. Essex still lives. We agreed to seal his body, at first in concrete, and now in a plexiglass cage, surrounded by the highest purity of adamantium, unbreakable, forever draining and keeping that monster asleep. We created a company, one to monitor and make sure that monster stays sleeping, the Essex Corporation. It was the last joint venture that Shaw and I did together. While I could absorb the life force of that monster, Shaw was different after, more, focused on controlling everything around him. I offered him help, offered to drain the power, but he refused, and well, after several hundred years and a lot of horrible things, he is now the head of the Hellfire Club. Peter had been so focused on the story he had only just realized what she said. You and Shaw own the Essex Corporation, and she nodded, but smiled. Yes, why? Peter was about to explode, but if he was sitting here while she calmly explained, he guessed Selene had no clue. Can we do the telepath thing? It's easier if you just see, and Selene nodded. There must be trust between us, and she took his hand. As the vision faded, of Laura and everything right up to her visiting him in his apartment, he saw the look of shock fade and turn to anger on Selene's face. For it to be used to not just harm mutants but enslave and torture them is abhorrent, and against all I stand for. I will help you, you shall have an army to deal with Shaw, and I will help you kill him, once and for all. Selene lay in the afterglow of the most wondrous sex she had ever had. She would keep that from Peter though, but as his powers touched hers it lit a spark within her and purified whatever taint Apocalypse had left within her. As she leaned over and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, she stretched and moved from the bed, grabbing her blouse and skirt, hastily pulling them on and making herself decent. It felt good to be free. The ever-present darkness in her thoughts, not just of murder but of her own suicide, was gone. She felt like it was a new world, and as she thought, it was. Breakfast would be the first thing. Peter had earned it, as well as her help in taking down Shaw, but plans had to be made. They were both several hundred years old, and while Natasha was her island, New York, and the Hellfire Club were Shaw's, she sent out texts, confirming not just Peter's story but her own suspicions, and as she scrolled through the replies she was not happy. He had managed to set up detention centers for mutants around America without her knowledge, and if the memories of what he had been doing were true, then this was not something she was going to take lightly. Several members of the Brotherhood owed Shaw a debt, and she would have to call on every favor she could to make sure this went smoothly. Lifting the phone on her desk, she dialed the front office and arranged for a meeting to be held at 10. It was early enough that, and as she looked over at the sleeping form of Peter she bit her lip. She wanted him again. The power he radiated was one of the sweetest, but she shook her head. Even she was not immune to his charms it seemed, but as he lay exhausted, he was definitely not immune to hers. Her ability to drain the energy from a person had been tested, and even as she struggled to rein it in, he had paid the price. The fact that he was only sleeping was a testament to just how powerful he actually was. He had been both a blessing and a burden. To know that someone with the physique to withstand her abilities and the lifespan to make a fitting companion was a good thing, but his life and hers were too incompatible. He was surrounding himself with family, and it was the one thing she could never give him. Any life force, from her or taken, was absorbed, and she had no control over it. A child was something that could never survive within her. Selene was sure that, given time, she could persuade his little family to allow her to indulge. Once every decade she could top up the energy he had donated and she could free herself of one burden. As she sat and watched him sleep she sighed, but first Shaw. Her anger at his betrayal of everything burned within her. He had always spouted extremist mutant supremacy, but now to be experimenting on his own kind just proved that he was a monster, and even if it was Apocalypse and not Shaw it didn't matter. He would have to be put down and dealt with, once and for all. There was a small matter to attend to first. As she ran a hand over his leg, he stirred. We need to get ready for breakfast, and he nodded, and clothing slipped over him. I need to get ready though, and Peter slid off the bed and headed into the kitchen part of her apartment while she finished getting ready. As he stared at the instant coffee jar he swore at himself. They laughed and joked about it, but he heard Gwen talk about how Tony and Pepper barely spoke, Felicia mentioned Matt and Elektra broke up, and now he was acting the same. When she had asked him to love her, he let her feel just how he felt about the others, but not her. The sex was meaningless beyond pleasure, and he knew if he didn't stop being so reckless he could lose them all. This would be the last time he was so frivolous, first Aurora and now Selene. The girls deserved better from him. He glanced at the clock as Selene took longer than expected to get prepared, and as they rushed he figured that even the leader of an island had to be punctual. They were barely on time, Selene's normally pristine appearance hastily thrown back together and her blouse and skirt still bore the wrinkles of the previous evening's activities. As they approached the meeting Eric raised an eyebrow. I apologize for our tardiness, but Peter and I had much to discuss. First on the agenda, and as she walked to her chair at the table she stopped, placed both hands on Toad's shoulders and with a crack, snapped his neck, letting him slump to the table. A spy, and as she continued and sat down. I had known for some time, but as we were happy to allow Shaw to continue with his plans I had no reason to interfere. However, Peter has informed me that Shaw has been experimenting on mutants. I want to put an end to that, and if everyone agrees, we shall be calling on Charles as well. Eric tooted. Charles won't interfere. As long as it's mutant against mutant he won't do anything. He only targeted Venom as he knew you were a human, and Peter shrugged. Really? That's a bit, dumb, and Eric coughed. Charles and I both agreed that mutants need protecting and that every mutant life was sacred. Many years ago he persuaded me that even killing Shaw was against our ideals. We were not judge, jury, and executioner, and as Peter slowly turned to look at the cooling body of Toad he raised an eyebrow. I did not kill him, nor do I agree with his death. Selene, we agreed years ago, we protect, not police. Why? And Selene looked at him and frowned. Peter, can you explain? And he nodded. Laura, the young mutant that started all this, and Eric scowled. Ah yes, the young Miss Wolverine, the one I currently hear you are in a relationship with. A bit young, don't you think? And Peter laughed. She's older than me, but not relevant. She was taken, experimented on and then used as a drug lab, to make MGH. All the people we found there, maybe, were mutants. And Shaw owns the place. Shaw makes MGH, so yeah, think Charles will help, and Eric leaned forwards, a dark expression on his face. And you can prove this, he said, and the gloves on his hands squeaked as he clenched his fist. Only through Laura's memories. But, and he looked over at Selene who was looking guilty. Shaw and I both own Essex Corporation, and I can confirm most of what Peter had said. As soon as I knew, I sent out feelers into the business, and yes, Essex has re-education centers. They are supposed to be for helping more destructive mutants train their powers, and yes, the expenditure and acquisition of these places do not match what is in the records. I have seen the memories, these are not the delusions of a young troubled mutant. I believe him, and, what does it cost us not to? Shaw is a dangerous man. The Hellfire Club preaches mutant superiority. By taking a stand against him, we are simply rejecting his ideals, and if Laura and other young mutants are saved, then we have done the right thing. Eric rubbed his hand over his face. I know Charles will be impressed with your speech, Selene, but I am not. I swore that I would not kill again, not after Sokovia, and I intend to keep that promise, and Selene nodded. I am not asking you to, Eric, I know you have your reasons. I will however be asking Pietro and Wanda, as well as any of the other inhabitants of the island. Nobody will be forced to face Shaw if they do not want to, but they will be given the choice to fight for our brethren, and Eric shook his head. Their lives are in your hands. What makes you think that Shaw won't simply have you all killed? Eric leaned back. I have my own spy. Emma Frost wants Shaw dead, and is going to help, and Selene laughed. Emma, and Peter nodded. You, and he grinned but shook his head, was that her price? And he laughed. No, it was her reward for helping with Hydra. And you think she is trustworthy? Emma Frost is known to us, and her dealings are not always pleasant for those involved, but Peter shrugged. I might not be as good as you at using my powers, but she seems sincere, wanting to break out of whatever Shaw is doing, and as genuinely disgusted by him as you are. So, then what exactly is the plan, as so far all we have done is spoil a perfectly good breakfast? Eric asked. Too unknown, to Peter at least, mutants had come in and lifted Toad's body, covering him in a sheet and taking him out of the room. We'll eat at one of the restaurants. Peter has a meeting set up that gives us a location and a time. As Shaw is looking to draw both Peter and his associates into the Hellfire Club, then we can have as many people there without Shaw noticing as possible. Selene explained, but Eric shook his head. Then you've already failed. Shaw only opens the club for mutants. He doesn't want to meet Peter. He wants to kill him and take his place. I would know. He invited me years ago. Selene laughed, even after, and Eric leaned back and nodded. He doesn't care about conflict, Selene. He only wants power. Emma said he wants that. He doesn't care I'm not a mutant, as well, if Emma was convincing, as far as he knows we are. Well then, breakfast? Eric asked, rising and making his way to the door. Peter moved over to Selene and whispered in her ear, so what's the deal with Eric and Shaw? And Selene scowled. While gossip is not my place. Shaw killed his mother, at a Nazi concentration camp, and as Peter stopped and looked over at Eric, busy talking with a young woman on their way to eat, he found a new level of respect for the man. While he wasn't a homicidal maniac, he doubted anyone or anything could stop him from taking revenge if anyone hurt his mom. As they made their way over to the small restaurant, a hulking huge man came out and smiled. Selene, how are you today? Peter had to strain to look at the man. If he was less than 8 feet tall, Peter would have been surprised, and the muscles on the man looked more like people than actual limbs. He bent down and picked up Selene, sticking her on his shoulder like a child, and she laughed and ran her hand over the top of his head. Peter, please, be kind. This is Charles's half-brother, Kane, and he is one of our best chefs. As Peter reached out a hand to greet the man, he simply laughed and grabbed Peter in a hand that was thicker than Peter's waist and put him on his other shoulder. A friend of Selene's is a friend of mine, and the ground seemed to shake as he laughed. Sorry Peter, Kane is a bit different. His muscular growth and near invulnerable flesh left little oxygen and blood for his brain. Until we started to treat him, he was mistreated and often classed as simple, but it is just his biology. He means no harm, I promise. It's fine Selene. Hey big guy, so what's for breakfast? You know, I could eat a horse, and he patted Kane on the shoulder. Horse? No, not horse. One of the girls can talk to animals. She gets upset when we eat meat but not eggs. So lots of eggs, omelets today. And as he lifted Peter and Selene back to the ground, he walked into the hugely modified restaurant. In the center of the room was a massive grill, oven, and burner setup, all carefully crafted for someone Kane's size. As the giant began to crack eggs into a bowl, he mixed them with chopped shallots, herbs, and other ingredients, carefully pouring them out onto the hot plate. Angel, make toast, get butter, and Peter saw a young African woman nod and head into a pantry, bringing out a large loaf and carefully cutting slices from it. As she turned to grab a better knife, it blurred and was laid out on the griddle. Hey P, that's my job, and Peter saw that Pietro had arrived. He kissed the woman on the cheek and then zipped over to the table. So, still not gonna admit it, huh? And Peter raised an eyebrow at him, and then looked over at his father. Oh hey Dad, he said before zipping away again. Do I need to have words with you, young man? And Peter shrugged. Even if you did, it's her life, not yours. And as a spoon on the table rattled, Selene put a finger on it. Peter is the perfect gentleman, and if she chooses him, you will have no choice but to accept it. And Eric snorted. I think I would rather eat the fork. You are a rogue, and unsuitable for my daughter. And Peter laughed, leaning forwards. Why do you think she likes me? And as Eric's face fell, Selene burst out laughing, and Peter leaned back and smiled at him. The beam of light struck the top of the warehouse, and as everyone inside grabbed hold of something they heard the thump of an impact. Felicia and Laura both slid into their armor, and as they vaulted their way up to the top of the warehouse they saw the burned and tattered remains of a woman. Help me was all she said as she fell unconscious. Looking at her, Huntress tilted her head. Shit, Carol, and she ran. Laura, grab the first aid gel, bring as much up here. If Liv is, no, grab Liv, wake her if you need to. It's an emergency. Huntress cursed. While they had all shared their symbiotes, she still couldn't make any of the fancy chemicals that poison could. Even the simple cooling liquids were beyond her, and right now she needed one. All she could do was watch, make sure Carol was still breathing, and wait until someone with more medical expertise arrived. As Octave came up through the hatch she swore, "Oh you poor thing," and began to spray the calling webs onto Carol. Go downstairs and fill a tub with gel, we need to get the burnt parts off, and Liv silently hoped it wasn't Ravage. I can make more, but we really need Gwen for this as well. Sadly Gwen was with MJ and the pair had gone out for the night, MJ feeling amorous and Gwen wanting to de-stress. The pair had taken time off before Gwen started working for Peter, and MJ took a role requiring her to travel to Canada for filming. It was a fantasy series about a male demon hunter, and she was playing his love interest. Covering her in a numbing agent, Liv nodded to Felicia and they created a soft web cradle between them, lifting Carol gently onto it and slowly moving her downstairs. In the shower room, they lay her onto the tub filled with gel and Liv began her examination. Carol, I'm sorry but this will hurt. Feel free to scream though, I know I would. And Liv let Octave cover her hand. As she gently touched it to Carol's arm, the symbiote spread, dissolving and discarding the burnt uniform. Thank God, Liv thought, it isn't Ravage. It was a thick smock of some kind, but even that confused her. As the clothing came free and the extent of Carol's burns were revealed, they gently coated her in a layer of the biogel they had. I have no idea what could do something like this to Carol of all people. I was under the impression she was invulnerable to, well, everything. As Liv looked over the now cleaner but badly burned Carol, she felt a small connection. Ravage? And she felt the symbiote stir. Shit, she thought. Wanda, she yelled. As the redhead came in, dressed in her pajamas, she stared at the woman in the tub, and swearing in Sokovian, Liv looked at her. Quite, but, and she muttered under her breath, damn it. Wanda, I have a huge favor to ask of you, and I'm sorry, but there is no one else. And Wanda came over and rubbed a hand on Liv's shoulder. What? I need you to host Octave while I tend to Ravage. As she pointed at the gel-covered woman, her clothing occasionally twitched. They are both seriously hurt and saving them both means separating them so they can both heal, but we are all hosts, except you. And Wanda lifted her hand from Liv's shoulder and stepped back. And as she looked apprehensively at Liv, Liv shook her head. It's fine, it's fine. No, that is not why. I have things I do not wish to share. I am willing to help, but can we keep this between you and me? And she bit her lip. She wasn't about to admit what happened in the dreamscape, and certainly not that she had been thinking about Peter while doing things. Wanda dear, I would keep anything you want secret if it meant saving Ravage and Carol. You have my word. And Wanda nodded. Hand, and as Wanda held out her hand, the symbiote slipped from Liv and covered her. Wanda wrapped her arms around herself and fell to her knees. Oh my God, and she shook as the sensation of the bonding took her over. I had no idea, no idea. SHH, it's okay. And Liv placed her hand on Carol. Come now, it's safe, you're safe. And a small tendril reached out and touched her, flowing from Carol onto her. As the pain branched from Ravage and into Liv, she screamed and Huntress rushed into the shower room. Seeing Wanda curled up on the floor, holding herself, giggling while the returned Ravage coated Liv, its simskin burned and torn in places, she didn't need an explanation. Lifting a jar, she dumped it over Liv's head and then another into the tub with Carol, who stirred slightly. Wanda, you okay there? Huntress asked, and Wanda held up a hand and gave her a thumbs up. You are all dirty girls, dirty girls. And she giggled to herself. I want to be a dirty girl too. And Huntress laughed. Yup, we get that. Damn fucking horn dog he is. Come on, Liv, going to get Wanda settled and then be back for you, okay? And the huddled Liv made no sound, but she could tell that she was busy with Ravage. As Wanda giggled and touched over Felicia, she just kept whispering, dirty, over and over. And while Felicia didn't mind that Wanda was a bit handsy for her liking, she knew exactly what being bonded was like, and with Liv's attitude, she would be lucky to get Wanda calmed without incident. Not that Felicia minded, she had given everyone a good look when they shared the bathhouse, and she was positive that ruddy glow to her cheeks was excitement and not embarrassment. But as she was still new and Gwen had done her usual and embarrassed her, Felicia wasn't about to interrogate her further. Sitting her down, she handed over a blanket Peter used, and Wanda sniffed it and curled up under it, huffing in his scent. Oh yeah, give it a day. And she figured that if Peter was back from Natasha before they separated Octave from her, he would be coming back to a party. As she hunted out pastries and other small snacks, she tipped a pack of cheese puffs into a bowl, opened a bottle of soda and set them on the table. Wanda however ignored them in favor of the blanket, and as Felicia ran a hand over her hair she looked up and smiled. I never knew, there is so much, and you do so many dirty things, and Felicia laughed. Yup, but we love him. And seeing the snacks, Wanda took the bowl of puffs and, careful not to get the bright orange power over it, began to eat them. How, can you tell me? I can feel Octave and I know about the cream, and the smell, and the rescuing, but how? And Felicia ran her hands over Wanda's hair and sat down in her own chair. He makes us feel loved. It's easy, he is just there. I mean, if I want to spend 4 days out, hunting or busy, he just nods, and then once I'm home it's like I never left. He doesn't coddle or get angry when we need our own space. He just is Peter. And he does dirty things, and Felicia chuckled. But we can do that without him. He lets us decide what we do, and has no judgment. I mean, sure, he's my first boyfriend, and Gwen's, but she shook her head. I watch Matt and Elektra and they seem tense. As if being together was a chore. I dunno, Pete just does Pete things. It's not easy, and sure, we get moody, but he's just Pete. I think I want to do more than just be his friend, Wanda admitted, taking a handful of puffs. We did, you know. I never said, but in the dreamscape we did, but he thinks it was a trap, but it wasn't. I was under the control of the Mind Stone, the one Peter has, and I was to do anything to get information. After a lot of failed attempts he finally overpowered me and my mind took me somewhere safe, to here, and he did it, you know, it. And Felicia laughed. Yeah, need a thick skin around here. I mean, you'll smell just how excited women is when Pete's around. The symbiotes do that. Wanda nodded and sniffed at the blanket. Is that what I smelling? Peter, and Felicia nodded. Me too, probably. We all give off a pheromone, and as Wanda sniffed she smiled. But, in the dream it wasn't his dream, it was mine. To have a nice handsome man rescue me. Stupid, right? Felicia shook her head and leaned forwards, taking a few puffs. Why? He rescued Liv, and you know exactly what she did for him. Saved Gwen, punched Tony and Flash for MJ. Who cares? And she took a breath. If you repeat this, I fucking swear though. And Wanda nodded, pulling the blanket up and curling her legs up on the chair. He still lacks self-confidence. He thinks we're all stupid or under some mind mojo to want him, but we just love him so much. Just take your top off, sit on his lap and tell him what you want. He'll never touch you unless you tell him you want him to. Wanda nodded, and now she had a plan. While Octave had bonded with her, she had done her best to keep out of Wanda's mind, and the naturally telepathic Wanda had helped her. She was hungry and sleepy, but that was it. After stuffing her face, Octave and Wanda curled up under the blanket and Felicia sighed in relief as they fell asleep. She remembered her own bonding, and the turmoil it brought. Maybe an older symbiote having gone through multiple hosts could calm themselves. Shrugging, she left that for someone smarter, and who cared to figure out. Now she wanted to find out how Liv, and more importantly, how Carol was doing. As she walked back into the bathhouse, Liv had crawled into a tub next to Carol's and had filled it with water. Felicia dipped a hand in and it was cold. You okay? And Liv opened her eyes. Ravage and Carol are both in a bad way. She was attacked by her own people and then some idiot fired a missile at her, a cyborg squirrel of all things. Felicia frowned and raised an eyebrow. Really? And Liv nodded. Ravage is hurt. It might have been a raccoon. I didn't ask. Only made sure to use as much gel as I could. And Liv pointed to the 3 empty jars by the tub. Carol got 2 and I've used 1. She's sleeping, and she sighed. If Peter were here he could use his cells to heal her faster, but with Natasha, she just has to rest. What's strange though, if Ravage is right, she's been floating in space, hurt like this for months. This happened a few weeks after she left, and that was last year. Maybe she's concussed. Felicia left the science to the scientists. Knowing there were aliens was bad enough. Knowing that time travel existed just hurt her head. I don't know. Can you get me something to eat though? Lots of sugar, and more gel. It's in the storehouse. Felicia nodded, gently placing a hand on Liv's shoulder before heading out. As Liv looked over at Carol she knew the gel would be enough, but it would take time. Carol had bad burns over at least a quarter of her body. Her hair had been completely burned away on one side, and her eye was a mess of swollen bruises. Whatever had done this had been powerful, as they had learned from Huntress that Carol, like Peter, was empowered by one of the Infinity Stones. As Felicia came back, laden with homemade chocolate bars and sweet tea, plus 2 more jars, Liv smiled. One last thing, now that they are both stable, Huntress, can you bond with Carol and help heal her? Without Peter here you are the oldest and probably the strongest. She needs help, and I didn't want to risk Octave's naivete hurting her further. As Huntress slipped out and slid down Felicia's arm, she coated Carol like a blanket and almost immediately her eyes snapped open. Oh thank God, thank God. She wept as the blood and burns began to recede under Huntress. As she leaned back, the grey symbiote covered her fully and she sighed in relief. Warn Peter. Asgard has fallen. With breakfast cooked and served they sat around the table. Eric gave Peter not so subtle looks while Pietro and Angel fed each other pieces of their omelette. So, are we to simply smash Shaw and then celebrate, or do you actually have a plan? Eric asked as he buttered a slice of toast. Peter lifted the fork with the fluffiest and tastiest omelette he had ever had on it. I wasn't the one who floated out a plane and crushed a building with his bare hands, but yeah I have a plan. And while Selene gave Eric a quizzical look the man actually looked embarrassed. I was making a point, and he lifted his cup and took a drink, one that appears to have missed its mark, and Peter laughed. Yeah, I got it, big scary guy. We all are, it's not a competition, but Shaw, accept his offer, find his location and try to minimize casualties. A superpowered showdown does nothing but antagonist local law enforcement. And technically I'm not S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore, so bad press now hurts more than stings. Peter explained as he finished another plate of food and helped himself to toast. So, you don't have a plan, other than find out where he is and then attack him, and Eric smirked. That probably won't work, Shaw isn't stupid. Yeah, and as Peter bit into his toast, he chewed slowly while thinking, I have to go with, no plan survives first contact with the enemy on this one. Shaw isn't stupid, neither are we. He has to have a contingency plan in place if you ever found out. He has to have a plan in place if I tell him to shove it where the sun doesn't shine, and we have to plan for his plans, or our plans will fail, and Peter looked over at him, and he raised an eyebrow and frowned. Yeah, we get it, all the plans are dumb, and really we go kick his ass. Eric tooted and looked over at Pietro. I still don't like that you'll be there. How have his classes been going? And as Angel went bright red and Pietro just grinned, Eric shook his head. I see. Yeah, the overbearing father thing's been done. Maybe try to support your kids for a change. And Pietro coughed and began to choke on the piece of food Angel had just put in his mouth. But let's be real, finding Shaw, dealing with whatever stupid plan he's got will require thinking on the fly. I mean, I can get 4 from my side. Felicia is out. She can't be taking sides in a war with the Hellfire Club. Gwen and MJ are both non-coms, and after a thought, so is Liv now I guess. So, Wanda and Laura, Nat will help. We speak to Charles and see who on his side will help. Jean, maybe. Peter sighed and dropped the last crust of toast on his plate. But it's then up to you. If you won't help Eric, then, well, then shut the hell up. Sitting and picking at our plan isn't helpful or productive. Shaw needs to be stopped, and sitting being an ass about it is just as bad as helping him. At that last part, Eric's face stiffened and he stood. You just ran out of goodwill, young man. I suggest you keep yourself out of my presence, and Eric strode off out of the restaurant. Selene put down her fork and shook her head. That was not helpful, Peter. We need him, but Peter shook his head. Nope, we need his powers, and we don't have the luxury of niceties. I get that he doesn't want to fight. I'm totally fine with that. I don't ask Gwen or MJ to fight, and have respect for them keeping themselves out of trouble, but listening to his self-righteous bullshit, no. He wasn't helping, he was hindering, and if he's mad, well then maybe I said something that was true that he didn't like. Selene leaned over and stroked his arm, and there are things you are unaware of, and things you cannot say, and you need to go and apologize to him. He has his own reasons for wanting Shaw stopped, and his own reasons for making sure that nobody dies trying. Piero looked over at Angel. He does have a point though. I mean, are we just really going to rush in and hope we can beat whatever mutants he has there? But Peter shook his head. Yes, and no. We can make sure that we have plans, who's on support, who's on communications, who's doing the heavy hitting, and who's taking out fast or agile threats. I never said we don't plan, I just said we can't. Shaw has at least 2 teleporters, a psychic ninja, and who knows what else. He could have someone who flies, telepaths, big huge guys. Look at the different powers we've got at this table. Shaw's got the same, and just as long to collect augmented the way you have. There's no way to plan it all, we can only do our best. A voice rumbled from the end of the table. Well said. I help smash big guys and help protect little guys. Kane laughed as he spooned egg into his mouth. See, Kane gets it, and we can go from there. As long as we get Shaw, the rest is up to Emma. And there is the problem, Peter. So far, everything we have discovered on our own. Emma has been of little use and may be simply using you for her own means, Selene explained, and Peter had to reluctantly agree. And I'll deal with her. I've got a good idea of her powers and I can shut her down. I'll get Felicia and Elektra on backup just in case it's a trap, and well, I'll warn everyone else. The warehouse can go into lockdown until I give an all-clear signal. All we can do is prepare the best we can and well, pray to whatever god you believe in. I only hope it is enough, and Selene dabbed her lips with the napkin she had. Thank you for breakfast, Kane. It was delicious as always, and the big guy beamed from the praise. Anytime Selene and the group split and went their separate ways. As Peter helped Kane clean away the breakfast plates, much to Kane's annoyance but Peter's insistence, they chatted. Peter found the giant quiet but still easy to talk to. He liked recipes and trying new foods, and as Peter described all the food trucks around the warehouse, the man's face lit up. You should come visit. We could do a food tour of New York, but Kane lowered his head and shook it. Charles. He doesn't like me being in New York. Kane had grown apart from Charles. He was an abandoned half-brother, whose own brother lay in a coma. Peter's opinion of the man dropped even more. While the family sent a stipend each month to take care of medical bills, Kane found that relaxing and cooking helped him deal with urges, and in hushed tones he admitted, I like to cut things. I like to feel meat squash between my fingers. I like to carve and slice, and I know it's bad. I know it is wrong, so I cook. You get that right, and Peter had to agree. He knew that anger was a powerful drug, and as he learned to use his powers, the urge to simply kill and maim was always there. The symbiotes gave great abilities but at a cost, and he was thankful the girls had an outlet. Yeah, I get you, big guy, and Kane laughed, and while to him it was just a pat, as he lay the shovel-sized hands on Peter's shoulder, he felt like a boulder had been dropped on him. I will help my home. Shaw is bad and threatens my home, and Peter nodded, trying not to hurt his feelings by collapsing under the man's show of affection. As Peter collected and sorted the trash into the various recycling bins behind the restaurant, he felt the presence and turned. Eric was standing there. Look, but Eric shook his head. I have been difficult, and your affection for my daughter is unwelcome. But Shaw cannot be allowed to conduct these experiments again, and Peter closed the lid on the trash can. Again, and Eric nodded. Peter shook his head. Let me guess, 40s right? Shit. I'm sorry. I was insensitive, and I guess, Laura is a sore point. It wasn't fair to take it out on you. And Peter heard a rich laugh from the restaurant. As Selene walked out, she cast a sparkling eye over the pair. I do believe that you might have actually been nice to each other. The stars must have aligned. And as Eric scowled, Peter saw the humor and laughed. I can admit I'm wrong, it just doesn't happen very often. And Eric snorted. I find that hard to believe, but Peter shook his head. It was a joke, a joke. Still, and as he washed his hands under a spigot, he dried them on a cloth he had over his shoulder and dipped closer to Eric. Maybe hold off calling you dad for now. And as Eric's lips pursed, Peter could see the man's blood pressure rising, and he laughed and ran, and one of the trash cans crumpled. As it was about to launch itself at Peter, Selene shook her head and grabbed it with her own power. Behave, and Peter laughed and shrugged while she shook her head. You too, Eric. He's barely over 20 and you are an old man. You shouldn't be letting someone rile you up so much, even if he is annoying. Peter faked being hurt. Hey, I have you know that dash. And as Selene gave him a look, and placed her hands on her hips. Yeah, okay, most of the time, the girls have me on punishment duty, so yeah, you get that one. Eric snorted. How impressive. Venom, the scourge of dirty plates and washer of laundry, cowed into submission by a house full of women. Maybe I should change my mind and allow you to pursue a relationship with my daughter. She can see how to command respect, and grind you under her heel at the same time. And as Selene looked between the pair, she just shook her head. I am hurting children. And as she walked back into the restaurant, Peter looked over at Eric and shrugged. So, coming with us? And Eric nodded. On the condition that Pietro and Wanda do not. And he stood before Peter with his arms crossed. I am aware of how dangerous Shaw can be, and while I was angry at the incidents in Sokovia, I was also quite proud. Wanda for her control over her powers, and Pietro for knowing when he was of no help. I will help, but only if you do everything. And he leaned closer, and I mean everything, to make sure that neither of them is there when you confront Shaw. Peter shook his head. Pietro won't listen to me, and I bet you anything if Wanda goes, so does he. And Eric nodded. I will deal with Pietro, but if you are in a relationship with my daughter, I want you to make sure she doesn't get hurt, and keeping her away from Shaw goes a long way to making me accept you. Peter frowned and shook his head. Look, I don't care what Pietro said. I never did anything, and we aren't dash. But Eric raised a hand. I am not stupid, young man, and I see the way she looks at you. You might not be, but she is fond of you and she will listen if you ask. Eric cleared his throat. I am not good at this, but please. You know, and I don't want to lose her. I don't want to lose either of them. And as he turned and walked away, Peter swore under his breath. Damn guilt trips, and tried to think of a way to stop Wanda from following him to Shaw's. Before we get off the plane, Peter, I need you to promise me you won't antagonist Charles, in fact, that you won't antagonist anyone. And Peter nodded. He knew his anger at Charles had isolated a few of the augments who would have been happy to help, but his behavior had just rubbed Peter the wrong way, and it spiraled from there. I will. Want me to stay on the plane? But Selene shook her head. No, I need you to show Charles what you showed me. And as they disembarked, he could see that they were already waiting and ready for a fight. Charles, that is not why we are here. Selene confidently strode down the plane steps and stopped in front of him. We are here because of Shaw. I am aware of what Shaw has been up to. And as Peter felt the urge to smack the man, Selene turned and placed a hand on his chest. Remember your promise. If you are aware, then why are you sitting here doing nothing? And Charles sighed. It was only recently, and after you removed the needle from Laura, that we found out just how insidious his operation was. And Charles turned his chair. Please. I know it hasn't been the most pleasant time conversing with you, but we need to remain civil. As his chair rolled forward, Scott glared at him, and Jean gave Peter a small wave, much to Scott's annoyance. As he turned and followed the professor, Jean and Logan both stayed back. So, Laura? Jean asked while Logan growled. Yeah, you can screw off, hairball. You know she found your laptop, so you don't get to make any kind of comments at all, or I let everyone know exactly what's on it, or I let Laura tell them, cause you know, they think I'm a dick. You are a dick, Scott shouted from the mansion, and while Jean giggled, Peter sighed. See, he's as charming as ever. And Jean nodded. So, get it over with. Already had one overprotective father guilt trip me, might as well get it done now. In a move that surprised Peter, Logan laughed. Guilt trip? I ain't gonna guilt trip you, boy. You hurt her and I'll cut your balls off. Pretty sure they ain't gonna grow back. Oh yeah, great, ball severing for upsetting Laura, sure. Family dinner? I mean, my mom wants to meet everyone, so might as well get as many as possible. Just, you know, shower, maybe shave. And Jean, you're invited too. I mean, we won't expect you to sit in your home while we eat. And she went slightly red and nodded. Great, awkward moment dealt with. Let's see what Charles wants now. And as Peter left, Logan looked over at Jean. You know that's 7 right, and I can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure Selene and Aurora both smelled of him last time I met him. And Jean hung her head and nodded. But Logan shook his head. I can smell and on you too. It's a power and I don't like it, Jeannie, but I ain't gonna stop you, just not with Scott. He's as big a dick as Parker, but it ain't fair. Logan moved closer, and if he hurts you, just let me know, and I'll cut off and make into earrings, and she snorted and nodded. Come on now, let's get inside and hear what he has to say. Charles has been awfully quiet the last few weeks, so guessin' it's important. As the pair entered the mansion and headed to Charles' study, they heard shouting, and as Logan raised and burst through the door, blade sliding out from his hands, he saw Charles leaning over a waste paper basket being sick, and as he saw the concern on the pair's face, he raised a hand. I'm fine, he repeated, and Peter sat with a concerned-looking Selene. Mind tellin' us what's going on? Logan asked. Shaw has been experimenting on mutants, and a lot of dead bodies are because of him, Selene explained. Peter showed Charles not just his memories, but Laura's as well, and well, I'm fine, I just never and he was sick again. Selene poured a glass of water from the pitcher on Charles' desk and sat it next to him. Even though he was pale and sweating, he scowled and moved a coaster underneath it. Thank you, and she nodded. So, mind sharing for those of us who won't be sick? Logan asked, and Peter shrugged. Your brain. But no fishing, and as he stuck out a hand, Logan took it and was swamped by the vision of not just Laura's rescue but the time she spent in the facility. Yup, and now we got a problem, and as he looked over at Charles he nodded. I've been there before, maybe not the same place, but somewhere like it, same smell, and as he held up a fist and clenched, 3 razor-sharp blades slid out from his hands. Where I got these? So what? Peter asked. He had done his show and tell, and now he felt it was their turn. Charles was helping me with some memory loss. Unlike Laura, but they just put a bullet in my head. We thought it was military, creating a program of controlled mutants, and Peter stood. Wait, a paper, and Charles took a notepad out of his desk. After a few moments of drawing, Peter showed the pad to Logan, who took one look at it and growled. Yup, that's it. Peter had shown him the collar, and Logan had recognized it at once. So, seems Oscorp was working with Shaw, and they were making collars to control mutants. Can someone explain what's happening? Jean asked. I don't really want to see though, last time was bad enough, and Charles raised an eyebrow at Peter. Oh come on, she did it on her own, but yeah, evil bad guys are kidnapping and killing mutants, making a collar that can control their minds, and well, he's a big shot in New York. But Peter, your plan is, and Charles paused and put down the basket, taking a small sip of water, lacking. You really can't just walk into his clutches and expect him not to expect you, and Peter nodded. Eric said the same, but what else can we do? If I just start smashing stuff, he's got cops and who knows what else waiting probably. I mean, if we know he knows, then he knows that we know that he knows, and Jean laughed and shook her head. You've been waiting to use that, huh? And Peter grinned and shrugged. You're asking an awful lot though. I can't in good conscience allow anyone to accompany you, not if the danger is so high, and as he wheeled himself back behind his desk, he pressed a button on the old rotary phone he had sat on the massive mahogany desk. Hank, can you and Aurora please come to my office? As he leaned back. I don't like it, Peter, but as I have been told, it is ultimately not up to me. As they waited, Charles made sure the basket was hidden in his private bathroom, and Peter looked over the richly decorated room, as the heavy-set walls were filled with various journals and thick tomes on, surprisingly to Peter, mainly books on evolution, science, philosophy, and psychology. As there was a knock at the door, it was not just Hank and Aurora, who raised an eyebrow at Peter, but Scott, a smaller young-looking clean baby-faced boy, and a petite but serious-looking girl. I think I was quite clear, Hank, and he shrugged. I contacted them, Professor, Jean explained. You sometimes have a habit of keeping things from us, and Charles frowned and shook his head. For good reason, Jean. It would be up to Hank and Aurora if the X-Men were to be involved, but Scott stepped forwards. No, Professor, it's up to us. You taught us, trained us as a team, but we all agreed. You lead us, but we get to choose the mission. And saving people like us from camps, that's a mission we won't say no to. And Logan nodded. Right then. I'll take him, he said, and moved in front of Scott. I know Hank's not interested, and Roro, well, you ain't been too happy around here, maybe take a bit of time at home and Aurora just glared at him. My personal life has no bearing on this mission. It has been, and always shall be, about saving lives. A lesson some people forgot. Charles looked down and took a breath. I became more interested in hiding, and for that, Peter, I am sorry. And as Peter rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I guess I'm sorry too, especially about the hair thing, and the Captain Baldy, and Laura calling Scott a douchebag, and yeah, think that's it. Is that it? And he winked and smiled at Jean, while the professor rubbed a hand over his eyes. Maybe some lessons on social etiquette might be helpful, or perhaps a gag, the professor suggested, and Logan barked out a laugh. I deserved that, and Peter smiled. But this isn't a picnic. You might need to kill, and Scott frowned. Only someone with no skill takes a life, and Peter sighed. Yup, 'cause it takes skill to stop someone invading your home with the intent to murder your 2 girlfriends and the person they rescued. It takes skill to stop someone from hunting your family after they find out where you live and who you are, and it really takes skill to stop an army of fascists with energy weapons capable of disintegrating you. But Logan stepped in front of Peter and shook his head. Before Peter could say a word, Logan looked him in the eye, and with a resolution he recognized, Peter stepped back. Logan looked over at Charles before he turned and faced Scott and the group. And that's your last lesson, kids. You ain't seen war, you ain't seen death, and you ain't ready to. Scott, Kitty, Bobby, you're all great kids, but he's right. This ain't a picnic, and you ain't killers, and if you don't want to be, then, go back to class. Study and become lawyers and scientists, or whatever the hell you want, cause some of us fight, and yeah, some of us kill. He held up a hand and clenching his fist, the 3 blades slid out, and these ain't for opening mail. Scott stepped forwards. You trained us, we can do this, and the other 2 nodded. Logan crossed his arms and stared at the trio. Well then, suit up, and Scott and the pair smiled and bolted from the room. As Jean moved to follow them, Logan put a hand on her arm. And you know that goes for you too, right? And she nodded and followed the trio. Peter, a word please. And as Logan moved and closed the door, I want you to persuade Jean to remain here. And as Peter frowned at the professor, he raised a hand. I'm sorry, but we are all protective of Jean, but not for the reason you think. Peter shrugged and sat down in a large leather chair in front of his desk. Then explain it to me. Charles gave Aurora and Hank a look, and after the pair shared a pained exchange they nodded. You are aware that Jean's parents were killed in a car crash? Yes, and Peter nodded. Jean's mutant power caused the crash, and Peter leaned forward. Let me guess, she doesn't know, and you kept it from her, maybe even removed a few key memories. And as Charles's face fell, Peter tooted. You are an asshole. I take back everything. She needs therapy, not mind control. Charles shook his head. We tried that. Jean's powers overwhelm her emotions, and when you can crush a car with a single thought, therapy doesn't, and didn't work. The guilt of killing them drove her powers to a tipping point, and she could have killed a lot more people. You are touching something that will burn you, Peter. Jean is stable and safe, but once she starts to lose control, she can be a danger to those around her. But even Aurora shook her head. I have warned you about this, Charles. Ignoring a problem does not make it go away, and having Scott keep an eye on her does not make for a good relationship. And as she spoke, Peter clenched his fist. Did you put Scott and Jean together? But Charles raised his hands. God no, they had a high school fling and it simply progressed from there. But his proximity does allow us to make sure her powers are under her control. Once she gets a firm grip on them, the mental blocks I placed dissolve naturally. It's not mind control, Peter, just mental stitching that keeps her together. But please, if she loses control, she may kill a lot of people. Charles begged. Please, don't do this. Peter stood and looked at the concern on the faces of the 4 supposed adults around him. He could see they cared and even feel it slightly, but he shook his head. I said the same thing to Eric about Wanda. Jean and I are friends. I can't control her, and you shouldn't be. If she wants to come, then she gets to. I didn't stop her from helping when Hydra attacked, and I won't stop her now. It's her life. Maybe you need to realize that. Unsurprisingly, Charles had stayed behind. Aurora had joined Peter, while Logan and the X-Men began to prepare. As they took a cab back to the warehouse, Peter noticed her uncomfortable, resigned expression. You know, you can talk to me privately if you want, he offered, and she nodded. Holding out a hand, he felt resistance as they connected, but with gentle persuasion, he touched her mind. Well, I never thought I'd be comforting my guidance teacher, and Aurora laughed. And I never thought I would be sitting in a cab embarrassed that I threw myself at my student, and he chuckled. Is that what this is about? Cause I did warn you, but she shook her head. T'Challa is adamant you are a danger, and he will do something about it. You are watched, and he has a device in the warehouse that allows him access through your security. She felt Peter tense, and he resisted the urge to swear. As soon as I remove it, he'll know it was you. And she slumped. I have already said my piece to him, and you need not be concerned. Not every woman is a damsel, not everyone needs protecting. Peter shrugged. Wouldn't be a friend? A good person maybe, if I didn't. They might not need it, but it's still nice to be offered, right? Aurora laughed. And when did that shy nervous boy who would hide in my office become such a lady killer? To be so smooth and confident. You have to be, or you get in serious trouble. I would definitely say that every woman in my life is a good influence. Aurora laughed again and patted his hand. And now I really know why you have so many. But do not let confidence become arrogance, Peter. It is a good thing, but not always. Peter ran a hand down his chest, where Bullseye had shot him, and thought of where Laura had gutted him as well, nodding and pursing his lips. Yeah, I am aware of that. Good, then you are aware that you are not invincible, and that you can be hurt, and Peter nodded. Then there is no need to say anything else. You are a fine young man, Peter, and I am proud of you. Peter felt heat rising in his cheeks and turned his head to hide the fact that getting compliments from an attractive woman still made him embarrassed. It would severely hurt his supposed cool factor. Thankful the trip from the Xavier Institute to the warehouse was not a long one, and that Aurora, even after they had finished talking, did not let go of his hand pleased Peter on a small level, but he was glad to be home. As Peter paid the cab driver, Aurora stretched and after walking around the building found what she was looking for. A thin microwire, barely a hair thick, was embedded into one of the warehouse vents, and after running a shock through it, nodded, and Peter made a note to reinforce the venting mesh. With his new senses, he could now pinpoint disturbances in the field around the warehouse and take measures himself, but her help was further proof that T'Challa had lost an ally while Peter had gained one. Before heading inside, "Can I get your phone please?" and Aurora handed it over, installing the security program. She nodded and smiled and they both went inside. "Oh thank goodness," Liv shouted, "come quick," and she rushed over and grabbed him, pulling him into the shower room. As he was manhandled away, Aurora marveled at the progress he had made since her last visit, and seeing Wanda and Laura eating moved over to speak to them. As Peter saw the huntress-coated Carol, he swore and sprayed her with the more potent simsils. She stirred, "Not quite what I wanted us to be doing," and as he nodded he bit back the anger at seeing her so hurt. But she shook her head. "Not important right now, too big," and he nodded, and once he had covered her, he knelt by the bath and ran a hand over Huntress. "Sleep, it works better while you rest, and we can talk over food," and she nodded and closed her eyes once more. "So," he asked Liv. "The Nova Corps apparently. Ravage has filled me in the best she can, but she was hurt as well," and she shook her head as Peter offered her a wrist. "She's got my own cells to heal. Octave has the same powers," and he nodded. "So, Carol's back," and Liv laughed. "Oh, and we had to bond Wanda with a symbiote. We needed to get Ravage to a non-hurt host so she could heal. So, you might be dealing with that later," and Peter chuckled and shook his head. "Well, at least we'll know," and Liv laughed and ran a hand over his shoulder. "Do you want to?" and he nodded. "Dirty so-and-so, I think punishment is in order." Peter laughed. "It's pretty much permanent these days," and she laughed as she shook her head. "Oh, it can be made much worse, Peter dear. We don't want you getting a big head," and he smiled and took her in his arms. "You all deserve it, and I am the luckiest man alive," and Liv raised an eyebrow at him. Flatterer, but she pulled him closer, and Aurora, but Peter just rested his head on top of hers. "No, I don't think so. She's interested, but after T'Challa I think it would be sex and nothing else. You know we wouldn't mind," and she pinched his behind softly, "and it might be nice to have a few more bi women." Peter shook his head. "After Selene, I think the casual sex thing is a bit off the books." Peter didn't quite know how to put it into words. The sex was great but the connection was wrong. "Then, that only leaves Jean," and as Liv leaned back she saw the concern on his face. "What?" Peter sighed, and connected to her. "Charles thinks Jean is too unstable, and that she needs someone who will keep her grounded. Her powers are dangerous and I'm not a good influence." Liv laughed. "You are certainly not a good influence. Laura accosted me in bed yesterday and even I blushed at some of the things she shouted." "Really, Peter?" "Hey, that wasn't me, blame the internet, and I don't keep any pornography on my computer. I mean, what's the point?" "But is she?" and Liv shook her head. "Apparently not. She tried Gwen as well but just said it wasn't the same and left it at that. I am concerned over Jean though. If her powers are unstable, then maybe ease her into things. You just said it didn't need to be sex, maybe caring non-hostile environment is what she needs." Liv was quite correct. Peter kissed the top of her head, definitely the luckiest man alive, and as they parted he took her hand and they walked over to the table. Laura smiled at him but continued with her breakfast, and Wanda gave him a coy and shy look, and Peter knew it was more Octave than Wanda and smiled and nodded back. As he helped himself to toast, which had been left to go cold on the rack, he buttered a slice and sat in his chair. "So, Wanda, Eric wants me to dash," but she shook her head. "Right, just as I said. So, tomorrow, I head to the meeting, talk to Shaw, find out what he wants, and then we go from there. Liv, I know you don't, so can you watch the warehouse, and Carol, Laura, if you're coming, your dad will be there with the X-Men. Wanda, your dad with Selene and the Brotherhood, and Aurora," and she looked at him. Storm and Peter laughed. "So, Storm, you can meet up with either group or stay here, in case of pests," and she nodded, but Liv frowned. "Pests," and he took a bite, chewed and swallowed. "Seems Wakanda doesn't like us. So, pests." Liv looked over at Aurora. "Is this your doing?" but she shook her head. "I am aware, but not involved. I will stay here. The Royal Guard of Wakanda, the Dora Milaje, will not attack while you are out. I do not know how much they know, but I do know T'Challa. He will come himself to deal with the Devourers. He would not risk anyone else." Peter shook his head. "We need to deal with that, but for now, Carol and Shaw are my two top priorities." He waved the toast at Wanda and Laura. "So, in or out?" and Wanda went bright red and Laura shouted, "In," unaware of Wanda's expression. Peter laughed. "Right, then you stay here for now, and once we make contact, you follow and stay focused. Wanda, I get that bonding for the first few days is rough, and if you don't feel up to it nobody will fault you for not fighting," and as Wanda drew her knees into her chest she nodded. "But thank you, it means a lot you were willing to help Ravage," and she hid her face. "Right, Aurora, can we talk in private?" and Peter stood. "Carol is fine, she'll heal and sleep, but Wakanda is something else entirely. I don't want them to take advantage of this situation." Aurora nodded and the pair hurried up into his home. Liv looked over at Wanda. "Just tell him, he's being polite for your sake, but I can feel my connection to Octave, even if we aren't bonded, and all you want is to run to him now," and Wanda sprang forwards, slapping her hands on the table. "I know what I want, but 7, and she bolted off into her chosen home on the other side of the warehouse, and Laura looked up from her breakfast. "Her too?" and Liv nodded. "Good, Peter big horn dog but needs as much help as he can get," and Liv was surprised that even Laura knew how much Peter depended on them. Unaware of the happening downstairs, Peter motioned to Aurora to sit, and as he took his favorite chair, he sprayed a little neutralizer into the air. Aurora laughed and teased him by stretching, pulling the material of her top tightly against her chest. "While it is all fun, Peter, but let us be serious. Wakanda," and he spun the bottle in his hands. "I need to know if Wakanda will come for us all, or just me." "What do they know?" he asked, dreading the answer. "T'Challa thinks we had sex, so assume everything." The device was a probe, very advanced and very sensitive. He might not have a recording of you all, but he will have conversations and anything you discussed. Peter gripped the bottle. As he shook his head, this is a mess, Ororo, and I can't fight Wakanda. Even if I got S.H.I.E.L.D. back on my side, you think anyone will stand up to them? Check the papers. Cancer, AIDS, Parkinson's, and a whole bunch of stuff is being cured as we speak, all using Wakandan tech. Hell, you stand in the street and say Venom is an enemy of Wakanda and T'Challa won't have to do anything. The US government will hog-tie me and hand me over, washed and ready for sacrifice. Ororo sighed. I know, but this isn't about Wakanda. T'Challa is only following the advice of an ancient king. A symbiote landed on Earth before and caused mayhem across Egypt and Africa before it was caught and killed. I may have made things worse, but I do not regret using you to discover T'Challa's true hatred of you, and I would do so again. Peter tilted his head. Yeah, you've got a lot to make up for that, but Egypt? Was this maybe a couple of thousand years ago? And Ororo nodded. You are not descended from that creature, are you? But Peter shook his head. An alien spacecraft was unburied in Egypt, by Shaw. I bet it was on board and he ran his hands through his hair. Trapped by alien assholes. I bet it was really pissed, maybe even insane. No wonder it rampaged. You can make up for T'Challa by cleaning up your mess. You were warned and I'm really tired of the games. Deal with it, deal with him and we're square. Ororo laughed. Are you not going to bed me to take your revenge? And Peter frowned and shrugged. I don't remember you complaining, or hurrying to get dressed, and Ororo laughed. Peter, I was joking, and not totally unwilling. I will clean up my mess, and after, I will personally make amends to you, and as he leaned forwards and ran his hands over his face, there was a knock at the door. Wanda stood. Gwen and Felicia are back. Carol's awake but Gwen's dealing with her, and she looked over at Ororo. Can we talk? In private, and as Ororo looked between the pair she stood, smiled. I will be back in touch, Peter, and headed out, closing the door behind her. Peter had changed into a smart business suit, but he was still nervous. Meeting Hammer and Aldrich were easy compared to this. At least with them, he knew it was business, but Shaw was more than just a businessman. He was Augment, and more importantly, he was a murderer. He wished Natasha was here, but when Fury and the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. quit to go solo, she went to help them set up their new base. As it was a secret, Peter didn't ask, and she didn't tell. As he waited, a stretched limo pulled up and a very attractive Emma stepped out and walked round to the other side of the limo, opening and holding the door for him. She nodded and he slipped inside. As he sat, he got a good look, and Emma wore a very revealing white pair of thigh-length boots, a pair of very tight white shorts, a stylist white belt with diamonds covering it and a white boob tube, topped off with a white half-coat. The inside of the limo faded as he took in her appearance, and as she snorted and shook her head he realized he had been staring. Now that you're quite finished. We are meeting Shaw for lunch at his favorite restaurant. The meeting should be pleasant enough, as he hates violence over food, and if you agree to his terms there should be a little tour of one of the facilities afterwards. Emma explained as she poured herself a drink from the minibar set into the center of the limo. Peter shook his head as she offered him a glass. He might be 22, but after Gwen's homemade moonshine and alcohol, everything else tasted bland and unappetizing. Emma slid herself over to him and gently rubbed an arm up his, leaning into him and whispering, "Well, darling, if there is anything you want, let me know," and Peter's eyes glazed over as she kissed him on the neck. Well, that should fool the driver at least. Sorry darling, but no hanky-panky, just talk, and the projection of Emma moved back to the other side of the limo. Shaw's orders are to kill you if you refuse, and then send a strike team to Felicia's location, and a mutant one at that. He doesn't know about Elektra or the symbiotes. He believes you are a mutant who has a transformation power, and as Peter watched himself being manhandled by Emma, she laughed and waved an imaginary glass at him. Don't get any ideas. It's just a show and not my first one. Peter shrugged. So, sign and then what? I mean, if I agree surely Shaw then has me over a barrel, at least legally, and Emma nodded. Of course, but it'll be a short-term contract, allowing him power over you, and if the plan is to kill him, it won't matter. The ink won't even be dry before the blood does, right? And Peter nodded. And are you going to share your plan with me? But Peter shook his head. We trust you, Emma, but so many things could go wrong that it's safer if we don't, and she tooted. All you need to know is that everyone, and I mean, everyone thinks this is a good idea, and after the dust settles, the Hellfire Club will be yours. Shaw won't exist after today. She leaned back and took a drink. I still don't like it. How am I to trust you, when you won't trust me? And Peter sighed. We are all taking a huge risk here, not just me and you. Everyone who's involved is sticking their necks out, and if this goes wrong it's on more than just me. You haven't exactly been forthcoming with information, Emma. I don't even know who else Shaw has, other than the two that tried to grab Laura. You, the ninja and the teleporter, and the big feral guy. Who else? An agile mutant, named Toad. He works for Dash, but Peter shook his head. Dead. Selene killed him after she found out about Shaw's little pet projects. Selene is involved, and Peter nodded. Plus, I got Charles on our side as well, and he took a breath and let it out slowly. The Brotherhood and the X-Men are both sending a team, as am I. I have friends who are coming. Now, who else? You know about Selene and Shaw, and Peter nodded. She was very forthcoming, and Emma shook her head. Not entirely. Selene owns part of the Hellfire Club. She and Shaw have an agreement. I know. I know about Essex, and I know about the labs, about Weapon X and what MGH actually is. I know Emma, and that's why we're having problems trusting you, because I know all that and it wasn't thanks to you. Emma frowned, and it appears that you also know a lot more than I do, and she slumped back in the seat. I had no idea. I deal with financials and acquisitions, I travel and move money and people. I don't read reports or ask why. I buy and sell products, but never know what the products are. She sat up, straightened her coat and nodded. So, it seems that I am asking a lot of you, and have been very lax in my own offerings. I am sorry, and I will make it up to you. Peter laughed. Not the first woman who made me that offer. It's fine, Emma. We all got that Shaw's a giant asshole. As long as you don't suddenly turn on us, we're willing to leave things alone after. Well, Selene might have a few places burnt down, but you can discuss that with her. You're turning things over to Selene, and Emma suddenly looked worried. No, Selene is going to be coming in and looking over the contracts she and Shaw already had, but after and not as part of this. Whatever you and Selene have going on with, and he waved a hand, whatever, that's for you and her to deal with. I'm not interfering afterwards. Emma still looked worried. It's more Selene's reputation I am worried about. Shaw has never had anything nice or good to say about her, and the few times I met her, she was never exactly welcoming, and as she stared at the glass in her hand she wished it was real and she could have a proper drink. Peter laughed, and shook his head. You expected her to be nice to Shaw's, and as he looked at her she raised an eyebrow. Whore, the word you want, and the one that she used is whore, and she sat back, biting back the anger. I was going to say right hand, Emma, and as she glared at him, he just frowned and shook his head, with a half shrug, but I don't care. Look, if you are, so what? If you aren't, then that's for you and her to deal with. Right now, all I want is for this to be over, no one to get hurt and Shaw to be taken care of. But if that was the right thing to say to appease Emma, Peter never knew, as the driver pulled up to a bar, and tapped on the window. We're here, and as the fake Emma vanished she ran a hand over Peter's chest and kissed the side of his face. You're sweet, darling, but a little young, and as the door opened she got out before Peter and offered him her hand. As he saw the restaurant, Bar Sinister, he had heard of this place before. It was one of Tony's hangout spots, full of rich multinational debutants, where old and new money rubbed shoulders. Supposedly even a glass of water, from an Arctic glacier somewhere, cost $50 and it went up from there. Peter would never have been able to afford to look in the window, let alone eat here. Cameras flashed as Emma led him by the hand into the lavishly decorated outer foyer. Unlike a tasteful modern chic and understated eatery, the main hall was covered in red velvet, thick gold curtains and massive white marble Grecian-style statues, and as Peter frowned, he was sure that was Emma, stood, naked and barely covered in a toga. She saw him looking and laughed. I posed for a day, in various costumes before they chose that one, and as Peter nodded in appreciation she smiled and took his hand once more. Best not to keep him waiting. As Peter and Emma walked into an empty room, Peter noted that a man similar to the teleporter he had faced stood behind, who he could only imagine was Shaw. The blue-skinned man scowled, but the other, skinny but well-dressed in a suit similar to Peter's, stood and offered his hand. Sebastian Shaw, and you must be Peter. Peter took and shook the man's hand, feeling no attempt to coerce his mind or other attack through the handshake. It was just a normal grip, with no super strength or powered touch. Even to his extra senses, Shaw was just a man. So, I ordered. The steak here is amazing. I have Azazel traveled to Japan just to pick some up for me, and I thought today should be a special occasion. As Shaw smiled he lifted a bottle and the top popped, pouring 2 glasses. He lifted one and handed it to Peter. Today is a special day, yes, and Peter lifted the glass and nodded. I don't see why not, as long as your terms are acceptable, and Shaw grinned and looked at Azazel. See, I told you he'd be open to listening, and the foursome sat down. Emma, I ordered you a salad. I know you like to keep your weight down, and spritzer, too much alcohol is unbecoming on your charms. And as Emma smiled and nodded, Peter raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Before we eat, my terms are simple. I know you and Felicia Hardy have taken over Hell's Kitchen, Huntress, and Venom, through the Black Cats. Daredevil is keeping his distance as you offed Bullseye, and Shaw took a drink. What I'm offering is a split on the business. I supply drugs, and some muscle to keep the places open, and you continue to do what you're doing. Intimidation and elimination. Sounds fair, but then what's the split, and the contract? I need to know before I can move forwards. And as Shaw slid over the contract, Peter picked and started reading. You don't need to speak to Miss Hardy, and Peter shook his head. Let's see if a theory is correct, he thought. He had already discussed it with everyone. Shaw was old and from an entirely different time. Peter needed to act as if this was the 1800s and, as everyone agreed, a racist, misogynistic dick. Felicia follows and does what I tell her. As long as I sign, she'll fall in line, and the grin on Shaw's face said it all. But, how about Emma? She's been more than helpful, and I do like seeing her taste in clothing, and Shaw smiled and leaned back. I think Emma can be negotiated with, isn't that right? And while Emma smiled through a scowl, Shaw just laughed. See, I think she likes you. Why don't you powder your nose while Peter and I talk business? And as he dismissed her, she stood and walked out of the room. Did you already? But Peter shook his head. Shame, she was much better when she was younger, but she'll do as she's told. But will Felicia? And Peter nodded while staring at Emma's ass. Sure, we both know Venom's in charge and I'm stronger than her. One thing though, this is net, not cost. Can't agree. You want us to pay for everything and then take your cut. Not happening. And Shaw laughed. Can't slip anything by you. We can adjust that, but I want a larger cut. If I'm supplying men, drugs, and security then it needs to go up, another 10%, but Peter shook his head. But you expect us to provide girls, bunk rooms, and feed them. Bullets are cheap, Mr. Shaw, feeding an army isn't, and Sebastian shook his head, 7.5% and I sign, but I want to see what I'm getting. Stick with the 10 and I can give you something much better than Emma. Well, I'll throw her in for free anyway. Once this hits, I won't need her, and he motioned to Azazel, get the facility ready, we'll do the tour after dinner, and the man nodded and vanished. Neat, teleporter, and Shaw nodded, would be nice. I can arrange for someone like him to work for you, but you already met his, son. Nightcrawler. He didn't like you very much though, and Shaw leaned back as a plate was brought in and placed in front of him. As Peter was given the same meal he flicked the napkin over his lap before starting. If he had said who he worked for, I would have backed down. I already had one asshole give me grief over her. I thought he was the same, and as he savored the taste of the steak he had to suppress a moan. Really? And Peter nodded. Fucking Xavier, those fucking kids of his put me through the ringer, Summers, and that redhead bitch, Jean, but I resolved it. Sebastian, lifting his glass, took a small sip. Tell me more. As Peter waved his fork and explained the situation, Sebastian ate his own meal. So, you knocked Hydra on its ass, you knocked Charles on his ass, and Selene. So tell me, Pete, what's to stop you from doing the same to me? Shaw asked him as he narrowed his eyes and took a sip of champagne. Peter finished the last bite of steak, and as he ate, he stared at Sebastian. After swallowing well, for one, the running theme of all my business seems to be dumbshits trying to take advantage of me. Whereas you sat me down, fed me one of the, if not the most delicious meal I have ever eaten, and didn't treat me like some stupid kid. You talked to me, you didn't barge in, make demands and then threaten me. And I respect that, Mr. Shaw. Sebastian balled the napkin he had around his neck and leaned back in his chair. Respect, and as he smirked, I can respect that, but it's not an answer. The power. Hydra fell because they weren't careful enough. Charles hides and so does Selene. Whereas you sit on a golden throne, with a badass behind you and a hot piece of ass beside you, and I want that. You know everyone gives me shit, but I have 6 girlfriends, and Emma gives me one for every day of the week. And as Peter smiled, Shaw looked at the unamused Emma and burst out laughing. And this power, you think I can give it to you, and you will share yours in exchange? And Peter leaned forwards. I know you do genetic research here, and I have my own scientists. The Oscorp armor we stole is almost fully functional again. The cream we sell in the brothels is my own design. We both have power, but I know I'm new to the game. Getting a hand up and making a few good friends makes that a lot easier, Peter explained as Shaw sat leaning back in his chair, idling with a leftover spoon. So, I trust you because you want the same things as I do, and Peter nodded. Everyone else has been a jackass to me. JJ is up my ass every day, telling people I killed his son, but they started it. They all did. Only you sent a beautiful woman to invite me. Only you have actually had some decency. Shaw lifted the spoon and let it clatter on the table. I have to admit that sounds convincing, but you don't get to my age or my position without guarantees. Sign, then I would like a genetic sample. Your power is unique, bioarmor plus that rope ability, that webbing is like Spider-Man's but stronger, plus healing. It's a good all-round package, and I collect things like that. Peter nodded, so I've been told. Nazis right, and Shaw frowned but nodded. Yeah, don't care, we won the space race cause of Nazis. Project Paperclip. A lot of people forget that, and for once Shaw was impressed. While it all looked good, he still had a nagging doubt that Peter was trying something, and he learned a long time ago never to ignore that doubt. But as they talked and he opened up, he found himself liking the young man. His taste in women was superb, he was respectful and polite, and now, they shared certain ideals. As the conversation continued, dessert was served, simple ice cream from a special breed of cow, supposedly the last of its kind, and only one herd. As he closed his eyes and resisted the urge to devour the plate, he did have one question. So, why Bar Sinister? And Shaw looked over at Azazel and laughed. It's what they called me during the war, Mr. Sinister, and Peter shrugged. Better than costume-wearing freak. Peter snorted. At least Mr. shows they feared and respected you, and Shaw took a small bite of ice cream and nodded. Definitely starting to like the boy, he thought. The rest of the meal was eaten with small pleasantries, and afterwards, Peter signed his name with a flourish on the contracts, which Azazel took and vanished. Would you like to freshen up before we take the tour? And Peter shrugged, wondering what the man meant. Sure, and as Emma gave him a small glare, she took him not a side room where she pushed him into a chair. You do know he means fucking me, right? She said angrily. It's a test, to see how far he can push you, and she got down on her knees and ran her hands up his thighs. You owe me big time. And as she felt for his zipper, she frowned and he shook his head. It's my armor, it doesn't have one. Can you not, I dunno, make an illusion? Not to fool the camera, and as he let his senses out, he felt the small recording device in the corner. It's just fake, was all he said as he reached down and under his hand lifted a thick patch of simskin, molding and shaping it. Seriously, this is just armor. He had left it small, and as Emma glared at him, and her head began to bob, he waited a reasonable length of time before grasping the back of her head and crying out. Emma mimed wiping her mouth, but he had been right. It was just like sucking on plastic, with no taste or texture. As Sebastian watched on the camera, he shook his head. He had the boy now. Even if Peter was compliant, he could still blackmail him. He doubted very much his other girlfriends would be happy about infidelity, and he would use that to his advantage. Snorting in derision, at both his size and how long he nodded to Azazel, who vanished once more, and he saw Peter quickly zip himself up as the man entered the room. Grabbing both him and Emma, they all vanished and they reappeared in the same room as Shaw. It was a simple study, with maps and pins in it on one wall and a simple wooden desk, still polished mahogany, with a leather office chair and piles of folders and other paperwork on it. For security, you need one of these, and he opened a wooden box on his desk. Inside were 4 cuffs which Peter had seen before. Liv had been put into one by Romlo, and even though he nodded, he still hated the idea of these things. As they all clipped it around their wrist, Peter stiffened as he felt the mental connection. Obey, listen, truth, whispered in his mind. Yeah, he whispered back. Well, that went well. Peter, do you have backup waiting? Or plans to betray me at any time? Shaw sat on the edge of his desk. Felicia is waiting for a phone call, and if I don't answer in the correct way, she knows how to find me. We plan on doing business with you until we can infiltrate your organization and see if we can dispose of you in a few years' time, Peter said robotically. Shaw frowned and shrugged. That's it? No huge army, or master plan, just wait until I'm old and then take over naturally? I'm disappointed. Why waste your talent? I need to learn from the best. Peter answered, and Shaw laughed. Okay, last one, tell me what you think of Emma. She's got nice tits and I could let her suck me off for hours, and Emma glared, but Shaw shrugged. Always thought they were your best feature too, but Emma was still angry from the demonstration earlier. And now Emma, do you have plans to betray me? And as she stiffened, I am going to seduce Peter and use him in a war to take over. I already planted a suggestion in his mind, and once he was old enough I would have him kill you and take the fall. Shaw shook his head. And what do you think of Peter? Answer honestly. He has a small dick, and I doubt the women are using him for anything other than a convenient place to stay. Dumb and young, he'd be a good ally but a better patsy, and Shaw laughed. You just can't get the staff these days, can you? And as he looked over at Azazel, the man shrugged but said nothing. Well, you're already collared. See, why trust anyone, when you can simply make them obey? Shaw felt around in Peter's pocket till he found his phone. Call Felicia and give her the passphrase, then we're going to a much nicer place. I still want your powers, but I think you need a little more persuasion. Discipline is important. Fear and respect. You said it. Fear and respect. And as he handed over the phone, Peter dialed the numbers. The meal was great, I'm fine, and the deal is done. Be home at 11, love you, and he hung up. Shaw took his phone and on his desk, smashed it. You can explain that later, a drunken accident should suffice. Motioning to Azazel, he put a hand on Peter and Emma's shoulder while Shaw put his own hand on Azazel's, and they vanished. As a light flickered on and the trio stood, Shaw smiled. Welcome to the real Bar Sinister, where all my dreams come true. Peter stood amazed. In large rows, like a science fiction movie, were tubes, each one holding a figure inside. Peter could feel the minds of each clone, and as he looked around there must have been hundreds of them. Impressive, isn't it? See, the Nazis weren't just good at rockets, but eugenics, and once you add in mutants you can make any power combination you want. Of course, we now have genetics and a huge database of mutant powers, all carefully harvested and catalogued. Want a super soldier who's invulnerable but can self-destruct on command, or an invisible assassin that can teleport? Easy. Once you add in a little Oscorp ingenuity and the chip goes into the clone, no collar, nothing to fall off or accidentally break. A neat little package, all ready for sale across the world. Why brainwash mutants, when you can just make an army of super slaves? Shaw snapped his fingers and 2 of the larger males walked forwards. This is our Sabretooth model. Strong, tough, and hard to kill. Once I harvest your DNA I'll add in that bio-armor, and make them invincible. As they grabbed Peter, Shaw moved over to a trolley and grabbed a needle. It's painless, and taking a small sample he snapped again as a woman hurried over, taking the needle and vanishing. Peter's eyes flicked over to Emma and Shaw looked between the pair. Oh, you like Emma? So do a lot of others. So, and he motioned off to the side, and a woman, much younger than Emma, and completely naked, walked forwards. Her long blonde hair trailed down her back and her breasts were pert and firm looking. Peter couldn't help but stare, and neither could Emma. She was an exact clone of her in every way. Sex dolls. Want a cock-hungry slut that'll take it any way you want and can heal no matter what you do? Isn't it great? Like that, and Shaw snapped his fingers. Stepford wives. Perfect in every way. Oh, and we can halt the process at any time. If someone a little younger is your thing, and as he laughed, totally submissive, will obey any order, and if you damage it, just dispose of it and get a new one, a virgin every time if you want. It was Emma that broke the stream of Shaw's sales pitch. She screamed and her form changed and became the most beautiful diamond, glittering under the artificial lights. She swung a fist at Azazel, who avoided her blow and vanished, reappearing next to Shaw. I'll fucking kill you, she screamed at him, her breathing heavy and ragged. You sick fuck. Well, that was unexpected, was all he said. He had not expected the collar to fail so easily. Guards.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.